thing in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Russo!
Whoa, hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it. If you want lucha libras, whatever you call them, go to Japan.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 8, where we're covering January 2003 in the wonderful company that is TNA Wrestling. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined by my friendly co-host Liam Jones. Liam, hi.
Whoa.
We have turned the tables from our usual recording dynamic, I suppose, where usually it's I'm straight out of bed recording and you're late at night. Now it's late at night for me and you're straight out of bed recording.
What a twist. What a swerve, some would say.
So if I sound any more coherent, that's why. And if I don't sound any more coherent, well, what can I do?
And this is an excuse for my incoherent ramblings instead of just it being me.
We must start the show on a very important note, Liam. You said it was your life goal in the last episode, like the most important, meaningful thing to you in your entire existence, in your entire 24 years of existence at this stage, that you reach 500 Twitter followers.
Yep.
And you have done it. Well done.
I've killed it. I killed it.
I'm sure it was thanks to all of our listeners and not your viral tweets that you got you got to 500. So thank you to the wonderful listeners of You've Got to Be Kidding Me for helping Liam over the line to 500 followers.
I'm very curious how many people follow the podcast account but not me, and then vice versa, how many people follow the podcast account but not you.
Well, at the moment you have 525 followers versus the podcast's 560.
I'm catching up.
Yeah, there was a period where the podcast stormed past you. But then you're like, oh no, podcast, you're not storming past me. I'm catching up with you.
Yeah, I decided, I gotta start tweeting bangers again, you know? I gotta start doing it. You see my, that dude from NXT tweet? Whoa, that went crazy.
Yeah, you're not the TNA guy anymore. Based off this podcast, you're now the dude from NXT tweet guy.
No, I'm a meme guy. I don't know what I am. Shout out Tony D'Angelo, because he got me over the bump.
Honestly, I think you should be shouting out Gordon Ramsay.
Well, fair. You know what? The important thing about this tweet, right? Let's break down the psychology of a tweet.
You should explain the tweet first for people that may not have seen it.
Well, I assume everyone knows Tony D'Angelo.
The new NXT Italian character.
Yes, the mixture of Rich and Joe just morphed into one person.
Yes, he is an Italian man from Chicago.
Yes, who does a Sopranos thing, but he's also an amateur wrestler guy. Mm-hmm. And I hit a banger of a tweet that was this. This is the owner of a local seafood restaurant that just won't listen to Gordon Ramsay's advice to save his struggling business. Gordon
Ramsay would look at his seafood and shout, "It's rotten!"
Yeah. He'd be like one of those guys where Gordon would come in and he'd change the entire decor of the restaurant, and then he'd come in and he'd just be like, I'm not going to do the accent. This is one accent I will refuse to be a part of. But he'll just be going there and he'll start sulking and
no, you have to commit to the accent. You have to be like, "Yo, Gordon, what you do to my seafood place?"
Yo, Gordon.
If you made me do an Australian accent for an entire match on the watch-along, I'm going to make you do an Italian-American accent.
I don't think that counts, considering you do the Australian accent nearly every time we talk at some point.
How dare you? I would not appropriate your culture that way.
Anyway, back to the psychology of a tweet, right?
But yeah, you were mentioning that he would be the person when we designed the restaurant that all of the staff were like, "Oh, it's beautiful. I've never seen anything like it." He'd just be sulking and keeping his opinions to himself.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's keeping his opinions to himself.
No, he's the one that would slowly bottle. He'd be like, "Oh, he's upset," and then he'd explode at the end of the episode, and it would be great fun.
He'd storm out, and then there was this one Hotel Hell episode where Gordon, it was in Texas, and Gordon completely rechanged the hotel, and then this one lady went out to the bins where they put everything and started grabbing her stuff back.
I've never watched Hotel Hell. I've only watched Kitchen Nightmares. I really should watch Hotel Hell.
I love Hotel Hell is my favorite Gordon Ramsay show because it's stupid as hell. And then Gordon was like, "Listen here, you fucking donkey. We spent $100,000 on this."
And fair enough, that wasn't the show's production money. It was sponsors' money, but still.
Yeah. And then she's like, "I don't care. You should have told me first." All the accents coming out today. But anyway, to break down the psychology of a tweet, it's one thing for like, oh, you know, you tweet a video or a GIF and it goes viral, right? And you get all your things. It's another thing when it's a well-constructed joke that you thought of. That's a rush that you can't bottle there.
There is validation to that going viral. It's like, look at me, I'm smart and funny.
Yes, it's my Richie repartee has made it through. Yeah, big moment, you know. Anyone can tweet a GIF of Joshi's doing some crazy shit and people will be like, wow, this is tremendous, 10,000 likes. But a well-constructed joke from the heart, it's like a home-cooked meal. See, I brought it back around, full Gordon Ramsay.
It's no longer rotten.
Yeah.
So yes, you're on 500 Twitter followers, which is the moral of this deep Kitchen Nightmares tangent. Me and my brother Ken watched a ton of Kitchen Nightmares during the start of lockdown. Like every night we just sit down and watch Kitchen Nightmares. It's the best show. Yeah, he's a tremendous fellow. I've actually just been getting on chef-based media. I've been really getting into Anthony Bourdain's Parts Unknown. That's a tremendous show. I was a big fan of MasterChef Australia.
As I know.
Until they changed the cast, and then I think half the cast got cancelled anyway. What do you mean? Bald guy got cancelled, didn't he?
Yeah, because he wasn't paying his employees.
Which is a pretty reasonable reason to cancel somebody.
The other two were fine, I think. But yeah, old mate George just didn't pay anyone for a while there, allegedly.
But then I sat and watched a new episode, and I'm like, nah, it's not the same. I can never watch it again. I need Matt Preston. I just need Matt Preston in my life.
Oh, did they get rid of Preston?
They got rid of all of them. They completely recast it.
Wow. You know, full circle. Isn't Gordon like a MasterChef judge on one of the MasterChefs now?
He's usually a regular guest. He has been on Australia a couple times. I'm not sure is he a full-time one. Maybe he is in the UK. I don't watch the UK one. The UK one is always too dry for me.
I actually think he was on the US one. I think he's like a permanent host on the US one.
You might be right, because I know he definitely does MasterChef Junior in the US, where he shows his soft side and everyone's like, oh, what a nice guy he is. Why is he such a cunt to actual people?
And they're like, wait, perhaps it's a gimmick.
And he's playing a television character? Huh?
My favorite thing about like Gordon's gimmick is like if you break it down, it's really just him being his old boss. I forget his name. Do you remember Marco
Pierre White.
Yeah, like he's just doing a Marco Pierre White character. It's like you see some of like the early Marco footage and interviews, and like he even says like the same things that Gordon says now. Like I remember I was watching one from when like Gordon was training under him, and he was like a little wee babby Gordon, and Marco goes to Gordon and calls him big boy, and I was like, my God, that's where the lore comes from.
He's built this entire character around the abuses he's had while he was a trainee chef.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Fair play to him.
To be fair, like I still think like Marco was a way scarier dude than Gordon.
It's funny that like the entire reality TV genre of the early 2000s was built around middle-aged white men being like complete assholes to people for no reason whatsoever.
Well, to be fair, it's like that's the main demo in it.
Yeah, it's just Gordon Ramsay and Simon Cowell shouting at people. British middle-aged white men, really. You can even narrow it down to a even smaller subset.
It's probably like some weird subconscious thing about the British taking over the world. It's inbuilt in every Commonwealth state at this point to respect a loud booming British voice yelling at them.
This is why we have never joined the Commonwealth, Liam. We are rebellious over here.
We never had a choice.
Every so often it comes up here. It's like, should we join the Commonwealth? And we're all just like, no.
Well, I'm a giant proprietor of I want to leave the Commonwealth.
Because like when you're in the Commonwealth, like your ruler is the Queen. That's the way it works.
Garrett, did you know that the Queen at any point can like cancel any laws that we put into place?
Feels like a thing that shouldn't be able to happen, doesn't it?
Garrett, did you know at like any point the Queen can pick the Prime Minister?
That seems like something that should happen. I don't trust your democratically elected representatives.
Well, to be fair, neither do we apparently, considering, what is it, like 6 in the last 12 years?
It's madness.
Yeah. Well, it's because we don't vote for people, we vote for parties. So then, like, when the party's like, alright, you thought you were voting for this person, but actually we think they kind of suck. We're going to put this other person in charge. And everyone's like, wait a minute.
They suck too.
In fact, most of the time, they suck worse. One time they sucked so bad that when they swapped them over, they swapped them back to the original person.
Democracy!
I don't think we've had a prime minister that's completed their full term in, like, maybe the last 6 of them.
You know what's a pro wrestling idea I had once that I think would be interesting to do, even if it was chaotic? The booker of a wrestling show is democratically elected by the fans.
They should be democratically elected by the workers. It's a socialist wrestling company.
But like some kind of component where like if you are dissatisfied with the booking, you can just vote out the booker. Get something new.
What's it called? Democratic marketing?
Yeah, they should do that.
Let's go.
Just every 2 years, if you get bored of the booking, if it sucks, well, you can oust the booker.
I like the idea that like anyone in the company can run to be the booker.
Yeah.
and yeah, I like this.
If you're in 2003 NWA-TNA and, you know, Shark Boy wants to throw his hat in the ring, he wants a chance at booking, he can run for booker.
That actually might be a problem considering the most charismatic people in wrestling are normally the biggest dicks. So it's like Russo could just be forever booker.
Just because he can talk his way into getting people to vote for him.
Although, what a like clash of titans in a Russo versus Jarrett booking a democratic election.
Well, not to get too deep into TNA history, there will be a Russo versus somebody kind of booking election coming up at the end of 2004, which is where this idea popped into my head. But we won't talk about that for another year and a half.
What an interesting dynamic, huh?
So that does bring us, we'll pivot over to January 2003 at NWA-TNA, a wild and strange and kind of terrible month.
There's one good show in the month.
It's a watchable month, but it is far, far, far and away the worst month for wrestling in the history of this company. The wrestling on these shows is just absolutely abysmal.
Which is, like, a shocking development, I know, with what's happening.
And it's not even like, oh, you know, the wrestling on TNA used to be great and now it's bad. It's like, the wrestling on TNA used to be okay, occasionally good. Now, oh god.
Yeah.
Because let me see, what's the average star rating of every match on all of these shows? 2.3 is my average star rating for every match on all of these shows across the entire 4 shows.
It was real, like that last show, I was looking at the ratings and I was like, that might be the roughest thing I've seen so far.
Your average star rating is even lower than that, 2.21.
Yeah.
2.25 star is the average rating you have given all, like, I don't know, probably 20 to 25 matches across these shows.
And you know what? Deservedly so.
Just dire stuff. Just absolutely terrible, abysmal, awful stuff up and down these shows. And it does show, like, the Vince Russo philosophy showing through, where it's just like, it's not even like that he doesn't put matches on these shows, because there's matches on these shows that you think would be alright. Like, there's Ron Killings and AJ, there's Jarrett and Daniels, there's some stuff that you think, alright, there's potential there.
Jerry Lynn, Mike Sanders.
There is so many Mike Sanders and David Flair matches on these shows that you're just like, why would you book all these matches?
Well, in the watch-along, you described to me how their shtick was like, that they are bad wrestlers who talk or whatever. Mm-hmm. But they're still wrestling.
Yeah. They're still putting Mike Sanders in 3 matches on these shows, I believe.
Doesn't that, it's kind of counterintuitive to their gimmick of being bad wrestlers who talk if you still make them wrestle.
Every single week you're getting either 1 or sometimes 2. In fact, 3 out of the 4 weeks have 2 matches that feature David Flair and Mike Sanders.
If you're lucky, you'll get a week where they're in a tag match.
Where you're only exposed to them once. That is quite nice. Just desperate, dire, horrible wrestling on these shows. Like, there's, I would say, 2 good matches, both of which involve AMW.
Yeah.
And if you were ever saying to yourself, it's like, you know what I'd really like in this world? You know what I've really wanted? Not 1, but 2 AJ Styles against Larry Zbyszko matches. And then also to think, those are 2 of the more interesting matches of the month.
I was going to say, and then to have them be 2 of the best matches in the month.
Not great. When Larry Zbyszko, at the age of either 50 or 51 at this stage, is outperforming the majority of your roster and having some of the better matches on the show, you're kind of in a bit of trouble.
Cutting, like, some of the more interesting promos. Promos that go on way too long, I might say. But as far as, like, actual, like, structure and delivery, like, good, interesting promos.
Yeah, because, like, AJ is moving up to heavyweight, and he's not feuding with Jarrett yet, so they want something for him to do. So that thing for him to do, while he's still flirting with sex, is to feud with Larry Zbyszko over who should be his manager.
It's still foreplay.
Yeah, this is still foreplay before sex. They haven't fully committed to this relationship. Like, AJ understands that this is some toxic sex happening on this show, so he wants to see how it plays out first.
And he's so adamant, you know, he's not sex. But everyone thinks AJ Styles is with sex. I like that he's taking offense throughout the entire month when people go, and and you're joining Vince Russo. And he's like, I'm not joining Vince Russo. Can you stop saying that?
I just want to beat up Jeff.
Yeah, and that just happens to align with when they do it.
AJ's just an opportunist, which I can respect. He just sees that Jarrett is vulnerable while he's being beaten down by 4 other people and then attacks them.
Yeah.
Terrible wrestling up and down these shows. It's a really bad month. But we'll get into that more after we cover the notes from the month. So bidding closed on TNA's charity auction on December 15th.
I'm looking forward to this.
Some of the stuff included, the highest bid was $2,800 for a chance to sit in on commentary with Mike Tenay and Don West, so we can look forward to that in the future. The second highest bid was $2,500 for a dinner date with Scott Hall, even though he doesn't work for the company anymore, but he did say he would honor
I wonder
the
if
dinner
that
date.
still happened. Oh, that's nice of Scott.
Well, there was a story in, I think it was The Torch at one stage, that Hall, even though he wasn't working for the company, would honor this. I'm not sure, was it honored? But that's what the story was beforehand. Sean Waltman sold his WF Light Heavyweight title for $2,400. Disco Inferno's Jive Talking set was sold for $75.
That seems like... What do you even do with that?
Somebody out there has the Disco Inferno Jive Talking set, having bought it from TNA.
There's one thing on this list that I hope we can track down for the podcast.
The Dup Cup sold for $100.
Yeah. I'm glad that you knew exactly the thing I was referring to.
If you are the person who bought the Dup Cup, please, I will pay good money for the Dup Cup. So if you're that person, I will buy it from you.
It's hilarious that, like, how much money is going to go into stupid bits on this show.
Yeah, we were mentioning on the watch along that the NWA-TNA.com, the web domain, costs $800, and I was like, I was willing to pay like $600 for it, but $800 is just too steep.
And then I was like, maybe I throw that $200 in there.
Listen, we need all of you to go to TNAchat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme to give us enough money to buy NWA-TNA.com.
Because the fact that we could pitch for everyone to go to NWA-TNA.com and it goes to our Patreon.
Be very good, but sadly, it's just $800 is too much. Ugh.
We'll get there. We'll start a fund.
Well, that's what the Patreon is.
TNA charity auction. Highest bid of the auction gets to sit in on the podcast.
No, we should add a Patreon tier that's just $800, which is the NWA-TNA Patreon tier.
Yeah. We'll add that.
Also, the outhouse for the Dup sold for $25, and a Georgia man named Andrew Stevens bid $500 for the chance to serve as a TNA dancer.
Ooh, him and Lollipop.
We're looking forward to seeing that as well.
I hope he does Lollipop's high spot.
Oh, yeah, you were popping a lot for her high spot on the watch along this time.
I mean, it's just a tremendous effort put forward, you know? A commitment to the bit.
There's also a lot of Australian national pride put into it this time.
Yeah, which it blew me away. Because the reveal. You have to check out the Patreon watch-along for this. It might be our best Patreon watch-along because I was just shocked and aghast multiple times at the things that were happening.
A fun show. The money for the auction was raised and will be donated to the Fawzan School for Autism and Breast Cancer Awareness Fund. So TNA doing some good in the world.
It's nice of them to do that.
TNA officials have reached out to Sting recently, but Vince Russo's involvement in the company may have hurt the company's chances of lowering him for an appearance. When asked by the UK's Sun newspaper whether he preferred the ideas of Russo or Eric Bischoff, Sting said, "I can say I never preferred Vince Russo's style, ever."
Well, that makes sense, because, like, Sting's, like, a big religious guy, right? And old Russo's very salacious.
There was actually another good point. Hawk, I didn't include it in the notes, but Hawk was interviewed during this period where he was asked, because a lot of the 80s wrestlers became born-again Christians, like Sting. Hawk was one of them. And he was asked, like, how do you reconcile this kind of raunchy sexual product with your religious beliefs? To which Hawk responded, "It's a good question."
And the answer is, don't worry about it.
Maybe that's why we didn't see Hawk ever again after the January 15th show, was the Hawk's final TNA appearance.
I like the idea that he never considered it, and then once he did, he's like, I can't do this.
Yeah. Listen, Lollipop was the final straw. He saw the Lollipop high spot. It's like, I'm a religious man!
It's, that Simpsons episode where Smithers is hiding his eyes, averting his eyes from the dancers. Or Shawn Michaels' 2006 gimmick.
The biggest note for you of the month, obviously, Liam, is TNA shows became available starting with the January 23rd show. So there you are. Australia can finally watch TNA.
Yeah, I actually was just reading results this entire time up until now. but this is my first month of actually watching the shows.
I said January 23rd because it was January 23rd in Australia, of course. It was the January 22nd episode of Impact, but aired live on the 23rd in Australia to respect the time zones.
Wow, the day before Australia Day? Australia Day.
You're a great Australian.
3 days before Australia Day.
In the wonderful celebration. So they had JB film a bunch of pieces while he was over on a WA tour so he could introduce the show for all the Australian viewers. There is a note in the Wrestling Observer that I'd like to keep track of. But according to Dave in the Observer, as it turns out, according to TV listings in Australia and the press release that Main Event Pay-Per-View from Australia sent out, Main Event Pay-Per-View being the pay-per-view provider who was showing the shows,
I know them well.
the show will not be airing weekly, as those in TNA had presumed, but will air once a month, which will make it more difficult for Australian viewers to follow the storylines. Do you frequently buy things on Main Event Pay-Per-View?
Back in the day, yeah. I bought WrestleManias on Main Event Pay-Per-View.
Interesting.
I bought one show that had a 3-way ladder match with Dolph Ziggler, Kofi Kingston, and Jack Swagger.
Was that a good match?
No.
Well, there you go.
And I bought a couple Manias. That's all I really remember. It was really hard to buy pay-per-view in Australia. It was like a whole complicated process. We had to ring up and talk to someone and say, hey, I would like to buy this pay-per-view. And they were like, okay, give us your money and your details now. And you had to read it all out and give them a pass. It was a whole thing.
Yeah, that's how it used to be here too, before like it was incorporated into like the actual television systems where you could just press some buttons and they added it to your bill.
The idea that you have to talk to someone about the pay-per-view that you're buying. What if you wanted to buy pornography?
Well, that was the very awkward thing, wasn't it?
Ah.
I'm sure the pay-per-view providers were very discreet.
And then laughing behind your back when you buy Big Butts Volume 85.
And they were like, oh no, 84 is where you want to go here, pal.
Yeah, I wish they gave out recommendations. Yeah. Like, 85's a little overplayed. You want to go for like the 60 realm?
It's like they really ran out of ideas there in the 70s.
Yeah, like the storyline just fall off. Vince Russo starts booking them.
So yeah, the January 22 pay-per-view was very Australian. They tried to make it as Australian as they could.
Some would say too Australian.
They brought back Ashley Hudson for the show. They had JP do those introductions. They had a ton of like fans in the crowd with signs saying like "Welcome Australia," stuff like that.
We had Booty that was directed at the Australian audience.
We did have Australian Booty.
We had a little koala bear hanging out.
So they tried to pander to your people as much as they could. As an Australian, sitting here watching the show, trying to appeal to Australians, do you think it succeeded?
I don't think other countries care that much. like if you're debuting something in a new demo, I don't think that demo cares if it's like all directed at them more than if the show is just a good show.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? The show was awful, but they had some Australian flags there, so I'm on board.
But to be fair, you may have gotten some people to tune in when Lollipop hit the high spot with the Australian flags on it. That may have kept some people, but other than that, I can't say that having Ashley Hudson on the show made people want to stick around. The Sex Australian Champion, though. Well, former Sex Australian Champion. I'm the current Sex Australian Champion.
Oh, when did you beat Ashley Hudson for that belt?
It was a endurance test. I don't need to expand.
Nope.
On that thought.
Jeff Jarrett and Border Plumtree held a meeting backstage where they talked about how there's too many people backstage and a script leaked apparently, so they were cutting down on the number of guests you could have backstage.
I imagine like if you have a weekly show that is in the same building every time and like people are bringing the same people around every time, it has to be like such a party atmosphere back there.
Yeah, I think that's what they wanted to cut out. So basically following that week, everyone had to have like backstage passes and be approved to go backstage, as opposed to just like, hey, this is my pal Jimmy, he's going backstage. It's like, okay.
Well, Conan managed to get past all that.
That's true, multiple times, but then he was arrested, so that's where the security came from.
No, he wasn't. He was just politely asked to leave.
But multiple times.
Yes. There was no escalation in punishment.
You were saying there was too much swearing and they were starting to lose its impact, so Jarrett pointed out that Vince Russo has permission to swear, but everyone else also has to get permission for swearing. Jarrett also scolded Elix Skipper for striking a fan the week before. Skipper defended himself by saying the fan swung first, because if you notice that they walk out through the crowd from the dressing room in the back of the building. So that is ripe for getting in fights with fans. Apparently Scott Armstrong stood up for Skipper, being like, hey, you know, when they come from that side of the building, there should be more security there for him. It's like, good point, Scott Armstrong.
Was a good heat.
And I think my favorite little note, because you see it come through on the show, Dixie Carter does a little speech saying she appreciates the wrestlers, and then she's happy to report that pay-per-view sales had risen 22% recently, which is a stat that then Russo says on the freaking pay-per-view.
And I was absolutely demoralized that Mike Tenay didn't call him out on his numbers in a similar fashion.
Yeah, it's like, show me your numbers.
I really wish Tenay had the numbers on him.
Oh, he did. He said the numbers, but then Russo, well, he didn't have a sheet of paper, but then he still would have said, oh, that's from Dave Meltzer.
Yeah. Because, like, well, we'll just briefly touch on the interview, I guess. Tenay, like, killed him.
So, yeah, the second pay-per-view of the month, let's go into it. Why not? The NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 8, January 15th, 2003. That show opened with a sit-down interview between Mike Tenay and Vince Russo. It was about 6 minutes, where they talked all about what the role of a wrestling writer is. Vince Russo talked about his philosophy toward pro wrestling. They talked about David Arquette winning the WCW World title. And, like, as you mentioned, Tenay massacred him. Because by all accounts, this segment was set up as a shoot, where it's like Mike Tenay will actually interview Vince Russo. So Mike Tenay did all this research and preparation. They sat down. He did the interview where Russo was just not prepared for all the questions Mike Tenay had, and Russo fell flat in his face and looked like an idiot.
And you can tell, like, it was going to be a shoot from the beginning because of the demeanor of both guys.
They do not like each other. Like, that's, by all accounts, they are working here, because the story is that they're playing that natural tension they have against each other. But, like, that is natural tension. These men do not like each other.
And I would say that this is one of the most famous things to come out of Russo's on-screen stuff in the company.
Yeah, the famous Lucha Libras quote.
From just Lucha Libras, go to Japan. That has to be added to the intro.
We'll add the Lucha Libras to the intro. I might have to bump something, because we're running up close toward the amount you can actually squeeze into the intro, but I'll make it work.
We'll have to add some more. We'll have to add more song.
I can't extend the intro. I can't extend the opening track, but then that would require me to re-download it. But either way, I guess that's worth doing. But yeah, Tenay, Vince Russo was like, hey, you want your Lucha Libras? You go to Japan. You go to Mexico. I don't know, wherever. And Lucha Libras, he said, rather than Lucha Libre. So I assume he's talking about, like, luchas with the star sign Libra.
As everyone pointed out in the mentions of your wonderful tweet, he was just talking about Dragon Gate.
Oh yeah, or he was predicting the future Fantastica Mania tour.
Yeah, so... And it's an amazing clip. I think in the intro we should cut it after the Japan bit. You want your Lucha Libras? Go to Japan.
It is fascinating, and like it's one of those things that, like, if you analyze it as part of, like, the television show, it's absolutely inane. You know, that they're going on the show where he's saying, like, he says multiple times, like, this company's going to shut down, I need to save this company, the product is awful, the show is terrible, the job of the writers is to make the show compelling, he calls the world title a prop. All those things, like, within the universe of NWA-TNA are absolutely absurd to put a character on the show to say, but it becomes, like, captivating television to watch.
I said on Twitter, I was like, watching this as someone doing a podcast in 2021 is awesome, and I kind of love it. But if I was watching it at the time, I would have just been very confused and probably turned off by it.
Yeah, so the big moment is where Mike Tenay raises the David Arquette thing. It's like, well, how can you justify putting the World Championship on David Arquette? And then Mike Tenay, Vince Russo responds, like, his justification for it is, oh, they got the front page of USA Today, which we never did.
He doesn't even say the front page. He just says it's in the USA Today.
Yeah, which, like, you can get coverage in USA Today. You can ask yourself the question, is it good coverage?
Then you can ask yourself the question, well, as Mike Tenay follows it up, like, the ratings didn't improve because of it, so it doesn't even fucking matter.
Yeah, so the actual numbers from May 1st, 2001, which was, I believe, the Nitro after we won the belt, were 7.4 to 2.46, which was the second highest rating in Raw history, and should be noted that was nearly 8 months after Russo had left the company. And it was also the biggest differential between Raw and Nitro in the 6-year history of the Monday Night Wars. On top of that, Arquette's next title defense on pay-per-view drew the lowest buy rate in the history of WCW. So...
See, that's the problem, right? I can't see... How can you be so into your own shit that seeing numbers like that and it doesn't make you question your choices?
Because he doesn't like wrestling. It really just comes down to that.
That's fair, but, like, how do you how do you look at those numbers and go, oh, well, my vision of what this thing is right still, you know? Like, this is, like, my call completely, and it's what I think is a good idea, and then it clearly wasn't a good idea because it didn't pay off in any measurable fact. And it's like, how can you look at that and still go, my ideas are correct?
Because at the end of the day, people are always like, Vince Russo is a story guy, not a wrestling guy. And he's not. Like, the thing Vince Russo does, above all else, like, the thing he prioritizes is, can he get your attention in a single moment? Like, that's all he cares about. And there's not, like, that's not an entirely, like, ridiculous philosophy toward wrestling. Like, in theory, trying to get the attention of the audience in any given moment is a good idea. But Russo's way of doing that is just shock. All he can do is shock you, so that you pay attention. You might get irritated. You might get attention from him, and that's all he wants. He just wants the shock, which is the reason his justification for it is, oh well, we got covered in USA Today. That's it. Did it make money? Did people watch? No. Did it get attention? Yes. Therefore, it's successful.
You got attention for one day.
And the wrong kind of attention. Most people laughing at it and burying it, and look how ridiculous that this B-tier actor has become world heavyweight champion in wrestling. Because that's the thing as well, like, it's David Arquette, who is having, like, a small little moment for himself, coming off Ready to Rumble. Obviously, not that, really, but coming off Scream, mostly. That people would have had, like, an okay idea of who David Arquette was. But, like, it's not like it was Jay Leno, or, like, Karl Malone, or Dennis Rodman.
It should have been Rodman, if they were gonna strap up any celebrity.
Like, when you look at the actual celebrities that WCW had in the wrestling ring in the 90s, like, Jay Leno's a better world champion than David Arquette. But it's David Arquette, the B-tier celebrity that you just put the world title on. Well done. Yeah, that interview, it's absolutely fascinating to watch. It's just, like, Russo gets torn to shreds by Mike Tenay.
I honestly recommend anyone going out there and just watching it, just to see it, because it's a really interesting time capsule. Yeah,
it is the very first thing on the NWA-TNA pay-per-view from January 15, 2003. So turn that show on, it'll be the first thing you see. Oh dear. So yeah, 22% up buy rates, that's what we're talking about.
Sure.
A note I found quite amusing. The sex name being used by TNA was used beforehand by a Florida indie group whose press release this week acknowledged the dual use of sex. They cut a promo on Vince Russo in their press release about using sex.
That's some good shit.
Their press release stated, Sports Entertainment Extravaganza is proud to present Sex, F.U. Russo, this Saturday, January 18th at 8 p.m. at Florida WrestlePlex. This will be the third show for the Sex promotion based out of St. Petersburg, Florida, not to be confused with Sports Entertainment Xtreme faction that Vince Russo has brought into TNA. While Sports Entertainment Extravaganza is an upstart promotion where the stars of tomorrow can hone their skills today, all while putting on a fun quality show, Russo's extreme version of Sex is merely a sad attempt by a man out of ideas to redo the Old Timers vs. NWO feud that was such a failure in WCW.
Jesus Christ.
They went for the throat. There's also a bunch of moments on this show on these shows where Vince Russo's like, it's not the NWO. It's not the NWO.
I swear to God, it's not the NWO. Please stop saying it's the NWO.
I wonder what he gotten to about this press release from this no-name indie company.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm sorry, Sports Entertainment Extravaganza. Sports Entertainment Xtreme is a way better name. Second of all, I applaud and love the idea of putting on a show called F.U. Russo. And my third is, I bet Russo would have respected this move, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Russo definitely saw an F.U. Russo and was like, alright, good, fair play.
Honestly, Russo seems like the type to me that loves his worked shoots until the worked shoot is at his expense.
Oh, you think he was pissed?
I think he's the kind of guy that would be like, oh, I love realism, until the realism comes back to bite him in the ass where he becomes gotten to.
Wow. Just, tickets are $5. Yeah.
If you want to go travel back to January 18, 2003, you can head to the Florida WrestlePlex where you can get $5 tickets.
Check out ipw-hardcore.com for details and directions.
Don't make me buy ipw-hardcore.com.
Let's make sure it's not like porn.
It's probably porn.
Oh, it takes you to their to their YouTube page.
Oh, well done. Does it have any sex shows on it?
You can't search in YouTube pages, right?
I think you can. Let me also.
Oh, you can. I searched. Oh no, but there's a Jimmy Jacobs and Alex Shelley promo from 2004.
Ooh, let's see what their most popular video is. It's Abdullah the Butcher versus Jeff Bradley versus Axis versus Kevin Sullivan from IPW Rage in the Cage 4. Has 81,000 views.
A bunch of Abdullah the Butcher matches did well for him. I'm trying to see if there's anything fun. Seems like a lot of Abdullah and a lot of New Jack. Cedric Strong versus Eric Stevens.
That's what I look for in my wrestling.
Is that a young Is that Roderick's brother who also wrestled briefly?
He's on one of these TNA shows in an Explosion Dark match, actually.
Ah.
Roderick and... Oh, God, I can't even remember his name now. I didn't put it in the notes.
Cedric.
Yeah, Roderick and Cedric Alexander.
Cedric Strong.
Same thing.
Cedric. Oh, Chris Hero versus Matt Striker, 2004.
Oh, actually, I think if we search the date, which is 118...
if anyone wants to go check out a Roderick Strong versus Alex Shelley match from 2004, it's also there. Former WWF star Molly Holly versus Dee Venturi.
There's a lot of dream matches here on these shows. There's stuff that goes all the way back to 1996 on their YouTube channel. So, but I can't find anything from this January 2003 show.
Legitimately, if you want to see a bunch of young Alex Shelley, Roderick Strong, and Jimmy Jacobs.
Yeah, shout out to IPW Hardcore for their free promotion right here on the podcast. We'll do our spin-off series all about IPW Hardcore. We're on through the years.
There's also a John Cena cameo.
Cena did indies.
No, like a cameo, like Hair 2021 John Cena.
They just bought a cameo and put it on their YouTube.
I don't think it's an actual cameo, but it's definitely filmed like one.
I admire the hustle. So, an official NWA-TNA CD is apparently in the works, which would become NWA-TNA The Music Volume 1.
I'm gonna buy it.
Well done. Raven! That's the big thing for this month, really.
I'm not that into Raven.
Raven's WWE contract came up, and 2 days later he jumped to TNA.
Fuck yeah! I'm so happy about this.
Yeah, if you watch the watch-along, Liam's reaction to Raven is just pure ecstasy.
I threw my hands up in the air, and I didn't know what to do with them, so I just kept them up there.
Like, Liam is just in pure glee and elation for just the remainder of that watch along and just the entire outro. He's just so happy that Raven has showed up, because I was actually quite upset. If you go and listen to the watch along, there's a period where you notice a Raven sign in the crowd, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to reveal the surprise that Raven shows up at the end of the show, so I tried to play it coy, and thankfully you didn't catch on.
Yeah, Raven, as a kid, Raven was one of my favorite wrestlers, so I was very excited to see his debut, and he looked like a fucking killer.
Yeah, like, these shows are just desperately in need of stars, because like when BG James is one of like the most well-known big name acts, you so badly need somebody new, and that somebody new is Raven, who's a good wrestler and probably even more importantly a great promo and has star value and has a name and can do the right kind of match in the TNA environment. He's exactly the kind of wrestler TNA needed at that. Obviously, like, if they could get Kurt Angle here, it would be even better. But for realistically, who TNA could pull, who TNA could afford, and who would be willing to go to TNA, like, Raven is the perfect wrestler for them at this stage.
And just going on to the last show for a second, the Raven-Jarrett feud feels like the biggest thing this company's ever done.
Oh, far and away, and it does over the months develop into like the biggest match in company history by the time they do it. Like, it's a world title match. Like, to be fair to the Killings and Jarrett title match back in 2002, like, that felt like a big title match. It felt like a big deal by the time they actually got to doing it. And like, a lot of the other the title matches on these shows are absolutely terrible. It's just Jarrett defending against freaking John Harris, Daniels, and BG James. Nobody wants to see that. So when you do get to the Jarrett and Raven match, it's like, oh, this is like a real challenger taking it to Jarrett, an actual guy who could beat him, instead of a guy who you have no faith whatsoever in beating him.
Also, for like the first time, it really feels like two stars relatively in their primes fighting in the main event.
Yeah, because say, like, Ron Killings, as we mentioned on the Patreon show where we gave out awards, breakout star of 2002 easily. But I don't think anybody considered him a main event star, even at that stage. Even now, in like early 2003, he slipped firmly back at the mid-card. Like, he eats a loss to, was it Flair or Sanders he lost to on these shows? He lost to one of them.
Sanders.
Yeah, he's lost to Sanders. And fair enough, it's via botch interference from Jerry Lane, but he's still getting pinned by Mike Sanders. So, like, that tells you how quickly Killings has been downcycled, and how probably unfairly Killings has been downcycled. But you do have Raven, who feels like the second he shows up, like, he shows up at the end of the third show of the month on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 29, January 22nd. Like, Jarrett's just defended the belt. Raven shows up, drops him with the even flow, steals the belt, crowd goes nuts. He looks really cool with the jacket and the hair, and he hits his pose. And it does feel like a cool moment.
I already have one criticism of the Raven stuff, though.
Oh, no.
A, he should have kept that look. It's much better than his look that he ends up going with. And B, his first thing that he did on his first real night was get beat up by Jeff Jarrett and saved by Vince Russo.
Yeah, so the next night he comes out, or the next week on the January 29th pay-per-view, he comes out, he does his promo how he wants to win the belt with some of your favorite lines in TNA history.
I want to urinate in Jeff Jarrett's bone marrow.
Which would take quite a bit of effort to get all the way through to the bone marrow to piss in it.
It's also really funny that, like, well, I assume he would murder him first and then chop him into pieces and piss in his bone marrow.
I think you would have thought about this.
I mean, I broke down the psychology of the line, what can I say? And then, more interestingly, it's like, he starts this off and he's over as hell. And the whole, like, asylum is chanting rave, right? And then he just immediately goes into the "you people" promo. But he gets them to turn on him, which I guess is the point. But it just feels like a waste of a star to not use that initial hype and to turn him straight away.
And if you think about it, like, Jarrett was a heel, but the sex stuff turned Jarrett babyface. Whereas, like, if Jarrett was a heel and you had babyface Raven coming in, I think that dynamic is so much better.
But I also think you could have played, like, I know you're doing it with AJ right now, but I think you could have done a more blatant playing both sides character with Raven. And I think that would have been better because it would have kept him as, like, a tweener leaning babyface, which I think there's a lot more money in than straight up just heel Raven coming in. Especially as, you know, when you're so desperate for stars, when the only one you really have is Jarrett.
Yeah, and I think it does go back to the thing you mentioned where it's like they're already doing, like, 3 different people, like, flirting with joining sex or maybe not joining sex. So when you introduce Raven to be the next person to do that, it's like, all right, like, you did it with Jorge, you did it with AJ, and you even did it with Percy Pringle. So
yeah, but my argument would be, I think it would be better to use it as Raven is using sex as opposed to sex is using Raven. Like, he's using these guys to get his rocks off. The joke was right there. No, he's using these guys to get the title, but he's not really with them.
yeah. So we'll talk more about Raven when we get into these shows. Actually, we probably won't. We mostly talked about what he did anyway. But TNA officials are interested in using Terry Funk, but his asking price is more than they are willing to pay at this point, according to the Wrestling Observer.
That's dumb. I wish we got some Funk stuff in this.
Because Funk is the ultimate.
Well,
there's a Punk versus Colt Cabana match on one of these shows, but
yeah, I'm hoping that it's taped because I really want to watch it.
I don't think we can find it. I think we have gone looking for it, and I don't think we've found it yet.
Because Tenay did mention on the second show of the month that Explosion was getting in talks to be syndicated in the US, so maybe it's out there somewhere.
Someone has a tape of this Punk and Cabana match. If you do have a tape of Punk versus Cabana on Explosion from 03, please send us the video.
Yeah, I will download all your sketchy links. Is there a US ditch that I don't know about?
And the other fun thing, Wrestling Observer Awards came out, and I quite enjoyed that of the 8 most disgusting promotional tactic winners or votes getters, TNA had 3 of them.
WWE had 4.
That's true. The winner was Katie Vick.
By the way, I'd argue that the Katie Vick necrophilia one is by far, like, is number 5 compared to some of the other ones on here.
Yeah, you're WWE with HLA. The weirdest one, New Japan using Joni Lawler going over men. You really?
I'm cancelling the Wrestling Observer readers.
For not liking Joni Lawler, not liking China winning some matches in New Japan.
Okay, so I'm going to say right now, right, the 9/11 anniversary one is worse than the Katie Vick necrophilia angle.
Mm-hmm.
The TNA using race for heat is worse.
Yep.
The Owen Hart segment is worse.
Yep.
The gay bashing is worse. Mm-hmm. So I think, like, the Katie Vick thing is, like, the 5th worst thing on this.
Also, like, number 7, WWE giving the title to Hogan. Which is like...
That's just you not liking the booking.
Yeah.
It's not the most disgusting promotional tactic.
Like, this is pre-Hogan being outed as a horrible racist as well.
By, like, decades.
Yeah, so you can't even claim that.
Yeah, so, like, yeah, and I get, like, it's a stupid, shitty angle, but, like, there's so much, like, actual real-world worse things than that. Like, Katie Vick isn't a real person.
No, it's not actual necrophilia.
Like, if Katie Vick was a real person who was living and breathing and then died, then yes, it'd be number 1. But it's like, it's a fake person that didn't exist.
So, TNA won a lot more negative awards than they did positive, though Styles and Lynn got some votes for Best Feud of the Year. Probably to your objections, but...
I mean, it's probably the best feud that happened, sure.
You were just sick of seeing it by the end of the month. Or the end of the year.
Yeah, I was burnt out on it. It's like when we'd book TW and after like 5 times of you booking the same singles match, they would yell at you.
It's like, stop it.
And you're like, no, I want to book Ray and AJ again.
Every week. We're doing a best of 7 series. It makes sense in the story. Alright, that brings us to broad topics, of which the first one is just sex. There's so much sex on these shows.
It's a heavy sex show.
So the biggest feud of the month, as we mentioned, is Vince Russo versus Mike Tenay.
And it kind of rules?
Like, Mike Tenay is the biggest babyface here in our 2003 NWA-TNA.
Everyone's shouting at him.
Everyone's mad at him. There's a segment where Mike Sanders shows up and just grabs Mike Tenay by, like, the throat at the announce desk. It's like, geez, cool your jets, Mike Sanders.
I miss you, Mike.
So we have, like, the month starts with Tenay doing that big rallying cry, being like, everyone should stand up for the NWA, while Killings, Lynn, and AMW are his big soldiers. Then, in typical TNA fashion, Killings, Lynn, and AMW spend the month losing their matches to sex.
Well, we're establishing sex, you know what I mean?
Gotta get over David Flair.
And his mysterious bag.
We talked in depth already about the Mike Tenay Vince Russo interview, which is probably the most notable thing, as you mentioned, coming out of this month, and it's the thing you should probably seek out. And then the other really big notable Mike Tenay segment, as this is, as mentioned, very big night Mike Tenay month, is Tony Schiavone shows up, Liam.
And he's awful? Like, not he delivers his lines bad, like, he's a bad guy?
Tony Schiavone here in 2003 NWA-TNA is a misogynist heel.
I have to ask you a question, Gary.
Okay.
These are like your two favorite guys right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tenay and Tony Schiavone.
Love them both.
How do you feel about them being combative against each other?
What I will give to Schiavone is I actually think he was pretty good.
Yeah, that's the thing though, because like, I think there is a certain level of dickishness in Schiavone that is real.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think he is actually, at some point, especially at this point with his, like, how much he didn't like wrestling, he is kind of a crotchety cunt. And I mean that in the most endearing way I can possibly say it. Like, that's just kind of what Tony Schiavone is at this point, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
to see it, like, come out as a character is pretty interesting. Because, like, you get the impression from, like, you know, like, if you ever watch or listen to the AEW podcast they do, like, that dude is kind of like, he's kind of a crotchety, like, hitting you with some, like, jabs every now and again kind of guy. Like, he's a pretty
secretly sassy, I believe, is the words you're looking for.
Exactly, thank you. He's a sassy dude, and I think it's cool that we get to see a tremendous shirt on the man, too.
Yeah, there's a note in PW Torch. Most in the company are under the impression that Schiavone was not asked to dress the way he did, but rather, he showed up in that entire.
Fuck yes.
He's just like, TNA, Hawaiian shirt.
How do you feel about your two announcer guys competing against each other?
Well, it's deeply upsetting to see them hate each other this way. They shouldn't be this mad at each other. Mike Tenay and Tony Schiavone should be best pals. And I'm watching 97 Nitro, where, like, the announce team for the second half of that show on Nitro is Schiavone, Brain, and Tenay. Great announce team. So good together as a trio. They serve, like, every role you could possibly want. So yeah, it does upset me to see them at each other's throats. So yeah, this segment, Goldilocks comes out interviewing Percy Pringle, who will talk more about Percy Pringle in a second, because he also had a month.
Very weird month for old Percy.
Yeah, so Tony Schiavone comes out to interrupt them. He calls Goldilocks horrible names. He makes a Goldilocks and Three Bears, who's been sleeping in my bed joke, which I respect the wordplay despite the horrible misogyny. Which, that's really the state of TNA. It's like, you know what, Vince Russo? I respect the delivery despite the horrible content.
And then he mentioned that he has these two kids at home, and I was like, aha, it's the one that gets beat up.
Oh yeah, there you go. This is the long-term storytelling. So yeah, he calls Percy Pringle fat. He's very mean to both of these people. Then Mike Tenay eventually interrupts him, because the whole idea here is that Mike Tenay's teasing through the show that, like, a former associate of mine is coming here to defend the honor of the NWA. Then Schiavone shows up dressed in a Hawaiian shirt, burying everything that moves.
He kind of, like, comes in dressed as Ed Ferrara.
He does. He showed up backstage, and it's like, oh, I didn't bring anything to wear out there out in front. It's like, well, we have the leftover Ed Ferrara costume. Would you like that?
And he's like, yes.
It's like, can I add the dreadlocks?
No.
So yeah, him and Tenay go back and forth with this promo about how, oh, you know, Schiavone thought that TNA would be the big opportunity for him to get back in the business. But then Tenay was like, oh, I don't want you working here. He buried him backstage and all this stuff about WCW and how they traveled on the road. And it's the classic inside baseball stories you've never heard. These two characters, one of whom was never seen again, shouting at each other constantly.
Damn, Mike, why you gotta fuck up my boy Tony's return?
Yeah. Well, there was a note that this was apparently meant to set up a three-man desk with a heel Schiavone.
Ooh, that would have been cool.
But Tony Schiavone hated what he did creatively so badly he never came back.
Really, he just hated like this one segment?
Yeah, he drove back to Atlanta after the show. This is from the Wrestling Observer with Raven, Sanders, Russo, and maybe Gilberti. And Schiavone told them he thought he was terrible playing heel. He wanted no part of coming back. They were trying to pump him up and say he did well, but he didn't change his tune for the rest of the trip. And basically, JB reported that in his TNA report on the website as well. So apparently, like, Schiavone just thought he sucked, which actually I didn't think he did.
I don't think that's true at all. I think he was like you know, the lines are dated, but as far as like just a guy coming in and playing heel, I thought he kind of killed it.
Yeah, I thought his delivery was very good.
I'm glad that Schiavone's back though, huh? 2021.
Of course, very famously, if you remember, in the AEW ads on Impact, Schiavone's line that I did one night in TNA and quit the business for 18 years.
Yeah.
This was the one night in TNA.
Wow.
We do have some other Schiavone stuff in the show, my favorite part of which is after Kid Cash and Trinity defeated Sonny Siaki and Desire, Schiavone's doing an interview in the ring with Sonny Siaki, and Siaki's facing the crowd, and Schiavone's like, face the hard camera, kid, and turns him around. Who needs developmental when you got Tony Schiavone to show people where the hard camera is?
Old Schiavone.
So yeah, that's our Mike Tenay content for the month. As we said, the biggest babyface on this show is Mike Tenay. It's not even close.
Oh, we forgot to mention the bit where he just got up and left the desk to go pump Jeff Jarrett up before a main event.
After the Dustin Kickoff thing, he's like, "Oh, I gotta fire up Jeff Jarrett." So he just goes backstage, gives Jeff Jarrett a pep talk, and Jarrett just kind of blows him off.
He was like one step away from slapping him in the face.
Mike is here to boost you up, Jeff. You should listen to him. He should be your hero.
Hey, well, he had to go fight 3 people at once, so
I wish Mike Tenay would give us a pep talk.
maybe one day, huh? I like to imagine that, like, because you know how like Tenay's been very critical of AEW.
Well, has he?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Financial stuff mostly, but I like to imagine it's all just a continuation of the feud with Tony Schiavone.
He's getting his revenge. Yeah, because, yeah, it's the opposite now, where, like, Schiavone is like, oh, this Mike Tenay guy, he can't come to AEW.
Yeah! That should be it.
But the people just think that, because anytime Dave says something bad about AEW, they just think Tenay's in his ear.
You're just echoing Tenay's thoughts.
Because Tenay's only done one interview, I think, where he's talked about AEW, which was, I think, back in 2020, where he did some Hall of Fame stuff and they touched on AEW, and I think he just didn't like the violence stuff in AEW.
All right, well, Tenay, open invitation to come talk about AEW on the show.
Or TNA if you want.
Or both. I mean, I guess we can talk about TNA as well. We can talk about this Tony Schiavone segment.
So, as we mentioned, there were also Percy Pringle moments on the show. So Paul Bearer has had a grand old time. He starts the month doing an interview where he talks about like the history of his career and what he might be doing in TNA, teasing he might be managing somebody. Then the next week, after the Mike Tenay interview, Vince Russo comes out and cuts a promo before he's interrupted by Percy Pringle. Percy Pringle says that he would like to join sex. He has seen the error of his ways. Vince Russo is right. Sports entertainment is the way to go.
To be fair, he was always playing the field. He was always going, well, you know, I like some things about the classical wrestling, but, you know, I got very big in a sports entertainment environment. So he was playing both sides in that interview with Tenay. So it wasn't like a complete swerve for him to be like, I want to join up with SEX.
So yeah, he has chosen sex. He would like to be friends with sex. Until they say, no, we don't want you, and beat the living shit out of him.
Yeah, no, they fuck him up.
Yeah, he's bleeding. He's like it's probably the biggest blade job in TNA history. And there's been some pretty big blade jobs already in TNA history, but like he's just dripping blood all over the steps. It's a nasty blade job. Ugh. Jorge Estrada tries to save him and gets his ass kicked too, which I think you didn't even notice.
Now that I'm remembering it, I think I was just so enamored by the segment and Percy just bleeding like fucking everywhere that I forgot about the Jorge run-in.
I am skeptical about this sex group with Glenn Gilberti and David Flair and Mike Sanders. That suddenly they're like, nah, Paul Bearer, we don't want you. We have standards.
Well, you know, Mike Sanders cutting promos, what can I say?
Yeah, very strange segment. Then he comes back later in the week or month to be demeaned by Tony Schiavone. So it's not a great month for Percy Pringle here in TNA.
Listen, it's not the best.
The other big sex thing going on, Jarrett is also feuding with Sex, as we mentioned, so he spends the month just beating all of Sex by himself, 3-on-1 mostly.
Yeah, there was some cool stuff that came out of it though. Like, we got to see some brief instances of some decent one-on-ones with Daniels and Key and and Elix Skipper falling on his own head.
Oh god, yeah. So on the first show of the month, January 8th, there's a It's technically a series of 3 matches. It's not a gauntlet because Jarrett would be wrestling 3 men regardless of whether he won or lost. So he wrestles all 3 members of Triple X back to back. He beats Daniels, then he wrestles Skipper, and Skipper tries to do the thing where he runs into the ropes and you do the arms over the ropes and you fake doing a dive and you fake the guy out. Except he got caught and just fell on his head.
It looked rough.
It looked real bad. But those matches were boring.
This is a hell of a month. People landing on their head.
Oh yeah, because later there's a Jorge match where he does a dive. I think that's the red match.
Disgusting.
Where it legitimately looks like he might have ended his career doing that dive.
On the next show, he lost 85% of the volume in his hair, and I imagine it had to be removed.
He just lost it in the dive.
Yeah. It fell off when he hit the ground with his forehead.
Not a good week or month even for people just dropping themselves right in their head and potentially nearly ending
Even
their
Key
careers.
was messing up some stuff in his stuff too. It was a rough one.
That's what I mean. This month for wrestling, it's just so bad. Even the good wrestlers were bad this month.
Even AJ had some rough times, but I suppose AJ and Zbyszko was legitimately the best series of the whole month.
Because you do mention these Daniel, Skipper, and Loki matches, and they're no good. They're so dull.
I hate the last 2, but I like the Daniels one.
Yeah, so after that match, Sex attacks Jarrett and company before Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, makes his TNA debut.
Oh my god.
This is a big month. There's so many debuts this month.
So was last month. That just seems to be the ethos of the company.
Yeah, there's people showing up left, right, and center. 2 or 3 people surprise us every week. So Dusty Rhodes main events the next show. Announced main event was Triple X against the team of the Road Warriors and Jeff Jarrett, which I'm not sure why Jarrett needed the Road Warriors given he beat all of Triple X himself the week before.
Because it would have been 3-on-1 this time, Garrett.
So there's a promo in the middle of the show where Dusty Rhodes comes out and he starts cutting this promo about how would you rather have Flair wrestle Steamboat or would you rather have a midget jerk off in a trash can?
I don't know, Puppet's pretty great.
Which, by the way, funny to go back to the denying Vince Russo's involvement in the company watch, where during that period we were like, Russo has nothing to do with any of this, and now Dusty Rhodes is here on a 2003 show citing that as an example of why Vince Russo shouldn't be involved in wrestling.
As they're saying it, still, about different things.
Yeah.
It's we can't trust this company.
I think this is the very month where I think the facade begins to drop because Jerry's more or less out of power. The creative is running through Jarrett by all accounts, which is the reason you see a lot more Russo ideas on the show because Jarrett, or Jeff even, I should have to specify, they're both named Jarrett. Jeff is having more of the final say over Jerry, so that's the reason you're seeing more and more Vince Russo ideas on these shows. But as we were talking about, Dusty doing that promo where he's talking about would you rather have these traditional wrestling icons or would you rather have this sports entertainment, they go face to face. This will never make sense to me. This is weekly pay-per-view. We've talked about this before, where if you're setting anything up on weekly pay-per-view, it should always be for the following week because people have already bought the pay-per-view. So people don't know that Vince Russo and Dusty Rhodes are going to be wrestling on this pay-per-view until into the second hour. It's fine on a TV show. People can just change the channel. Nobody's going to be like, oh God, I just found out that Vince Russo and Dusty Rhodes are wrestling on this show. I'm going to buy the pay-per-view.
Gotta call my pay-per-view provider.
Yeah, dial up DirecTV to desperately get in that last second order. That's not how anybody is going to operate. So, I'll never understand why they do this, where they, and that's a pretty big main event. Russo and Triple X against Dusty Rhodes, the Road Warriors, and Jeff Jarrett is your 8-man tag team main event, with the stipulation that if Team Russo wins, Russo could pick all the challengers for the titles the following week. That's a big stipulation. That's a big match. And they just don't advertise it. They just make the match and do the match in the same night. That makes no sense.
I'll tell you right now, it's because Russo thinks they're booking TV. He literally Freudian slipped and said TV one week.
Yeah, these shows, they're entirely booked as television, top to bottom. They're just TV shows.
Which is why it doesn't work. I honestly don't even think the monthly pay-per-view model is necessarily bad. I don't think it works in this era, but perhaps it could work in another. But no one's booking it in a way that's conducive to that system. It's all being treated as if it was TV, which is not how it should work.
Yeah, the idea of booking a weekly pay-per-view, the philosophy behind that is fundamentally different than booking weekly television. You have to have entirely different ideas, entirely different philosophies, entirely different ways of doing things, because you have to give people their $10 value for money every single week. You can't just be like, this is a setup show. You're asking people for $10. You can't give them a setup show for $10.
Yeah, it's rough.
So yeah, that brings us to the main event, which there's a lot of star power in that main event. You have, well, mostly on the other side, you have Dusty, the Road Warriors, and Jarrett as a tag team. The Road Warriors' only TNA match as a team. I thought the match was pretty disappointing. There wasn't much to it.
I liked it, but I think I just liked it because I like seeing these guys interact with each other. I like seeing Dusty and the Road Warriors doing stuff with Loki and Christopher Daniels, you know?
My favorite, like, weird Road Warriors interaction was at the end of the January 8th show, where the Road Warriors do a run-in to try and save Jarrett, until Styles shows up and just lays out both of the Road Warriors by himself.
What can you say? He's a heavyweight now.
That's true. He hits Animal with a missile dropkick, hits Hawk with an Enziguri, and he's just standing tall, having laid out the Road Warriors 1-on-2.
I can't believe they agreed to that.
Yeah, it is fun to see these guys. There was a fun Road Warriors interview on this very show as well, where the most notable thing for me is as Animal's cutting his promo and Goldilocks has the microphone in his face, the spike on the shoulder pad of Animal constantly like stabbing Goldilocks in the face, and she's
like, ah, fucking...
she's trying to swat it out of the way. It's very enjoyable.
Goldie's facial expressions have always been a true peak of this show.
It's funny, every week I haven't put them in because they just feel like, you know, gossip, but every couple of weeks in like the PW Torch there's this story, like a story about how Goldilocks has heat again because people think she doesn't understand the business or she's going into business for herself. It's like, she's really good on these shows, leave her alone.
Well, you know what it is, it's just like anyone who gets over that they didn't deem worthy to get over.
Also, Goldilocks got a concussion on one of these shows.
Yeah, Goldie's taking bumps and shit. Fuck off.
Yeah, you leave Goldie alone. But that match ends when Mr. Wrestling 4, who was introduced earlier in the show, comes out, attacks Dusty, and reveals himself to be Nikita Koloff.
By God. I was like, oh my God, it's some guy.
Not a big fan of 80s NWA, Liam?
That didn't exist. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, everything that happened before you were born just didn't happen?
No, the early 90s it happened.
Okay, so everything that happened 5 years before you were born or earlier didn't happen.
Yep.
Oh, fair enough.
Kabashi's young boy trial run happened, obviously. Mm-hmm. But, you know, everything before that.
Fake news.
Basically.
So the following week, Dusty and Nikita Koloff tried to reconcile because they used to be a tag team in the 80s, the Superpowers, during the... It
was a badass segment, though, wasn't it? It was a badass fucking segment.
Because, like, during the heat of the Cold War, you had the Russian character, like the American Dream and the Russian Nightmare, coming together to form the Superpowers, to put the political differences aside and become a team. Cody would be very proud of all those political differences being put aside. But that's where he got the ideas.
Should have done that with Anthony Ogogo.
Yeah, they should have put their political differences aside. That's true. But yeah,
finally, the British and the Americans coming together like everyone is ecstatic for.
Yay!
The two best countries.
So yeah, Dusty invites Nikita Koloff out. It's like, stand up on the announce table so I can look at you eye to eye, and he cuts this promo about how we were once friends and pals, and you should be on the side of tradition because that's where you came from. And we're still like not certain of where like Nikita Koloff's loyalties lie. We're not sure, does he just have issues with Dusty? Again, this is the same story they told with AJ, and the same story they kind of told with Raven, and even like it's kind of with Percy Pringle. There's just a lot of people playing both sides here. But Nikita Koloff, we don't know, is it just a Dusty issue he has, or has he joined sex?
He's never coming back. I don't know how. He's never showing up again.
You will be pleased to know this one gets a payoff.
By God.
So you can look forward to that. I'm not sure it's in February, but I think it's in February, but I can't say for certain. Because like so much of this stuff doesn't get payoffs, because you get that Schiavone segment where he comes out, he cuts this promo on Mike Tenay, and they seem like they're going somewhere. And that's Tony Schiavone's only appearance on Impact until 2020 when he shows up as part of AEW on an ad with Tony Khan. So like he disappears off this show for literally 18 years and then pops up again. And so many of the people on these shows just show up and they disappear. Like the Rock and Roll Express, who we'll talk about in a minute, show up and disappear. So many people.
They show up and put over AMW and leave, you know?
They definitely put over AMW. So Jarrett, going back to his feud with Sex, in the main event of the January 22nd show, he defeats Don Harris, BG James, and Christopher Daniels in a 3-on-1 match to retain the title as when Raven debuted.
It was elimination.
Yeah.
He got fucked up in that match. Real physical. Blood everywhere, and then we get the debut of Raven.
Yeah, that match did not deserve the blade job Jeff Jarrett did for it.
Maybe it was just an excuse so that Raven could get away with the belt, you know?
That's true. He's like, oh, I'm not taking this DDT from Raven unless I'm like literally pouring blood down in the middle of the ring. And then last show of the month, Jarrett kind of pivoted away from sex toward Raven, which I guess is still currently a sex feud at the moment, but where he's feuding over the belt. Raven steals his belt, Jarrett gets his belt back, Styles steals the belt off Raven again to end the month.
Do we have any knowledge base on when about the TNA Raven deal came about?
Well, like, his WWE contract expired on January 20th, and he showed up in TNA on January 22nd.
Yeah, but you don't think, like, they were talking before that to be like, hey, once your contract's up, we coming in, planning this? Do you think it was like a last minute, oh, Raven's free, let's get Raven in kind of thing?
I'd say a bit of both, because I'd say they put feelers out to people, and because I remember reading anything about Raven being a guy they were negotiating with or interested in. And you're like, I don't think we've mentioned that at any stage on the show so far. So I feel like that's a note that would have come up either in Jerry's book or through the media at some stage, if that was a thing. But he's a welcome addition.
Kind of feels like, oh, he's available, let's get him in.
Yeah, like, oh, his contract's up. Oh, he's available now. We can literally have him like be done with WWE on a freaking Monday. Yeah, on a Monday, and a show up here on a Wednesday. That's pretty cool. Let's do it.
Yeah, because I'm curious if the original plan was to pivot straight into AJ Jeff, but then Raven came available, and they're like, we'll do this AJ Larry Zbyszko thing while we do the Raven Jeff stuff.
And that, like, they are building Raven, AJ, and Jeff, because like Raven and AJ do have a promo on the show where they drop some annoying homophobia and then brawl for a little bit.
Just a little casually, you know.
It's like, oh, we went a month without any homophobia, so we'll just throw in some, like, you're gay, isn't that funny?
Haha.
I have suggested that you look like a gay man, and that is an insult.
And the crowd goes, ooh.
Oh, 2003.
Right after they had, like, their, sixth ranked worst thing of the year was their gay bashing.
Yeah, so they're like, let's double down. I think the thing they're going for is, like, the three-way feud with Raven, AJ, and Jarrett. Like, that's the big... The world title picture at the moment.
So it does kind of feel like they were already moving in the AJ Jarrett direction, and they're like, oh, we have Raven, let's just put him in there too.
Yeah, and those are three pretty good people you can build your world title scene around.
Well, they're the three only people, so...
Alright, that's everything to do with Jarrett and sex for the month.
Thank God.
The other recurring sex feud through the month was Jerry Lynn and Ron Killings feuding with David Flair and Mike Sanders.
Yeah, but, like, is there really much to say about this?
It's mostly that it's really bad. They have a lot of really bad matches up and down these shows. And they're not even bad. It's not like it's like, oh, they're sloppy or they fall apart. It's just they're
just dull.
They're criminally boring.
Yeah.
The big thing is that...
With some really bad finishes, too.
Like oh god, in the last show of the month, like, when you get the Lynn against Flair match, where, oh, Killings interferes to accidentally cost Lynn the match. Then you get the Killings against Sanders match. It's like, oh, Lynn interferes to accidentally cost Killings the match.
That one, I don't even know if that one was accidental. That one just seemed blatant.
Lynn, it's a receipt, is it?
Yeah, like he just went and got the bag, like he was gonna fucking womp Killings with it.
But then Killings was like, you're gonna womp me with this bag? We should explain, David Flair has a sack. He has a burlap sack with a thing in it. We don't know what the thing is, but he's using it to win his matches.
I'm terribly concerned that we're never gonna find out what the thing is.
To be fair, that one also gets a payoff, so...
Thank God. You know what I originally thought? I was like, it's gonna be like a crowbar. That was my guess. And then I was like, wait, no, it's like a picture frame.
It feels like it's a cookie sheet. The way, like, the sound it makes when he hits people with it, it sounds like a cookie sheet.
Yeah, but, like, is the payoff gonna be that it was a cookie sheet? You know what I mean? Like, it may have been a cookie sheet the entire time, but, like, he'll whip it out and it'll be the WCW US title.
So I think that's everything sex related, at least without going into the individual divisions, which has more sex related stuff.
Yeah. So I'm tired of sex.
Yeah, there are, as we mentioned, tons of debuts and returns across these shows. Like Larry Zbyszko debuts, Mike Sanders debuts, Dusty Rhodes debuts, Raven debuts, Nikita Koloff debuts, the Rock and Roll Express debut, Tony Schiavone debuts, and then Conan and Disco return to the company. So, like, there's a lot of people showing up.
That seems to be the ethos. Like, we may not be able to do good storylines, but we can sure have people show up for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we can get Schiavone, and it'll be interesting for a moment, and you'll never see him again. And we can get the Rock and Roll Express. Let's talk about the Rock and Roll Express, because we're going to pivot to the tag teams.
Yeah.
And not a great tag team month, even though the two best matches of the month are tag team matches with AMW. But again, it feels like the tag division has gone back after having a pretty good December with those AMW New Church matches and all that. They've taken a backseat. Even though, as I mentioned, AMW against New Church, which is their big blow-off, where AMW regained the World Tag Team titles on the January 8th show, in a match where they threw literally every single like shortcut and gimmick and near fall and interference spot and spike, anything they could think of they did, and it kind of ruled.
Yeah, like, this is kind of what you wanted for their blow-off, though, right? Like, short of a First Blood match, which is the perfect blow-off, this is what you want.
You just want these two teams to go out there and do all of the plunder and all of the debauchery and all of the belladonna and James Mitchell and spike and interference spots you can think of in a match where apparently Slash legitimately lost a tooth. So, like, they did go hard. Like, I love this match. I thought this match absolutely ruled. I thought it was easily the best of the AMW New Church matches.
I don't know if it's my favorite of the matches, but it might be. I want to rewatch it, actually. Because I feel like I think I got distracted during it or something, because I remember liking it, but I don't remember a lot about it. I'll revisit it in a minute, but yeah, just these two teams just have good chemistry together, and it's like a chaotic chemistry too, where they just beat the hell out of each other. It also kind of feels like we might be riding off the New Church. So
well, no, they show up at the end of the month.
Do they? In what?
Remember they do the match between the Rock and Roll Express and AMW, and then New Church come out. After?
Oh yes, they show up as like one of the many things that happen in that fucking match.
Yeah, and they do like 5 things before the show ends. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a billion things going on at that point.
But they come out and they start attacking Skipper.
Yeah, as friends.
The reason they're attacking Skipper is because AMW lost the World Tag Team titles to XXX on the January 22nd show. They only held the belts for 2 weeks. They had a match against Divine Storm in between, which... cool. But yeah, XXX, the team of Loki and Skipper won the tag titles. Apparently Loki was surprised that he won the tag titles because he was going on a Japan tour, and you're like, you're going to put the tag titles on me? Alright.
And they're like, yeah, but there's 3 of them.
Yeah, we can have Daniels when one of you aren't there.
It seems like an odd choice to put Key in that position, but I guess they didn't want Jarrett to pin him.
And yeah, they had Jarrett Daniels in the main event. Yeah, so...
yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting choice, but...
like, the regular team of XXX would go on to be Daniels and Skipper, but... yeah, here I guess they chose Daniels to be the guy in the main event, so it was Loki was the guy that got the tag team title win.
To be fair, I think Daniels is the one of all of 3 of them that needs the most establishment at this point, because like Skipper and Key have been on these shows basically from the beginning, but Daniels like fell off.
And basically, anytime Daniels is on these shows, he loses. So
yeah, so but like at least putting him in there in a big spot with Jarrett is going to get people starting to associate Daniels with that kind of position, which is. I think a necessary re-establishment for the character.
This is not the last. We will talk about AMW and XXX, Liam.
Nah, I think that's it.
They're wrestling. It's a one and done.
Obviously, they're going to XXX and the Disciples, so...
never coming back to AMW.
Yeah, AMW's got to finish up their feud with the Rock and Roll Express.
Of course. But yeah, this is the beginning of one of the most storied rivalries in the Asylum area of TNA and beyond. So you can look forward to a lot more XXX AMW talk in the future.
Isn't the big blow-off match your favorite TNA match?
Yes, the Turning Point 2004 match is, according to me, the best match in TNA history.
Wow. I'll look forward to saying it was a solid 3.5.
I'll fight you. I would go to Australia to punch you in the face. They'll arrest me for punching you in the face and violating lockdown, but I'll do it anyway.
No, they won't. There's a lot of punching in the face and violating lockdown going right now.
Oh, no, I don't want to be in the boat with those people.
Yeah, you are.
And then the final tag team match of the month, where the Rock and Roll Express show up, and you're like, whoa!
Okay, so this is really interesting, because I was watching the match where they show up, right, and beat up AMW. As I was watching it, I was going, man, AMW feel like a really old school tag team. I wish they could face, like, the Rock and Roll Express. And then, immediately after I said that, the Rock and Roll Express rolled into the fucking ring, and I was like, am I a god? Do I just wish things to happen and they happen?
But did you not have any idea that they showed up in TNA at this point?
No! I had no clue that they ever showed up.
Well...
but it was just funny, like, out of all the times of watching AMW, this is the time where I said to myself, oh man, them and the Rock and Roll Express would be cool.
Well, you got it. Maybe not in the way you wanted, but you got it.
So, yeah, let's break down this feud.
So, yeah, Rock and Roll Express come out to save AMW from a sex attack, and then turn heel immediately.
Swivel the hips, baby.
Swivel the hips. It's a swerve. They hit AMW with the chairs. Then they pull off their t-shirts to reveal sex shirts. And there you are. Yeah. AMW versus heel Rock and Roll Express is your tag team feud.
We should have known that they were going to rip off the shirts when the shirts were like half cut already. And one of them was back to front.
That's the big tell, isn't it?
Yeah. What did you think of AMW's t-shirt and headband combination that they were rocking on one of these shows?
Honestly, it makes them look like wholesome, regular, old school baby faces, and I love it.
Yeah, right? I think that's what started spurning the old school idea in my head as I was watching it.
Yeah, Rock and Roll Express. They looked real bad in this tag team match.
Yeah. They look better now.
I was gonna say, that's my big takeaway. Like, 2019 Rock and Roll Express doing, like, New Japan matches with Tanahashi looked way better than 2002 Rock and Roll Express 17 years earlier.
I think it might have just been, now they know what they want to be. And back then they were still trying to be what they were.
And of course, dreadfully miscast as heels. Like, these guys are the most natural baby faces in, like, the history of wrestling.
Yeah, why didn't bring in Midnight? What the fuck?
The actual heel team.
Why didn't you do Midnight versus AMW?
We will get a Bobby Eaton appearance in 2003.
I'm so excited. I watched a bunch of Bobby Eaton stuff after he passed, and also just old-time banger of a theme song.
Yeah, so real weird thing, this Rock and Roll Express. They don't come back. By all accounts, they weren't pleased with how bad they looked, which is fair, because they did look really bad.
I like how their whole... Like, all these guys are like, oh man, we looked like shit. We're not going to come back and fix it. It's just, we're going to leave.
Yeah, so move on. They do have another match, I think, the next month, but they don't immediately come back.
Can they fucking put over AMW before they fucking leave?
Well, you can wait until 2016 when they appear in Tag Team Apocalypto.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
I remember that.
their most recent TNA match.
For now.
We had some other small tag team stuff, like SATs at a 6-man tag, but that was the only Maximo's appearance of the month.
I'm worried about my boys, the Maximos.
Yeah.
I'm so worried.
Because, like, Red has gone on a Japan tour, which is the reason, like, Red is downplayed on these months as well, or this month as well. So, like, without the Red there, they're like, we can't book the Maximals.
This is a scary month, Garrett. For all of our NWA-TNA originals.
They've been downcycled in favor of the Rock and Roll Express and Larry Zbyszko.
I'm worried.
And then the other team, basically, the only other team this month is Divine Storm, who just lose a one-off to AMW and aren't seen otherwise.
And then their manager goes to someone cooler.
Kid Cash takes their manager, so things aren't looking good for the future of Divine Storm.
The only original who came out of this month looking good was our boy David Young.
Yeah, and even then, he broke Jason Cross's hand, so...
Yeah, and?
Oh, sorry, that makes it even better in your eyes, doesn't it?
Yeah, isn't that sweet fucking spine buster?
That does pivot us onto the X Division, which is basically dead.
Which is why I said that. See, I set you up. We're good. We got a good dynamic here. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because most of the month's X Division stuff is built around Kid Cash and Sonny Siaki, and then they're having mixed tag team matches.
Oh, Vince Russo!
So it's shock of all shocks. The month of TNA in which the worst wrestling is in the ring is the month in which the X Division is featured least. And like we have reached a stage where like Styles has moved heavyweight, Lynn is doing the thing with David Flair and frickin' Mike Sanders, Loki is doing tag team stuff. So like the three guys who are the pinnacles or the pillars of the X Division for the first 6 months of TNA have all moved on to things outside the X Division. And it's not even that the people that are left in the X Division are bad, because I think Cash and Siaki are fine. It's just there's pretty much nobody else. Oh, sorry, there's a Tony Mamaluke match as well.
I was going to say, I almost forgot to do the giant payoff to the Tony Mamaluke teasers.
Oh, yeah. So David Young and Tony Mamaluke defeat Easy Money and Kid Cash on the January 8th show. And you want to talk a lot about Tony Mamaluke's theme song.
He has the Main Event Mafia theme.
To be fair, I think it's just the Godfather theme ripoff, which the Main Event Mafia theme is also a ripoff of. But yes.
No, I listened to them back to back. That is a proto version of the Main Event Mafia theme.
Because the Main Event Mafia theme is also a ripoff of the Godfather theme.
Yeah, fine, okay. But all I'm saying is, for the Main Event Mafia theme, they went back into the catalog and they found that Tony Mamaluke theme, and they're like, all right, we gotta zoosh this up a bit, but this is it. Because it's the same song. It is the same song.
What's the name of the dude from NXT? The Italian dude?
Oh, Tony D'Angelo.
This should be his theme song.
Of course, yes. Just imagine the tweets I can make about that at that point.
And this is Easy Money's final proper match. He's on a couple of explosions after this.
Boo! Why are they ruining this company now?
All the good wrestlers, everybody you like is gone.
At least they had the Australia episode. That kind of saved it.
Yeah, Easy Money, this is probably the last we'll mention his name on this here podcast.
What's his last appearance? You've been saying everyone's last appearances. Did he make a random one-off at some point?
No, he does a couple explosions, so we won't probably talk about him.
Oh, well, R.I.P. to Easy Man. You think he would have been a sex candidate for sure?
Yeah.
Come on, Mike Sanders. You're meant to be recruiting.
Look at this guy. He's literally stripping in the ring. What more do you want for sex?
He's sex personified.
So that's the X Division. Real weak month for the X Division.
The weakest, some would say.
Yeah, which is the reason it's quite bad.
All right, let's do this weird Conan shit.
Yeah, so Conan starts showing up on the second show of the month, and then every week he shows up, hits a bunch of people with canes. Then Bert Prentice comes out, who's the co-host of Explosion and local promoter. He passed away, we mentioned recently. But it's very strange. He just comes out, he attacks people with a single cane. They are like, "Why are you here, Conan?" And he's like, "I won't tell you." But then at the end of the month, it's like, "Mike, give me an interview next week and I'll tell you, even though I don't work here, and all that ever happens is I run in, hit people with a cane, and get arrested."
Politely escorted off the venue.
So yeah, this is Conan. Conan is back.
Obviously, the prototypical beginnings of the LAX, I assume.
It does lead to actually a pretty neat angle, so we have that to look forward to. Like this angle that it leads to, I actually quite enjoy, mostly because it leads to some pretty cool cameos. But you can look forward to that in the months to come.
I'm a Conan fan. I'm excited for this.
What do you like about Conan?
He's just a cool dude, isn't he? Look at him. He goes out there. He's loud. He's charismatic. He's big. Beats people up. What more do you want from a wrestler? It's literally all of the things you want from a wrestler.
Pretty unique sense of style as well.
Yeah, I like my Conan.
There's various interesting Conan fits on these shows.
I'm looking forward to him.
So yeah, that's Conan. He's around.
Hanging
We
out.
mentioned it a couple times in passing, but the big AJ Styles story of the month is that Larry Zbyszko shows up making his TNA debut, the living legend.
And has some bangers.
Surprisingly so. As we mentioned, like Larry is 50, I think either 51 or 52 at the stage, depending on when his birthday is. He's like early 50s, and he's out there having, fair enough, he's in there with AJ, who's the best wrestler in the company. Actually, no, technically that's Jerry Lynn based on who I gave the award to. But
Excuse me, thank you. You've just admitted that I was right, but thank you. Continue.
he's in there with AJ, and he's just having good wrestling matches. And I think that's the reason like they stand out in these shows, where you get so many like David Flair style, like WCW power plant, walk and brawl, kick punch matches. And you get AJ and Larry who just go out there and like just do a bit of wrestling.
And in the watch along, we questioned whether or not he was going to try and slow AJ down to work a match, brother, or if he was going to, try and go to AJ's level. And my man went in there and he went to AJ's level as best he could, and that's remarkable in its own way. Like taking big bumps, big spills to the outside, cutting like I said before, really dynamic promos that dragged along at times, but some interesting promos from him too. And yeah, this whole Styles thing I thought was really good, and we got like peak AJ Styles cocky prick here too.
Yeah, and Larry invented the TNA kick.
Oh, it's astonishing, right?
If you're wondering where did the TNA kick come from, it's Larry Zbyszko of all people.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've seen the TNA kick.
Most people would think it's like Chris Sabin or Alex Shelley.
Yeah, Sabin would have been my guess for sure.
But no, it's Larry Zbyszko invented the TNA kick. If you don't know what the TNA kick, it's like the spinning back mule kick that you can picture like Sabin doing in your head a million times.
Yeah, if you ever watched an X Division match from like 2004 onwards, you saw several of them.
So yeah, you get these two AJ and Zbyszko matches, the premise of which is that AJ was being managed by Mortimer Plumtree. AJ is now saying he's a man by himself, but Larry Zbyszko wants to manage and guide AJ, because in the biggest lie I've ever heard in my life, he says he sees a young himself in AJ, and I'm like, they could not be two more polar opposite pro wrestlers, AJ Styles and Larry Zbyszko.
It's in that they are both white men.
Yes, that's how he sees himself in AJ Styles.
And he was once the same age as AJ.
That is statistically true.
And they both wrestle.
They were both in TNA.
There you go. Yeah, just an interesting storyline. I don't mind. Mortimer Plumtree obviously pissed off about his $100,000 investment, just saying no. Did you not sign a contract at any point?
AJ does not obey contract law.
No, actually, Mortimer said that it was a signing bonus. So there is a contract in play. He should sue AJ.
He should take him to court. He should bring in Joseph Park.
There you go.
So yeah, they have two matches. The first of which is more like Larry trying to match AJ's pace, and the second of which is just most of that second match. It's a 10-minute match where the stipulation is that if AJ cannot beat Larry twice in 10 minutes, he will have to allow Larry to be his manager. So AJ beats him once but can't beat him twice. But like most of that match is Larry just stretching AJ.
Yeah. That second one was real gnarly.
Like, just gets him out on the mat, starts doing holds, starts like stretching him in all these directions, starts yanking his leg. It's like just an old school, like grizzled, angry vet stretching a young guy. It's actually quite enjoyable.
Yeah, and which is funny because like the first match is really AJ just outclassing him and outspeeding him the whole time. So it was nice that like Larry like kind of learnt from that first match and was able to shut down AJ a lot more effectively in the second match.
And even then, still, the premise of the second match is like Larry just has to survive AJ. You know, he's not in AJ's league. He is beaten once by AJ in this 10-minute period. Like, he just has to survive AJ.
Yeah, it's a good little dynamic. Honestly, might be the best stuff from these shows for me.
Yeah, it's just good, simple wrestling that's not just guys doing worked shoots constantly.
Yeah.
There's women's wrestling on these shows, for once. Actual women's wrestling. Is it good? Probably not. Is it getting any, like, remote attention? Not really. But it's there, and they're not... Actually, no, I was going to say they're not just stripping each other, but most of the matches involve them ending up stripping each other somehow. But listen, baby steps.
Yeah, well, it's slowly getting there.
Alright, that's, I think, everything I have for broad topics coming out of this. You want to go show by show?
Yeah.
So, January 8, 2003, as you mentioned, that's the show in which the Colt Cabana CM Punk match was before. Do you have any notes from this show?
Please, if anyone has it, please. Yeah, my only big note from this match is that Hennig and David Flair had a dud of a match that I hate.
Oh, yes, indeed. And that's a very notable match because that's the final match of Curt Hennig's career.
Oh, well, now I feel like shit.
It's a real bummer of a match to go out of. Like, it's a 3-minute freaking axe handle on a pole match. Like, who cares?
When nothing happens and no one gets over and nothing is... It's just nothing. Nothing is needed about this.
Yeah, Hennig would go on to pass away on February 10th, 2003 following acute cocaine intoxication. It was stated that painkillers and steroids also contributed to his death. So, like, we mentioned this before. If you haven't watched Curt Hennig in his prime... Go and watch Curt Hennig in his prime. He's one of the best, right? You'll enjoy the heck out of him. If you've only watched Curt Hennig in NWA-TNA, you have not seen even remotely the best of Curt Hennig.
Who is that guy? Who is the guy who's only seen Curt Hennig in TNA?
I don't know. The person who only watches TNA?
Chad, if you're out there and you've only seen Curt Hennig in TNA, go watch some WWF stuff.
This show actually did open with a recap video that was over 5 minutes long. Yeah. The show, like, it's all about the happenings of sex in recent weeks, and it's where the sex theme debuted, by the way. You heard it in that recap video first before they came out. And 5 minutes. I zoned out. I was, like, doing Twitter stuff. It's like, oh, I haven't watched this show in a while. Oh, is this video package still going?
Yep.
5 minutes of video package.
It's still going to this day, fun fact.
On pay-per-view, as we mentioned. People paid $9.99 to watch this 5-minute recap package.
I guess the logic here is that they missed a week, so there may be new people.
Well, how about you hook them with something good?
Listen, it's not a good idea. I'm just giving one, okay?
I like the fact that Russo explained that he has friends in management to explain why he has entrance music.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. There's a lot of things to dislike about Russo and things that he does on this show. But I really think Russo as a character in front of the screen is like the least of the worries. I think he's a good promo. I think he is, when it comes to his own stuff, he's like, he does have a certain sense of wanting to explain things instead of just leaving threads. And that probably comes from the whole writer aspect of it. But there's some things about Russo which are legitimately good. It's just the booking that comes along with Russo.
Yeah, and you watch that Mike Tenay sit down, it's like, Vince Russo's so annoying. Like, he's a great heel. You do want to just punch him in the face.
You know, like, when he called the world title a prop, I was like, it's not a prop, it's the world bloody title. And I was like, it's like, you got me with that line. But the problem is, he actually believes that, and it's not just him saying it to get heat. If all of this was just Russo saying this to get heat, it would be perfect. But it's him saying it as a way of getting his actual thoughts about the business out.
There's a moment on the show where Sonny Siak and Desire are coming out, and Desire gets a nameplate in which she is titled Miss Sex.
Miss Sex.
She is Miss Sex, and Don West refers to her as Miss Sex, and then Mike Tenay is like, where'd you get that from? It's like, it was on her nameplate, Mike.
Well, I assume they dropped the Miss Sex thing pretty quickly.
I did like Vince Russo saying at one stage, people didn't come here to see you, people came here to see sex.
Yeah, and to be fair, the crowd cheers.
That's true. They are here to see sex. Also, like, Mike Sanders, really bad in these shows. But his debut on this show, he was wearing a very cozy looking white jumper.
I don't remember it, but I believe
it was very fluffy. It looked very comfortable. It looked very winter appropriate for this January 8th show.
Fair enough.
Ron Killings in the match with AJ did a 450 that ended up being a 450 knee drop.
Yeah, I love 450s that go a little wrong.
So if you remember, Kurt Angle famously did the 450 knee drop famously.
Or Tyler Bate getting the 450 double stomp.
Yeah, so Ron Killings invented it here first. Also, worth mentioning, this is the show where the red logo officially kicks in.
Yeah, well, you know how much I went on a giant rant about how much I love that logo, so I don't need to do it again, I don't think.
It is interesting. If you go back and watch the January 8th show, the fonts they use for like the nameplates and the titles are the most generic looking like Microsoft Word Arial font you'll ever see in your life. It takes them a little while to work out what their new production aesthetic should look like. They go for more like bold text by the end of the month.
We also get really cool new everyone doing their like 3-second poses in front of a weird background things this month. So a lot of good production changes here, I feel. And then some really bad ones where they're doing like promos backstage and it looks like someone's doing it on their phone camera.
To be fair, my favorite production in choice this month was during the main event of this show, which was Jarrett against Daniel, Skipper, and Loki in those matches. BG James was on commentary, and his mic kept cutting in and out. And I'm choosing to believe that's because they thought he was so bad they had to cut his mic.
I was gonna wait until we like got to it, but yeah, like truly, this is what made me realize that this is my least favorite wrestler. I was like, nothing about this is witty, nothing about this is funny, nothing about this is entertaining. I was like, I hate all of this. I hate it so much.
That's all the notes I have for pay-per-view number 27. You have anything?
Yeah, we got they kicked the dancers out of the locker room. So we have the official sex locker room, which explains why they always come from the crowd. I think that's a good distinction to keep the sex guys away from the rest of the roster.
There's apparently a little tunnel that they can get to like that side of the building without being seen, so that like the crowd aren't seeing them walking past every time.
That rules.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Goldilocks got a concussion. There was a brawl between Athena and Desire while Goldilocks was doing an interview, and apparently like Goldilocks took a bump, and she apparently got a concussion. And people were being really mean to them about how they were practicing and rehearsing to do that bump, and then someone got hurt. So people should be mean about people practicing and rehearsing.
Yeah, rough.
Alright, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 28, January 15, 2003. My favorite thing from this show was when they showed the title match graphics on screen, there was this sound effect that was like, bwah? Bwah! I found that far too amusing.
There's a lot of like just funny sounds that happen on this show. Like whenever the sex music hits, it's just like wah wah wah. You're like, what the fuck is that?
Actually, there was another person who nearly died. Chris Devine in the match against AMW went to do like a standard flip dive, and very nearly didn't rotate.
Yeah, that was pretty rough.
A lot of people nearly dying on these shows.
Yeah, well, and like people just doing like. Well, listen, we'll get to the Maximos match.
Oh, that match is pure chaos. Yeah, that's it. My only other note from the show, I think, is that the Road Warriors come out to Abyss's theme.
Yeah, another name to be associated with it.
So what is it? It's Monty Brown. Ace used it as well, didn't he? Ace Steel?
Yeah.
And now we have the Road Warriors before it gets to Abyss.
Now we have the Road Warriors.
And I don't think we have anything that we haven't already mentioned. Like, Siaki had a match against Cash. Like, all the matches on these shows are just absolutely boring. Yeah. As I mentioned, Jason Cross broke his hand in that match against David Young. He'll be out for about 6 weeks because he crushed his knuckle and broke his hand.
Poor Jason Cross.
There's a bunch of Armstrong family drama on these shows as well that I don't really care enough to talk about.
To be fair, I liked Scott. Mainly because he's jacked.
Yeah, there is a part of that, the 3-on-1 match with BG, Don, and Daniels against Jarrett. Part of that is Scott like losing his mind and pulling his referee shirt off and pushing BG James, and that is a good moment. I'll give you that.
Yeah. I even liked, listen, I know I just said he's my least favorite wrestler, and he still is, but his sit down where he was like bragging about all the shit he's done was pretty good.
Yeah, and he's like, DX was good, and then the roadie stuff was bad creative, and I hated it.
I liked how he's like, yeah, you know, I sold out Madison Square Garden 25 times in a row, and I got all these platinum records on my walls. And I'm like, no, you don't.
Yeah, he was the one that sold out Madison Square Garden. People came there for their New Age Outlaws match.
Also, I liked line was like, you were one of the most entertaining men in the ref. And he's like, yes, I was the most entertaining man in wrestling.
That brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 29, January 22nd, which is the one we did for the watch-along. So if you would like our deep, interesting thoughts on this as they happen, you can go to tnhad.com and subscribe on Patreon in the King of the Mountain tier to listen to our watch-along of this show. It opened with a match that was just pure chaos, which was Red in the SATs against Jimmy Yang, David Young, and Shark Boy.
We got an Acai Pele.
Yeah, like literally half of what they did didn't work, but it didn't work in a way that was actually quite amusing.
It was really tremendous stuff.
It's just chaos, absolute madness.
But that's what you want, you know?
That is what you want. Like, as I mentioned, that is the pure value of the SAT, in that they aren't always very good, but when they're not very good in a way that's quite entertaining.
Yeah.
I don't take notes for the shows we do watch-alongs for, so that's the reason I'm always light on notes for these shows. Because I take decent notes for the show while I'm going through the shows.
One of us has to.
And I don't do it for the watch-along because I want to give the Patreon audience all of my attention. There was a Roddy Piper interview. I suppose we should talk about that.
That was a real weird one. And he clearly was upset that people were upset about the Owen and stuff.
And by all accounts, he's only sending an interview in via tape because he doesn't trust going there live.
Yeah.
So, like, he's working with Portland Wrestling, which is where he's shooting this promo from. So he's talking about how Portland Wrestling might be invading, but I don't think ever do. And apparently he's booking the show. The show is like Bryan Danielson. It has Tony Kozina on it. This is that Portland Wrestling show. So there's some...
Oh, the Wheelman.
Yeah, there's some decent names. There's some names you've heard of on that Portland Wrestling show.
Can we start reviewing those shows instead?
If we could find them, maybe.
One day.
By all accounts, he did an interview first that he didn't like, and they reshot a second longer one. Given this interview was like a rambling, incoherent mess, I'd love to see the first one that they're like, no, we can't use that one.
You know, it's a rambling, incoherent mess, but still Roddy Piper, so you're like, yeah, all right. Then you're like, okay, wrap it up, mate.
I would love to be like so cool and charismatic that I can get away with an interview as shitty as this one was, and like you're still like, you know what, it's Roddy Piper.
It's still pretty good.
I don't think anything else that we're here warrants mentioning. It was the big Australia show. That's the most important thing you should know.
Yeah, go watch it just for the Australian stuff. Fair play to the greatest worker in this company. Lollipop hitting her high spots. Just a tremendous effort. The new girl, you know, little coy, but you know what? Hey, do what you got to do, girl. Appreciate you.
And then the final show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 30, January 29, 2003. There's a fun show note from before the show from the Wrestling Observer, which says the best thing on the show from all live reports was a dark match with Tenacious Z over Truth Martini.
Who's Tenacious Z?
Well, I'll do the big reveal in a moment. Crowd was into this more than anything on the show. Z is the one-legged wrestler from Michigan and did such moves as a one-legged Doug Furnace-style dropkick, a one-legged lariat, and a one-legged ass-high moonsault. Expect him on the pay-per-view soon. Tenacious Z is Zach Gowen.
Yeah, he does. He has that really uncomfortable Vince feud.
Yep, we will see that. Well, we won't see that. But we will see Zach Gowen on these shows in the future.
Yeah.
This was the show where Raven debuted. Raven has his theme song.
Yeah, I love this music. I was telling you after we had finished the watch along that when I had heard this song as a kid, I was listening to it all the time. This was a banger that I had. It was this and it was Jarrett's theme. They were my two TNA themes that I used to listen to all the time.
Two top-notch theme songs.
Yeah. I used to... I don't want to admit this. I'm a kid, you know. I was a kid, okay? I used to, play the Raven theme real loud in my house.
Uh-huh.
And I had, a sliding door, right?
Yeah.
So I'd use that as the entranceway. And I used to, walk through the door and hit the Raven pose.
That's very wholesome. I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I still did, any time in my life I take off a hood, I do the thing where I pull it a little further forward in my head and do the AJ Styles throw the hood back. I'm 29 years old and I still do that.
It really shows you that if you want to pose it over, just do something that has both your arms go out. That's really the way to do it.
I did quite enjoy, actually, on the topic of theme songs. Did you notice what David Flair's theme song was?
I didn't. I thought it was just the sex theme.
No, he came out to Ken Shamrock's music.
Really? I didn't notice.
Of all the people's music to give to David Flair, you choose Ken Shamrock's.
Yeah, because he's a real shooter.
He is the truest of shooters.
Maybe Ken Shamrock is in the bag.
During the Tony Schiavone promo, someone in the crowd very loudly shouts, "Shut up, we want wrestling!"
Yeah, the crowd seems pretty pissed that we're not getting any wrestling.
There is a lot of talking on these shows.
And there's a lot of signs that are like, please, can we have some wrestling now?
There's that one sign that somebody in the crowd brings up. It's like, the non-stop action has officially stopped. And the person positions themselves on the hard camera whenever a promo goes long and there's the sign.
And of course, there's the giant who cares sign, which is in all of these segments.
In the Kid Cash and Trinity against Desire and Siaki match, there is a tag your partners chant while the men are in the ring.
Yeah.
So they want the women. Very progressive crowd here in NWA-TNA.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it.
While Raven is questioning the size of Jeff Jarrett's balls, Jeff Jarrett bursts into the locker room, and Mike Tenay shouts at the top of his lungs, "He's got big ones! He's got damn big ones!"
It's not quite enough to make it into the opening, but it's almost there.
You need the context of the balls, you see. It doesn't work as an individual quote.
I guess you could cut out the bit where Raven goes about his bowls, and then you could just cut in the he's come off. I have one note from this show, which is the tremendous "We are not the NWO, we swear to God we're not the NWO" advertisement campaign for the sex t-shirts.
Yeah.
In which it was like, the sex t-shirts are the most sold t-shirts in NWA-TNA history. And then it goes, all proceeds from the sex t-shirts go to helping Vince Russo. Go buy now, or Triple X will kill you.
There's even, like, Vince Russo ends one of his promos this month with, this segment has been brought to you by Sports Entertainment Xtreme, which is like, that's the NWO line. It's like, you can't say you're not the NWO and use the NWO line. Yeah.
I just love the idea. Buy these shirts, or Triple X will fucking kill you. They'll come to your house and they will murder you. I'm gonna die now because you stole the last sex shirt.
To be fair, all you have to do is get Elix Skipper to drop himself on his head and you can take him out.
All I gotta do is make some like terrible joke about a chemistry teacher and it will distract him enough so that he falls on his head.
That's true. You just have to play some BG James commentary and you'll have flashbacks.
Yeah, just PTSD with BG James commentary.
Alright, that's 2003 January. We're done. Terrible month, as you said, for in-ring stuff. A lot of stuff happening, though, so I guess that makes it an interesting show to cover and talk about and even watch, because it's always like, oh, and now Sanders is here, and now Dusty is here, and now Larry is here, and now the Rock and Roll Express is here, and now they're heels, and now they're wrestling, and, you know, like, Tony Schiavone shows up and cuts... It's fun. It is fun to watch, I can't deny it. It has this just pure, chaotic energy that's very watchable.
Good times.
If you would like to support us more on the show, you can head to our Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, where you can get our watch-alongs, our star ratings, our show notes that you can follow along with, and so much more. We're adding more and more content every single month. We have the record number of subscribers. We crossed 30. So if you'd like to add, let's hit 40 by the next show. Why not? We're not going to, but let's set that as the target. I would recommend don't subscribe until the start of October. Otherwise, you'll be charged when you subscribe. And you'll be charged again at the start of October. So wait until October 1st.
Yes.
Follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kinney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. Rampage started 4 minutes ago as we record this, so let's wrap this baby up. Thanks for listening. We'll see you in 2 weeks of February 2003, and bye-bye.
All proceeds from the You've Got to Be Kidding Me podcast go to helping Liam Jones. Go buy now, or Triple X will kill you.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Whoa, hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it. You want lucha libras, whatever you call them, go to Japan. The wrestling fans are racist.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 9, covering February 2003 in TNA Wrestling. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined by my co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, how are you doing?
I love to be here and I love to be on time. I'm ready to go. Let's talk about Total Non-Stop Action 2003. February, probably? I don't know. We'll work it out. Vince Russo's here. Tony Schiavone's not here. Jeff Jarrett's doing some weird shit. What a show.
I like how you threw yourself under the bus by suggesting we're on time.
No, we're on time.
Steamrolled past it so that I couldn't call you on it.
That was a strategy. It's called taking accountability, but not taking punishment.
I was actually not going to throw you under the bus for it. I was going to ignore it. But now that you brought it up, you might notice this is in the podcast feed a day late. Liam slept through our recording time like a horrible human being.
I'll have you know, I take no responsibility for this, by the way. I set an alarm. If I set an alarm, that's me with intent, okay? And my alarm just didn't go off or something because I slept through it. And I finished up watching NWA-TNA episode 34. Was that the last one? Sure. Whatever it was. I'm scrolling down to clarify. Yes. Episode 34. I was like, wow, what a perfect episode. I'm so ecstatic, can't wait to talk about it. I'm gonna go, I have an hour before the show starts, I'm gonna go take a nap, so I'm all fresh and rested for the podcast. And I set my alarm, and I take my nap, and then when I wake up, it's 2 a.m., and I don't know what happened.
Yeah, and I sent you messages, and I'm like, hey Liam, Liam! But then you weren't there, and I sent you the wonderful poster for this episode, by the way.
Tremendous poster.
As usual, if you check our Twitter feeds, you'll find the poster for this episode. Tremendous stuff. And eventually you woke up, and it's like, oh, sorry. And it's like, oh, god damn it.
And you're like, oh, I can't stay mad at you.
Well, you know what? Given what we're going to talk about next, I can just take a well-deserved victory lap. Over the last week, we posted our 2002 TNA draft to Patreon. where me and Liam took the entire rosters of NWA-TNA from 2002. We drafted our own roster and put together our shows. And we left it to you, our dear listeners, to determine the winners. And by a margin of 77.2% to 22.8% with 57 votes, which is 30 odd more patrons than we currently have, but let's ignore that. I won in a thorough landslide victory. So thank you. I am the best drafter here on this podcast so far.
All I can say is I want to re-vote, I want to recall. There was clearly people voting from outside the purview who hadn't even seen the cards or the rosters ahead of time. You won pure, it was a popularity contest, had nothing to do with the merit of the cards. Stop the vote. Oh, this is bullshit, I'm being censored, they've taken me off Twitter.
To be fair, I think it's also a lot to do with the quality of the cards.
No, because if it was all to do with the quality of the cards, I would have won. As my drafting of a bad show was a slam dunk strategy.
If you are a patron subscriber, you can go to tnachat.com to listen to the show where we did the draft and put together the shows, and also check out the cards. The cards are also on our Twitter if you'd like to dig them out there. If you'd like to see what we put together, what the wonderful people of this podcast voted me as the winner of, you can look at those cards and judge for yourself who had the better show. It's me.
It was me.
You see, I think I outdid you both in terms of quality wrestling matches and good meme matches. You did bad meme matches, whereas I had good meme matches.
No. That's it.
Fair enough.
That is my defense.
So thank you to you wonderful people on Twitter and on Patreon who voted me as the drafting king.
Go fuck yourselves.
We'll do this for each year of TNA, so when we finish 2003, we'll do another draft for that too. And I will maintain my legacy here of being draft king.
I only have one more year of being to draft from the perspective of sex, so...
Are you going to do your sex draft again in 03?
Obviously. After that, then things get serious. Then it starts to count. This is all meme drafts. I would never lose a real draft, as you could see from our AEW draft posted to Garrett's Twitter, where you could see I won and crushed him in every aspect.
There was no official poll for that draft, so there is no written record of who won that draft. So unfortunately...
I can go to the responses and find out.
That's considered a no contest.
Those were write-in votes. Don't try to discredit the proxy votes.
We all know they don't count. Not allowed.
Wow, this is the hill I'm up against, alright? I'm a freedom fighter around here, and I'm fighting against the established corporate overlords that is Garrett Kidney. This is democracy manifest!
Which is a dramatic U-turn from your current political personal life.
Yeah, well, yes.
Anything else going on in your life, Liam?
Yeah, I got my second jab yesterday.
Oh, you're fully jabbed.
I'm full jabbed. Eat shit, COVID.
Which
Can't
means,
get me now.
well, it has a 94% chance of not getting.
Can't get me now.
And to be fair, if it does get you, you have considerably better health outcomes.
I'm gonna be one of those guys who like die from it, and then I'm gonna post a big thing on Facebook like, "Don't get the vaccine."
I'm pretty sure if you die from it, you're not going to be able to post anything to Facebook.
I'll get someone else to post it for me. Doesn't matter. I will fight the mandates.
Your anti-vax rant will be your in your will.
Yeah. And I'll demand it be read on the podcast.
I will never read your anti-vax.
With whatever stock I have in it. I'll sue.
Your family will sue your descendants.
Yeah, my estate. My estate will come after you if you don't read my anti-vax sentiments on the podcast. Don't silence me. Nah, go get jabbed though. Well, we like to have fun around here, but like, you know, don't die from the disease.
Don't die a horrible, entirely preventable death.
Also, and like, unless you're one of those people who just can't get the vaccine, and I'm sorry, don't want to leave you out.
Yeah, we're doing booster shots at this stage, and then there's still people who can't even get their like actual double jabs.
Well, there's also just people who can't get the jab in general, so I feel bad for them. Like, for health reasons.
Which is all the more reason we should get it, to protect them even further.
Yeah, but you know.
Oh, I don't want to be told by the government what to put in my body.
It's like a sentiment I agree with, I guess, but like not under the circumstances. You kind of have to weigh, you know, the greater good against it.
That's the thing. It's like that argument is being entirely weaponized in bad faith by people who are anti-science.
Yeah, like people who are against AEW. If you don't like AEW, you're an anti-vaxxer.
Honestly, if you look at the people who jump in my mentions, they're nearly always like, not nearly always, but the majority of the people who get really mad.
No, it's a 1-to-1, 100% cross rate. So just think about that next time you post your, Tony Khan should worry about his own company tweet, that I'll be reading it as, don't go get jabbed, there's little microbes in there that'll rot into your brain and turn you into a Democrat.
But like, yeah, it is my favorite little game when someone says something really dumb in my mentions. I'm like, I'm going to click through to your, yep, there you go. There's like anti-vaxxer, there's like some transphobic, homophobic, racist shit in their like first 3 tweets. And it's like, yep, that adds up.
For all 3 of their followers.
Yeah, they're just shouting into the void at all these people, ruining their lives by trying to help people. You know what I don't get about anti-vaxxers? Well, I don't get a lot of things about anti-vaxxers. But like, literal billions of these vaccines have been administered at this stage. Like, billions. It's probably, I don't have the numbers on this, but it is probably the most distributed vaccine in the history of mankind. I'd say more than likely, in terms of like, not percentage numbers applied to the population, but in terms of like, actual raw numbers of vaccines put in arms. And they're still like, it hasn't been tested, it's not safe. It's like, I'm fine, you're fine, my entire family is fine. What are you waiting for?
6.23 billion.
There's so many people being administered vaccines. And you're still like, I don't know, I think it might not be safe.
27.8 million doses a day.
They're not telling you how unsafe this is. It's like, buddy, I've had them in my arm, circulating through my body for like 3 months now.
You're gonna look a right fool when my arm falls off tomorrow.
I will. Or when you are one of the statistically very unlucky people who do in fact die of COVID after getting 2 vaccinations.
My doctor was like, alright, so it's because it's your second vaccine, we have to have a chat about possible side effects. And you're like, alright, this is stage 1, you can get a little red. Stage 2 is that you'll experience flu-like symptoms. Or stage 3 is that, you may feel some tightness in your chest or heart racing. It is not a blood clot, you will not die. And I was like, okay, but what if it... No, she's like, no! It's not! And I was like, alright, I'll take your word on it.
This is literally billions. And like, it's never the thing they say it is. Like, never, ever, ever is it the thing they say it is. It's not that it's not tested, because once people are like, it's not approved by the FDA. It's like, well, when the FDA approved it, what are you giving out about now? They'll find something else. They always find something else.
Yeah, well, it's the FDA, It's not approved by another body that exists out there, I'm sure.
And will approve it eventually, and then they'll be like, well, because they always move the goalposts. Because it's never about the thing that they think it's about. It's about just being anti-science and anti the people telling you to get it.
It's about being special. I want to be counterculture. I want to be and rebel against the system and the norm.
Oh god, yeah, I saw an Austin Aries headline. I don't know why I read it, but it's like pro wrestler is aghast at people in the world, and I read it's like Austin Aries being like, people are such sheep, bloody blah. It's like, oh, you just want to think you're so smart. It's like, once you accept in the world that you are not very smart, like, there are more things that I don't know about than I do know about. And I will die that way, because there are so many things in the world. And I accept that. I'm okay with being ignorant and stupid about many things.
I know about most things, but I get your point.
But there are many people in the world who are not ignorant and stupid about those things. And I'm like, I will defer to them, because I will never have their level of expertise. Ever. No matter how much reading of Facebook I do, no matter how many stupid YouTube recommendations show up in my feed, I will never be as smart as those people about these things. And I'm okay with that. And some people just can't accept that, because they have to be the smartest person in the room at all times.
See, that's how I feel when I make a wrestling take and people question me. I'm like, do you not understand that I am the smartest person about this? Why are you trying to come at me? I have a doctorate in this, essentially, at this point. Why are you even questioning the things I say?
Is it a doctorate in thugonomics?
It's a doctorate in New Japan from 2013 to 2017.
As opposed to a doctorate in WrestleNomics. That's Brandon Thurston.
All of us can only aspire to be that level.
Alright, well, talk about some TNA.
I guess.
We are talking about February 2003, a quiet enough month on the news front, And it's not as even bombastic in terms of like the TV. Like sex is just a part of the show now. It's a baked in, accepted part of pretty much everything that happens on this telecast. And I guess that's a thing I've just come to terms with.
I don't think it's been horrible, to be fair. It's a consistent storyline, which is nice. If there were better wrestlers in the group, I feel like I'd like it a lot more. But, you know, good with the bad. At least there is a consistent story.
Yeah, I have two broad problems with sex. I think it involves far too much of the show. Like, far too many of the angles, far too many of the matches that happen on the show revolve around sex. And to your point that you just made, the talent involved are on average really, really bad. Because, like, this is a month that does not have Christopher Daniels. Daniels not here. It's a month that does not have Skipper. Skipper was actually there for the last show of the month, but Loki and Daniels weren't, so Skipper only worked an Explosion match. Loki is only here for 2 shows?
I thought he was there for the 3 weeks, but he wasn't there for the last one.
Yeah, because he did the Carino match and then the tag team match with Raven against Sadman and Carino. But he's there, but he's not even doing good matches. So, like, the good members of Triple X aren't there or aren't doing interesting things. So you just get, again, more Gilberti, more Sanders, more Flair, more of these bad average wrestlers that you don't want to see.
I want to officially announce that I'm no longer including Sanders in that list.
Oh, because he's good, or?
Yeah, he's not good, but he's better than Gilberti and Flair. So I don't want to lower him to those standards.
Yeah, to be fair to Sanders, like 90% of his matches will be like boring headlocks, arm bars, you know, kick punch, atomic drop. But then he'll do a springboard moonsault and you're like, oh yeah. Okay.
The lowest ranking member is Flair, and then it's Gilberti, and then it's Sanders. But like, you know, Sanders might be above the Harris brothers. I don't know. I don't want to include him in the bottom tier anymore. He's graduated to D.
So clearly it's been a very big month for Mike Sanders.
Yeah.
He's no longer among the worst at sex.
Yeah.
He's now like a D-tier sex guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bee Gees below all these people too, by the way.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so Sanders is probably above Bee Gees, so he's at least 4th worst.
The only thing that BG has for him is like relative star power.
Which even then, he weaponizes that in ways that are thoroughly uninteresting. Alright, let's get into the news from this month. As I mentioned, very, very light month. Russo resumed his role as producer backstage. It's actually a fun note where they're like, he's actually pretty popular backstage. I think mostly because all of the people who didn't like him left.
Yeah, I was gonna say, all of his buddies are there, and they're having a good time.
Yeah, because Disco's there, Raven's there, Sanders is there, all his pals, Flair is there. They're driving together up and down the roads, coming from Atlanta every week. And, you know, Hall left and Waltman left, and all the people who are, like, vehemently anti-Russo are gone. And Russo's basically in power now, so of course people like him because he's booking them, and they're going to suck up to him.
Sounds like a good time, to be honest. I'm sure, like, Tenay's like walking around backstage, just like holding his format in his arm, just like, oh, I hope they don't see me. Oh, it's those Russo boys again.
Do you think the sex people are picking on poor Mike?
Yeah, because he's like the one guy that's there that doesn't like Vince still.
He's the one holdout, but he's like the face of the resistance now on television as well. Like, this is the biggest push of Mike Tenay's career.
There's a point of like, you know, security in that he's the face of it on television, but backstage he isn't. I just imagine him walking around like the concession stand and Mike Sanders and Gilberti walk up to him like, hey Mike, where you going? And then they start pushing him into each other. I'm like, Mike. And he's like, oh, stop it, Russo boys.
I don't know. Based on how much Mike Tenay thoroughly owns all of Vince Russo's boys on television, I think they're probably scared of him. It's like, oh, please.
They're like, oh no, the professor's here, run, boys. He's like the teacher. Yeah. Like, they'll be picking on, I don't know, Amazing Red in backstage, and then Mike Tenay will walk past and like, oh, we gotta scram.
Yeah, they're like, oh, no one your size has ever drew anything. And then Mike Tenay pops up from behind a couch being like, well, actually, Rey Mysterio in Mexico. Oh, we don't want your facts here, Mike.
It's like, no, we'll get to it with the Disco and Gilberti segment later.
follow up on Schiavone, there was a nice note, at least, that by all accounts, even though they played up all their tension on air, Schiavone and Tenay had a nice talk backstage and went through all their grievances together and had a nice clear the air meeting last month.
No, that's nice.
So Schiavone's never coming back and hates wrestling, but him and Tenay bury the hatchet. So that's good at least.
That's nice. I'm upset that we'll never see Tony Schiavone involved in pro wrestling ever again.
Ever again, until we do our MLW rewatch project.
Oh, great.
Oh dear. There's a fun note, one of those keep this in mind for like 3 years down the line. More than one source got the impression from watching Dusty Rhodes at the last show that he is paying close attention to the booking in hopes that he will get his chance to book again. That's from PW Torch.
And he will in NXT.
Or 2005 TNA, but we'll get there.
Whoa.
The American Dream sitting in the back of his truck with Trinity and Tracy Brooks. That era of booking TNA. What an era.
I'm looking forward to it. I had no clue that the highly touted 2005 TNA was booked by someone that's good at booking, I guess.
Well, he only does half of it, to be fair, but yes.
Alright, I'm looking forward to it.
Do you recognize the indie wrestler Rob Echoes, Liam?
I believe that is, in fact, TNA legend, former X Division champion, former TNA Tag Team champion, Rob E.
Indeed, one of those, again, keep this in mind for 7 years down the line. Indie wrestler Rob Echoes turned some heads during a recent tryout, according to PW Torch. It's, like, astounding to think that, like, Robbie E is a guy who has been wrestling since, like, 2002.
The Rob Stone brand.
You know what's even more astounding? The dude has been on television for over a decade now.
At, I don't know, like, and there's such a weird, like, level of push, too. Like, he's just always been around.
He's just a guy who has constantly been on one of the relatively well-watched TV shows since the year 2010.
Yeah, fair play to him.
It's like more people have watched Robbie E on US national television than Kenny Omega.
And will continue to forever.
Probably. Unless AEW do like 2011 TNA numbers.
One day.
It's one of those wild things. When you just think about that, it's like there's just people who will watch wrestling on television who'll be like, oh yeah, that Robbie E guy.
I look forward to us delving into the Robbie E period of TNA.
That will be quite a bit down the line.
We can call back to this. It'll be fun.
Yeah, this is the reason we're laying all these seeds for when we cover 2 years every year of the podcast. So 2010 will be like 4 years down the line.
Hey Garrett, do you wanna like record something right now about Robbie E that we can play on that episode where he debuts 4 years down the track?
Yeah, go on. Give me whatever you got.
So
I definitely will not remember to put this in, by the way, when we do.
I will just set an alarm for 2025. Well, Garrett, look, we're in 2025.
Whoa!
Wow, so much has changed. I hope we're out of that pandemic. Oh, that was ages ago now.
God, I'm in like my mid-30s.
Well, no, I'm almost in my early 30s. Oh God, let's not think about that. Let's think about how Roman Reigns just jumped to AEW. That shit was crazy, huh?
Whoa.
Wow, New Japan's back in favor with everyone?
Due to the Shota Umino push.
Wow, that really worked out, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, shame about Noah dying again.
They have been folded into DDT.
Oh, shame about DDT being folded into Big Japan.
And then WWE bought Big Japan, and oh no, NXT Japan is back!
Ah, but don't worry, we just found out that WWE is foreclosing forever in 2025.
Other than NXT UK, which will continue to operate independently for reasons beyond comprehension.
Triple H bought it out, I guess.
He's sitting in his warehouse in Enfield with frickin' Gallus.
Garrett, but don't worry about all that. All the people listening obviously know that. We're here to talk about Robbie E, who's debuting.
Whoa.
Cool. He's doing a Jersey Shore thing. I hope it's cool. We're ghosts now, I guess. Oh, yeah, back in 2003, they were looking at him. Isn't that funny how 7 years later, he's now debuting?
Hilarious.
All right, now back to 2021 now. Bye.
Goodbye, ghost of Robbie E. Future.
You're also coming with me. Come back.
Oh, hi.
All right, look, now we're back in 2021.
Should we do the whole same thing for Rob Terry?
Yes.
Whoa.
When did Rob Terry debut? When did the Freak debut?
He debuted in like 2009 with the British Invasion.
Oh, we're already covering that. So.
BG James and the entire Armstrong family, frankly, had a bit of a falling out with TNA this month. Bob Armstrong requested a $50 pay rise from $300 per show to $350, and he was declined, so the entire Armstrong family walked out, including BG and Scott.
And they never came back.
It's very unfortunate that they did come back, but if you do notice that BG James isn't on the second two shows of this month, that is why. By all accounts, he's also not happy with his push because he's beat by Zach Gowen in this month as well. As a guy who came in as like an NWA title contender, and all of a sudden he's demoted to being just a job guy for sex.
I don't know, maybe he should try being a compelling force on the program then.
And again, we are reaching the stage where in March 2003 is when Head of State featuring NWA World Champion BG James came out. So,
my God. As we record this on the anniversary of Chris Rock.
Indeed.
Appearance.
His quote made iconic by the "You've Got to Be Kidding Me" intro.
TNA is the best wrestling in the planet. On the
To be fair, when it was posted to the Impact account today, first thing somebody did was tag our Twitter account, so we're clearly over.
We're big league now.
We're just people who are tagged in mentions.
That's the dream, isn't it?
It's when you know you've made it.
I need to know what they think of this.
Hmm.
Yeah. So we're going to be like, oh, stop snitch tagging TNA History Pod every time something TNA happens.
There was a fun irony to them both replying to the Impact account and then tagging the TNA History Pod account, both of which I will see. So yeah, the Armstrong family has had a falling out because BG didn't get a bunch of money.
Because Bob didn't get all the money.
And like, to be fair, BG by all accounts took a pay cut during like the bad days, the real bad days, from like $2,000 per show to $1,000 per show. So I think maybe the indignity of not giving his father an extra $50 a show was like, all right, you know what? We're going to back Dad over this one.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's a lot more TNA in Australia news, Liam.
Oh, g'day! That's not Australian. I was trying to do the thing that we have. Well, I don't have any instruments to do Australian noises.
You don't carry a didgeridoo with you at all times? I, as an Irishman, I carry a Bowron with me at all times. It's just our law. Just like I have a shillelagh with me that I can hit people with, like David Finlay.
I do have a blade next to me. That is very Australian.
And do you have a butcher next to you?
The motherfucking butcher? No.
Oh, very disappointing.
I only have the blade.
So the first show that aired on January 22nd did between 3,000 and 4,000 buys according to the Wrestling Observer, which seems pretty good.
Yeah. I told you it was that Australian themed show.
They've also struck a bunch of TV deals, including on Fox 8. Do you know Fox 8?
Yeah! Fox 8 was my favorite channel growing up. It showed The Simpsons. It showed Family Guy. It showed American Dad. It showed WWE Raw, WWE SmackDown, WWE Superstars, WWE NXT, WWE Main Event, and, of course, TNA Impact.
So this is the beginning of the TNA relationship, where they'll have a weekly show starting at 8 p.m. on Saturday nights, where they are going to be showing the pay-per-views from the beginning. So they're going to go back to the June shows.
That's cool.
So yeah, it's still doing pretty okay in Australia.
The ethos of every wrestling company.
A note I included just due to the combination of names. Jeff Jarrett and Jeremy Borash attended the Mike Tyson fight in Memphis on February 22nd. They were seated in the fourth row in the same area as rapper Jay-Z and could be seen in the hard camera shots.
Wow, they should have pitched for Hove to come over to the NWA-TNA.
And do the entrance music.
Yeah.
Jay-Z just doing all of the TNA theme songs.
That would have been sick.
So he fought Clifford Etienne then. He won TKO.
Yeah. One for the good guys.
The first round of 10, 49 seconds. Yes, good guys. It's like, well done, Mike Tyson, for winning your fight in less than a minute.
Killed him.
The fight was called Back to Business. It was in the Pyramid in Memphis, which is, I guess, why they went, because it's in Tennessee.
This feels like a Triller Fight Club deal.
It really does. This was after he lost to Lennox Lewis for like the last time, so this was like really declining Tyson. This was actually the last win of his career.
I don't know anything about boxing.
Neither do I, but Mike Tyson's a big name.
Allegedly. I know more about Jay-Z.
All Elite Wrestling star Mike Tyson. Jay-Z's not an All Elite Wrestling star yet.
Yet.
Yet indeed. A fun note that made me think of something else. Russo, Sanders, Raven and Gilberti, who travel from Atlanta to Nashville together every week, are trying to put together a show where they film their drives and brainstorm wrestling, trying to sell the tapes. So imagine the original being the Elite is Raven, Sanders, Russo, and Gilberti.
It's not even being lead, it's that WWE Network show that they do.
Oh, Ride Along? Is that the name of that?
Yeah, it's Ride Along.
Or the Colt Cabana Wrestling Road Diaries. Was that the name of that documentary?
Yep. Wrestling Road Diaries.
So, yeah, these guys clearly invented it and everyone else stole Russo's idea as usual.
I don't think they invented it if it never saw the light of day.
That's true, they never actually did it.
But yeah, I would watch the hell out of that, to be honest. Imagine all the cancelable things they would have said in those trips.
Oh yeah, like so many cancelable things. Oh dear. Oh, now I wish they made it. Though I guess if you just watch TNA TV, that's basically what it is anyway.
Yeah, well.
All of the dumb ideas they came up with on that trip spilling onto a television show.
And like Russo's like, alright guys, I got this Klansman pitch for you. And they're all like, no, Russo, we can't do it.
This is the 4th trip in a row you pitched this.
We're not doing the Klansman gimmick. But he's like, oh, but I bought the suit. That's fine, we'll name it Mr. Wrestling.
Don and Ron thought it was a great idea. Allegedly.
Jarrett loved it, though.
Hey! Panda Energy owner Bob Carter was at the February 12th show giving everyone a pep talk. Dixie also gave a pep talk saying numbers are up, but did not give specifics this time, which is the reason later in the month when you hear Gilberti and Sanders say, oh, pay-per-view buy rates are up, they're using the same 22% statistic from last month.
Ah. I thought they were just going to go, yeah, they're up. And then Mike's be like, how do you know that? He's like, oh, Dixie said it.
Dixie in her speech. Bob said it. Apparently Bob is liking wrestling. He's enjoying it.
Come on the show. Fund us. Come on the show. Have a good time.
And by all accounts, it came across as if he had been actually watching the show, which made the wrestlers feel good.
That's nice. It's nice to have a boss that likes the thing you're doing.
As opposed to a boss that actively hates the genre of entertainment you operate in.
Yeah. And like resents being a part of it with every fiber of his being.
It's amazing how one of those things feels much better than the other.
Yeah.
All right, as I said, not much in terms of news this month. That's about it. Nothing bombastic.
Nothing salacious.
I think, like, realistically, this is going to be the case where I think a lot of the rest of the Asylum years, where it's like, it's really pretty stable for the most part.
Clearly the impact zone is where things go downhill.
Well, it's where things, again, start going down and, you know, there's shifts in booking and, you know, there's big firsts where they get on TV and they get on Spike and they get on pay-per-view. And there's a bunch of stuff like that. Whereas I think for the next, like, year and a bit, it's going to be a lot of, like, there are some small notes this month, but the company didn't really go out of business. There's no, like, big shift in the tone of the company. It's going to feel pretty stable for a while.
Boo! Why are we even watching? Let's just skip to 04.
I want drama. I want people being ousted as booker. I want the company potentially going under at any given moment.
Don't worry, we'll get there.
Many times. Which brings us to broad topics for the month, Liam. Shock of all shock, guess what we're starting with?
Sex sells.
But who's buying? Russo and sex for the month. A lot of Russo and sex. As I mentioned, nearly every story runs some way through Russo and sex. The big thing is Russo is now feuding with Jeff Jarrett in full. It's not like a weird side part of the Vince Russo and sex stuff. Like, this month is defined by Sex's feud with Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, Russo loves Jarrett, but he wants him to join sex. Jarrett joins sex? ? It's a swerve. It's a hell of a month for the Russo-Jarrett family dynamic.
We'll get to that when we get to the end of the Russo and Jarrett sex stuff for the month. But we opened with the strangest segment that I thought was just so thoroughly lame, which was sex dressed in like military attire. They were like commandos, troops with their face painted, wearing camouflage pants. And the whole thing was like they were wearing like balaclavas and we weren't meant to know who they were, but they were obviously sex.
It's a look that I'm sure the Harris brothers were intimately familiar with wearing.
Allegedly.
The problem is, right, is that like none of these guys are
tough.
So it's like, sex works when it's a bunch of goofs doing goofy shit and like beating up one guy, but when they're all like serious militia, storming the asylum. It's like, alright, I can't take any of this seriously.
Yeah, this feels like exactly what it is, which is a bunch of goofball nerds dressing up like military tough guys and trying to be cool, and thoroughly failing.
Yeah, it's not, I don't know, it's not believable, which I guess is the Russo and like idea. It doesn't need to be, I guess, it just needs to be shocking. And
Though, to be fair, like, Russo's big thing is, like, realism, that you buy into it.
it's not realism within the context of the physicality. It's realism in the backstage and the salacious news and the using personal relationships. It's not like he's pitching for shoot fights out there.
Yes.
Yeah, one day, hopefully.
So Sex kidnapped Jeff Jarrett and tried to reprogram him.
Yes, what was it? What were they calling it? They had to update his character.
Yes, because Glenn Gilberti is the director of character development with Sex. So Vince Russo stands in the stands in his military garb, telling Glenn Gilberti that he wants Jeff Jarrett thinking about boobs, he wants him doing You People promos, he wants him cursing, he wants a full character reboot for Jeff Jarrett.
He wants him thinking about tits and ass. Yeah!
It is funny how, like, Sex do mostly get heat, they mostly get booed, until Vince Russo does that. He mentions tits and ass, and everyone's like, oh, yeah.
Oh, we like that.
So they beat him up. Like, even the freaking reveal for this entire angle, where, like, the show ends with Sex all running out. They all, like, beat the hell out of all the baby faces, standing tall, acting like cool guys, in a really, like, lame, boring beatdown. Probably most notable for something that happened off screen, which was Brian Lee fell on a stage director and knocked them out.
Oh, no.
So there was a ban on wrestlers brawling around the announce table because of that, and a lot of people were mad that Vince Russo in particular was very fond of going around the announce table, and one of the stage directors got knocked out, so like, stop it.
Yeah. Lucky that this was 2003 and not 2021, where they would have got their ass suit out of them.
Probably could have happened in 2003 as well, to be fair.
Yeah. But, I think we would definitely be talking about, a case of, oh, is this company going to get shut down again? How did it happen later on?
So yeah, the show ended, Sex doing that big beatdown. One of the members came out, everyone thought it was Glenn Gilberti. Glenn Gilberti walks out naked with
Dick out.
a comically stuffed underwear.
I don't know. I think that's real. That's a shoot.
It's a shoot penis as opposed to a worked penis.
Worked penis, yes. I'm sure there's a lot of worked penis in Sex. And I mean that on every sense.
Yeah, it's the psychology of Sex.
Yeah.
But Jarrett then reveals himself to be one of the members of the Goon Squad, and like he punches like 3 guys and they go off the air, and like, really? They did like a 6-minute beatdown for that really lame reveal?
It was very, terrible Attitude Era angle, where like rips the mask off and starts going to town, and it's like, alright. It's not exactly interesting, is it?
No, and like, it was committed so much of the show to it, like the opening segment where they ran out, and then the closing segment where like that beatdown did go on for ages and ages before they just like did like 10 seconds of Jeff Jarrett revealing himself and punching some dudes and went off the air.
If he had have at least started swinging a chair or something,
Break out some Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett.
I guess that would have been like a cool touch too, because it would have been like, aha, his character did change. So like, there could have been like a tiny moral victory for Russo there. If it's like, even though you beat us all up, I kind of did get you because I made you go to that extra place.
Yeah. So after that show, it didn't air until the opening of the February 12th pay-per-view. After that, they tied Jarrett up. They all got the better of him. They tied him to the ropes and they beat the living shit out of him with a strap in a way that looked very gnarly.
Yeah. Well, that's how we know that Low-Key was on this show, because he whipped Jarrett in the back of the neck.
Oh yeah, he did. He like went straight for the back of the neck. The man did not hold back. It's like everyone else whipping him on the back, normal whipping behavior. Whereas Loki's like, no, I'm gonna shoot at him and hit him in the neck.
Yeah, a couple interesting notes from this segment. We had Vince Russo saying that this is New York style.
So if we have any New York listeners, please tell us about the multiple times in which people are dropped from ring ropes, tied to them, and then strapped with leather straps by multiple people dressed as militia. Because that's apparently New York style whippings.
Yeah. And then we had the really cool shot of the NWA title being strapped around Jarrett's back so that while it was being whipped, you could see the NWA title.
Well, yeah, that was a much better angle than the angle they actually closed the last pay-per-view with.
I wonder if it was just pure like time constraints or something.
The angle went about 10 minutes longer, so if they were out of time, they dramatically mistimed the show. I think the intent was always to do it after the show, maybe get some buzz that there was like, oh, there's this killer whipping angle, oh, they're going to show it in the next show, something like that. I think that was the idea.
Maybe.
So that means Jarrett missed the next show until he showed up at the end.
Yeah.
In classic pro wrestling fashion, it's like Jarrett is staying home, licking his wounds. Oh, the poor guy. And then he shows up, but then he gets beaten up by AJ.
Say what you want about Jeff Jarrett, but the man has been taking his fair share of physicality over these last couple months.
So he got whipped, he got beaten up, then he comes out to save Steve Corino and Sandman from Sex trying to do the same thing they did to him, and then AJ drops him with a Styles Clash on a chair. Mm-hmm. Which brings us to the next week, in which probably the best match of this entire run of TV happened, which was AJ Styles against Jeff Jarrett. One of the biggest feeling NWA title matches so far.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say this felt like this felt... The only other time that I think a match felt this big was the Ron Killings Shamrock one, but this was a good match on top of that. So like they both had similar atmospheres, but this one actually delivered in the same way.
Yeah, because this is AJ finally getting his world title shot. His final, like, this is his official, like, bump up to heavyweight. He's finally getting his world title match. And he, like, these two, I've never understood it, but they have bizarrely good chemistry.
Well, I think what it is, and you can see it here 100%, is when Jarrett's in there with Styles, he wants to work up to Styles' speed and level. He doesn't want to bring Styles down. So it's really interesting watch because it's Jarrett going at like 100 miles an hour trying to keep up with Styles, not doing the story of like, you know, the old Southern style, like clipping the young high flyer and slowing down the match. Like it's just go, go, go. And I think it kind of rocks.
Yeah, and AJ bumps like a madman. There's a bump in this match where like Jarrett just shoves him up in the air and AJ just comes down on the knee. And it looks so good. You
know, just aesthetically too, this month, AJ looks like the most AJ Styles he's been. With his like cool green DX Styles gear and the purple gear at the end of the month. And I also thought a really interesting note about that shirt is like it's not a TNA shirt.
Yeah,
it's like an AAW shirt.
Oh,
because there's a big old AAW logo on the back of it.
I can't imagine they were best pleased about him wearing non-TNA merch on a TNA show.
I guess. I noticed that. I was looking for a TNA logo. There's no TNA logo on this, and it was like some sort of AAW logo.
Is this match the birth of like the Jeff Jarrett formula?
It's definitely the most modern Jeff Jarrett's felt.
Yeah, because like it's the Jarrett match where he's doing everything under the sun. He has a good wrestling match, and it's what really infuriates me about him in TNA, honestly. Because you do watch this match, and it's like, you could go out there and have just a top-notch match with AJ Styles. Like, he could. He did for 3/4 of the match. And then they just descend into the Jarrett bullshit, which in this match I think broadly worked because it's the first time they've done it.
It also makes sense, yeah.
All the interference, all the like near falls, there's 2 ref bumps. It's like the full Jeff Jarrett shebang that will become infamous and we will become sick of by 2005.
I think I'm going to stick in with it.
This is, I think, the first time we've seen it, and I'm looking forward to hating it within like 3 weeks. Because here, it works. It does work. You know, the crowd are living and dying on the near falls. They're living and dying on Siaki and Zabisco and the Harris Bros and all these people running out and interfering. Even if I think it doesn't make a lick of sense that AJ was fine with Zabisco helping him cheat, but Siaki helping him cheat is a big no-no. Even though he entered the building with Russo, so he's on board with Russo.
I don't know. Larry Z is his guy. I think he's expected for his guy, but, keep those, like he said, he doesn't agree with the ethos of Sports Entertainment Xtreme.
But he entered the building with Russo. That's the whole thing.
I honestly thought the whole swerve that was going to be just that AJ needed a lift. He just couldn't get a lift to the building.
Oh, my car broke down and Vince was nearby.
Yeah.
I also think if you think about the main event for a bit, it kind of buries AJ because like Jeff Jarrett kicks out of everything in this match.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like AJ might be able to overcome it in the long run.
Perhaps, or get over in spite of it, rather than overcome it. Really.
Well, isn't that what you want? Organic.
The Bryan Danielson.
Yeah.
See, and like this, easily the best match of the month, the Styles and Jarrett match. Again, probably the best world title match in the history of the company. I think usurping the Killings and Jarrett matches for that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, check it out. And a great crowd by all accounts, like 1,300. It was the sellout for the last 2 shows of this month. So I'd imagine the idea of this Russo, again, people being like, oh, the sports entertainment. It's like, oh, you gave them a good main event and people showed up. Oh, shocker, even though it was papered, as usual. There's even a thing next month we'll talk about them like being like, should we be giving away so many free tickets? But we'll talk about that next month.
Imagine, like, you know, buying tickets and then seeing everyone else just, like, walk in. You're like, what?
I think that's the thing they talk about next month. It's like, if we keep giving people tickets, nobody is going to want to pay for tickets. But hey, it contributes a good atmosphere here when it's full and packed and the people are interested.
Yeah, the Asylum is really cool when it's actually full.
And when it's actually, like, enthusiastic, because for lots of these shows, it's not. So when it's enthusiastic, it's quite fun.
But you can't blame them.
So then the last show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 34, February 26th, is built around the ultimate of shoot interviews, Liam.
I love all of the stories about this.
So the last show went off the air with Russo going to Jarrett's house to have a chat with Jeff's wife Jill and his kids. So that's the big cliffhanger, that Russo left the building that night. He's not going to be there for the Jarrett Styles match. And surprisingly, he wasn't there. It wasn't the pro wrestling thing where he said he's not going to be there and then he showed up. He wasn't there. He was going to Jeff's house. So then the February 26th show is built around Jeff Jarrett joining Sex. Russo has convinced him. Russo tells us that Jeff Jarrett has seen the light. He has finally joined Sex, and he's going to reveal why in the main event segment with a big welcome home Jeff banner. And then they play a tape where it's Vince Russo's kids, Will, and I believe BJ is the name of his other son. They cut a promo about how bad a father Vince Russo is. His shoot children are put on the screen. Like, his oldest son, I think, seems like 15, 16. The younger one seems like 8, 9, 10-ish.
The older one's a work of.
That's the thing. Like, it's a good promo. Fair play to him. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. He's a good promo like his dad. Where he cuts this promo about how Vince was never around. He moved them from Connecticut to Atlanta when he went to work for WCW, and then all of his friends and stuff were left behind in Connecticut, and they'd go see movies as a family, but Russo would get a phone call and leave, and he'd missed the whole movie, and he was like, Dad, I love you, but you're not around for this family. I have very conflicted feelings about this, because if you think about it, I think it's pretty effective, but I'm also like, what's the point of this?
I think, well, it's just to further the whole, like, Jarrett Russo stuff, but I think it's interesting. I think it's pretty compelling. I also think that the live crowd did not give a single fuck nor shit about it.
Oh yeah, the worst part is when they cut back to Russo live before Russo does this promo about how his kids suck. The crowd are actually chanting boring, and you can hear them chanting boring underneath Will Russo's promo, which is a shame. Again, a good promo. A very great line in the Wrestling Observer from Dave. There's 2 very good sassy lines in the Wrestling Observer from Dave this month. But this one, Russo's son did a taped promo similar to the David Flair deal, saying his father was never home, except Will delivered a good promo.
Yeah, and, you know, as we want to say too, just further biting off of Brian Lawler's gimmick.
Yeah, there's a lot of Brian Lawler characters on the show. A lot of sons giving out about their fathers.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to that. I'm sure.
It happens multiple times this month. Never mind every other month.
It also ends with a big angle too, so
involving Brian Lawler, which we'll again get to in a moment. Russo then responded to his kids, and he called his kids ungrateful shits. And he was like,
one of them a freak.
He did. He called his younger son a freak. And he was like, I let you stay up to watch Howard Stern. I went down and got you out of trouble when you were in trouble in school, and I gave out to your principal. And it's like, all of the things he illustrated are like bad parenting.
I think that's meant to be the bit, though, isn't it?
Probably. That's like, how dare you be ungrateful for my bad parenting.
I let you host poker tournaments in the house after school. And, of course, he ends it with the strongest line of, yeah, well, all right, when I get home, I am going to go into your room, and I'm going to beat the shit out of you.
He does, in fact, threaten child abuse here on national pay-per-view. I wonder, was there people who were like... Because, you know, famously, when Vince McMahon was blown up in his limo on Raw, Donald Trump called Titan Tower as being like, hey, did Vince just die on TV?
That's a guy that was in charge of a country.
Yeah, he was elected by the people to run a country. Great job, America. But I do wonder, was there people who watch this who's like, oh, Vince Russo has threatened to beat his children here on television. I better call Child Protective Services.
No, it's 2003. No one cares.
The Trump one was 2007.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, I mean, they may have thought it was legitimate. They didn't give a shit.
No one cares for poor Vince Russo's kids.
Yeah, and everyone fucking punched their kids in the head in 2003. I think it was just accepted part of the culture.
Okay.
Not saying it was right or wrong. I mean, it was wrong, but you know.
I don't know. I think you're saying that this is an acceptable behavior. This is an acceptable response for Vince Russo here toward his children, bearing their souls to him.
Hey, Garrett, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to beat the shit out of you like I've never done before.
I think everybody who listens to this should call the police on it.
Which one?
The Irish police. Get them on the plane. So this segment does end with Jarrett coming out. He spears Russo before the new stable of David Flair, Brian Lawler, and Eric Watts show up. The amazing Fail Son stable of second generation stars nobody ever wanted to see have combined their forces to attack Jeff Jarrett, the second generation son, who I guess people kind of want to see.
You should have seen like the moment of realization when I was like, they're all second generation. Ah, Jarrett's second generation. Ah, we just had Vince Russo's kid on the fucking screen. I was like, wow.
Actually, I think Jarrett might be third generation, but still, either way.
Whatever, doesn't matter. But like, yeah, following the Russo kid stuff too. Oh, like this is art. This is the closest we've gotten to art in this company.
So we do have a recurring through line in TNA history of it's about people with daddy issues.
Yeah.
Jeff has daddy issues with Jerry, and he's picking sides with Russo, who has daddy issues with Will, who is taking sides with Jarrett, who is feuding with Flair and Lawler and Watts, who all have daddy issues. Wow, what a story running through here, this TNA.
This company's pretty hot. It's got Jarrett versus Watts, Lawler, and Flair.
Oh, yeah, look at the names everybody wants to hear. It's like me booking Steamboat against Flair in my draft show.
Yeah. Tricking the people.
That's all you need to put on the marquee. You don't need to say it's David. You just need to say it's Flair. So yeah, that's the big segment where they put Jarrett through a table as we end the month on the second generation stable of Flair, Watts, and Lawler. And I assume you're just delighted to see Brian Lawler again.
Oh, biggest pop of the night. I wish he was in a bigger spot.
We nearly went 2 whole episodes without having a Brian Lawler appearance. You would have been furious.
Yeah, I know. Great outfit, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Wish he got the big spot at the end, though. I don't know much about Eric Watts, except that he is quite large.
He's a tall man who is not very good.
He did a cool choke slam, so...
I feel like Eric Watts is like the prototype bad son. You know, the first guy who's really like, Bill wants to push his son, so he will push his son, but he's really not very good. It's actually funny, the best second generation wrestler on this show, on these shows that's mentioned, doesn't even show up, and that's Dustin Rhodes.
Yeah.
Which does pivot us to Russo, while feuding with Jeff Jarrett for most of the month, also feuded with Dusty Rhodes for most of the month.
Just a light bit of feuding on the side.
So yeah, he has the usual issues with Dusty. It's the usual tradition respect stuff. Nothing too groundbreaking. The big thing is Vader shows up to be Dusty's pal.
Yeah, I really wish I cared about it.
Yeah, it's certainly not Vader. It's not the Vader you remember. He is considerably larger, considerably less mobile. But though he occasionally does just do cool suplexes on Nazis, so, you know, that rules.
Alleged.
No, the suplex happened.
I think didn't we do that like exact joke on the watch along?
Don't worry about it. We did. It's
right.
Only the number of people who are listening to the $10 material are smaller than the number of people who listen to the podcast, so we can repeat material.
It's a nod for them.
And there's only like 5 people who will be like, "Oh, hey, wait a minute." They don't have to call out our distinct lack of originality.
Yeah, it's fine. Just edit this out. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, the daddy issue thing does prop up where when they're face to face at one stage, Vince Russo is like, "Your issue with me is because of Dustin Rhodes, and nobody cared about Dustin when he was like the Lone Star Dustin Rhodes, when he was just the young up and comer who was just regular old Dusty's son, and they only cared about him when I made him Gold Dust, and you resent that." And I'm like, actually, you know what? That's a pretty good like premise for an angle.
Yeah, but also like I don't know. I think people cared about WCW Tag Champion Dustin Rhodes teaming with Ricky Steamboat.
Yeah, you go back and watch those matches. Those matches rule.
Yeah, I think people cared.
People were into Dustin Rhodes. And again, he is one of the better forced on people second generation sons.
Yeah, I'm trying to I mean, obviously, number 2 to Shane McMahon, but everyone else.
Dustin never jumped off cages.
He's no Braun Breaker, but...
We do not respect that name on this podcast.
He's no Tony D'Angelo.
I wonder, is Braun Breaker the son of fake Scott Steiner?
Oh, your dude that you drafted.
Yeah, Del Rios.
I don't think he is.
I wonder, is he part of the family? We should examine the Scott Steiner lore to discover whether or not Del Rios fits in the Braun Breaker chronology.
You should have had Del Rios dress up as Braun Breaker.
Oh yeah, and they bring him back. They should bring back Del Rios.
If he's around.
What's Del Rios up to, do you think?
Yeah, what's he doing? Is he out working?
Because it's always fun to, when we're like watching pay-per-views, I'll have a cage match open usually, and there's like just randos who it's like, oh, they're still wrestling, and they're like local wrestling company. It's like, good for them.
We checked out David Young, and it was like 2019 was his last match.
He's still shipping away.
Fair play.
Waiting to get that call for that one last run, the Diamonds in the Rough reunion we're all waiting for.
Ooh, I know I am.
So the big thing that leads to a feud between Dusty and Vader and the Harris Bros, which leads to a very cool match, even if it's not a very good match.
Which match is that?
Vader and Dusty against the Harris Bros, Liam.
Oh, yeah, I would definitely describe it as cool.
It is. It's Vader and Dusty teaming together.
I didn't care. I didn't care about any of this. My only prevailing thought about this entire thing was when I was watching Dusty cut his promos, and I was like, yeah, this guy's cool as hell.
And then you don't care when he teams with the other cool guy to wrestle the Nazis, allegedly?
Nah, not really.
Even though, like, the crowd are super into it and it's super hot, and, like, the match isn't great, but it's carried by the fact that the crowd are like, hell yeah, it's Vader and Dusty.
I mean, it's alright. I was just more... The whole time I was just watching it and I was just going... You remember when he cut that promo about tradition and being in the hotel room and the NWA title was peeking out the bag, and that's when he's like, that's when I knew wrestling was real, like that moment. Mm-hmm. I kind of went on like some innermost journey about that promo while watching this match, and I was like, man, Dusty is just the coolest. He's like just a real wrestling desperado, you know? Just this bad motherfucker traveling around the country, winning titles, wrestling in like sold out fucking arenas, going to dive bars up. This is what wrestling is. I just had this whole like flush of thought process, and I was like, damn, I should watch some Dusty Rhodes. Why, I only know Dusty as an old man.
It's actually funny. I was going to say, in comparison to Kurt Hennig, who did pass away this month, one of the shows opened with the 10-bell salute for Kurt Hennig. But in comparison to his TNA work, which is entirely uninspired and not remotely a reflection of him as a performer at his peak, it's funny that you do watch Dusty here, and like he's not nearly the performer he was at his peak, but he's still the promo he was at his peak, and that still gets you in the heart, gets you in the emotions, it gets you thinking about just how good this man is at professional wrestling.
Yeah, it like really it did hit me every time Dusty spoke this month. I was just like, yeah, this guy represents that era and that type of wrestler that you don't see very often anymore.
So he's the ultimate defender of tradition for you.
Yeah.
They picked the right guy.
Finally.
Yeah. After freaking Bill Behrens and Bob Armstrong.
7 tries, we got there.
Ricky Steamboat, and we have another one on these shows with JJ Dillon. So.
Yeah, but I also like JJ Dillon. So.
And Larry Z. Larry Z is good too, to be fair.
Larry Z is like in perfect AEW form right here.
It is, like, it's quite nice that there are people finally on these shows that can cut promos. Like, Russo's a good promo for as much as the content of his promos can be terrible. You know, Dusty's a great promo, Larry Zbyszko's a great promo, Raven can be a good promo.
Yeah, Raven can have some days, but also is a good promo for the most part.
So there are people finally who can talk. And even when like the Mike Tenay sit-downs are very good. We'll get to some of the more notable ones this month in a minute. But like those are all very good. They're entirely different kinds of promos in very different settings, but they all work for what they're trying to achieve as well. So there's good promos, I think, up and down all these shows.
And considering, 60% of these shows are fucking talking, it's nice to have some people that can talk.
Yeah, instead of people cutting very bad promos and AJ sniffing Goldilocks.
Although I am still like an unabashed fan of AJ cutting promos at this point.
Even though Larry is literally cutting his promos for him.
Just a weirdo dork loser. It's great.
Other sex things this month. Raven, his big sex feud was with the Sandman. And AJ, kinda.
Yep.
So we begin the ECW influx into TNA. Raven is obviously the start of it. We also have Diamond and Swinger on these shows. And the big one this month is the Sandman, who has himself a whale of a time on these shows.
He looks like he is having the most fun.
Because he debuts on the pay-per-view number 32, February 12th, where he comes out. He saves J.J. Dillon, who also debuted on these shows.
Defender of tradition, the Sandman.
It is very strange that the man who is probably most associated with debauchery in the history of wrestling, the Sandman, has decided to show up on the side of the NWA in tradition here. But that's the case, mostly because he doesn't like Raven. So he shows up, he's beating up Raven, he's drinking, he's smoking, he's hanging out in the crowd. When he's making his entrances, he's kissing women and he's guzzling beer with fans, and also smoking again. Even in his motion graphics, he's smoking and drinking.
Listen, there's some things about that I don't necessarily approve of.
You don't approve of Sandman's behavior with Lollipop?
I just think, have some standards, love. Like,
How dare you?
the Sandman, come on.
Of all the people, the Sandman?
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, for context, when Sandman wrestles AJ Styles this month, which is a match you never thought would happen,
Insanity.
Sandman and AJ. It's just those two people. When he wrestles AJ, he comes out, he's doing his entrance, he walks into Lollipop's cage, and to be in a note in PW Torch, Sandman kissing the TNA dancer, Lollipop, was scripted, and there are now plans for him to kiss additional women, even some in the crowd. Sandman was said to be happy with this idea,
Oh, I bet he fucking was.
as he feels it will add a new layer to his character.
Alright, okay, there's two aspects here, right? Obviously, you know, I think Lollipop should have higher standards for herself, but to be fair, she was into it. Fair enough, fair play. Part two, yeah, I think it does add an element to the Sandman's character, to be honest. I think it makes a dude who doesn't look very cool look very cool. So fuck it, go ahead, the Sandman. Make these women horny while you smoke your cigarettes and swill your beer and throw your fucking weapons.
Well, you smash that beer can off your head and then bleed, and then you kiss some women, and then you throw beer down people's throats. His entrances are a spectacle, to be fair.
I love his rip-off Enter Sandman theme. It's pretty great. Fucking get a shirt that fits, you fucking degenerate. That's about all I have to say about fucking Sandman. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's a TNA shirt. You couldn't get one that fit?
There are probably a couple of them at the merch stand.
And it had holes in it. You've been here a month. How do you have a shirt that has holes in it? That takes time.
His entire first entrance involves various smoking, drinking, and probably falling over, so I'm not surprised the shirts immediately have holes in them.
And like, it doesn't even fit him.
You were very angry at the Sandman shirt.
But yeah, because first he kissed Lollipop, and then I was like, he looks like shit.
You're just jealous.
Like, he doesn't look good here. Like, the Sandman has times where he looks like, this is the scumbag aura that you would go for. But, like, at this point, he just looks like someone's, chain-smoking auntie.
Are you going to attack Mike Sanders like this as well for shots at Lollipop?
No.
You defended Mike Sanders despite it. I was going to say Mike Sanders.
Mike Slanders, indeed.
Despite his slander of Lollipop on these shows, so...
Sleep with one eye open, gripping your pillow tight.
Raven wrestles Sandman in a Falls Count Anywhere match.
It's pretty okay.
They come back the next week for Raven and Loki against Sandman and Steve Corino.
It was pretty nothing.
I don't know. My favorite part of that match is there's a moment where Loki goes for like a 619. He does the Tiger Feint kick. He swings back into the ring. And Sandman just grabs him with the Singapore cane and does a Russian leg sweep. And like one, really cool spot. And two, just Sandman interacting with Loki.
Oh, every time Sandman interacts with like an AJ Styles or a Loki, it's mind-boggling. But it's also super interesting. And like we said in the watch-along too, I will take random plunder main event over boring 3 1/4 star main event NWA match every time. So like having the Sandman come out here and wrestle Raven in a plunder match and doing this plunder tag match, 100% will take over the alternative.
Yep.
There was also a really fun part where Raven throws Sandman off a balcony and we just don't see it, and then the camera goes over the end and he just fell like 6 feet. And you're just like, oh.
And I thoroughly respect that he just abandons all willingness to protect his body immediately in TNA.
There was a moment in the AJ Sandman match where Raven comes in and interferes to help AJ win, and AJ is setting up a second rope Styles Clash on Sandman. I'm like, this is a horrible idea. This should never have made it past this stage. And then he does it, and Sandman lands exclusively on his knee, and it sounds disgusting.
Yeah, fair play to him.
I mean, yeah, he looks like he's having a great time, and that I can respect.
I enjoyed the AJ Sandman match. I thought it was pretty good.
I did too. I thought it was really fun.
It's just a silly AJ Plunder match.
And it's, again, like we said, it's just really cool to see these two people interact.
And yeah, this NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 34, the entire premise here was that Jarrett and Russo and Styles are in a bit of a love triangle. where Raven and Styles are jealous of the fact that the other is trying to get Russo's attention. So Russo books them in matches where Raven faces an X Division guy and Styles faces a hardcore guy. Styles faces Sandman, Raven faces Julio De Niro. Fun note about the Julio De Niro match. Raven was meant to face Jimmy Yang, but Jimmy Yang refused to sign a basic contract with the company. It was apparently it would give him a bit of a non-compete, and he was like, hell no, I'm not signing a non-compete just to do one match against Raven and get beaten.
Yeah, fair enough.
And as it turns out, Julio De Niro was just there. Like, all right, Julio, you do the match now.
Also, Russo just has booking power on the show now. He had to earn it like 3 weeks ago, but now he's like, yeah, all right, I'll make the matches.
He does frame it, to be fair, as like, oh, if those NWA punks have any, balls, they'll make these matches. So it's not like he makes the matches. He is like, those NWA guys will have to make the matches, and then they do.
It's all fine, I guess. They should just like, well, also, to be fair, he owns the contracts of half the roster at this point. I guess he could just leverage that to make any match he wants.
So AJ beats Sandman, De Niro beats, or loses to Raven. Imagine if Julio De Niro.
De Niro debuts and beats Raven.
And they're on a collision course for the love of Vince Russo.
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all? Everyone on this show apparently is, because this was also the show where Jarrett was like, I love Russo. So.
And well, to be fair, Russo said he loved Jarrett first. So.
Which is what set off Raven and AJ, where they're like, wait a minute. First of all, there's the two of us fighting for your love, and now Jeff too?
Yeah, because like Raven's like, I was supposed to be your ringer. I was supposed to be the ace here, man. And you've moved on from me to Jarrett, and now this little pipsqueak as well.
So that's most of Raven and Sandman. I think we're most of the sex stuff down, other than there's a bunch of Disco and Sanders stuff this month. Would you like to talk about that in depth?
Yeah, before we get into the Disco and Sanders stuff, I want to make note of one cool Raven promo in a month of not cool Raven promos.
Oh, then I will talk about the Raven promo that's really bad. That's fair. Start with the good one.
All right, yeah. There was one that I thought was really cool. I think it was on the episode where AJ and Sandman wrestled at the start, where Raven was outside with, was it like Sandman Must Die painted on his stomach, and he cuts a promo about the ECW feud and brings up Laurie and Sandman's kid and how there was the one time in life where he was happy and then Sandman took his family back. And I thought that was a really nice, cool callback, because they could have just, ignored it and just gone, oh, these guys are feuds. But, this is a very personal feud beyond just, it being Raven and Sandman who hate each other. So it was a good callback to that. And it provides a good reason of, of course the Sandman would come and try and kill Raven in TNA because he has the opportunity to get to him in TNA. He wasn't going to track him down in WWE, but he can do it here.
Yeah, and I think because there's a line there that we're always giving out about how much WCW and WWF are talked about on the show. And, you could extend that to now they're talking about ECW too. Sure. But it does inform an actual feud happening on the show between actual people having wrestling matches. It's not just, we're going to have J.J. Dillon and Vince Russo talk for 10 minutes about the death of WCW in a way that's not going to pay off in any way. J.J. Dillon's just going to disappear. They're never going to wrestle. It's really just as a vehicle for 10 minutes of TV that has Vince Russo being utterly bored. And here, it's they're giving you the story of why these people hate each other, why Sandman is showing up to chase Raven, and giving you a reason to care about these two wrestling. Yeah.
It's like when they do the Interrogators segment with Sandman, and they're like, are you here for Vince Russo or whatever? And he's like, I don't really care about any of that. I'm here exclusively for Raven.
Yeah, he's just a wild man who smokes, drinks, and hits Raven with kendo sticks.
Yeah. Raven fucked with my family a decade ago. I'm here to fuck people up. Less than a decade.
So Gilberti is, as we mentioned, ahead of character development as opposed to Mike Sanders.
I love these goofs.
Who was head of recruitment. And as you mentioned, like, these two are just being goons on this TV show as lower card jobbers who lose matches and do skits. And that is their role, and that is good.
Yeah, I kind of love them together. At one point, when Russo leaves, he puts Sonny Siaki in charge as the ace in the hole. And there was one I adored this backstage segment with Desire, Sonny Siaki, Gilberti, and Sanders, where at first they're like, why should we listen to you? And then Desire's like, because you put him in charge. And then they're like, all right, what do you want us to do, boss? And I was like, all right, these dorks are great together.
Yeah, and there's like sex power struggles going on now, because every time Russo's not there, Siaki is in charge, and everyone else is upset about this, and
except Desire. Desire is very pro Siaki being in charge.
Or Loki, who is just doing like pull-ups on the rafters while everyone is giving out to each other.
just calls him Spider-Man.
So there's, I think, is it my favorite segment of the month? No, but there's a segment where they're looking at a calendar backstage. Or if you notice, the calendar is actually Juventud Guerrera's personal calendar that he produced with his own money and had been trying to sell at Mexican newsstands. So Gilberti is looking at this juice calendar being like, oh, you see, this is the kind of guy we could get behind.
What's his name? Hulai. It's just a calendar. It says July.
Oh, yeah. I like them as goons. Not them trying to be cool.
Yeah.
Not them trying to dress in fatigues and be tough guys. Not them doing jive talking with disco and, like, harkening back to the good old days.
Yeah, no, this is so much better. Like, they're all great here, and they're great whenever, like, one of them's on commentary about the other wrestlers, too. Just a couple of goons.
And they then later in the month have an interview with Mike Tenay.
Yeah. Alright, so I think we should, before we go into the content of it, I think we should go into the behind-the-scenes aspect of it, because that's way funnier.
According to the Wrestling Observer, apparently the version that aired was the 5th take, and this time they kept doing it over because Tenay carved them up too badly on the first take, and they closed the gap until it was fairly even by take 5.
I like how they had to keep, like, building their arguments, and then they took the bits that they were like, alright, that's pretty good. And then, like, by the time they got to the 5th way round, they had enough content to fire back.
It's like Tenay just massacred them so badly that they're like, we gotta do it again. And then Tenay still massacres them. It's like, guys, we gotta do it again.
And, like, what it basically boils down to in the end is just two guys screaming over one guy. But the fact that, like, he keeps composure the entire time tonight. Like, if I'm in that scenario, I'm getting just as worked up as Gilberti and Sanders, and I'm like, well, fuck you guys too, you know? Like, but he just sits there and he just nods and he just hits them with these cold one-liners out of nowhere.
Yeah, because like, Gilberti's, why have all these people abandoned wrestling over the last few years? And then Mike Tenay just coolly, you know what, did you ever think it's because of this sports entertainment bullshit that so many people have abandoned wrestling over the last few years? And Gilberti's like, shut up!
And Gilberti's like, yeah, you're in this wrestling bubble, you know? Everything you like is wrestling. And he's like, that's not true at all. And he's like, alright, shit, well, we got nothing for that.
You know what, I understand that wrestling has to develop and move on, and that there is a balance between this sports entertainment and this pro wrestling. There is a middle ground between the two extremes. And then he's like, oh.
I really wish we could see the first one. I also really want to see the first one of the Conan interview as well.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a sec. I did hate the freaking disco line where he's like, you guys had traditional wrestling. It's like, no, we didn't.
No, there was 1 month. We had 1 month of a traditional wrestling show. And it was the best month.
God.
You were on most of the shows.
You introduced the Dup Cup. You were in that segment.
You should know that we didn't have traditional wrestling.
We never did, and if we did, it was a brief reprise from nonsense. We had the Dups and freaking the Johnsons and Puppet, but Puppet was good. And the Bruce.
Are you insinuating that the Dups weren't?
Well, to be fair, they were too. Except, you know, the Dups did jump the shark for the second Dup Cup match. The first one's a masterpiece. In typical wrestling fashion, they went back to the well. The other Mike Sanders Gilberti segment I think worth mentioning is we have the debut this month, debut and only appearance, of Jonah from Tough Enough.
Yeah.
He debuts, Mike Tenay does a sit-down interview with him. He talks about his experience on Tough Enough. Again, that Tenay backstage interviews format is probably best for a guy who's like green. He's not a great promo, but Tenay can carry him through it, and it works. And then they have a match. where Mike Sanders begins the match by offering Jonah a place in sex.
Oh, yeah, but this...
And he does so the same way he did with Sonny Siaki when he offered him Desire.
I got a woman for you, eh?
Yes, he has an unnamed woman who was brought in, as PW Torch mentions, specifically with the idea that she would bare her breasts. She is a stripper friend of Raven's.
I bet Raven has a lot of stripper friends. Seems like that kind of guy.
I love this bit from Dave Meltzer in The Observer. He worked with Sanders and lost when an unidentified pair of breasts teased escaping from a woman's shirt.
There was no teasing.
And Jonah had to act like he had never seen a pair before, when it's common knowledge he had. How do you know, Dave?
Yeah, what the fuck, Dave? Did you send a message to Jonah and go, hey man, you seen some titties before?
Dave did his due diligence there. He journalistic integrity. God, Dave.
Also, yeah, I resent this teased escaping from a woman's shirt line when they escaped from this woman's shirt.
Yep. Especially when, according to PW Torch, she was brought there with the express idea that she would show her boobs.
Yeah, she seemed... I don't know. I don't know if she enjoyed this experience or not.
Yeah, I can't imagine she did. You commented that, like, she looked like she didn't want to be there, and then moments later she shows her boobs, so...
Ironically, that was the moment where she looked like she was having the most fun, so...
Maybe she was building up the anticipation, storytelling.
My man Mike Sanders taking a shot at my girl Lollipop. Didn't appreciate that aspect of this, but hey.
Oh yeah, he said that this woman, I can't remember the exact verbiage, but is much better than Lollipop.
Yeah.
I believe he used some derogatory term toward Lollipop as well, which I'm sure upset you.
It did, thoroughly.
Oh, I wrote down the quote. Never mind.
Oh, great.
It's actually not that bad. It's like, she puts the Lollipop girl to shame.
Yeah. Well, all Sanders has to do is just insult her taste in men, clearly.
God, we're still on sex. The last sex thing of the month. Maybe not even the last. We had the on-air debut of Tenacious Z, Zach Gowen.
Yep.
He defeated BG James in his debut. If you don't know, Tenacious Z, Zach Gowen would go on to wrestle on WWE television, have a notable feud with Vince McMahon. But Z lost his left leg at the age of 8 to osteogenic sarcoma, bone cancer, which began in his thigh and could have spread to his vital organs had he kept his leg, so he needed his leg amputated. He said he was originally inspired to become a wrestler when Hulk Hogan visited him in a hospital as part of a Make-A-Wish while going through his cancer treatment. He said he decided to actually become a wrestler to impress a girl.
Yeah.
In a quote with Mike Sempervive of the PW Torch, "I remember when I was in high school and all day every day I would just think about wrestling." He joked that he attempted to impress the girl, didn't work because girls, for some reason, aren't very impressed with pro wrestling.
Fair enough.
So his attempt to woo a woman by becoming a pro wrestler didn't work, but he's a pretty darn good pro wrestler. Fair play to him.
Yeah, that McMahon feud is incredibly memorable, probably for the wrong reasons, but, it's definitely a feud that stood the test of time.
It sure did.
So, fair play. Zach Gowen is cool.
Yeah, he beats BG in a good match. Crowd go nuts. He does like springboard moonsaults. He does like missile drop kicks. It's all really cool. The next next week he comes back. Him, Ron Killings, and Jorge Estrada defeat Sanders, Gilberti, and BG. And it is a fun note. They were like super behind Sanders. They were lining up media. They were lining up like the USA Today and the Best Damn Sports Show to do features on him.
On Gowen, not Sanders, I assume.
Oh, did I say Sanders? Yes, the Zach Gowen. WWE had no interest in Mike Sanders. So yes, they were lining up all this media for Zach Gowen, not Sanders. Yeah. And WWE swooped in and signed up. So, because TNA offered him a contract and he didn't accept it. And they were like, oh no, why isn't he accepting it? Turns out WWE had already offered him a contract.
Well, which is fair enough.
Yeah, you can't begrudge this dude going to WWE over TNA at this point. And especially, you can't begrudge this dude anything.
Yeah, do whatever you gotta do, man. Make your money. And again, like I said, it's very, controversial angle and storyline with Vince, but legitimately a storyline that has stood the test of time.
And it's the thing people will remember.
Yeah, so, fair enough. He made his imprint in the business.
And also, Brock Lesnar killing him was pretty fun.
Yeah. But you have to wonder, what kind of insane angles Vince Russo would have come up for Zach Gowen.
Oh god, it would have been for as shaky as the Vince stuff was, the Vince Russo stuff would have been so much worse.
It probably would have been the exact same feud but with Vince Russo.
Oh god. Oh no. Alright, I think we've done all the sex stuff.
Finally.
I think after nearly an hour and a half of this podcast, we have finally finished every sex thing that happened on these shows. And even like we haven't. There's a bunch of stuff in the other divisions that's also sex.
An hour and a half of foreplay.
Oh, dearie me. Let's move. We had a bunch of debuts, as we mentioned, and returns in a couple of fashion. We had Vader debut, we had Sandman debut, we had Eric Watts debut, we had Steve Corino return, we had Paul London debut.
Yeah!
We had JJ Dillon debut and Hoovy debut. We'll talk about a couple more of those in a second. Paul London. Nice to see a young, exciting wrestler on these shows again.
Yeah, he definitely feels like he is taking the AJ position of a year ago.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that like he comes into TNA and, you know, he signs with the Fed like 4 months later. So
yeah, WWE just continues to ruin everything.
Anything good in TNA has to be taken away, which like Dave Meltzer kept on banging on about that while the company was being formed. It's like, if you have anybody who gets any amount of buzz or any amount of hype, WWE are just going to come in and take them. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
WWE came in and took Zach Gowen. WWE came in and took Paul London. And when you don't have people signed to contracts, that's what happens.
And it sucks because, like, you know, I think it's been discussed 1,000 times, but, like, it feels like if London had have stuck around doing his ROH, doing his TNA, he probably would have ended up in a better position than he ended up in after going to the Fed for his Fed run.
Sure did. It's sad. It's just sad.
But also, again, you can't blame the guy for taking the deal.
And he didn't have a terrible WWE run, as we mentioned in the watch along as well. Like, his WWE run was pretty good. The London and Kendrick stuff is memorable. So it's not all like, it's not like just horror. It's not the Frankie Kazarian WWE run where it's like, oh, you just did nothing.
But it's a guy that you felt could have reached those same levels as your Danielsons and your Punks and your Styles and your Joes and all that kind of stuff. But never really got the opportunity to grow into that kind of worker.
Unfortunately not.
Kind of felt like he lost his cred too after he left.
It's because he's a traitor.
Yeah, just like AJ Styles.
Okay, AJ waited long to go there, though. So we had, I think, the best stuff of the month, Conan.
Yeah, Conan is fantastic.
He is far and away the highlight of, like, all of these shows. Because the very first show of the month, Conan does the sit-down interview with Mike Tenay. And it's basically the good version of the Vince Russo sit-down interview with Mike Tenay.
Because he came prepared.
So Conan has this sit-down interview with Mike Tenay. As you mentioned, there's a note in the show notes about how just thoroughly prepared for this Conan was. By all accounts, he spent the entire day getting ready, studying notes. They did a first take that by all accounts was even better than the second one, but was too long, so that they reshoot it. I don't know why they didn't just edit it, but sure.
I want to see that first cut really badly, because this ruled the second cut, so, yeah.
Yeah, when we were watching the Vince Russo one, we said, like, there's a good version of this, where it's, like, focused on a story, or it's not, like, inside baseball, or it's actually, like, advancing character stuff and advancing story stuff and building to matches. And this was that. Conan sits down with Mike Tenay, and they're basically talking for, like, 5 straight minutes about racism in wrestling. So Conan is, like, look at all these Latin American and Hispanic talent who are succeeding in boxing and succeeding in baseball, and like all of the demographics that traditionally appeal have been turned upside down. It's like Tiger Woods is the most successful golfer, Eminem is the most successful rapper. So like the world is a different world than pro wrestling is treating it as, whereas pro wrestling is just stuck in the past. It's like just a bunch of generic white dudes. Like there couldn't be a greater testimony to Conan's point that this month of TNA ends with the fail sons of Brian Lawler, David Flair, and Eric Watts, thoroughly mediocre white men who are sons of successful fathers getting opportunities that they have probably no right to over people who are much better than them. And Conan's just sitting there at the start of the month being like, well, I told you so.
Just a compelling speaker, you know? And it always helps when something's rooted in reality too.
And it starts where Mike Tenay is like kind of pushing back and kind of like, you know, skeptical of things he's saying, because he says like outright, it's like, oh, Jarrett, Vince McMahon and Eric Bischoff are racist. And you can see like a bit of Mike Tenay wanting to push back on that, but like after Conan talks for the next minute straight, Mike Tenay is just like, no, I can't challenge him.
Yeah, the only one he challenges is honest, and he goes, and you're racist too, Mike Tenay.
Yeah, he's like, no, wait a minute. I've been advocates for these kind of talents for years and years, which, to be fair, he was. That's like the big recurring joke in WCW. It's like, oh, it's a luchador or Japanese wrestler in the ring. Time to get Mike Tenay on commentary to tell you actually who this person is, because he's the only person that cares to find out.
I do like, there's like a level of begrudged respect that Conan gives Tenay as well. Which is, I think is, a nice touch. because it would have felt disingenuous if he just went full in on Tenay as well. I'd feel.
And like Tenay's like there is the fact checker. It's like he's like, who sold out Mexico Arena with 52,000 fans or whatever it was. It's like, that was you. Who was in this soap opera where we were sitting in a restaurant together and suddenly it came on TV and everyone started paying attention to Conan on this soap opera, which is apparently a true story where everyone like that soap came on TV with Conan and everyone was like, ooh, Conan. And that was you.
My favorite line with Tenay there was like, he just comes over and he's like, yeah, even the cooks came out from the kitchen to watch.
Yeah.
Imagine being that over.
I know. I'll never understand it personally because I know Conan's terrible. But look.
It's all charisma, more than actual ability, isn't it? If it's like star power is a whole different thing.
Bad wrestlers become stars all the time, which is always the reason people are giving out. It's like, that guy doesn't have it. It's like, if you book anybody the right way, you can probably make anybody a star.
Yeah, if they have the charisma to handle it and the composure to handle it, you're pretty much set. You can make anyone you want a star. Like, I think that's the reason. Yeah, they need to have like the mainstream appeal. If you got that, yes, you're fine. Like there's a reason like MJF is gonna work for AEW, and there's a reason that Orange Cassidy's already worked for AEW. It's because these are guys that are marketable and that a mainstream audience can understand.
And a thing fans do all the time now, which I really don't like, and I think it comes from the fact that nobody's over, but they find the reasons why people shouldn't be pushed. It's like,
yeah,
this person's the best wrestler ever, but they're not charismatic. It's like, well, give them a manager. Give them a character where they're the best wrestler ever, and they don't need to be charismatic.
Don't just write them off because of these problems. Try and work around these problems so that you have a star.
Yeah, it's the Paul Heyman credo that's been beaten to the ground, but is still nonetheless true. It's like, accentuate the positives and hide the negatives. It's really that simple.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's the opposite of what WWE do, where like WWE have this mold where if you cannot go out and cut a 15-minute promo, you will not make it there. No matter who you are, no matter how talented you are, no matter how charismatic you are, if you can't hold a microphone in your hand in that company for 15 minutes and do their stoic delivery, you won't make it. And it's so stupid.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Ugh. So Conan continues through the month. He recruits the SAT as his pals for like a week. We get like a week-long SAT heel turn.
Yeah, which is great. We also got I don't know if it was mentioned, probably was, the greatest line of all time is that the wrestling fans are racist.
Oh yes, wrestling promoters and wrestling fans are racist.
Advocating for that to be added to the intro just for this week.
We'll add it for 1 week only, if I can fit it in.
If you can fit wrestling fans are racist in. You don't need to put in the promoters. I just want wrestling fans are racist in the intro.
You demand it. So yeah, Jerry Lynn beats the SATs in a triple threat match.
A good match too. I thought it was a really fun little match.
I thought the match was fine but forgettable.
Well, God forbid I like a match that Jarrett doesn't.
This is me getting revenge for you shitting on the Dusty Invader tagging.
Damn.
But we do build to, I think, a much better match later in the month where Conan introduces Juventud Guerrera, the Juice, to face Jerry Lynn. By the way, we must say, the entire premise of this feud, which probably should have mentioned, is that Conan is very mad that the X Division has stolen the style of wrestling and all the spots and the moves of Lucha Libre and co-opted it as their own and branded it as their own.
They gentrified it.
So Conan is upset about this and he wants the luchadors to get the credit that they deserve.
It's a cool little storyline. I do have to admit that it kind of feels like a demotion for Jerry Lynn.
Well, to be fair, for the last few weeks he's been feuding with David Flair and Mike Sanders.
Yeah, but it still felt like he was a part of the big overarching sex versus tradition feud. Now it feels like, alright, back to the X Division nerd.
I think that's a conscious choice on there. But actually, to be fair, Jerry Lynn does cut a promo on these shows about how he's going back to the X Division, so he is consciously going back to the X Division. But I think they realize Siaki's a bit of a dud, which we'll talk about in a sec, and the X Division needs some people because they took everybody out of it, and now they realize, oh god, there's nothing left. We have to put Jerry back there for a while.
But you know what I mean? Like, it feels like a bit of a step down.
But he has a great match with Hoovy.
Sure does, and it is, there's a really interesting part where it's like, it does kind of feel like, you know, the guys, each other are like, you know, the same side of the coin or whatever. Like, it's like, oh yeah, Jerry Lynn and Hoovy, and they're kind of doing the same stuff, and it's a fun little dynamic.
So that's Conan. Probably, as I said, it's the best thing this month, I think, by a landslide. Both in terms of it has the second best match, I think. Hoovy and Jerry Lynn is the second best match behind AJ and Jarrett, and it has far and away the best promo stuff with Conan.
I also think it's an interesting take that on the program, I think it was Tenay says, the X Division is back. And I'm like, don't admit that it was gone.
Listen, we talked about how bad the wrestling was in January. We can acknowledge that.
And we have Paul London now. We have new X Division champion. And we have Jerry Lynn.
While we're on the X Division, we will move on to the X Division. As you mentioned, new X Division champion Kid Cash defeated Sonny Siaki this month to win the belt in a pretty good match. I thought it was probably Siaki's best match since winning the belt.
Where he almost died.
Yeah. So the finish is Cash is standing on the top rope facing Siaki, and he does the thing where he does like the spin on the top and then does a moonsault. The spin on the top went fine, planted his feet fine, went to do the moonsault, his right foot slipped. So he goes straight up and straight back down, right, I think thankfully on the top of his neck, which I think is what saves him from dying.
Yeah. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, if you watch him go down, he does land like right high angle on the top of his neck. It's a miracle he didn't break his neck, but if he landed on his head, he would have broken his neck.
Yeah. Just a really rough landing for my man. In an otherwise, like you said, really good, fun match with Siaki. I'm very happy that Cash is the X Division champion because he's probably like the best guy there at the moment for that role. So hell yeah, let's get some Kid Cash. Some cool Kid Cash X Division matches, please.
So, Cash goes on to defend the belt twice that month against Jason Cross and against Paul London. Paul London, bizarrely, who got the title shot despite losing the gauntlet match.
Well, they stopped caring about it.
Yeah.
Because, like, Cross just came back and got a match as well, so...
Well, at least I can kind of understand, even though didn't he lose to David Young in his last match?
Yeah, I think, like... It doesn't matter anymore. It's just we've reached that point in the X Division where just you can have a match. Yeah,
because there was a gauntlet on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 32, February 12, where Jerry Lynn defeated London, both Maximals, Jimmy Rave Sharkboy, David Young, and Tony Mamaluke in a match that got 10 minutes, and it was an elimination match, so literally everybody just did 40 seconds. There's a fun note in the Wrestling Observer. With 8 guys, they gave them 10 minutes, including ring intros, for what amounted to 7 singles matches. Dave then buries the idea. Lynn had to lay the match out with literally everyone getting 1-minute matches so they would rush and hit a finish. As it turned out, they had 90 seconds left for Lynn and London, which was what it was booked for. Then they got word that the show was running 5 minutes short, so they got to go 6.5 minutes instead of 90 seconds.
Dope.
So you got a kind of real Paul London against Jerry Lynn match by accident.
But it was good, and the crowd seems into London. So.
And yeah, by all accounts, the design of this match was that Jerry Lynn would try to make London a defeat, which thoroughly would not have worked in a 90-second match, and kind of did work in like the 6.5 minute match.
Yeah, I also think in the Cash match that they have as well, they go for a similar kind of thing, and I think it works. It honestly feels like the end of that match is setting up London teaming with Cash and Trinity.
Pals.
Which I think is a cool group of people.
Yeah, so Cash retains against London and then retains against Cross, bringing the X Division back to some sense of stability. Like, these matches aren't like patches on the best X Division matches. You won't remember them. You won't be like, when we're 6 years deep in this podcast, you will not be like, remember that Kid Cash Paul London match? But they're nice little matches on shows that don't really have nice little matches.
It's good to have them there, and I look forward to maybe some bigger Cash matches with the guys like that always get their shots, like Red and Lynn, I assume, eventually.
Yeah, the big issue with Red is he's in Japan a lot, so.
As is Daniels and Key.
And Skipper, which is a perfect segue to a very confusing month for the tag team division.
Yeah. You would say confusing, I would say bad.
Like, I'm confused because the month opens with a tag title match between the New Church and Triple X, in which the belts are held up because of a double pinfall, the most ridiculous, terrible double pinfall you'll ever see in your life.
It looks awful.
So Slash and I think Skipper are in one corner doing something, and then Loki starts pinning Brian Lee on like a quick roll-up thing, and he sits there for like 15 seconds while Andrew Thomas gets down into position to count and doesn't start counting because the finish is a double pinfall and the other two aren't in position yet. So Loki is just sitting there pinning the giant Brian Lee for like 15 seconds before Slash finally gets on top of Skipper, and then Rudy, Charles, and Andrew Thomas count 3 simultaneously and do the double finish. It's so like impossibly badly timed. Sometimes they're like, oh, it's a little off, or you can let him away with it. Like, there was a good 10 seconds between the first pinfall and the second pinfall. He beat him
3 times in that time period.
He could have beat him 3 times, and they didn't count because the finish was a double pinfall. It's like so comically badly timed.
Lee should have just kicked out, and they should have just gone to another roll-up or something. Yeah.
I was very confused then, because later in the month, they do this tournament through the month where AMW become #1 contenders. They beat the Rock and Roll Express and they beat the Harris Bros. And then they kind of, on the last show of the month, talk as if XXX are still tag team champions.
I guess they're like doing the whole thing as like they never lost the belts technically thing that they do in wrestling all the time.
I think the idea is that like XXX are in the tag title match because they are champions.
Yeah.
And like they're the ones that were stripped of the belts, or the belts were vacated from them, so they're in the match. And then AMW win a #1 contenders match, so it's meant to be XXX, the former champions, against AMW, the #1 contenders. But they talk on the last show as if XXX are still champs. They are
just the champions. It's weird.
And like it's made very clear, belts are held up. It's not like ambiguous. Bob Armstrong takes the belts, they announce them as held up. I'm so confused by all of this.
The announce table for half of the month.
Well, they were doing the quote-unquote tournament. Did they just decide to give them back?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll have to wait and see until next month.
It's very, very strange. They're like the title match between XXX and AMW doesn't happen until March, so they go a full month without tag champs.
But there's a lot of tag wrestling still.
Not very good tag wrestling for the most part, though. Like the most interesting thing is in that XXX and New Church match, the New Church are full babyface, which is very fascinating. The crowd are chanting, "Let's go evil,
evil, evil."
They're like fans of 2021 New Japan, the amount they're chanting the word evil.
Aren't we all?
They're probably chanting the word evil a lot more than 20 or 20.
Well, I can guarantee that they are.
Clap crowds, so yes. Can you clap the word evil? Evil, evil. Anyway, but yeah, my favorite part of which is like Don West is like so amused by this idea that the New Church are baby faces.
He's like, he doesn't understand it, but then I love his justification for it a week later, where he's like, you know what? I think I've worked out why the fans have decided to side with evil. Because, you know, they march to the beat of their own drum, you know? They're out there, they're all about them, you know? They're all about representing themselves, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree with Don.
So, yeah. And then they use a weapon in, like, the last week, and the crowd was like, do we share that? But I guess they're evil, so they would use it.
We do not understand how to respond to this.
But then they reluctantly go back to cheering. They're like, yeah, evil.
Yeah, but otherwise, that's about it for the tag month. Like, AMW are kind of aimless. They become #1 contenders, but as mentioned, because XXX aren't all there at any stage this month, other than the match where they like held up the tag titles the rest of the month. Loki is there, but Skipper and Daniels aren't. And as mentioned at the last show of the month, Skipper is there, but Daniels and Loki aren't. So they don't have the tag champs, which we mentioned like last month. Like Loki apparently commented, like, why did they put the tag titles on us when they knew we were going to Japan? Like, they knew this would happen.
I don't know. I guess they really wanted to establish XXX.
Sure did.
It's the best part of sex.
They should have made like Freebird rule, but it's all of sex, not just XXX.
Yeah, we get Mike Sanders and Loki defending the titles.
That would have fixed the problem immediately. The Hot Shots returned again.
Oh yeah, and they went straight into a feud with their old rivals, and I rolled my eyes and barely paid attention to the match.
I feel like it's the rule of TNA that the Hot Shots have to disappear for 3 months at a time. They show up, do an angle, lose the AMW, and disappear again.
Who are they pals with?
They're in sex now.
No, but I mean like backstage.
Oh, they're just local guys.
Okay, that's the reason they keep getting brought back randomly.
They're just around, I'd imagine.
I was like, are they just like Russo guys, or...?
Because like this is a tag division that is like not very deep at all. They do bring back Diamond and Swinger, as we mentioned, this month as well. They're doing like an ECW thing with Sandman. But other than that, like there's not a ton of teams. There's the New Church, there's XXX, and there's AMW, and like the Harris Bros, and I guess Rock and Roll Express, which is the reason they always like, just get the Hot Shots in. We need someone to lose the AMW again.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Every time, as you mentioned, every time I see them and they jump AMW, it's like, oh god, this again.
Don's like, you know that they use... Yes, we know, Don. We're aware of the story.
We haven't forgotten the like 3 previous times they've randomly appeared to jump AMW and lose to them.
It's like if like AJ beat up Jerry Lynn and like Don's like, hey, you know that they have a history.
Remember that rivalry? Remember where every week they'd have at least 1 match and occasionally 3. So that is broad topics for the month. It's so much sex. Sex is everywhere.
Sex sells.
That's what I mean. My big problem with the sex feud, it's just everywhere. It's just unavoidable.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
So let's go show by show. We'll start with NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 31 from the Asylum in Nashville, Tennessee, February 5th, 2003, with 1,100 people there. It opens with Larry Zbyszko holding the NWA title, which I think I'd be on board with if there was actually a Larry Zbyszko nostalgia run.
Yeah, I was a little confused by this whole bit at the start, and I was like, wait, who stole the title at the end? I'm confused.
Oh yeah, because Raven stole it, but then lost it, but then Jarrett got it back, but then Styles stole it, and now it's with Zbyszko.
Yeah, I was like having to recall that in my head the whole time. Like, wait, here.
The chain of property. My favorite part of this was Jarrett was like, "You give me that title, or I'll take it out of your ass." And then Larry Zbyszko,
out of my ass,
aghast. He's like, "Out of my ass, not out of my hands."
I love Larry Zbyszko.
He's really good. You mentioned that he would like fit in like a glove, this Larry Zbyszko in AEW, and he really would.
Who would you put him with?
I said, is he good Tully Blanchard?
Oh yeah, I think it'd be better in the Tully role, to be honest.
If MJF couldn't talk, I think he'd go really well with MJF.
Yeah,
but MJF can talk.
Put him with the War Dog.
Oh yeah, Larry Zbyszko managing Wardlow.
Do that now, anyway. Who cares?
There was a backstage segment where BG was giving out to his dad, and his mic cut out again.
Yeah, and the crowd cheered.
It did. And I was like, maybe this is just active sabotage. It's like anytime BG's on the screen, we're afraid he's going to say a slur of some sort, which he kind of does a couple times this month.
I like to imagine it's, yeah, fuck you, won that $50, huh? I'm going to fuck with your mic.
Oh, I never talked about my bad Raven promo.
Oh yeah, talk about your bad Raven promo.
So on this show, Raven comes out, and he's cutting the promo on AJ. And it's the most, like, flowery, poetic, nonsense, fake Bray Wyatt language you've ever heard in your life.
Well, to be fair, that was it. That is Raven. Like, I don't want to give Bray Wyatt credit for that. Like, that Raven invented that shit.
So much so that I wrote down, I transcribed his promo.
Oh, are you going to perform it right now?
I'm going to perform Raven's promo.
Do it as Raven. Please try and get the voice.
You do realize that you are a mere gardener in the yard of life, while I walk a different road, a road of horror, a narrow road with no turns, that only the bravest men would dare travel. Pain is a bridge on that road, carrying the traveler over dark waters of deceit and scorn. Debt incurred on this road is a lifelong bond. A hunger to be satiated. It is a debt of blood, and it requires sacrifice. It sounds more like James Mitchell. It requires sacrifice. Your sacrifice, AJ Styles. I was like, dude, just take it down a notch, okay? You're not Edgar Allan Poe, no matter how hard you try.
He also just sounds bored the whole time too while he does it. So he'll be like, this road, they go down the road, and then I'm the gardener on the road, and I am the Raven, and I am the darkness, and I am the death, I am the Reaper standing at the end of the road, in my clockwork orange house of fun, cohort the Raven, nevermore.
He clearly got lost down that road while he was trying to cut this promo.
He's like, I'm going down the road, and... Oh, fuck, what was after the road? I'm at the road!
Road dog? Is that where I'm going here?
Road dog! You're saying all these slurs!
There is two Ravens. There is the Raven that has something, like, substantial to sink his teeth into, and then he's, like, one of the best promos in wrestling. And there's the Raven that doesn't really have much going on, so he's just sent out there to say something, and he decides to fill that time with utter gibberish.
Well, you see it in this month. When he has nothing, he does that. And when he's feuding with an old rival, the Sandman, he has so much stuff to draw on that he delivers a really great promo. Maybe we just don't get it. Get the genius.
We don't. It's just too highbrow. It's too galaxy brain for us to comprehend.
Like Bray Wyatt. Maybe that's why we don't like Bray Wyatt.
We have a great month for motion graphics.
Yeah.
There's one where, like, David Flair is trying to look menacing, and then he underlines the sex on his shirt. The Sandman one is tremendous, where he's just smoking.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Motion graphics. Why doesn't everybody do motion graphics?
Bring him back.
They really should. I think that's all the notes I have from the show. I think we covered everything else.
Yeah.
Oh, they called it Operation Sex. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Their big military operation was Operation Sex.
Oh, we got to give the big note for Trinity. Marvel superstar Trinity appears in Daredevil as a stunt double for Jennifer Garner.
Yeah, Jennifer Garner's stunt double. That's a big star. Why not? Oh, the even sadder note for Trinity, though, is Trinity has been telling friends that she's no longer dating Chris Divine of the Divine Storm tag team.
Yeah, because she's probably banging Kid Cash now. Have you seen the sexual chemistry?
Yeah, the poor guy loses his manager, loses his bookings, and loses his girlfriend.
Yeah, poor guy. Oh well, Trinity's a star. What can you say?
That's true. She's in Daredevil. Bad movie, but she's in it.
She should have been in the MCU Daredevil
Yeah.
as Elektra.
They're bringing it back. They should bring her back.
Yeah, in Echo.
We did the watch along for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 32, so if you'd like our full detailed reactions to absolutely everything on that show, including the near death of Kid Cash, which I think got the biggest reaction out of us.
This is just scary.
Yeah, TNAChat.com, you can listen to our watch along of that. The big one we haven't really covered yet, JJ Dillon.
It's so good that we have TNAChat.com, by the way, because like it saves us going patreon.com/TNA History Pod every time.
It's patreon.com/kidding me, please.
Oh, sorry, I got our Twitter thing mixed up with it. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so much easier. Just go TNAChat.com.
And it pays off a podcast bit. What more do you want in the world?
Utility and a bit. Yeah, JJ Dillon showed up, but the minute he showed up, Vince just called him a piece of shit. Before he had got a word out about anything, Vince Russo's like, you old piece of shit.
There is apparently heat for how this segment went. Because, like, before, as you mentioned before, JJ Dillon could even cut his promo. Like, Russo is lying in the ring, faking to be asleep.
Such a shit stirrer.
Treating it like it's boring, burying poor JJ Dillon. And JJ's doing a pretty good promo, even though they're like relitigating the same old WCW bullshit they've done 100 times already. But they're still like, JJ sounds authoritative. He's the former like commissioner or on-screen authority figure, or head of the championship committee, I believe it was technically, to use the right WCW verbiage, back in the WCW days. So like he's a famous WCW name and he's okay, but Vince Russo just buries him in so many different ways.
Yeah. But I actually think JJ's quite compelling when he speaks, though.
Yeah, he has the weight of a guy who's been in the business for ages. And he works for Jerry Jarrett's construction company, by the way, which is where the connection comes in.
That's probably why Vince buried him, is because he's a Jerry guy.
yeah, you work for Jerry, I'm going to bury you.
In the construction of the road that the Raven is walking down.
Mike Tenay interviews David Flair.
Sure did.
So this is the full Brian Lawler daddy issues promo again, just redelivered from the perspective of David Flair, who's not a good promo and not a compelling interview, though he is fantastically dressed as a 2002 person. Or, well, 2003, we'll give him credit.
Sure.
He's dressed for the times, but like, God, does this man look like just a shithead 2003 guy who has no talent.
Poor guy.
For the month, we also had the debut of the Interrogators.
Yeah, I'm doing the pose right now. You doing the other pose?
Who are you, Mike or Don?
I was Don in this because I went that way.
Oh, so I have to stroke my chin then. I have to do the like chin stroke while you have your arms crossed. Visual gag on a podcast. So the entire premise of this is Mike and Don interview a person for 60 seconds, rapid fire. So they're just like, what do you think of this person? Pineapple on pizza. That's not a question. I'm using it as an example.
Oh, we should do an interrogator bit where we interrogate each other.
That's Patreon content right there.
Yeah.
So here they start with Ron Killings, but the best part is the intro, where it's like this TV crime drama procedural where they're like two detectives who are going to solve the gritty crime, but turns out the crime is stewed in their own past.
It's great.
It's really good. I love it.
We should just... I've actually realized what our Patreon content should be. We should just get assorted wrestling media personalities and we should interrogate them for a minute. All right, Rich Crace. Vacations, huh? Where do you go? How do you pay for them?
If you listen to this show and you're a part of wrestling media, slide into our DMs on Twitter if you'd like to do an interrogator's question segment.
They will be as hard-hitting as the interrogators segments are.
So yeah, this opening one with Ron Killings, the crux of which is that they ask him about, are you going to join the sex? And Ron Killings throws a bit of a fit and storms off the set of the Interrogators.
Yeah, they pay off the bit of someone storming off in the first episode.
It's like Marvel What If paying off the Watcher getting involved in the first season.
Well, yeah, they had to. Everyone wanted that. Every review I read was like, why isn't the Watcher intervening yet?
That's just lazy storytelling. You're supposed to wait till like season 3 for the Watcher to intervene.
That's not getting a third season.
It probably won't get a second because it was a bad show. So yeah, Mike Tenay did the interview with Jay Flair. A lot of people with daddy issues. We've mentioned this.
Yeah.
Which brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 33, unless you have anything else to say.
Nope.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 33, February 19th from the Asylum. 1,300 people there, sold out for that big AJ and Jarrett main event.
Hot crowd.
If you notice, the music that played over the opening video on the show was Chris Sabin's.
Yeah, okay. I did notice. I was like, is this Saban's theme? I'm glad that was confirmed. I was going to message you about it, but I was like, I'm pretty sure this is Saban's theme.
Yeah, it's his original TNA theme.
Cool.
Very generic piece of music, honestly.
It doesn't have the Hail Saban bit in it.
So Russo arrives with styles that it's suggesting that he is recruited into sex. And like, to be fair to Vince Russo, the man has the most tremendous smug face you'll ever see in your life.
It's like, listen, if it comes down to being a cocky piece of shit, Vince Russo nails it every time.
Yeah, she's a
I will never not claim that Vince Russo can't be a cocky piece of shit.
He's real good at it. Mike Tenay cut a promo on AJ.
Yeah, he was really mad at him. He got him a traitor.
He was like full on furious that AJ would be like raised by tradition and given these opportunities by TNA and then betray TNA to go with Vince Russo.
To be fair, he kind of just got worked like a dumb idiot by Russo, so he's not wrong.
We had a very bad match. Disgraceland against Shark Boy.
I didn't mind the old Disgraceland, I have to say.
My favourite part of it was when it was over, Mike Tenay was disgusted. He was like, how dare this? And Don West just deadpan. I thought it was pretty funny, Mike, but it was also pretty disgraceful.
Ah, this guy.
Oh, good old Don. Very good.
I wish this was Dixieland versus Shark Boy.
A very strange moment in the Raven promo you mentioned, where he does all the Sandman backstory. He mentions that he's going to do the Clockwork Orange House of Fun match.
Yep.
But the fun gets bleeped.
Yeah. Is it because they thought he said House of Fuck?
I think so, because I was like, because we watched the version on Impact Plus, so I went back and checked the original broadcast, and it's bleeped there too. It doesn't get a bleep, like the sound drops. So
you can hear that he says fun with the bleep. That you can hear the at the end.
Maybe they just saw that it was cut out, and they're like, oh, he clearly said fuck.
But you could clearly hear him saying fun. Yeah, maybe it should be the clock. Oh my god, I've forgotten everything. Clockwork Orange House of Fuck match.
Maybe that would be a better match.
I'm looking forward to the House of Fun portion of it.
We had our first winner from the NWA-TNA auction show up on the show.
Yeah, not too bad. Very wordy.
He was pretty darn good, though, to be fair. Like, Lorenzo Papa, who interviewed Jerry Lynn, he was a good interviewer, because not only did he ask the questions, he actually sold it. He actually sold like he was paying attention to Lynn's answer.
Yeah, I like how Goldie tried to give him, like, props, and he was like, eh.
Yeah, Goldie was like, great job!
And he kind of, like, was like, okay. I don't need your validation, Goldie. I knew I did it.
He's jealous. He wants to take Goldie's spot.
Yeah, obviously.
There were 2 video packages on the show to set up AJ and Jarrett. The Jarrett one was like the biggest, like, this guy's the biggest hero of all time. Even though like the footage is of him like jumping people from behind and hitting them with chairs from like the first 6 months of TNA. But it's like framed as this guy is the hero of the company. What an upstanding individual this man is.
It also like reminds me of how much bigger those early shows looked than these.
They very much settled into the small feel of the Asylum.
But the AJ one is the best. Straight out of MTV, just AJ cutting promos, walking around a football field, looking like a fucking piece of shit jock. It's great.
It's good stuff. Better than most of the video packages on these shows, which have these like bizarre horror overtones to them. It's just the music choices. Fair enough, they're all black and white too, so it's black and white plus the music choice, where it's just like, why are these like straight out of like a Halloween movie?
It's scary.
TNA is spooky. Oh, the Jarrett Styles main event had one of my favorite Jeff Jarrett tropes. Actually, 2 of my favorite Jeff Jarrett tropes. There was first the single arm Jeff Jarrett kickout,
which I think caused some sort of Twitter war between William Regal and Jeff Jarrett.
Was that Regal tweet a subtweet? I
think it was, because it came out like 20 minutes after you posted it.
Where he was
it came out like 20 minutes after the Planet Jarrett podcast. Quote tweeted it.
So yeah, where Regal was like, oh, if you don't pin people or kick out with intensity or blah blah, people won't care. And it's like, yeah, that's this. Because if you've never seen a Jeff Jarrett main event, he does this. He does two versions of it, which is the reason I said both versions. There is, someone will pin him and he will just stick his hand straight up in the air. Occasionally, he'll stick both hands straight up in the air.
I think the one-arm one is much better than the both-arm one.
It makes more sense. Why would you kick both shoulders?
It makes, because like it doesn't even like physically make sense. I just tried to do it and my other arm wouldn't go up.
Yeah.
So yeah, congratulations on starting Twitter beef.
Between William Regal and Jeff Jarrett. I'm causing Twitter wars out here.
I know which side you're on.
Jeff followed me on Twitter today.
Oh, tell him to come on the podcast.
I should. I'll DM him. Hey, Jeff, come on the podcast. We can
You
interview
want to talk about Vince Russo?
You can shoot. You can finally shoot and he can't respond.
Want to talk about Will and the other one that he called a freak?
BJ, I believe.
You ever think about how, like, Will's like 30?
I think Will worked for TNA at one stage. I think he was like a writing
Holy
assistant at
shit.
one stage.
Wow. I wonder if he's better than his dad.
That's a vague memory in the back of my head. Don't quote me on that.
Alright, everyone quote that. TNA expert historian has stated it. It is fact.
You have anything else from this show?
No. Disgraceland, Shark Boy. Shark Boy got a run and then immediately lost to Disgraceland the next week. So I was like, what the hell?
It's very strange. He pinned both Maximos in the gauntlet the week before and then just got squashed by Disgraceland.
Yeah, it felt like some bullshit. We obviously got interrogators with Sandman, where half the answers were, I'll just take both.
Or I don't give a shit. Yeah.
Or Raven.
It's Raven, I don't give a shit, or both.
But the interesting one was like Vince Russo, and he's like, never met the guy.
He has no opinion. Which brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 34, the last pay-per-view of the month. And I don't have much. I think I'm all out. Oh no, during the AJ Sandman match, there was a moment where AJ had a trash can, and he was on the floor. And he just hurled the trash can from the floor and perfectly hit Sandman in the head.
Yeah, because I also saw this, and I mean, the thing I thought of immediately was like, does Sandman have any leg to stand on to like be like, hey, fuck you, AJ, backstage, because he's the Sandman, and it's just kind of accepted that this will happen.
And like the most remarkable part of it is that like Sandman isn't like is sitting upward; he's kind of hunched over with his head kind of protected by his shoulders. But AJ still somehow clears the shoulders to hit him right in the head. It's so good.
An athlete, a true athlete.
There's a moment during the Hoovy Jerry Lynn match where Mike Tenay mentions that Hoovy was his former broadcast colleague in WCW. And Don West responds by like saying, you know what, Mike? Based on what I know from WCW, I'd believe anything.
I love Don West not knowing shit about wrestling.
It's so good. He's so sincere and wholesome and naive. Oh, and Cody. Cody is canon.
Cody is canon.
You didn't hear the mention of Cody?
I didn't hear the mention of Cody.
During the tag team main event, the Vader and Dusty against Harris Bros match, Mike today on commentary mentions how a young Cody Runnels is undefeated in his high school Georgia school.
Wow.
He's like 20-something and 0 or something. So Cody Runnels, mentioned here in 2003 TNA.
He'll be back soon to beat up Moose.
Yes, we will talk about Cody Runnels. We'll talk about Robbie in the future.
I just felt like a shudder of like grossness go down my spine when thinking about having to one day talk about the Cody Rhodes era of TNA.
The GFW era, baby. Listen, if we somehow get that far, if we're not dead by the time we get to the GFW stuff.
In the third pandemic.
Because that will legitimately be like 8 years into this podcast's life. So
2030.
Oh God! Oh, now that you put it like that. Oh.
I hope we don't make it that far. Wait, to be fair, we have the out when the name has changed from TNA to Impact.
So Bound for Glory 2016 is when we'll kind of end it.
That's our out, yeah.
Because it's TNA all the way up until it's GFW, which is summer of 2017. So actually, no, technically we'll still have to cover the Cody stuff.
Damn it.
Because in theory, we can go all the way up until the Bruce Pritchard promo where he says TNA is dead. Which will be the official ending of this podcast.
And you know the thing is though, I'd say at that point, it's fair for us to stop. But actually, TNA's probably still going to be around by then, so we'll have like another 13 years. This is never ending. Why are we covering a promotion that's still around?
By the time I'm in my 40s, we'll finally catch up to current day.
In my current, you mean now? Was left 20 fucking years.
What a note to end it on. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda as he cries through the outro. If you would like to support the podcast, which you should support the podcast, we're good people who give you this podcast. This is a particularly long episode as well. I'm almost losing my voice for 2 hours into this recording.
I've lost my mind.
If you'd like to support us more, you can visit tnachat.com and subscribe on Patreon. We have a $1 tier, $5 tier, and $10 tier where you can get bonus shows, you can get drafts, you can get WCW 97 coverage. All this fun stuff is there.
Q&A.
Oh yeah, we'll be doing a Q&A over the next 2 weeks as well. We'll put out a call for questions there, probably on our Discord channel, Twitter, and on our Patreon. We'll take questions from everywhere.
We just, because we need to fill it up. If we ask it in one place, there's a good chance we don't have enough.
Well, you see, the gimmick here, Liam, the trick, is that while we will answer all of our Patreon questions, people will then have to subscribe to hear the Twitter questions answered. So it's a galaxy, but it's a great play. It's marketing.
I look forward to reading all the questions that are directed at you.
So we'll be doing that Q&A. We'll put out a call for questions sometime in the next few days, probably. So look forward to that at tnachat.com where you can subscribe. We'll be back in 2 weeks for March 2003. We'll be back next week for the second last episode of Monday War Games. Or last? No, second last.
Thank God. No. I mean, it's been great. I've had so much fun. 2010
Raw, baby. It's so much fun. So you can listen to that next weekend. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Goodbye. Farewell. Wiedersehen to you. It's out of Music Rocks.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Whoa, hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it. You want lucha libre, whatever you call them, go to Japan.
So, Mike, this isn't an angle, and I don't even wish it was an angle.
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me for March 2003. I'm Garrett Kidney, and I am joined by my wonderful, lovely co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, are you prepared to talk about some March 2003 TNA?
Some would say I'm over-prepared. Some would say I fucked up my first sentence in the podcast.
Isn't that always the best when if you go listen to the recent watch-alongs and or Monday War Games, you'll hear me mess up most of my first sentences in the podcast trying to introduce it.
So at least it's fair. I've turned it around on myself.
Or if you go and listen to the Patreon Q&A we did, I accidentally said we put out a call for answers on Twitter.
Haha, we should have posted questions and they gave us the answers and we just read them out. That's even less work for content.
It's like Jeopardy, yeah.
To guess the questions.
If you do listen to that, you'll hear a sudden... That's not a sudden cut. It's a relatively smooth cut where I cut out the word answers and I just say, we put out a call on Twitter. So... revealing the inner workings of my inability to speak into a microphone clearly enough for you to understand without me having to hatch it together in post.
I still suggest that we do the thing of you edit out the word and then just in plain monotone say whatever word you meant to say. So we put out the call for questions.
I'm a podcasting professional, so if I do edit anything, if I do have to put words in to fix something, I will actually try and, voice match myself.
Yeah, that's the coward's way.
So some admin work, I suppose, before we start. We mentioned this on a couple of the Patreon shows, patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. But we are finishing up Monday War Games this week, so we do want to know from you, what do you want us to cover next on the Patreon? Anything in the world of TNA wrestling or beyond.
Yes, we'll cover either TNA Wrestling or Beyond Wrestling. They're the two promotions that we'll focus on here.
That is, of course, what I meant when I said or beyond. But yeah, we're out of 2010 TNA. We don't have to watch Raw anymore, which is pleasant. What a boring show that 2010 Raw is. But yeah, if you do want us to cover anything, hit us up on Patreon if you're a subscriber, hit us up on Twitter, hit us up on Discord. You can tell us what to do. Again, dancing monkeys. We will do whatever you want.
Except that.
Dance as a monkey?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, you can, I guess.
At least we don't have to watch 2010 Raw, though.
You know what? Except that. I will not watch any more 2010 Raw.
Somebody should suggest that we do keep going through 2010 Raw just to make us suffer.
And I'll say no.
It is an exceptionally boring television. It's not even bad. It's just so boring.
And then there's like one good one, and you're like, oh, imagine if this was all the time.
Yeah, look at all this talent they have. What if they had good matches? Like, nope, we're going to have the most boring headlock matches you've ever seen and a show with no angles and bad guest host comedy.
That's what I want from every promotion. Just have good matches every week.
Oh, and no angles and bad guest host comedy?
I mean, that can do... Yeah, no, I demand that they have bad angles and bad guest host commentary as well.
It's the best part when MacGruber shows up and has matches with Vlad Kozlov. That's all you want in the world.
Yeah. That show was made for me.
Why? Because you love MacGruber?
Who doesn't?
I don't.
Wonder how MacGruber did in the box office. Let's find out.
Didn't we look this up on the show itself?
No, we looked up the history of MacGruber.
But not whether or not it was a hit.
The budget, $10 million. By the way, the fact that $10 million goes into fucking MacGruber. We can't find a better way to distribute that money except make the movie MacGruber?
No. You're suddenly very hot about MacGruber.
Well, I've just... You know, we just spend so much money on television and movies, you know? Like, so much money. We spent $10 million on MacGruber. Mm-hmm. And it made 9.3.
Like, 10 million is not a large budget, and then it made 9.3.
But $10 million on MacGruber.
If you look at the average film, 10 million is relatively low in the grand scheme of things.
It's all insane.
Your average Marvel movie costs close to $200 million.
Ah, people are starving. There are so many people are homeless, and we have to make MacGruber for $10 million.
Hey, those Saturday Night Live people gotta make money somehow.
Yeah, Will Forte.
Yeah, and Kane. Kane is in it.
Yeah, Kane's in a lot of things.
Sadly, including mayoral office.
By the way, in the credits for MacGruber, he is listed as Kane, not Glenn Jacobs.
That's so when he does go into his political career, he was very smart with this. People can't trace back his acting to him. People will be like, oh, Glenn Jacobs, he never acted. Kane? Never heard of him.
Kane won by 23 votes.
Did he?
He won the Republican primary by 23 votes. The actual election by, like, I can't split the difference here, like 30,000.
I'd imagine in Knox County, that's probably quite Republican leaning.
Seems so. Poor Linda Haney couldn't handle the devil's favorite demon.
He should have campaigned with that nickname.
I think like all of his like opposition were like, look at this fucking idiot wrestler guy, huh? Yeah, you gonna vote him in?
And then they're like, yeah.
Yeah, why not? It's Kane.
And then he'd do like chokeslam stunts on the campaign. It's like, oh.
Did he? That'd be rules.
Yeah, he should have just chokeslammed through somebody through a table, like a representation of his political opponent. Like that's the big finale of his stump speech, where he just chokeslams the representation of his political opponent through a table, and like, yeah, I'll vote for you.
True.
Because realistically, American all politics, frankly, is pageantry rather than actual substance.
If they spent millions of dollars on See No Evil, I'm about to wild right now.
Yes, every movie costs millions of dollars, Liam. No,
yeah, it
like
shouldn't. Okay, See No Evil cost $8 million to make, but made $18 million.
Yeah, it's a big hit. No wonder they made a sequel.
See No Evil box office. This cannot be real.
What?
$1.6 million.
Yeah, that seems right.
They should put See No Evil guy in, like, Dead by Daylight or something.
I don't think See No Evil had the cultural cash to demand being put in popular video games.
Nah, put him in there. Like, that's like the smash of horror. Put him in Dead by Daylight. Did you see their whole NFTs thing that they went through lately?
I saw people getting mad at it. I didn't look into the specifics.
They were like, no, we swear, but that's not what we're doing, no. Everyone's like, no, that's what you're doing.
No one wants NFTs. Nobody other than the weird crypto freaks that nobody likes, and when you see on Twitter you run away from, wants NFTs in the world. Stop trying, companies. And I know why companies do it, because companies are like, money? So of course they do it, but nobody wants it.
Oh, they can make $20 million and make a shitty fucking movie that no one will ever watch. Do you know that the final shot of the film See No Evil 2 shows each dead member of the cast before a final close-up shot of Jacob's face as he says, "I see now," referring to their sins?
Oh yeah, he's seen the evil, thereby ending the franchise. It's deep and metaphorical.
In June 2014, it was reported the movie would not be released into theaters.
On the topic of deep and metaphorical, 2003 TNA, Liam.
Oh.
Similar to recent weeks, there's not a ton of like big, juicy news. There's a bunch of debuts and stuff though. The TVs are juicy, so that's all you come for, isn't it? But we mentioned this last month. Although TNA officials have been boasting about turning away fans at the Nashville Fairgrounds for their pay-per-view events, the company is still handing out stacks of comp tickets. They're everywhere, one wrestler said. You go to a gas station and there will be piles of free tickets just sitting on the counter for the taking, according to PW Torch.
I hope that gas station is the one where Eric Young had to go to buy rubbers and James Storm caught him.
That was taped in Orlando, so it probably wasn't. But
that is 100% the era of James Storm I'm looking forward to most.
Just comedy goof era.
Yeah, I have such great memories.
It is like the best era of James Storm when he finally grows a personality and it's like, wait a minute, this guy's like the funniest dude in the roster. What's happening here?
But to be fair, you see it a little bit at the start when he's like goofy cowboy man, but then they got rid of that element of the character so quickly that now he's like stoic guy that stands behind Chris Harris while Harris cuts promos.
Well, no, to be fair, he usually does cut his own promo as well.
Oh yeah, he comes in at the end and hits his line.
Except this month they're contemplating breaking up AMW, but we'll get to that in a sec. A follow from the Wrestling Observer on that same story. After the 5th straight Full House on the March 5th show, the decision has been made to slow down in giving away free tickets in a few more weeks. The plan at this point is to not let anyone with free tickets into the building until 6 p.m, so those who pay at least will have the advantage in getting better seats. They're going to cut back in the number of free tickets issued in hope that the people who got in free regularly will start becoming paying customers.
Feels like a better strategy would just be to step up their like merch game.
Yeah, try and upsell the people who you do drag in there for free with an AJ Styles t-shirt or something.
Yeah, like get your concessions up and get your merchandise up so that way even the free people come in will come to spend money.
I do love that they on commentary they are like, oh, you know, we're turning people away, what attendance we've had, because like they're just basically the equivalent of hiring a plane and dropping free tickets to your show across the state of Tennessee out of the air is basically their strategy here. So when tons of people show up with those free tickets, they're like, we gotta turn some of them away.
Well, at least people are showing up with the free tickets. It'd be worse if they weren't.
Yeah, if they were blanketing the state with those free tickets and then nobody bothered showing up.
Yeah, that's so much worse.
I believe while looking at the building holds 1,300, and I think the estimates were like usually maybe 500 or 600 were paid, and then the rest were papered. So like half of the people in the building weren't paying to get in the building.
I mean, you know what? I suppose it is still better to have the problem of at least people are showing up. Maybe we can find a way to turn this around into being profitable rather than there's no one here.
Yeah, it would be much worse if, you know, you were getting that 500 paid, but then look how bad it looks in the building and probably how unenergetic it is, as opposed to having a full-looking building that you can do the brag that, like, we turned people away, because they did. It's not a lie. They just happen not to be paying customers. And those people are in the building and hopefully enthusiastic fans.
They probably should have just tried and found a way to, you know, make it more incentivize the people who bought the tickets, which I guess they are with the letting them in first, but like, you know, have some sort of added benefit, like, hey, you get this, you get to meet and greet, I don't know, some shit like that.
You get to take a photo in the ring with NWA Next Generation.
Wow, I would go just to mean mug Eric Watson.
Jeff Jarrett will hit you with a guitar.
That has to be some premium pricing.
Don West will hard sell you a piece of merchandise.
Well, that's free for everyone who enters, I assume.
Goldilocks will give you a personal acoustic concert of America the Beautiful.
Well, you're going to get that anyway.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan will tell you about his political opinions.
He sure will.
You can have a beer with the Sandman.
Most people will.
Well, yes, that's actually one of the things they give away for free as well, when you think about it.
Sandman will cost you a match. Some random guy will be in a cage.
Oh yeah, you get to do your own dance in the TNA girl's cage.
I have some questions about that.
No, there's no one in the cage at the time. It's just you. You get to take the place of Lollipop or other nameless girls.
No, I have a question about the masked man that was in the cage.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, that was one of the auction things, wasn't it?
I assumed, but it was never explained.
No, it
There was just
wasn't.
a dude in the cage, and I went back through the show, and I was like, "Why is there a masked man in the cage?"
Just the fellow doing his dance in the cage.
It felt like some fucking Eric Andre skit.
Just don't acknowledge it. Just add to the extra bit of comedy.
Yeah,
Make it surreal and strange if you don't
it
actually
was
explain
surreal
what's
and
happening.
strange.
But yeah, if you do remember, there was Become a TNA Girl for a Night was one of the auction things. So I assume it was that person.
He definitely bought his own costume, right?
I would hope so. Or they're like, no, we can't put you in that cage. Wear a mask.
Oh, he looked like the dude who steals the pizzas. That little cartoon guy.
Who?
You know, the little cartoon guy steals the pizzas.
No, I don't.
The Noid.
Oh, okay.
He looked like the Noid. Yeah, you know, that little cartoon guy who steals the pizzas.
Yes, of course.
Gotta avoid the Noid, Garrett.
And he was standing there in the TNA cage. He could not avoid the Noid because he was dancing.
Well, he was avoided. He was compromised to a permanent end.
You could ride horsey poo. I'm still thinking of things you could do to incentivize the customers. I think we've come up with a good, 15 of them.
You could compete in the Dub Cup.
Yeah. Raven will teach you
Bleed
how
on
to...
you.
Well, yes, he'll bleed on anybody these days. I was going to say he will teach you his poetry, but sure, he will bleed on you.
Yeah, he'll teach you how to write. He'll teach you how to write decent poetry, but perform it terribly.
Yeah, so he will go to one of those brick wall spoken word poetry places, stand in front of it, and say it in the most bored, unenthusiastic way imaginable.
Yeah, and forget half the words.
Trinity will teach you some stunts.
Wow, from the movie Elektra.
Oh yeah, she'll teach you exactly how Jennifer Garner did her stunts in the movie Elektra.
Wow.
Vince Russo will teach you how to try and sincerely say things that are untrue, but convince you things are actually true.
I was gonna say, Vince Russo will teach you how to abandon your children.
And then cut promos about how they're just punks and little shits and they don't deserve anything.
And then the next week, completely backflip on that.
Which is the classic Vince Russo. AJ Styles will not say a slur to you if you pay money on the shit.
But he will look real frustrated while he can't say it.
You just bottle it in. Anyway, Chris Sabol, who was placed in charge of the company by Panda Energy. We've
Is this
mentioned his
Chris
name a couple times.
Saban's indie name?
Yes, sure. He was relieved of his duties recently. Not only was he removed from overseeing TNA's day-to-day business operation, but he is no longer working for Panda.
Oh, who will hail Saban now?
Dixie Carter, the daughter of the owners, has unofficially assumed Sabol's old position. The Jarrett family is thrilled with the move, as they often butted heads with Sabol over budget matters.
I bet so.
So by all accounts, they hated him, didn't want him there, and then Panda fired him from his Panda job. Not just he wasn't just taken from TNA; he was also removed from Panda Energy. So,
I mean, that sucks.
Well, so that is the where Dixie is getting increasingly powerful in the company because obviously she was hanging around. But yeah, she is now the Panda Energy liaison basically for TNA, and that position only grows over time.
I feel like this will be the last we hear of the Dixie Carter name.
Yeah, never going to bring her up again. She's just going to operate in the background, completely unseen, just do her business and never be an important character in the show.
Yes, and speaking of, in 2010, I forgot to acknowledge that at one point it just had, please follow @DixieCarterTNA on Twitter.
That's not at one point, Liam. That's never only at one point. That's every single week for the best part of 8 years.
That rules.
That every week there is a lower third for following Dixie Carter on Twitter.
It's like it's her podcast. She's like, and please remember to follow @DixieCarterTNA.
It's @TNA Dixie, thank you very much.
Sorry, forgive me.
Please remember Dixie's handle.
@DixieCarterTNA will be my new ad.
Clearly their plugs didn't work if you didn't even remember her handle.
There you go.
Literally every week for years and years and years, Dixie's Twitter is plugged on this national pro wrestling television show.
That's so funny.
As if you needed any greater indication that all of this is a Dixie Carter vanity project than the promotion of her Twitter weekly.
I need that Dixie Carter action figure.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Yeah.
Do you remember the campaign where they're like, you should take photos of Dixie in weird places?
I bet people took photos of Dixie in weird places.
When that action figure came out, there was this Where is Dixie thing to try and sell the figures, where they encouraged people to take unusual photos of Dixie Carter.
Did people take unusual photos?
They sure did. I think there are a bunch of them on Facebook. When we get to that period, we'll dig them out.
Yay.
Because who doesn't want to see the Where's Dixie campaign photos? Just like we want to see all the She-Ra Shuffle videos.
I do want to see all the She-Ra Shuffle videos, to be fair.
TNA signed Trinity to a contract.
Good.
Again, we shall remiss over the poor state of Chris Devine and everything going wrong in his life. But Trinity doing well.
Just Chris Devine, not Quiet Storm.
Actually, no, there's a fun note that Quiet Storm has gone to Japan.
Yeah, he's off to Gleet.
And he never comes back.
No.
I can't remember where he went, but yeah, he's off to a dojo for 3 months.
I'm not sure where he goes at this point. Eventually he ends up in Noah and then goes to Gleet.
Yeah, but I just find that fun. That's like Chris Devine's life is falling apart, and Trinity's living her best life doing moonsaults on television, and then Quiet Storm's off to Japan, where he will quietly live out the rest of his career.
You know what? In the end, I think Quiet Storm ended up with the best tenure.
He certainly had the longest run in pro wrestling, so go Quiet Storm.
Yeah, still going. Still going, and still going good.
I haven't seen a Quiet Storm match since 2003 TNA.
Yeah, go check some of them out. Go check out him and Muhammad Yone. Good tag team.
To be fair, I more than likely at least saw 1 or 2 of his Noah matches.
Yeah. Wow, not his Gleet matches, Garrett?
I will get to Glee, don't you worry about it.
Anyone remember to vote Gleet for our our Behind the Patreon series where I make Garrett watch every Gleet?
Well, you did just tell me about Beef Orchestra, so that is...
No, not Bulk.
Oh, sorry, Bulk Orchestra, yes.
All in
my
capitals,
mistake.
Bulk.
So that is tempting, hearing about Bulk Orchestra, a group of beefy men who are going by the name Bulk Orchestra.
And their poses, they all do bicep poses with Nobu on one of their biceps each also doing a bicep pose.
That's pro wrestling, you know? It's not shooting, it's not spooks, it's just beefy men doing biceps pose while sitting on other beefy men.
That's really what it should be. And all they do is just beat up Shima. That's all they do. So what more could you want from a group?
JJ Dillon has not been backstage for the past few weeks. Another one of those people who showed up, seemed to have a role in the show and then disappeared again.
I thought he was going to stick around.
He will never be seen again. So there you go.
He'll go to Ring of Honor for the ROH CZW feud in a couple of years.
There's basically a lot of people who won't be seen again soon. We'll talk about that when we get into the shows, unfortunately. Including a person who you were worried constantly about disappearing has now finally disappeared.
Chris Rock.
Oh, yeah. Actually, no, this is the month State of Play came out, which brings us to our next point. Phase 3, the Atlanta-based company who designed the TNA logo, sent a threatening letter to the producers of Chris Rock's Head of State movie because they filed a lawsuit they weren't paid over their design work.
How much money did Head of State take to make?
Well, clearly this company was like, oh yeah, this is the end game. We can get the money out of Chris Rock for showing the old logo. And
Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
$35 million to make Head of State.
Why are you so baffled that movies cost this much money?
Money.
Have you never looked at a Wikipedia page
I know
before?
how much they are. I know, but it's just $35 million to make Head of State.
Why is this suddenly become a thing that you have become infatuated and quite angry about?
Immoral to spend that much money on a movie that will never be matter.
Oh, so here's Mr. Chris Rock can't make his movies.
No, he should feed people. And it made 38.6.
Well, the production of Head of State fed people, Liam. Where do you think that 38.6 million went
that's
to?
Fair enough. That's fair enough.
It paid people who were cameramen and paid people who
yeah.
were writers and paid people who were directors and producers. It's not
the
like,
film industry isn't immoral. It's actually important.
But it's where people do get the money for their job.
Yeah. You know what? People in Hollywood aren't pieces of shit. Actually.
You say that as if like people elsewhere.
No, this is
aren't...
genuine. This is genuine reaction.
No, it's not. Don't you do this to me.
No, I'm legit.
I don't believe you. This is like Vince Russo. It's like, no, this is real. This is I'm not doing
this
a
is
bit.
real.
No.
This isn't an angle. This isn't an angle. This is real. I'm leaving the podcast forever.
Christopher Daniels is expected to be offered a contract with a raise. He's talked with the company for a few weeks that if he got a deal with a raise, he'd cut back on his Michinoku Pro dates. And Jeff Jarrett has been very impressed with his work from the Wrestling Observer.
Excited for that big main event push.
So Daniels is in as a regular because like the big issue, and it's not a thing you see as much anymore, but like the number of people who are working Japan dates was causing TNA a great headache because like Amazing Red would disappear for a month or two. It'll become an issue with D'Lo Brown, who does a lot of all Japan dates. Elix Skipper does all Japan as well. Loki does Japan. And it's like all these guys, like the Japan dates take precedence because TNA is not offering them full-time contracts for the money worth giving up to Japan dates. So they take the Japan dates and then disappear off TV even though they're really good.
Yeah.
Did you ever play EWR? It was like the precursor to TEW.
Yeah. I played the hell out of it. I play TEW literally every day. You think I didn't start with EWR?
So, yeah, in EWR, the big issue I always had running TNA was like people would always just disappear to Japan. It's like, no! Why are you going on 3-month tours of Japan? I need you, Elix Skipper.
Well, that was always the thing that made me swap from EWR to TEW, because I actually got to play as Japan.
So, yeah, I'd have all those problems. And it would always be like, oh, and this is the pay-per-view. We spent weeks building it up. What's that? You don't do Sundays.
Yeah. Well, that still happens now in, like, TEW, too. You'd be like, oh, I've built up everything, and then you'll check the dates, and suddenly they took a booking for that day.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
I imagine it would have been even more annoying in real life.
Yeah, you can imagine how it feels when you play those games, because I think it is easier in TEW because you just move the show to a day where they're not booked elsewhere, if that is possible, if they have a day available, as opposed to EWR where they were just gone for 2 months.
It was always such a tease too, because you'd see like all the Japanese guys like names that you want to book, and you just couldn't book them either.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be playing EWR and you're like, ooh, Shinsuke Nakamura, I'd like to bring him in. And it's like, nope, that's just not a thing you can do.
So those are the pains TNA are currently going through with all these people who have Japan dates. And
I've never related to something more.
and many of them just stop working. Like, I'd imagine that's an issue with Steve Corino as well. I quite liked in the Wrestling Observer, Dave Meltzer was like, there's real definitive signs of a pickup of business. It's like the first 2 shows of March do sold out numbers with a higher than usual paid number, and the pay-per-views seem to be like trickling up from 7 to 10,000 toward the 10 to 13,000 range. So there seems to be a uptick in business, and then toward the end of the month, it's like maybe that uptick in business wasn't real, as they struggle to get 1,000 people in for the next couple of weeks.
Well, they burnt out the local territory. But internationally, everyone's still buying it. Australia, still putting in that money.
Obviously, once Vince Russo stopped showing up on television, they were like, oh no, we can't go anymore.
I mean, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for Jeff Jarrett.
And that is your big notes. There's no big notes as mentioned. We're in a period of stability, so not much big going on in these months.
You want stability in my TNAs.
But before we continue with the show, You've Got to Be Kidding Me is brought to you this week by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get fresh, pre-measured ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. Fall can be hectic, but HelloFresh's recipes save time you'd otherwise spend on meal prepping, grocery shopping, and shopping. So you can focus on getting back into a new routine and spending quality time with the family. HelloFresh offers 50 menu and market items to choose from every week, including vegetarian, calorie smart, and gourmet options, providing plenty of variety. As somebody who is very busy and has very little time, and I was always looking to find more time for the good things in life, HelloFresh is a great option to save that time on cooking and give you the delicious meals you want and the time to spend after it doing the things that matter to you. Go to hellofresh.com/VOW14 and use code VOW14 for up to 14 free meals, including free shipping. That's hellofresh.com/VOW14 using the code VOW14. Don't worry, there's plenty of fun notes within the shows themselves, which brings us to broad topics, starting with sex. A not Vince Russo-less month, but a very Vince Russo light month, even though the specter of Vince Russo did continue to hang over the show.
Yeah, constantly. Every time you started the show, it'd be, dear, 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 dear. Mike, I'm leaving the business.
So yeah, the first show of the month, March 5th, 2003, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 35. Well, it didn't begin, but there was a promo in there with Mike Tenay and Vince Russo. Vince Russo was like, Mike, I saw Kurt Hennig die, and...
yeah, fucking, like... And he's like, oh, I hate to say it. No, you don't!
And that made me realize, it made me put things in perspective that I need to spend more time at home with my family after my kids buried me last week and I buried them in response. But now, no, I've recognized what they said is true. So Mike, this isn't an angle. I wish it was an angle, which that feels like a candidate for a show opening quote, but...
It's not an angle, I wish it was an angle.
Yeah. It's really, that kind of captures the spirit of TNA. Like, this isn't an angle, I wish it was an angle. So Vince Russo has decided to step away from sex, step away from being an on-air character with TNA, and he's going to go home to his kids and his family and be happy out.
And beat the shit out of them.
Well, maybe that's what happened, Liam. He went home to Will that night after the pay-per-view, after Will buried him on national
Maybe Will
pay-per-view.
kicked his ass, and he's like, oh, fuck, maybe I gotta stay.
Well, I was going to go, he beat his children and then felt guilt over it. But yeah, maybe it was. He tried to beat up Will and then he realized, oh shit, Will is not like 5 anymore. He's actually a teenager who can beat me up in retaliation.
Also, I told him when I was gonna attack him. He just waited around the door when I walked in and jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me.
He just swung a baseball bat in my face the second I stepped through the door.
Damn, I didn't think this through.
While BJ was biting my ankles.
Maybe he went home and Child Protective Services were just waiting for him because he said on pay-per-view that he was going to beat his children.
It was like, no, bro, I wish it was an angle. It's not an angle.
No, he's like, wait, shit, no, it was an angle. It was an angle.
So Vince Russo has seen the light. He's gone, which does leave a big void in sex.
Who will step up to be the leader in sex?
There's a power struggle between Glenn Gilberti, Mike Sanders, and Sonny Siaki for the remainder of the month to determine who will be the leader of sex. It's not very good stuff. I don't want it.
The first 3 episodes really stunk of it.
Because, like, for as much as Vince Russo was an overbearing, annoying presence on the show, he was at least a good performer, and the things he did were interesting to talk about, which is the nature of Vince Russo. It's like, it's not good, but it's watchable and interesting.
Yeah, 100%.
As opposed to the Gilberti and Siaki and Sanders stuff, which is, it's not good, nor is it interesting.
Nor do I want to watch it.
So when we get into the shows, we'll talk more about the stuff because they're all over the place in terms of what they're actually doing, because they're in multiple different feuds with multiple different people. This is a very weirdly spread sex month.
Yeah. Trying to think of a pun.
Leave you as long as you need.
I'm blanking here.
Be better if it was a kinky sex month, am I right? Instead of weird sex, kinky, weird.
That was worse than my silence.
Speaking of weird sex, a lot of the things...
Yeah, bring it back. Let's go.
Gilberti, Sanders, and Siaki spent a majority of the month trying to get women to show their boobs for some reason, and not even trying, succeeding in some cases.
Yeah, like, not only do we have this giant power struggle within sex, we all have to divert our attention to exposing breasts throughout the month as well.
I don't know why, and it's a thing they're actively trying to do. It's like, we're going to get Athena to show her breasts. They say it in a pre-tape at one stage. It's like, why?
It's like their their campaign points. This is the thing I'll be running on, is that I will get Athena to show her breasts.
And that proves my ability to take over as the leader of sex.
Yeah. That it proves that I am responsible for directing sex.
So on the March 12th show, there's a segment where Hollywood, the new member of sex...
Get it? Hollywood?
Wood. Yes, Wood. Who is also feuding within sex with Desire.
Yep.
But Siaki demands that somebody fight Hollywood, and eventually settles on Lollipop, who fights Hollywood, Liam.
I believe it was Sanders, wasn't it?
Was it Sanders?
I think it was Sanders.
Either, it's one of them, I don't care. So yeah, they come out, and eventually Lollipop walks down the ramp, takes her boots off, starts doing a cat fight with Hollywood, and her boob comes out.
Her boobs.
No, it's just a single boob. Only one of the boob came out at first.
I thought they ripped off the whole top, didn't they?
Yeah, that's eventually what they did, which is quite the weird bit. Because, like, while she was doing the cat fight, she had not just a nip slip, it was, like, literally a full boob came out of her top. It's blurred on the Impact Plus version, and actually wasn't blurred in the original version.
It's on pay-per-view. Why would you ever blur?
So, eventually, they do rip off her top, and Jerry Borash covers her up with a jacket. But I found it quite amusing. There's like, oh, her boob just flat out came out, and now the angle is that they rip her top off, even though like it just came out while she was brawling with Hollywood.
It was an interesting character development that we didn't see like horny JB at all in this. It was just pure concern for Lollipop.
You see, it was Ed Ferrara who was the bad influence on him. Once Ferrara's gone, JB is an upstanding, moral individual, as opposed to back then the debauchery days where he would have tried to grope her while covering her up.
This Ed Ferrara, he's a bad locker room influence.
Yeah, as opposed to now where the JB is just like, you know what, I need to protect this woman from the indecency of what sex have just done to her.
Well, you know, it's not a segment that would happen nowadays, is it?
For many reasons, I don't think so, no.
No, and, you know, as long as she was, like, cool with it and got money for it, you know? I hope she was compensated for her time.
And ideally, her boobs would not have just come out in the first place.
Yeah, well, you know. Why didn't the fucking Noid get his boobs out? Why did no one drag him out of it?
Gender standards, Liam. This is just totally unfair in the world.
This is bullshit.
Siaki then pivots to feuding with Athena. As we mentioned, he drops her on her head with a pile driver.
Slaughters her. I was watching this, like, with, like, my housemates, and, like, they could see it, and he just looked over and was like, ah!
Because he does the thing where he pump handles her into, like, a tombstone?
It's like a Rikishi driver.
Yeah, with a little pump handle deal beforehand, and, like, he just spiked her right on her head.
Just super dangerous.
After he was trying to get her to show her boobs and she refused, and then he started insulting her boobs and was like, oh, well, we don't want you to show your boobs anyway, even though, like, literally, you said backstage your entire plan here was to get her to show her boobs.
Wow, classic beta. I know, maybe Sonny Siaki is just on that Sigma grind set that we don't understand.
We've had enough Sigma males on this show, Liam.
Sonny Siaki is the next Sigma male.
Well, if pile driving Athena makes you a Sigma male, he is one of them.
I get all this Sigma like shit on my YouTube now, and I don't like it.
Why do you get it, Liam?
Because I searched up Sigma to take photos of it to send to people. And now I get Sigma grind set fucking guys who are like, oh, you know, like videos of like Walter White, and they'll be like, the Sigma walks up to the group of alphas. And it's like clips from Breaking Bad, just with Sigma commentary over it.
I think that's the kind of content you actually want and actively seek out in life, which is the reason YouTube is feeding it to you. The algorithm understands you better than you understand yourself, Liam.
But I can't tell if it's like ironic or if it's like genuine.
Which is really the problem with the world now, isn't it?
Because it feels like it could just be some, like, dude making a meme that other people are taking seriously.
Which is where the entirety of QAnon came from, so it wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, it does feel very cute.
Literally, a goof on a forum just spiraled out of control. And had legitimate horrible effects in the real world. God, the internet sucks.
Yeah, really, it was a mistake.
So after he dropped Athena on her head, Siaki feuded with David Young for a little bit. David Young defending the honor of Athena, of course.
His bestie.
So they went to have a match. A perfectly nice little match between the two of them.
Yeah, it was about as good as it gets, huh?
As we mentioned on the watch along, that if Siaki and David Young were one wrestler, they would probably be a perfect wrestler.
Yeah, you know, the charisma of Sonny Siaki and the workability of David Young.
Desire came out, no contest, and then Siaki dropped Athena again!
Yeah, but didn't do the pile driver.
No, just the Siacalypse neck breaker this time.
Because that would make too much sense. Maybe she was like, I don't want to take that again.
Listen, she took it once, and they did show a replay of it 3 times, so that's worthwhile. But she doesn't want to take it every single week. She doesn't want to be dropped on her head by Sonny Siaki on a weekly basis.
Everyone else has to.
I would like to be dropped on my head by Sonny Siaki on a weekly basis, but apparently Athena doesn't.
I'm just imagining this whole segment, but with you walking out in the neck brace instead.
And then Siakalipsing me.
It's David Young's sitting there and like, no.
Well, actually, we forgot to mention the most important part of this match. Siaki's pants fell down the entire time.
Yeah. But he owned it. And like, that's the thing. He just whipped his ass out and he's like, yeah, whatever. And the crowd got into it, so...
Yeah, because his belt came loose, and then he was like, oh, this is a cumbrance to my...
No, he did it to himself. He took the belt off to whip David Young.
And yeah, then he pulled it off, he threw it down, and then his pants started falling down. But as you mentioned, he did own it. He started flashing the crowd, and yeah, go Sonny Siaki.
With his G-string that he was wearing.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody who doesn't want Sonny Siaki's pants to fall down in that crowd.
Yeah, we saw some cheeks. This is a very a cheek-heavy show.
Cheeks was only on NWA-TNA paper number 2, Liam.
Where's the brown-eyed girl?
So that's the power struggle stuff. It continues through.
Oh, power struggle. Hey, we got a Carter and Tamatonga. We got Zack Sabre Jr. Shingo.
They should bring Glenn Gilberti into New Japan for that power struggle.
Who would you put him with?
Gilberti against Yano, of course.
No, I was going to say put him in the House of Torture.
The other things we had, Jarrett feuded with the Fail Sons for the month.
Yeah, and he enlisted Dusty Rhodes.
So yeah, we get this feud where Jarrett, Dusty, and the debuting D'Lo Brown feuds with Eric Watts, David Flair, and the other guy, and the Brian Lawler.
The other guy.
I'm surprised you didn't get mad at me for getting Brian Lawler. I'm sorry.
The other guy. The best guy in the group, and he's the other guy.
Hey, David Flair is the best guy in the group.
That is not true.
You know what? There's moments where I was watching David Flair this month where I was like, I'm actually okay with old Dave.
There was one time where I was like, I like David Flair. And it was when him and Brian Lawler were in the ring with Dusty. Mm-hmm. And because I looked at them and I was like, this is Shaggy and Scooby. David Flair is Shaggy and Brian Lawler is Scooby-Doo. And that should be their shtick.
He does make many Scooby-Doo faces.
And like David Flair's like out of it too, so he's kind of like, yeah, it works. I like these two should be goofball henchmen together the entire time.
Brian Lawler should start doing the Scooby-Doo voice.
Yes, he basically is.
What up, David? I'm Scooby-Doo.
Like, Dusty's like, that's charisma. He's like, it ain't.
We'll get to the Dusty David Flair segment in a moment. But first, unfortunately, we have to talk about many Eric Watts promos.
Eric Watts sucks.
Uh-huh.
And he sucks in such an unfortunate way in that he feels like he thinks he's a main event guy while he's sucking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I said this to you in Twitter, but I was like, 2003, Eric is a WWE main eventer in 2021, based purely on the way he carries himself. He would do everything to a T that they want him to do in 2021 WWE.
He would be in a stable and then feud with Baron Corbin.
Yes, 100%. He would be Baron Corbin.
I have a take about Eric Watts, Liam.
That he's the worst second generation guy in history.
No, I was going to say he's the worst thing in TNA history so far. I cannot stand Eric Watts on these shows. Like, he is unbearable. He does his first big promo on the show, on the March 5th show, where he interrupts Jeff Jarrett in the ring. And he just talks forever about absolutely nothing at all. He's just like, Jeff, you did something. I'm not going to say what you did, but you did something and it hurt my career, but I'm not going to say exactly what. And my dad was fine. My dad loved me. My dad pushed me, except the entire premise of our stable is we hate our dads. But I actually hate you, Jeff, because you somehow ruined me.
Because you're my dad.
He keeps talking, and as you said, he thinks he's cool, which is, I think, what makes it the most unbearable, which is the contrast from Flair and Lawler, who are operating like goons. And it's like, yeah, you're goons, that's fun. As opposed to Watts, who just thinks he's a badass, cool guy, and this is his final opportunity to get a real push in the wrestling industry. And it's horrible. He's so bad. He's one of the worst promos I've ever seen in my life. And the worst part is, he gets a ton of promo time. He talks a ton on these shows, and he's horrible.
Eric Watts is an interesting one because he is the perfect example of what one of TNA's biggest problems is right now, where it's like guys who should just be mid-card goofs are pretending they're main event guys. And it's infuriating. Like, just let Disco be a mid-card goof. Just let Mike Sanders be a mid-card goof. Just let Flair and Lawler be mid-card goofs. Just let Eric Watts be a mid-card goof. Because none of these guys are main event guys.
So you're not looking forward to a potential Jeff Jarrett Eric Watts match?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Eric Watts is my second least favorite guy in TNA history, so...
Oh, who's your least favorite?
BG James. I have no time for BG James.
I would watch a BG James promo or segment before I would watch an Eric Watts promo or segment.
I wouldn't, because it'll have less slurs, gay bashing, and terrible references and jokes that don't land. I'll take incoherent rambling over that.
So, yeah, Watts is feuding with Jarrett, then pivots into a feud with Dusty. Well, I suppose Watts isn't really feuding with Dusty. Dusty is more feuding with the other Fail Sons.
The goons.
Dusty is feuding with Lawler and Flair.
Wow, Dusty's feuding with Lawler and Flair on TNA? That's crazy.
I know, and Watts is feuding with Jarrett. It's listen to all these names, Liam.
Wow, I wonder how many people tuned in because they thought, wow, Flair and Dusty?
But yeah, on that March 12th show, we did have, I think, the best segment all month, which is Dusty Rhodes in the ring with David Flair and Brian Lawler.
I loved it. I loved it so much. I loved every second of it.
Because we did get the big reveal at the end of the March 5th show, where we finally saw, after the Raven and Sandman Clockwork Orange House of Fun match, David Flair did reveal that he had the NWA title belt in his satchel, and that's what he's been hitting people with. It's his dad's old NWA title.
I'll take a victory on that for saying it was a belt.
Even though you said it was the wrong belt.
Whoa, we don't have to bring that part up.
So the next week, Dusty's like, you don't deserve that belt, you're not champions. And then Brian Lawler and David Flair are very upset. But then Dusty does a turn. It's like, you want to be king? You want to be king? And Brian Lawler's like, yeah, I want to be king like my dad. And then Dusty's like, give me 5. And he slaps Brian Lawler in the face. And it's like, you can be the king of these nuts. And the crowd go nuts.
And the crowd goes fucking insane.
It's like the biggest pop in TNA history for that these nuts delivery.
And the best part is, hits him with the D's nuts, and then they close up on Brian Lawler's face, and Dusty just starts throwing hands. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, he hits him with the D's nuts, then he's gonna heat him up. He doesn't care about anything. And then bam, hits the double elbows. Eric Watts runs in, and then it goes downhill a little bit.
Yeah, then D'Lo and Jarrett make the save to set up a 6-man tag for the next week. But that's the segment. Dusty is like so insanely charismatic in the entire segment. He's just like the coolest guy in this company because he's a guy who can actually cut a promo and he's not being a nerd.
He's the best guy in the company.
Easily. Like, he's the biggest star, he's the best promo, he's the only guy who's like a good baby face, like up and down all of these shows.
And he looks like he's having fun being there. Like, it isn't just a paycheck for him.
He's just having a good time, and like as we mentioned, by all accounts, he's looking at like, oh, maybe I can get in and get the book in this company. So
I desperately wish we lived in the timeline where Dusty got the book in this company.
So yeah, Dusty rules. I love him so much. Even like the next week or the last week of the month, Dusty does this promo from his farm.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Or he's like getting weapons for his bunkhouse brawl. He's filling up his wheelbarrow with the weapons that beat up David Flair with, and he's just doing a Dusty promo and like. Oh, Dusty, I love him. He's like maybe even the only good thing about this month, but he's great. Dusty is great.
Someone suggest for our paid stuff that we just do a Dusty retrospective. I want to see Dusty.
Watch Dusty in his prime. Watch some great Dusty promos. And like this is Dusty in his prime. This is Dusty just being his charismatic self. He's not like a main event act, though he does get some title shots coming down the line. You can look forward to those. But
I am.
Dusty Rhodes, man. What a charisma. Who would have known that Dusty Rhodes is a charismatic pro wrestler who can carry a wrestling show even into his probably 50s at this stage?
Dusty Rhodes, currently my front runner for 2003 TNA Wrestler of the Year.
He is the best wrestler in the company. It's undeniable.
Just tremendous stuff. I love Dusty so much.
And in the last show of the month, he does have a bunkhouse match against David Flair where he just utterly squashes him in 2 minutes.
And you know what? This is what Flair should be doing, though, you know what I mean? He's pretty good in this. I was fine with it.
Well, I regret to inform you that is the last David Flair match we will cover.
I mean, good, but also sad.
Watts continues through the month on NWA-TNA pay number 37. He has an interview with Mike Tenay, where Mike Tenay is just like, "You're saying nothing. Why aren't you saying anything?
Just answer my questions, please." Even Russo answered my questions.
He was so frustrated and bamboozled by this Eric Watts interview where Eric Watts spoke in riddles and didn't say a word, and Mike Tenay just makes a face at the end, which I gifted. It was a wonderful Mike Tenay reaction face, where he has like a half smile and it drops to like just utter disdain toward Eric Watts.
You know what? You know who would have got the answers out of Eric Watts?
Who?
The interrogators.
Nah, that's the mistake they made. They invited him on the Mike Tenay talk show instead of the rapid fire Mike Tenay Don West interrogation.
He could be like, Bill Watts. Dad, I love him. Jeff Jarrett. Oh, he did this one thing. Ah, you almost got me, Mike.
It's Don's presence. The crossed arms of Don's with the stroked chin of Mike Tenay is a combination that cannot be denied.
I mean, it's just too powerful.
So Jarrett, D'Lo, and Dusty defeated the New Generation in a 6-man tag match on that same March 19th show. I thought a nice little match, mostly because they built to a hot tag quite well. It wasn't anything special, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's alright.
And then after the match, Watts drags Jarrett out to the back. He ties him to the back of a car.
Well, you're missing the turn.
We'll talk about Truth in a minute. Truth's a separate thing.
Okay.
Truth is a whole different topic for this month. Ugh. But yeah, Watts drags him all the way to the back, puts him in the back, ties his neck into a noose.
And you're like, holy shit. How are they gonna do this? How are they gonna get away with doing this? It doesn't look like this is... I mean, it's not rigged up in any way. Holy shit.
Because yeah, he slams that noose into the hood of the car so that Jeff Jarrett will be dragged behind the back of a car. Eric Watts goes around to the front, teases, driving away, dragging Jeff by his neck. Which would have been a cool spot, but they didn't do it. Watts then walked back to the back of the car and it's like, "You think I'm going to murder you?" It's like, yes, that's expressly what you tried to do.
And it would have been cool. Why didn't you do it? That's a much better wrestling angle than just teasing doing it.
In typical Eric Watts fashion, he was deeply disappointing in a way you did not even expect.
I had zero expectations and you still ruined them, Eric Watts.
He went back to Jarrett and he was like, "Oh, you know that I could have ended you. I'm Eric Watts. I think I'm cool.
I'm the rated R superstar, Eric Watts."
He does have like fake Edge 2006 energy, doesn't he?
Yeah, without the charisma.
So we get another very long Eric Watts promo on the last show of the month where he just talks and talks and talks.
I didn't remember this one. I just kind of ignored it.
It's the one where Jarrett hit him with a guitar in the end.
Yeah, the first real guitar shot from Jarrett.
Yeah, so Jarrett finally broke out the guitar because he was fucking sick of hearing Eric Watts constantly talk.
You know what? Fair enough.
That promo spun in some other directions, which we'll get to in a minute, because we're going to talk next. After we've, I think, dealt with all the fail-son stuff. We didn't give Brian Lawler enough credit. His facial expressions in that Dusty segment were great.
Yeah, Lawler's great. Like, I was telling you earlier, this started as an, like, ironic love for Brian Lawler, but now I legitimately think he's good.
He's so good in that segment, where it's like, when Dusty is like, "Oh, you want to be king?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's like Scooby. He's got his tongue out, and he's like, yeah.
And when he's slapped, and when the "These nuts" line is delivered, he's like puffing his mouth in and out. It's like, he's very good. He is very good.
It was great when Dusty's like, you know, you're out here like a fool, and he starts to take his jacket off, and Dusty just looks at him and goes, "Now, boy, you don't want to do that. Getting all naked on me." And the crowd goes nuts.
Oh, Dusty is so good.
Getting all naked on me.
I love him. I love him so much. I'm so happy he's on these shows.
I wish like our intro was like triple the length, because if it was, I would advocate for D's nuts being added into it.
It's probably too long. Well, you know what? We'll end the show
with D's nuts.
We'll put the "These nuts" quote at the very end of the show for our dear listeners.
Yes.
That is a thing to listen all the way through to the end, so you can hear the wonderful Dusty notes. The Dusty notes.
Dusty noids. You gotta avoid the noids. He hits it so perfectly. It's also one of the best D's nuts I've ever heard in my life. Like,
it does help that the crowd went absolutely apeshit for it.
Of course they did.
D'Lo Brown made his TNA debut in this year month of March.
He broke out of the prison that housed Malachi Black and Buddy Murphy.
Yeah, if you've seen any of those prison metaphors going all the way back to John Moxley's, they stole it from 2003 D'Lo.
Well, technically, I think he's an AWOL soldier, not a prison escapee.
Or is he? Because the thing is, he's held captive by an oppressed regime, which is or an oppressed dictator, is the words they use. So
I guess is he a prisoner of war?
Well, when you think about the phrase oppressed dictator, that means the dictator himself is being oppressed, not doing the oppressing. So clearly Vince McMahon is actually the victim in this D'Lo Brown debut.
D'Lo has been oppressing Vince this whole time.
So now he's escaped. He's escaped the shackles. He was free. These are the words used in the vignette that aired before D'Lo Brown showed up. Which, yeah, is this weird thing where it's like he's escaping a military dictator to finally be free here in the NWA-TNA.
It's so hilarious. And it's so non-fitting for D'Lo.
No.
It's a perfect vignette.
And D'Lo doesn't even acknowledge it or anything. He just comes out and he does cut a kind of anti-WWE promo, but he's not like, I'm free.
It has nothing to do with his character or anything at any point. It immediately goes to his funky "Are You Down" graphic that he has.
Which, by the way, D'Lo's theme song as well. Great stuff.
It's a weird one. I don't know how I feel about D'Lo's theme.
It's a banger.
I don't know. It's a little plain.
No, it's not. It's super upbeat.
Yeah, but it's not very. I don't know. It doesn't have a lot of. It needs a little zhuzh.
It has plenty of zhuzh. It's like I'm gonna play it underneath it if I can find it, so the listeners can make the decision for themselves about whether or not this is a good piece of music.
I'm doing the head wobble.
D'Lo Brown's neck muscles.
My neck is cracking every time I do this.
Yeah, if I move my neck in the slightest bit of the wrong direction, my back will blow out and I'll be debilitated for a day. Whereas this dude is throwing his neck in directions that I did not think he could even throw a neck, and he is fine. This man must have the strongest neck muscles in the history of necks.
Got dizzy from whipping my head around like D'Lo Brown.
He's a marvel. That is his true talent, his ability to move his head and neck without having to spend 2 weeks lying in bed without moving.
Also, Cuddy's promo here, Siaki comes out and confronts him, which is wow, two major stars right here.
Sonny Siaki and D'Lo Brown, yeah.
Yeah. And then they get into their physical confrontation. D'Lo hits all of his moves and they look crisp as hell. It's cool, fun little segment. And I gotta admit, D'Lo really felt like a star here.
Yeah, he got a huge reaction when he came out.
Yeah, huge reaction, cut a great promo, looked in great shape. Looked like a star here.
And as you mentioned, when he hit the lowdown and we hit the sky high, great stuff. And they hit his music mid sky high, which I thought was really cool. While he was in the air, they hit his music and he came down. It's yeah.
Maybe we could try and track down some of that old Japan stuff and see how his work was in this time as well.
Oh, his 30-minute time limit draw with Joe Doring. Oh no, it was Kojima. He has a 30-minute time limit draw with Kojima.
What?
I think so, yeah.
I need to see that.
So, D'Lo, yeah. I'm excited to dip back into D'Lo's TNA stuff, because D'Lo is one of those guys who's super underrated.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And I know that he has some pretty highly touted stuff with AJ as well. So
yeah, him and AJ make it for a very fun tag team. So
I'm looking forward to it.
So during D'Lo Brown's appearance on Chicago Sports Radio, he said he hasn't felt this good in 8 years, which is in reference to his TNA debut, and he was very happy with the locker room atmosphere. Everyone in the back has been really professional, said D'Lo Brown.
I'm surprised. Well, clearly because Russo's left,
Though in a radio appearance later in the month, he did confess that he hopes to return to WWE someday.
Ah, D'Lo, you were going so well.
But he is happy for the time being in TNA. He left, WWE just didn't renew his contract, so he was available to jump, and he jumped.
I didn't find D'Lo Brown versus Kojima, but I found D'Lo Brown versus Kawada.
Oh, if you remember, D'Lo did return to WWE in 2008. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
His weird 1 year return where he did nothing and got fired again.
Yeah, and then he became a Backstage TNA guy for a while.
Yeah, he's currently color commentator on Impact. So there you go.
Official TNA guy, D'Lo Brown.
Yeah, I think we can crown him that. D'Lo, you're a TNA guy, and people don't think of him as a TNA guy.
I think it's mostly because a lot of his run was backstage.
Yeah, and he hasn't done a ton of notable in-ring stuff, other than Aces and Eights, of course, Liam, which we will come to in a very long time. So the big thing for D'Lo for the month is that part of his contract, part of his going to TNA, he was given an NWA title shot.
Which is a dope way of immediately putting someone else into, the main event contention.
It's funny, we were looking at his cage match and we noted that his Ring of Honor debut was also a World Championship match against Nigel McGuinness. So this is clearly something D'Lo regularly negotiates. But that naturally puts him at odds with Jeff Jarrett immediately. So Jeff and D'Lo have a bit of a strange bedfellows thing for the entire month going on. Can they get along? Can they coexist? Why do they hate each other? The thing I really didn't like at the end of the month, there's this big in-ring segment with Sanders, Gilberti, D'Lo, and Jarrett. Where, like, the crux is that Gilberti's like, we will get you your title shot, but if you win, you have to join Sex. And I'm like, he already has his title shot. It was in his contract. He doesn't need this Sex offer of a title shot. What's going on here?
I think D'Lo's point is meant to be that, like, he wants it now, but, like, Raven has the claim ahead of him. So Sex are like, we'll let you get the shot before Raven if you join with us.
Sex apparently have this kind of power.
Well, because Raven's a tentative, like, member of Sex, I guess they could convince Raven to hold back.
And the thing is, they did want to push the Jarrett-Raven match down the line so they could build to it more, which will be one of the big matches we'll talk about when we get to April. So, yeah, I guess so. I still don't like it. I don't like to... Because, like, the very first thing he did was a tease of Sex. You know, Siaki came out and offered him a spot in Sex, and he turned him down and beat up Siaki. And then the rest of the month is still people trying to get him in Sex. I'm like, ugh, no. You already said no.
Feels like everyone's first thing when they join the company is, hey, will they join Sex or not?
Or they beat up the Harris Bros.
One of two ways to go.
Go after the Nazis or be offered a spot with the Nazis. That's one of the two ways you debut in TNA. Allegedly, Nazis. Yes, allegedly. So, yeah, D'Lo has an on and off again feud with Jarrett. He has a match with Chris Harris later in the month.
Yeah, it's a okay match.
Yeah, it's basically just to give him a quick little win, so he's heated up for his match against Jarrett.
Over someone credible.
The more interesting thing about that Chris Harris against D'Lo Brown match is that they were thinking about breaking up AMW at this stage already, Liam.
I mean, I'm shocked to hear this in the Vince Russo-led company.
A note from PW Torch. TNA is planning to break up the America's Most Wanted tag team. Management see Chris Harris as a top babyface, or a potential top babyface. Meanwhile, sources say even Harris was reluctant to tinker with the winning AMW formula. No word on what the company has planned for Harris's partner, James Storm.
Well, and as we know, here in 2021, that's exactly what happened. James Storm fizzled out, and Chris Harris went on to become a legend of the company. Yes,
they broke up right here in 2003, and then decided that Harris was the best guy ever and Storm never did anything.
Damn, what a shame. Remember when Chris Harris showed up in NXT for a couple weeks? That was weird. Remember when James Storm was on WWE ECW?
Imagine if they had different careers. Very strange.
Not even different, if they had each other's careers. I was a big fan of Cat Money.
To be fair, I do think Storm probably would have done better in WWE than Harris if he went into, like, 2007.
Yeah, but he would have been a comedy joke cowboy, man. He would have been what he was in the first episode of NWA-TNA.
He probably would have stayed employed longer, though.
That is fair. Yeah, he definitely would have stayed around.
And isn't that truly the only goal of going to WWE, is to stay employed for as long as you can?
Get as much money as you can.
So we will monitor the potential AMW breakup as it doesn't happen. No, you might be surprised. It doesn't happen. They don't break
what?
Them up. But they thought
that's what I thought the first episode of next month is.
Storm turns on Harris. He's like, how dare you have a match without me? Wow. I find you guilty of infidelity.
You should go after D'Lo then.
So the other big kind of sex-related thing is Styles and Raven, who have a feud through the month for number one contendership.
Which is kind of bad?
I didn't like... They have two matches, one on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 36, where they went to a double pinfall draw, and then one on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 37, March 19th, where they have a ladder match. I liked the ladder match. I thought the ladder match was pretty good.
They took some big, stupid spots, which I appreciate.
We also, before we get to those, we should talk about Raven and Sandman had their blow-off, the Clockwork Orange House of Fun match, which actually featured the debut of Kevin Sullivan.
Which I was into.
So the first show of the month, March 5th, starts with Raven cutting a promo. And once again, Liam, I've written down the Raven promo.
Here we go!
Life is a tapestry, weaved by the gods. And those who are singled out for this divine birthright, again, my Raven impression sounds much more like James Mitchell, have two choices.
You need more pauses in here. You're remembering it too well.
Oh, sorry, yes. They can fight it, or they can face it. Well, I have turned the other cheek for far too long. Lights flicker out. Oh, sorry, the light. That's stage direction.
Whoosh, lights.
Because midway through this, while he's cutting the promo, which is an important note in a second we'll come back to, the lights kind of drop, and you can see like the confusion on his face. He's like, what?
He's like, Sabu?
I have not been devout because pain and horror are holy things, and by believing in the darkness, we are elevated, and by elevating us, we elevate ourselves when we destroy, and when we destroy, we are cleansed. Welcome to Raven's Clockwork Orange House of Fun. Quote the Raven, nevermore. He does another one on the second show of the month, which is just as bad, but I didn't write down.
Next time. We can only have one Raven promo read a month.
So just as he finishes this promo, you hear somebody say like, well, and then lights drop, show cuts out. Because the power cut in the building.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
So TNA went off the air for, I think it was like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes while they were trying to get up a graphic came up. TNA will be right back. Like, Kevin Sullivan actually cut his promo during this time. Like, he didn't know the lights went out. He went through his entire promo. And
you didn't know the lights went out?
Oh, no, I guess not. Maybe the microphone still worked? I don't know. He did his promo twice.
Yeah, but the lights were out.
I hope he just screamed it at Raven. But they did, a few minutes later, get back on the air, and it's not actually in the Impact Plus version. If you go back and watch the original version, which has a few more seconds before Kevin Sullivan starts cutting his promo, Kevin Sullivan is like, all right, let's do it again, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, all right, let's do it again, I guess. I will not be a referee! I will be an observer!
So Kevin Sullivan does his entire promo for a second time because there was a power failure in the building.
Awesome. This is the stuff I'm here for.
From PW Torch, before the outage, TNA officials were under the impression that a backup power generator would kick in automatically in the event of a power outage. Even now that they know that's not the case, they do not plan to make the switch because the financial investment would be too steep.
Come on, Dixie. You're in charge now.
TNA officials believe the blackout was caused by a power surge, some video packages were destroyed, and there was also some minor production equipment damage.
Awesome.
So this is not quite building catches fire. We'll get to that in 2006.
Excuse me?
Don't worry about it. But we are here, and building loses power, and show goes off the air for 5 minutes, and Kevin Sullivan has to do his promo twice.
Hell yes. Big Kevin Sullivan guy. Big fan of this.
But that does build to the main event. Raven defeated Sandman in the inaugural Clockwork Orange House of Fun match, in which Raven bled more than any human being should bleed for a match like this.
Until the next week, where he bled more.
But the problem is, he cut himself so deep here that the wound literally could not heal. Like, you know, on commentary, I think it's on during the ladder match with AJ, they are talking about how, like, Raven's cut keeps on opening because he cut himself so deep. That's a shoot. He's cut himself so deep that he cannot, in fact, heal the wound quickly enough before he wrestles again. And when he wrestles again, the wound opens again, and it just does not heal.
Jesus Christ.
Because if you look at him after this, like, he is caked in blood. It's like one of the worst blade jobs you'll ever see. And worst by, I mean, like, lots and lots of blood. Like, his hair is just red, his face, and it's like, it's literally like you threw strawberry jam in his face and covered it all over. That's how much he's bleeding. In this, like, nothing match against the Sandman as well.
Excuse me, this is the Clockhouse Orange House of Fun.
I wonder, is that it? Like, this is the debut of my signature stipulation match, so I must bleed to an extent that anybody possibly wants, but I will get over my own stipulation match if I do it.
I think he just respects the bit.
So he must bleed to an extravagant degree.
Yeah.
I know from this match, and I noticed this actually while watching, while Sandman knocks over us, the Raven's Nest sign hovers over Raven's, like, perch in the top of the stand.
It looks like shit.
It's a horrible sign, but I noticed he knocked it over while they were brawling in the stands. I was like, I wonder if it fall on anybody. Turns out, it did.
Awful.
A note from PW Torch, a young fan was hurt when Sandman accidentally knocked the Raven's Nest sign on top of him during last week's main event. Part of the sign fell onto the fan and left a large cut on his head. The fan and his parents were ushered backstage by security and were introduced to the wrestlers and sent home with a load of merchandise. Don't sue, don't sue, don't sue, don't sue. All the office has downplayed the severity of the situation. One wrestler who saw the kid said he was about as bloody as Raven was. Which...
I wish if the kid was a worker, he would have walked backstage, done the Raven pose, and been like, I am the sanctity of the sanctuary. Everyone follow me through the darkness and I will lead us to the light. But I am not your messiah, no.
The Sandman took pictures with the boy and then ducked back in the corner of the locker and placed his head in his hands and cried because he was distraught because he nearly killed the kid.
Oh, poor Sandman. Sandman rules. Poor Sandman.
I was going to spin off into Raven Styles, but let's do Sandman because the next week is one of my favorite matches in TNA history.
Yeah.
Where the Harris Bros wrestle Steve Corino and Sandman.
A match that will be in, like, by the time this is up, on our Twitter, basically in full.
So, Sandman's doing his entrance after Corino's and the Harris Bros have already made their entrance. So, Sandman's going through the crowd, he's drinking, he's smoking, he's having fun with the fans. And then the bell rings. And the Harris Bros continue to beat on Steve Corino. Steve Corino makes his own comeback. They hit him with the H-bomb. Ugh, that's a horrible name for a move.
I was going to say, like, in Corino's defense here, like, he gets, like, 70% of the offense still. Like, he's hitting stunners, he's, like, hitting strikes, he's beating them up. They kind of get him on, like, a banana slip H-bomb. And
pin him, while Sandman turns around and is like, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, Sandman turns around when the 3 is counted. And he's like, wow, what?
He's busy trying to get people in the crowd to drink his beer. I absolutely adore the idea that Sandman's partner was pinned because he was too busy doing his entrance.
It's awesome. Sandman rules.
There was an even better one, frankly, at the end of the month, where the main event of the last show of the month is the Sadistic Madness match, or as James Mitchell likes to call it, an S&M match.
Please say it as Raven, as James Mitchell.
A Sadistic Madness match.
There you go.
The rules of the Sadistic Madness match are as follows. You must bleed before you can be pinned or submitted. So the tactical advantage is to try and avoid bleeding and therefore you cannot lose the match. Sandman, however, makes his entrance, his usual entrance, which involves downing a can of beer and then smashing that can of beer off of his forehead.
Sorry, I just want to mention, in this case too, Sandman went to the extent of bringing like a 12-pack down with him too. It wasn't even a couple cans. He bought like the box.
He wanted to make sure he could make himself bleed. So what does smashing a can of beer off your own forehead, particularly Sandman's particularly vulnerable forehead, do? It makes him bleed before the match even begins. And like the announcers are buried. It was like, what the hell would you do this for? You put yourself and your team at such a tactical disadvantage because you made yourself bleed.
I wish his team were pissed about it.
Perry Saturn just starts shooting on him.
Yeah.
Sandman. What a character. What a character on this show Sandman is.
I love him. I love him, so I hope he never leaves.
So then we do have the two Styles Raven matches. The first one, as I said, on the March 12th show, I didn't particularly care for. I thought it was actually kind of bad.
It was okay.
And then the ladder match I thought was better because they just did some cool ladder match moves.
AJ took a lot of bumps in it. I like the logic here that the TNA officials thought it would be too much in Raven's wheelhouse to make it just a plunder match, so they added the ladder match stipulation to give AJ a chance.
Yeah, so it evens things out. It gives them both their like strategic and stylistic advantages.
I really like that. I thought that was a good touch.
So a note from the first Raven AJ match. Raven spent the night in the Atlanta emergency room following his match with AJ, the first one. Raven drove back to Atlanta after the show, but immediately sought medical treatment at a local emergency room for a pair of cuts on his forehead. The first cut was actually self-inflicted from a blade, which Raven used during the match with Styles. Raven cut himself so deep that it wouldn't close. And remember, this is the week after he did the Sandman blade job. So again, he continues to stab himself in the forehead, and these cuts are not healing.
Wrestlers rule.
He needed plastic surgery for that. And then the second cut occurred on the March 19th show when Styles hit him with the handle side of a trash can, which bust him open again.
Which Don West, was aghast at.
He's like, he hit him with the other side. That's much worse.
Well, that's because he talks so much shit about AJ. AJ's like, fuck you, I'm going to get it with the other side of the can.
And you'll note, Raven wasn't on the March 26th show because he asked for it off. It's like, I am bleeding so much every single week. I need a week off for these dumb freaking cuts in my forehead to heal.
Please. I'm hurting so bad.
He needs a plastic surgeon to sew it together just so it starts to heal.
The glue doesn't work anymore.
My God, Raven. So much blood from Raven on these shows. Okay, I think we're through all the sex stuff.
Sex sells. Well, yeah, I guess like, so yeah, I was gonna say like the Russo stuff is like repeated throughout the month, but it's only really the one segment. So
yeah, you see scenes from that one segment multiple times, and like Jeff Jarrett does an interview at the end of the month where they mostly talk about that segment as well.
Oh, and also he does one on the same show where that happens, and he's like, you know, the annoying part about this whole Jarrett Russo stuff is every time he can, Jarrett's like, you know, Russo's not that bad of a guy. He's kind of just a passionate guy who really believes in the things that he's into. And you're like, Jarrett, no, hate him.
I like the way Mike Tenay is the opposite, because he brings Mike Tenay to for that interview, and then Russo's like, you don't believe me, do you, Mike Tenay? Mike Tenay's like, no. And Russo's like, that's because you're too deep into wrestling. It's like, no, it's because you spent a lifetime being full of shit.
Also, because this isn't real. It's a storyline that I'm a part of.
It is actually a shoot. Oh, I didn't even read the note from frickin' the Torch about how basically they're like trying to convince people this is a shoot again, even though Russo's backstage at every show.
Cool.
For whatever it's worth, some TNA officials are being told that Vince Russo's retirement speech was a shoot. However, Russo was backstage at the show, and his vignette was taped in the building, not at his home as was claimed as part of a storyline.
I was gonna say, his home looks like shit if that's his house.
That's just a random room in the building with a computer in it. There's also, like, Dave Meltzer notes in The Observer that Hennig is actually a very bad example to use as somebody who was away from his kids, given he spent most of the prior 11 years, like, with his kids every week.
It's almost like he was just going for shock value and not for an actual point.
Which perhaps makes it feel even sleazier to use the death of Kurt Hennig in this stupid wrestling angle.
Guy who was here, like, a month ago.
Yeah, and he's passed away, and we must use his passing as a dumb Vince Russo crutch for a dumb promo that we're going to try and once again convince people is actually the case until Vince Russo inevitably returns to television.
No, I'm pretty sure he's never coming back.
Oh yeah, sorry, he did say it's not an angle. He wishes it was an angle.
I wish it was an angle.
So we had many other debuts this month. One of the bigger ones was Jim Duggan. So Jim Duggan makes his debut on the March 12th show, I believe.
Yeah.
Or was it? Yeah, March 12th. He makes his debut in a match against Mike Sanders. And Liam, I'm again going to make a bold claim, is the worst match in TNA history to this point.
Ooh.
This match, it wasn't even that the match was bad, but this match was 6 minutes long.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hate it, honestly. I thought it was... I mean, I gave it 1.5 stars. I just thought it was... You know, old guy beating up a guy and crowd getting into it and going, whoa, and that was it.
If this match was just because Jim Duggan was a surprise opponent for Sanders. Sanders was trying to prove his worth in sex, and Duggan came out and beat him. But if this match was a minute long and Duggan squashed him, I'd like, yeah, fine. Because like the next week there's a Moondog spot and Jim Duggan against Sanders and Gilberti match that is about a minute long, and this Duggan and Moondog spot win. That's fine. This match went 6 minutes and it felt like 30. I have never felt a longer 6-minute match in my entire life. Like, it just kept on going. They had a real match, Liam. I have no idea why they had a real wrestling match. It was so bad. Made me suffer.
I mean, yeah, it definitely wasn't good, but I just didn't hate it as much as you.
Then the next week, Jim Duggan comes out on the eve of the beginning of the war in Iraq.
About time! Oh!
Jim Duggan starts the show cutting a promo, first of all burying France and Germany for objecting to the war.
Shit, France and Germany!
Rallying the troops of Australia, Britain, and the United States for going to war to take down Iraq. Then he says the Pledge of Allegiance. Then he tells a story about how one of his daughters was like, Daddy, are we safe? And then Jim Duggan was like, you know, I don't know, but I'm going to cut a promo on Saddam Hussein anyway.
Cool.
So yeah, this, again, the US went to war in Iraq, a deeply unpopular war, even at the time. So you needed, there was a lot of this in like American culture and American society, because there was a lot of people objecting to this entirely warranted war based on false pretenses. So a lot of people were like, hey, wait a minute. But then there was the big pushback. It's like, you don't support the troops. It's like, no, I'd rather the troops not die for no reason. It's like, you don't support the troops. It's like, all right, shut up.
I love the troops.
So it's very strange to get this like full-on military jingoism to kick off an NWA-TNA pay-per-view.
Hey, this is the one that was broadcast in Australia, so fair play to them.
They did put over the Australians as being part of this alliance with the United Kingdom and Britain to invade Iraq.
Yeah, where was Ireland, huh?
We are a notoriously neutral country, Liam. We stayed neutral in World War II.
Sounds like cowardice to me.
We are one of the most neutral. It's like we're not picking a side. We're the people who just sit in the middle and pretend to be above it all.
Wow, and after the US saved you from your potato famines, how dare you turn your back on them?
Despite the fact that we do allow the US to use one of our airports to refuel their planes, but still, we're neutral.
Oh, wow. This is what Maggie Thatcher was all about.
Because that has a lot to do with it, yes.
Yep. I'm just saying buzzwords. Just hoping that they connect in some manner of offense.
Famine, war, Thatcher.
Yeah.
Troubles.
Bombings.
So there was a note in the PW Torch that TNA planned to use Jim Duggan as the TNA Goodwill Ambassador, so he wasn't meant to have a regular role.
No, he didn't get much goodwill from us.
He gets goodwill from the US troops.
USA. Come on, Garrett. USA. Come on, everyone. USA.
We did have some more America fuck yeah moments where Goldilocks and Dale Oliver opened the following show with an acoustic version of America the Beautiful.
Dale Oliver!
Yeah, the first we've seen of Dale Oliver on camera here in TNA.
Playing guitar just like Eric Bischoff.
Yeah, and his fancy pants.
Yeah, he did wear some very fancy pants. There was also some chemistry between Goldilocks and Dale Oliver, and I hope that they explore this further.
There were some longing glances. Some deep looks into each other's eyes as they sang that song.
Well, it's a very horny song, isn't it?
So we also had the debut of Perry Saturn.
Oh yeah, he just threw dudes. It kind of ruled.
Yeah, so he showed up in the main event after Malice apparently disappeared. I didn't see any notes about why Malice disappeared, but, well, Malice disappeared.
He was in the promo that Mitchell cut and then just didn't show up the next week.
Yeah, because he returned the week before, beat up all of the XXX and people. Looked really cool, actually. He just showed up and chokeslammed everybody.
Yeah, he powerbombed Daniels, and Daniels took a great bump on it.
So then Malice disappeared again, never to be seen again. So the main event was the New Church of the last show of the month, was the New Church and Sandman and Perry Saturn against Sex's team of the Harris Bros and XXX. And as you mentioned earlier in the show, Perry Saturn showed up, threw around XXX, threw around the Harris Bros. Same thing in the main event. Perry Saturn rules.
Yeah.
And like when he showed up, you were like, "Oh no, Perry Saturn's here." And it's like, "No, Perry Saturn is
No,
really cool."
I didn't say, "Oh no, Perry Saturn's here."
There is audio evidence at TNAchat.com of your full disinterest at Perry Saturn's TNA debut.
I believe it was more indifference than disinterest.
Disinterest and indifference are more or less the same thing.
No, disinterest implies negative connotations. Indifference is just like whatever.
I'm pretty sure indifference also implies negative connotations.
Nah, indifference is more neutral.
It's still pretty negative.
I don't think indifference is negative. I think indifference is indifference. Could go either way. Could be some good, could be some bad. Hey-oh.
If somebody says, "I am indifferent to you," do you two ever take that as like, you know what, I'm not going to be upset about this person saying this thing to me?
I would never be offended by someone being indifferent to me. In fact, I encourage it.
But yes, I was very excited to see Perry Saturn throw some dudes around, and Liam was like, "No."
Yeah, that's exactly how I was.
Again, audio evidence. TNAchat.com. You can hear it for yourself in the watch along.
We got them. This is all. We're just working a storyline right now, so they go buy the watch along.
This is an angle. I wish it was an angle.
Yeah, I'm leaving the podcast forever.
But yes, Saturn showed up, threw people around, and he wasn't the only one who showed up for that main event, Liam. Also, we had the TNA debut.
World's largest love machine.
Of Viscera, Mabel.
I'm chucking up the V's right now. Big Daddy V.
Big fan of Big Daddy V. He showed up, he dropped Chris Daniels with the choke bomb. He was a pal of Ron Killings, who we'll talk about, I guess, in a second as well. But yes, the debut of Viscera.
I'm into this. I love Big Daddy V. I'm ready for this run.
I enjoyed the note in PW Torch. Virtually nobody in TNA expects Mabel to be in for more than a week or two.
Aww.
So he did join Ron Killings, who had a month. So first couple of shows of the month, he was standing in the crowd. He was watching. He was like, "Oh, what's Ron Killings doing? How does he feel about all these things that are happening?"
I didn't even remember that. I don't remember him being in the crowd.
Says Mr. I didn't even watch these shows.
No, I watched these shows twice and I didn't even notice him in the crowd.
He was there for the first show. The second show, he disappeared. Then, third show of the month, he makes the save for Jarrett and Truth and all those. Jarrett and Dusty and D'Lo, they're being attacked by Sex. Truth comes out, saves them, and everyone's like, oh, Truth is on the side of tradition, blah-de, 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 blah. Then later in that same show, when Jarrett, D'Lo, and Dusty beat the New Generation, Truth then comes out and attacks Jeff Jarrett.
No!
So we just do not know what is happening with Truth. He is turning face and turning heel within the same show. Like, legitimately, I think he's, like, we always cite Big Show as the example of somebody who does just random turns at any given moment. I think Truth is a bigger example here in these early days of TNA.
To be fair, I think everyone in TNA is a better example because no one stays the same alignment for more than a month.
But, like, Truth doesn't stay the same alignment for more than, like, 2 segments.
Yeah, let's be real. Jarrett has, like, swapped back and forth, like, 4 times in the show before, so I don't think it fucking... Like, everything here is just as up in the air.
I don't know, like, I think for the most part, Jarrett was a heel until Sex, and now he's a babyface. As opposed to Truth, who is legit, like, I don't know. Like, he attacks Daniels, like, Viscera attacks Daniels in that main event segment. So he's back to being a babyface, despite the fact the week before he turned heel again when he attacked Jarrett? I don't know. I like Ron Killings. I want to cheer for Ron Killings. Why are you making it so hard?
Yeah, because they don't know what to do with him.
So this month we had the continuing feud between Jerry Lynn and Conan, a feud that you bizarrely hate despite the really cool matches that happen in it.
I don't hate this feud.
I'm so upset because if you go to the $1 tier on our Patreon, you can see our star ratings, which I will reveal. Liam gave the Super Crazy versus Jerry Lynn match that happened on the March 5th show 2.5 stars, even though that match kicks so much ass. That match ruled.
I don't know what you're talking about, Garrett. If you go and check those stars, it says 3.25.
That's still too low. It's minimum 3.5.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's a perfectly reasonable...
I'm going to bully you into giving this Jerry Lynn Super Crazy match the credit it deserves.
I did! I gave it 3.25. It was really slow at the start, and then they did a bunch of really cool spots at the end.
No, they just went straight to doing cool flips and exchanges, and Super Crazy did like 17 different kinds of moonsaults, and they dropped each other on their heads a bunch, and the crowd went nuts for it all.
That's not true! It started off slow.
You are disparaging the good names of Super Crazy and Jerry Lynn. This, by the way, is Super Crazy's only TNA match.
Yeah, he definitely should have been brought back more, because he did rock in this. Remember his spinning powerbomb? Remember how cool that was?
Yeah, I do! That's the reason I thought the match ruled!
Just because of the spinning powerbomb?
And all the moonsaults! He did like 17 different moonsaults!
Yeah, good stuff.
We will talk about Super Crazy briefly in 2017 again, where he has technically a match that airs on Impact but doesn't happen on Impact against the Hardys. But until then, we will never speak of Super Crazy again. This is his only match and you buried it.
I didn't bury it.
You were like, I never want to see Super Crazy again. This Super Crazy match was the worst thing I've ever seen. Why is he booked in TNA? I wish Jerry Lynn wrestled good wrestlers. Conan has never been more wrong when he was talking about these Lucha Libre guys. I heard you say all that with your star rating.
Yeah, 3.25.
You gave it 2.5 like an absolute monster. A scoundrel.
Yeah, and then I rewatched it.
Not giving Super Crazy the respect he deserves. And then the match I didn't like, but you did for some reason. Damien 666 and Halloween against Jerry Lynn and David Young.
Yeah, this match rocked.
Which apparently you thought was better than the Super Crazy match.
Yeah, just a banger tag match. I like Halloween like Damien. What's the problem?
A fun note, La Parca was scheduled to appear on the baby, but he couldn't get his paperwork processed quickly enough. So,
the chairman.
So Halloween and Damien 666 were replacements for La Parca. And even David Young was a replacement for Paul London, who had, I think Mike Tenay said, an intestinal virus. So hope
Rough.
Paul London's doing okay there, but he was meant to team with Jerry Lynn here against Damien 666 and Halloween. I think the same with the following week with Jason Cross teams with Jerry Lynn. So
that would have been a couple of banger tags.
You're a bigger fan of Damien 666 and Halloween than you are Super Crazy, is what you're saying here?
In the NWA-TNA in 2003.
The following week, Conan and Jerry Lynn defeat, or Conan and Jerry Lynn, they don't team together. Conan and Hoovy defeat Jerry Lynn and Jason Cross as this feud continues.
That was the one that I liked least of the bunch.
Nothing really happened in it. It was more just to tease dissension. Again, like the story here is that the Lucha guys keep on losing and Conan snaps on them all the time. But then they cheated to win here. My favorite part of that match actually is if you notice at the very start, like Conan is famous for wearing his very sagging pants. And you'll notice if you watch very closely, there's a moment where Juventud Guerrera tries to pull up Conan's pants. He's like,
So silly.
it's sagging too much. I need to pull up your pants.
What a good friend.
And then last show of the month, we get the big match: Jerry Lynn against Conan.
It was bad.
Conan should not wrestle more than like 1 minute matches.
No.
He does not seem, and like he's perfect for the 6-man tags he's put in soon. But until that happens, not a good spot here for Conan. The story is after the match, a masked luchador attacks Jerry Lynn. The masked luchador is played by Shark Boy, in case you were wondering.
Who is this guy?
That is a story we will see play out over the coming weeks. Who is this masked luchador, and what does Conan know about it?
It looks like shit.
Yeah, so he hit Jerry Lynn with a Rana and ran away. After Jerry Lynn defeated Conan, presumably ending his feud with Lucha Libre and proving the X Division is superior in the end.
Now he should wrestle like all the Japanese juniors. Bring in Liger.
That's not going to happen for another 2.5 years.
Well, listen, Russo's in charge, and like he said, if you want your Lucha Libras, go to Japan. So bring in some Japanese talent.
No, they should send Jerry there to wrestle them in their home country, in their home promotions.
Go to a Best of the Super Junior.
And air them all here on NWA-TNA.
Yeah, please do that, please.
So other stuff in the X Division this month was mostly the Kid Cash feud with Amazing Red.
I like how you're skipping over a debut.
We'll hover back.
I don't appreciate this. We clearly have debuts lined up as the second broad topic, and you're skipping over to the X Division.
What's the one you want to talk about?
Alexis Leray!
And what does that relate to?
Oh no.
What did I just segue to? And now you're giving out to me.
He's got me there.
Alexis Leray debuted as part of the Amazing Red Kid Cash feud, which I just pivoted to, and then you're giving out to me.
Oh no. Oh no.
Amazing Red Cash feud through the entire month. March 5th show, they have an X Division title match in which they do the Amazing Red and Loki sequence in slow motion, and they miss half of the spots. The
stomps are so bad. Cash does the little head stomps, and they're so shitty.
It's like comically bad how bad an imitation of the Loki Amazing Reds, because like they did the Loki Amazing Red spot in TNA as well, and it looked fine, and they do it here, and it's looked awful. It's awful.
And like that match does get better towards the end, and they start hitting like stuff a lot crisper. But at the start of that match was so disjointed. Like they felt like they were on two completely different pages. It ended up being like it ended up having enough giant explosive spots that I liked the match, but the start of it was so rough.
Yeah, I think I gave the match 3 1/4 in the end, because I agree. I think it turned into a pretty darn good match by the end of it. But as you said, just these two apparently like they've wrestled before. This isn't their first match. Why do they suddenly have such bad chemistry?
I don't know.
I think it's even their third match, isn't it?
First one with Trinity at ringside.
That's the difference maker, and that's what Red thinks. So the entire of this feud is built around the fact that Amazing Red is very angry at Trinity. He believes Trinity is protecting Kid Cash's belt, and if it were a fair one-on-one match, Red would beat him. But it just makes Red look like a bit of a misogynist jerk, where he's just...
But also, he's kind of not wrong. Like, Trinity does keep interfering in these matches.
But at the same, there's something about Red's delivery that just makes him seem like the asshole.
Well, yeah, because he's like a cocky heel now.
But he's not. He's a babyface. He's still like he's meant to be likable here. He's meant to be like the injustice is against him.
I don't know. I like cocky shithead Amazing Red. It's pretty great.
I believe entirely unintended.
But it kind of rules. I like the backstage segment that they have where Cash says something on the lines of I'll take everyone on one. Hey, even tonight I'll take 2 on 1. Blah blah blah. And then he comes up and Red starts talking shit in his like Brooklyn accent that I can't do, and he'll be like, "Yeah, leave her in the back. See if you can win it by yourself. Everyone knows that you're only winning because she's out there." He walks off, and then Cash just goes, "What was he talking about?" And Trinity's like, "I don't know."
So the second show of the month, we get Cash against Amazing Red against Johnny Storm making his TNA debut.
Johnny Storm has the worst theme music I have heard ever.
I don't even remember registering it.
It was just like... It was like sort of like a generic... And then on top of it was...
I don't know. Based on your impersonation of it there, that sounds like a bop.
No, it was fucking awful. It gave me a headache. I had to turn it down.
Maybe that's why you don't remember anything on these shows the first time you watch them.
Yeah, Johnny Storm's music gave me an aneurysm.
But it's cool to see Johnny Storm on these shows. He's not around for long, so appreciate him while he's here and his bad music.
I will not.
Cash retains against Red and Storm. Then the next week we get Cash against Red against Trinity, because Red is like, I will fight you all.
Trinity should have won this.
Yeah, this match ruled, where it's mostly Red and Cash just doing a decent match, and then at the end Trinity just goes wild, hitting her Ranas, hitting her Tornado DDTs, hitting her moonsaults, before Cash sneaks in and gets the win again. This match, so good.
Yeah, they should have strapped her up here. She looked great. The week before, she had a pretty rough week. Where she moonsaulted and missed everyone and just landed on her face.
Oh, I was watching it as well. If you watch it, you see it's like, oh, she doesn't look over her shoulder. You know, she's not like Red's in position. She just trusts Red to be there.
Yeah.
So she goes up top, moonsaults to the floor, and Red's not there.
And then Johnny Storm crushes her. Like, just out of nowhere comes from the other side. You can see the clip on our Twitter. But, like, jumps off of the other one and just slaughters her.
Yeah, it literally just splats her.
It's a rough, like, minute.
Poor Trinity. Not having a good time here in this three-way match. Then the final show of the month, Liam, finally we get the debut of Hardcore Country Alexis Lurie.
Yeah. She's really mean.
She is. Again, meant to be the babyface with Red, but she shows up and just starts shouting at Goldilocks.
It calls her a bitch.
Why does everybody hate Goldilocks on these shows?
I don't know. It's like everyone hates her, but they also have like a begrudging respect for her. Because like she never gets like attacked in like the sex locker room, you know what I mean? They all are willing to talk to her, but then they'll be like, all right, now fuck off, Goldilocks. But they'll never like physically get involved with her, you know? Like, so there's some sort of respect there, but no one likes her.
It is a bizarre dynamic.
Only JJ Dillon liked her, and he lasted a week.
Maybe that's why he got fired.
He's like, you're too nice to Goldilocks. There's a policy backstage.
So that leads us to a match where Red and Alexis Lurie lose to Kid Cash and Trinity, where Trinity got the pin on Lurie and Kid Cash was not pleased.
Trinity and Alexis... can I call her Mickey? I really hate calling her Alexis Lurie.
You can call her Mickey.
They were bad in this.
Yeah.
Like... all over the place, spots were disjointed, didn't look like they were prepared to be ready for spots, looked like they were thinking about everything they were doing, just wasn't great here. I think Alexis Lurie wore a shirt that said green on it, which was very funny. Yeah, like obviously, you know, Mickey becomes one of the best women's wrestlers in America, so she does get it eventually, and Trinity can be really good in her big high spot stuff, but doing this tag match together, they were both real rough.
Yeah, because Trinity's not a good wrestler. She's not. And that's fine.
She can hit her spots like a killer.
Yeah,
but
she can hit her Tornado DDT and her Moonsault and her Hurricane Rana like nobody's business. But ask her to string that together in a wrestling match, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
So when her and Mickey were in there, it was chaotic. And it's just, they just start shooting on each other most of the time because of the miscommunication.
The AEW formula.
Where it's just throw bombs if stuff falls apart.
Yeah, like Red Velvet should have also been in this match.
At least there's women wrestling on the show. That's a plus.
Yeah, unfortunately they had like the worst interaction of anyone on the show, but
I don't know.
To be fair to them, Cash and Red like the week before or 2 weeks before also had like a completely disjointed mess of a match, so
it was just as bad for a while, yeah. And of course Jim Duggan against Mike Sanders is still the worst match of the month, so they're not worse than that either.
Yeah.
So that's X Division, which brings us to the tag teams, the big thing of which Triple X regained the tag titles, which they were vacated from.
Which is just funny.
They just didn't have the belts for a month, I guess. They defeat America's Most Wanted in the second show of the month on March 12th in a pretty darn good match.
It was a good match, not a great match.
It's funny, like, I didn't think this was a great match, even though there was just a point in it where I'm just like, AMW were just such a great tag team.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, where they were so smooth and so consistent in it, but still just not a very exciting match. I guess like everything they did well, but they didn't really go above and beyond.
Yeah, there was just everything about the way they set up the heat and the way they did the comebacks. I'm just like, God, AMW is really good at this, which is funny that this is the month where they're contemplating breaking them up. This is the month where even like the AMW have a match the week before where they lose to Gilberti and Sanders for reasons beyond comprehension. But
who then lose to fucking Moondog Spot and Duggan.
You gotta build up Gilberti and Sanders with that win over AMW so they can lose to frickin' Duggan and Spot. But even in that match, I had the same thing where I was watching that AMW against Gilberti and Sanders match, and AMW were making their big, like, fiery comeback, and I'm like, God, these two are such a good tag team. And there's pretty much nothing else to say about tag teams this month.
Yeah, the tag team division kind of stinks.
It's just that they're not doing it. Like, Triple X are great champions. They're, like, great pro wrestlers. Even, like, the New Church and AMW, great pro wrestlers. It's just...
Yeah, but they're just not booking them in anything, so it kind of is like, eh.
Yeah, because there is a Triple X against New Church match, which is where Malice Makes the Save shows up. There's just nothing else going on in the tag division. There's a New Church against Hot Shots match. You want to talk about that?
Not really.
Well, there you go. That's tag teams for the month. Nothing going on except a title change where the team that had the belts and were vacated won the belts back.
And they might be splitting up their best team.
Yes, they may in fact be splitting up America's Most Wanted, but thankfully they don't. So that is us done with broad topics. Liam, if you'd like to go show by show.
Boy, do I!
March 5th, 2003, from the TNA Asylum. 1,300 people in there, sellout, heavily papered.
Heavily papered. The Hot Shots are gone. And they are also kicked out of sex.
Oh yeah, and they looked like such nerds when they came out for that New Church match.
Terrible gear.
Yeah, they just looked like dorks. I just never want to see them.
Yeah, and then after their 2 weeks of being in sex, the Harris brothers kick them out.
Good.
Literally kick them out of the arena.
Because the Harris brothers are the people rallying the troops of sex these days to keep them on the same page.
And we get some stuff where over the month where Sanders is pretending to be Siaki, and Gilberti slaps him in the mouth, tells him to pull his shit together. Oh, we didn't talk about the main thing!
What's the main thing?
AJ Styles dropping slurs, baby!
I was gonna get to it, but sure, if you'd like to go straight to the last show of the month, we will talk about AJ Styles opening that show, where he walks in, he kicks in the door, he brings a chainsaw to the sex locker room.
What? A motherfucking chainsaw. What?
Which is not the most dangerous thing he had with him. The most dangerous thing he had with him was his mouth.
The most dangerous thing he had with him was homophobia in his heart.
Yeah, so he's cutting this promo on Glenn Gilberti. The funny part of it, as much as dropping slurs can be funny, I guess, is he goes to say the F word at the start toward Gilberti, and he does catch himself and doesn't finish saying it. So he's like, and he moves on. And then at the very end of the promo, he's like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you, and he drops the slur then, and it's like, AJ?
It says here from PW Torch that the belief is that he ran out of things to say and simply said that he got nervous. That seems like what happened. It seems like he didn't know what to fucking say, and he was stumbling for anything. Because he also fucked up saying when he wanted to meet them in the ring, and Disco Inferno had to save his promo. Gilberti had to be like, what, 30 minutes? And he's like, nope, 30 seconds.
AJ, not a good month for AJ. It's actually, there's a funny note as well in the Wrestling Observer that Styles was publicly critical of the company, as privately several other people in the company have told us, for the incident where Lollipop showed her boobs. Styles is very religious and had been uncomfortable with some of the things WWE had done. So, this same dude is like, this woman showed her boobs, but then 2 shows later is like, I'm gonna drop a gay slur.
Oh man, the hypocrisy of religion.
Who would have thunk it? Yeah, AJ had a shockingly good match with Mike Sanders.
Yeah, ruled. They had a banger.
It might well have been I'm not familiar enough with Mike Sanders' entire body of work to say this confidently, but it might have been the best match of Mike Sanders' career.
I can't think of a better one.
Certainly not in TNA.
No. Because I don't know if I went 3.5 or 3 3/4, but I went high on this.
Might have been the best match of the month. You went higher on this than you went to the Jerry Lynn Super Crazy match, which does upset me.
Yeah, this is better than the Jerry Lynn Super Crazy match.
Ugh, you're a monster.
And that one's not even a bit. This is better.
All right, you jump straight ahead, so let's go back to the March 5th show. Mr. can't keep himself in order.
I'm sorry, I just remembered that happened.
We do get mention of Raven's destiny at the start of this show, which is a reoccurring theme in Raven's promos. You will be hearing him talk about his destiny for a very long time.
Yay.
Which is a thing Alberto Del Rio then ripped off, where he started talking about his destiny.
Destiny. I mean, it's not exactly it's a pretty standard go-to for a guy to be talking about their destiny.
Yeah, but the destiny of becoming world champion. It's tying them together. It's Raven's promo. Del Rio stole it.
Okay, I didn't know it was so defensive over Raven's promos.
Only when I'm not walking them. You were very worried in recent months that every Jorge Estrada match you might have seen is in fact the last Jorge Estrada match.
No! Garrett, no!
Jorge Estrada's victory over Disgraceland here on March 5th is in fact the last Jorge Estrada match we will be covering. I'm sorry to inform you. Jorge's done. It's the end of Jorge.
My heart.
A man who seemed to have a lot more potential than he was ever allowed to fulfill.
Oh, man! man.
So at least he defeated Disgraceland. He conquered fake Elvis and rode off into the sunset. That's how I'm viewing to see it.
Where in the world is Jorge Estrada?
That's a good question, to which we do not have a good answer to. During Eric Watt's very long promo on the show, the crowd just started chanting, "We don't care."
Yeah, it's great. And then they're right, we don't care.
During the Gilberti and Sanders match against AMW, Moondog Spot shows up at ringside.
And I was like, who the fuck is this?
But my favourite part is Don West very earnestly suggests that perhaps Moondog Spot is the new leader of Sex.
He should have been. That would have ruled.
He doesn't even do it as a joke. He's just like, you know what? He might be the new leader of Sex, Mike.
Yes. Yes, he should have been.
Mike Tenay had a sit-down interview with AMW during the show where they were all wearing like matching leather jackets.
He is the third member of America's Most Wanted.
It is a good look.
Yeah.
We had Kid Cash doing an interrogator segment.
It was a pretty sultry one too.
Yeah, his response to Paul Heyman was just Jewish, which does seem...
Yeah. I laughed at that one. But like, he also had a big smile on his face when he said it. And they asked him, Trinity, business or pleasure?
And he was like,
He responded with, wouldn't you like to know?
we would like to know.
Yeah, that's the point. We asked the question.
That's the entire point of asking you these questions, kid.
What was his one for AJ? Was it like overrated?
What? No, I think he just said he was good, didn't he?
I don't know. I thought he was like overrated. No, that was Raven or whatever. Raven was like, he's overrated.
Yeah. Did you have any more notes from the show?
From this one, the Sadistic Madness thing's cool. Was that this show?
No.
I gotta mix them up. One ahead. Goodbye, Carino.
You're still one ahead.
What? How am I goodbye? I scrolled one back. The Harris Brothers versus Sandman and Carino. Wasn't this one?
No, we're still on March 5th.
Oh my god, I'm so far ahead.
Well, if you'd like to move on to March 12th, you can say goodbye to Steve Carino,
Yeah, goodbye to Steve Carino.
who disappears again. He gets killed by the Harris Bros because his partner abandoned him. And to be fair, I'd walk out of the company then too.
Yeah. He's gonna go get his hearing lost from Homicide.
Yeah, maybe if he stayed with TNA, he would have had just the full hearing.
Until Homicide came in.
Yeah, and he would have had a feud with LAX and lost his hearing to Homicide.
They could have done Barbed Wire Massacre in TNA.
Who are you more upset to see the departure of, Liam? Jorge Estrada or Steve Carino?
Jorge Estrada.
Yeah, it's a devastating one to TNA history.
Because Jorge Estrada not only leaves TNA, he basically leaves wrestling.
He does basically never wrestle again.
And Carino gets to go have my favourite feud ever. So,
And
whatever.
not squashed by alleged Nazis.
Well,
I did quite enjoy while on commentary for the Damien 666 and Halloween against Jerry Lynn and David Young match that Conan just basically buried David Young.
yeah, rude.
Just like relentlessly. He's like, this guy sucks, he's terrible. And then he hits a cool spine buster and Mike and Don are like, hey, look. And Conan's like, nah, he's still shit. I quite enjoyed during the Sanders and Jim Duggan match. The only thing I did enjoy about this match was Don West on commentary was like actively being like, you know, I feel a little sorry for Mike Sanders because of how positive this crowd are for Jim Duggan, how pro USA this crowd are. It's not great for Sanders.
And Mike Tenay was like, what? You feel sorry for Mike Sanders?
Aghast at this.
Very funny.
Oh, there was also a segment where Goldilocks was interviewing Eric Watts as Eric Watts was walking in the building, and Jeff Jarrett goes to attack Eric Watts, and Goldilocks just screams at the top of her lungs.
You think she'd be used to this? It happens to her weekly.
She's just like, ah!
Goldilocks rules.
It's like, if you actually watch all of the segments where this happens, she frequently just starts shouting, my God!
Goldie's the best. I hope she never leaves.
Yeah, she's going to be around for a while. You can at least enjoy her while she's here.
Hell yeah.
That's it for that show. You have anything?
Nah.
Which brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 37, opening with Hacksaw and the Troops.
USA.
Hoovy hit what was meant to be, I think, a 450 in the tag match, and it just ended up being like a senton where he just squashed Jerry Lynn's chest.
Yeah, it's cool. He should just do that.
Oh, as Jim Duggan was making his entrance for the tag match, Mike Tenay saluted him. It was very wholesome.
Wow, Mike Tenay.
As Jim Duggan was demanding the cameraman get out of his way. Like, he saluted Mike Tenay, and then he was like, get out of my way, cameraman!
Lover of a fake war. You hate to see it.
He does love illegitimate wars, doesn't he?
Mike Tenay.
No, how dare you?
If you're the professor, why do you... Huh? You think you're so smart, Mike Tenay?
He is just respecting Jim Duggan, not what Jim Duggan stands for.
Wow, the artist, not the art.
Damn right.
That's right. Mr. Nerd, is it?
Oh, I forgot to mention, Kid Cash did a Chaos Theory, or in the match with the Red and Trinity. It was like, when did Doug Williams start doing the Chaos Theory?
I think he was already doing it.
So he stole it? That's fine. There was actually a note in one of it was the Torture of the Observer that TNA were actually looking at bringing in Doug Williams.
Ah, fun. That seems like... It's really funny to see all these names that they do end up bringing in. But, like, years before.
Do you want to know another interesting one this month in particular? There was rumblings that they would be bringing in Samoa Joe for a dark match.
Oh, really?
Do you know why that's particularly notable this month?
Did he just win the title or something?
He just won the Ring of Honor title in March. I think it was March 22nd. He just beat Xavier for the Ring of Honor title. So there was rumblings that they were interested in bringing him in for some of those dark matches, those tryouts.
Bringing him in for... right at the start of, like, his old-time run.
Yeah. Cutting off Ring of Honor. Signing up their cool guys.
Well, they still let Ring of Honor use their guys at this point. So, don't think that would have mattered.
So yeah, there's some fun people who were rumbling to come in, but didn't actually come in at that stage.
One day. Maybe. They'll bring some more Joey.
So this is the show where James Mitchell makes his S&M challenge, Sadistic Madness.
Yeah, Sadistic Madness is a cool match tip, but like I guess this is the point to bring it up. Blood has lost all meaning in this company.
It's Raven's fault, though.
Yeah, I mean, but like, yeah, to be fair, it is Raven's fault. But also, like, everyone else is bleeding too. AJ's bleeding now. Everyone in this match is bleeding. If anyone's fault, it's Slash's fault. He started the trend.
Yeah, Slash does bleed when the freaking wind blows.
Yeah, there's just too much blood, and now it feels not gratuitous because I think that's stupid, but it feels like it has. Like I don't feel like ooh blood, you know. I'm like okay, they're bleeding now.
In fact, I don't even think Slash would require wind. You could lock him in like an airlocked room with like.
Yeah, you put him and Raven in an airlock room where they can't move and they just stare at each other and see which one bleeds first.
It will happen because that's what their foreheads are conditioned to be these days. And that brings us to NWA-TNA number 38, March 26th, the last show of the month, which is, as mentioned, the show we did the watch along for at tnachad.com or patreon.com/kiddingme if you would like to listen to our full detailed watch along of this. Where I only did the watch along for the chainsaw moment, but then of course AJ drops the gay slur immediately after.
I did think it was weird that you specifically chose an episode for a slur, but hey, up to you.
No, I chose it for the chainsaw.
If you listen to the watch along, it does sound like you would go, "This is the reason I chose this segment," and then it's AJ dropping the slur.
No, do not misrepresent my opinions. Once again, this relentless assault on my takes and my personality and my decency, just taking me on all the time. Which means, in typical fashion, I don't have many notes for this. Do you have anything?
No.
There we go.
Go listen to us go, wow, this show, funny, haha, meme.
Yeah, Perry Saturn shows up, Liam hates him.
Yeah. Yeah, alright, well, since we're in the second hour now, right? We can bring up our points of contention against each other.
Uh-huh.
So, Garrett, recently, both of us appeared on other podcasts on the VOW network.
Sure.
You appeared on the 5-Star Match Game as a special guest judge. A wonderful appearance, by the way. I listened to the show.
Thank you.
I appeared on Music of the Mat with Andrew Rich to talk about spooky Halloween themes.
A wonderful appearance that I definitely listened to.
Yeah, yep. Of course, in my appearance, I went on there, represented the brand. I gave TNAChad.com a shout out. I gave myself a shout out. I gave Garrett a shout out, of course, as, you know, a good podcast co-host would do. And then I'm listening to 5-Star Match Game. And I'm like, oh, Garrett, he's going to go in there, he's going to put out the paid service, obviously, because that's a given. And then, you know, if he feels ever so obliged, he may even shout out his co-host as well on the podcast. And then, you know, to my horror, I was betrayed.
Because not only did I not shout you out, I didn't shout out the Patreon either, which I would never do in front of a potentially new audience. I would always say that you can sample our free work before you would ever pay for something, because I'm a man of decency and honor, Liam.
You know, it's not an angle. I wish it was an angle.
I plugged my Disney podcast instead.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Which you can listen to at magicbydesign.buzzsprout.com.
No, don't listen to it. I refuse.
Ken listens to this show, so thumbs up, Ken, my brother and podcast host. You can follow Ken on Twitter at, I think it's Ken Kidney.
Yeah, this is why I'm an Ed Kidney guy.
Yeah, so you can go to at Ken Kidney on Twitter. You can follow Ken. That's it for the March 2003 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Thank you so much for listening. If you would like to support the show more, you can go to tnachad.com or patreon.com/kiddingme. where you can subscribe and you can get our watch along. You can get Monday War Games. We just did a Q&A that went up, and you can get all fun stuff that you can support us. If you just like the show, you want to throw some bucks and get something in return, TNAchat.com. It's a perfect place to go.
Now he knows how to plug it.
Because I'm on my own podcast, and the people who have listened all the way through to all of our nonsense are the people most likely to support us. And maybe you want to throw a few bucks. But if you don't, that's also very cool. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow the podcast on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Thank you so much for listening.
Oh, fuck you! Fuck you!
You can follow Liam on Twitter at Delete Buddha. Thank you. We'll be back next week with the finale of Monday War Games. As we mentioned, the watch along of the last show of the month is up now, so you can listen to that. And we'll be back in 2 weeks with April 2003. So thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Whoa, hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it?
That's it.
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, covering April 2003. We go through TNA history 1 month at a time. Joining me as always is my wonderful co-host Liam Jones. I'm Garrett. Hi Liam.
Hi. When you were saying like the intro to this just then, I thought you were gonna be like covering April 2003 and that's it. And like we're just gonna cover the entire month.
Oh, and then we just end the podcast?
No, like we just cover the month. Like everything that happened. Not just TNA specific.
We're gonna talk about what else happened in April 2003.
Let's find out. Hopefully nothing horrific. Both Google it at the same time. The US forces pull down a bronze statue of Saddam Hussein in Baghdad's Firdos Square, symbolizing the end of the Iraqi president's long, often brutal reign, and a major early victory for the United States.
I remember that moment.
Yeah, that was on the television.
I remember seeing that on TV that day. Like, I remember seeing it on the news that day, them pulling down that statue.
Yeah, that was a big thing.
Of course, the Iraq War, a very important moment in TNA history as well. Jim Duggan has disappeared. I assume he's gone to fight in Iraq. Maybe
Saddam got him.
He's deployed after giving the rah-rah speech.
Yeah, they called him out on it. They're like, all right then, are you trying to steal valor here, Jim? Get out there. Do the job for us. Lead SEAL Team 6. Lead the 2003 equivalent of SEAL Team 6. What happened in wrestling in April of 2003?
It was just after WrestleMania, so...
Backlash 2003. Can you tell... This is a fun little segment we can start introducing. Alright, Garrett. Would you like to know the card for Backlash 2003?
I know it was Rock and Goldberg.
It was. Who won?
Goldberg.
Oh, let's play a fun game. Okay, so there was 8 matches on the card.
Okay.
Can you guess all the matches?
No.
If you can get 4 out of 8, I'll give you the win.
And the thing is, like, I had to read through Torches and Observers to research this podcast, so, like, some of the wrestling news beats for the month of April are in my head.
Well, let's see how many are.
Because I know Kurt got injured. I know Jeff Hardy was released this month. There was some talk about whether or not he had a no-compete. He didn't, but he still didn't show up in TNA for another year. We won't be talking about Jeff Hardy for a while. So there's Rock and Goldberg.
Yes.
Coming out of WrestleMania, I think it's Triple H as champion, right?
Probably.
You're looking at the card.
He didn't defend the title if he was world champion at the time.
That's 2003. Is it Triple H and Booker, is it? Or not?
It was Triple H, Ric Flair, and Chris Jericho versus Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash, and Booker T.
Oh, yeah. This is actually another really important thing happened in this month in wrestling history. Stone Cold Steve Austin retired.
Oh, I hope he's on his way to TNA.
And it's funny, I was reading in the Torch, it was mentioned that it's just like, it wasn't a big announcement. He didn't go on TV and be like, oh, hell yeah.
It never really did that, right? Like, it was just kind of, oh, he's done.
It was a WWE.com story. It was just a line in a WWE.com story that is like, oh, I'm done. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay.
It's just funny because, like, you'd think it.
Yeah, this like biggest star in the history of wrestling doing a real proper retirement. It's like, no, he's just like, it's a line in a WWE.com story. He's just like, I'm not wrestling anymore.
All right. Well, before we get too off topic, I'll run down the card of Backlash 2003 because I know everyone is like absolutely on their toes about whether or not we'll finish this. So we had Team Angle versus Los Guerreros. Sean O'Haire defeating Rikishi with Roddy Piper on his side, of course. Kane and Rob Van Dam defeating the Dudley Boys for the tag team titles. Jazz versus Trish Stratus. Big Show versus Rey Mysterio. Brock Lesnar versus John Cena.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good match too.
Yeah, and then the aforementioned 6-man tag and the Goldberg Rock main event. Stars, guys.
That's not a very good show.
Stars on this show.
That's not a show I'd watch.
I don't know. There's some things on there.
I remember Rock Goldberg, both because I remember Goldberg debuted after WrestleMania, and Dave Meltzer mentions in The Observer that the build to Raven and Jarrett is much better than the build to Rock and Goldberg. So,
well, I don't doubt it. Did you know that John Cena won a tournament for that number one contendership?
No, I do not remember the booking of SmackDown 2003.
He beat Chris Benoit in the finals.
See, that was during the era when Cena was horrible in green, but he could work with people like Brock, people like Benoit, people like Eddie, people like Kurt, and he got good because he was working with big stars in main events.
Well, let me tell you what this murderer's row of talent that he beat to get this match was. Opening round, Eddie Guerrero.
Sure.
Semi-finals, The Undertaker.
Yes.
Finals, Chris Benoit.
And there you go. Instead, you're now working frickin' Braun Breaker and all these people.
Whoa. There's plenty of people you can knock down. I will not have you knock down Braun Breaker.
Hey, he lost the champ. He's a loser.
Because they booked him to lose.
Games released in April 2003. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Def Jam Vendetta, Colin McRae Rally.
Yeah. The first reference on the Wikipedia article, WWE pay-per-view buys from 1993 to 2015, WrestleNomics.
Oh yeah, you got to cite Brandon. He's the only person who researches these things.
just a shout out, First reference on the Backlash 2003 Wikipedia page.
Brandon should be the first reference on literally everything in wrestling, to be fair.
The buy rate for this show, 345,000. Attendance, 10,000.
I was gonna say why the hell, but Goldberg's a big deal. All right,
it's Goldberg Rock in the main event,
and everything else is shite. But you know what, Goldberg. It's Goldberg.
You're saying an 18-minute Triple H, Ric Flair, Chris Jericho, Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash, Booker T 6-man tag doesn't float your boat?
Isn't that where Kev blew his quad, or is that somewhere else? No, they would have gone on to do the Hell in a Cell later. He didn't blow his quad yet that year.
Not yet.
Not yet, indeed. Which brings us to April 2003, TNA. An interesting month, a pretty big month in company history, just in terms of what happened on screen.
Yeah, definitely a big on-screen month with, not the most tumultuous backstage month that we've had ever.
No, it's a pretty tumultuous backstage month.
Damn it. I should have read the notes before I made that claim. But you know what the thing was? I started the sentence I have to commit to it. I have a 50-50 chance of being right here.
Yeah, there's full-on power struggle. We're back to that again.
All right. You know what it was? I was like, we have 2 good months. Maybe we hit a trifecta.
We are back to toxic Russo trying to pollute the well so that he gets full power.
He did make a cameo on this month of television.
Yes, he accidentally appeared in the background of a James Mitchell pre-tape.
It was so funny.
He's just hovering there watching.
And then he just jumps out again. It's very funny.
Clearly it was intentional. It's storytelling. It's to tell us he's actually not gone. He's slowly going back.
I wish it were an angle, bro. I wish me popping out in the back of the segment was an angle, bro.
It's not a work. I wish it was a work. This is the deep story that he wants us to question what's true and untrue, Liam. That's the core.
He probably would take credit for that and be like, yeah, man, that was me planting the seeds.
For my eventual return. Yeah, that's the core of his storytelling, Liam. He doesn't want to let you know what's true or untrue. You live in that weird, unknown world where everything is a work or nothing is a work.
Wow, it feels as if I'm an employee of TNA at the time.
So, Glenn Gilberti, Vince Russo, Raven, and Mike Sanders have their little, creative trust. And they're, this clique within TNA. And then Jeff Jarrett has his own little clique within TNA. Because, he runs the company. So...
He should have a clique, to be honest.
The way the writing of the show is going at the moment is that Vince Russo writes the show, top to bottom. and then Jeff and Jerry, mostly Jeff, edits it. By the end of the month, it's like Jerry's not really in the creative window anymore. It's Jeff and Russo. Russo is always very upset because Jeff edits his work, and he's like, "You're watering down my shit, bro," and he hates it, and he's like getting in Panda Energy's people's ear, being like, "They're ruining it, they're ruining the company. If I just had full creative control, everything would be fine, bro."
Wow, what a great pal this guy is. I'm so glad I brought him into my new burgeoning company, where I was gonna, because he's my friend who always treated me well. I'll bring him into my company with my dad that we both made, and we're both gonna love that we made this decision. And he would never betray me by going to the people that bought the company behind my back and trying to screw me out of my creative control.
Like, that's the thing. Like, Jeff, by all accounts, pretty much sided with Russo over his dad. And here is Russo thoroughly making him regret that decision. We've been covering this company for less than a year now. For 10 months. And for the entirety of it, Russo has just been like a toxic, corrosive backstage influence. That if he does not have complete creative control, if his ideas are not totally unfiltered and getting on the air, he throws fits, he politics, he's toxic, he cannot be worked with. And it's like, why would you hire this man? He's clearly just the root of all of the problems in your company, both creatively and politically.
He seems like a very beneficial guy to have in your backstage environment. But also, what does he really bring to the table either? Especially once you take away the whole friendship aspect.
Apparently the biggest conflict between Russo and Jarrett is that Jerry wants to book Jeff like a badass who doesn't get beaten up that often, and Russo just wants him to lose. So Jerry, Jeff cool guy, Russo, Jeff loses to the Gathering.
Well, there you go. Maybe that's the problem here. You think Jeff would be like, yeah, maybe I should side with my dad who wants to book me strong.
And we talked about it, Jerry mentioned in his book how he wants to rehab Jeff based on how much he was treated by a goof in the late days of WCW. And that's the intent behind the booking. And he's also world champion, so he should be booked strong until he loses. That's traditional pro wrestling booking where your champion looks like a badass until somebody beats him, and then that person looks like a bigger badass. But Russo's just like, well, what if he lost to Alexis Lurie and Julio De Niro?
Yeah, I expect their NWA title shots to be happening any day now.
This entire thing played out throughout the entire month as Russo and Russo supporters threw fits. Russo, it's all down to they just edit his stuff and he cannot handle it. He cannot handle being edited.
But as we've talked about before, this month was pretty good. So maybe if Russo just gets edited, his stuff is pretty good.
But that's always been the thing with Russo. It's always been this man's unfiltered creative ideas are terrible. They always have been. The dude cannot handle unfiltered creative control because he indulges his worst instincts and the shows become unbearable. But he does have creative ideas. He does have things he can input. So when it becomes all right, we're going to pick your good ideas, Vince, and shove the rest, the absolute shite that doesn't understand wrestling remotely, to the side. The good, thumbs up. You can have good stuff on this show, because I think this is broadly the best month creatively in TNA history so far.
It's definitely up there. Probably as a storytelling promotion, yeah. There's probably been better wrestling months, but this is probably the best storytelling month.
And there's good wrestling on these shows as well, so it's not
one of my favorite matches in company history takes place at this month.
Yeah, so it's not it's horrible wrestling, but good angles. It's pretty good wrestling, occasionally great wrestling, and pretty good angles, occasionally great angles. None of it's it's not a home run, this is the best month ever, this is up there with the peak of any promotion. It's not. But in terms of TNA history so far, it's pretty darn good.
The thing is too, I bet Vince is one of these guys that takes offense to his work being edited, but that's a skill too. Being able to take someone's unfiltered ideas and turn them into a finished, polished product is a skill and isn't something to be offended by. It happens in almost every media industry.
Yeah. It's do you think if you write an article for literally any media outlet ever, it's not going to be edited?
I don't know about you, but every time I put a post to Voices of Wrestling, it just goes straight up. There's not a single look over by anyone.
Anytime Rich edits a word, Liam just throws a fit. He's like, bro,
Yeah.
you don't understand. You're killing the business.
You understand my vision, bro? I go to Jarrett and I start complaining.
Bro, we've got to take over.
Yeah, I start talking to Andrew Rich behind the scenes, and I'm like, bro, this Rich Craig guy, he's out of line. He doesn't understand my vision, bro.
He cannot work as part of a team. That's what becomes abundantly clear in these first 10 months, that this dude just cannot be part of a group of people doing something. It has to be him.
Maybe that's the key, you know. We've had all this talk in, 2021 about this third major promotion popping up at some point. Maybe we just need full, unfiltered Vince Russo.
That's what the wrestling world needs. I see it in my Twitter. There's a dude called, is it Chris Lomas or Lonas, who is always in my Twitter mentions and has been for like 3 years. He just pops up being like, this is nothing like the Russo days. It's like, dude, just quit wrestling.
Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. I solemnly swear that if Vince Russo opens a pro wrestling promotion in the next year, I will cover every episode of it.
Yes, it's called NXT 2.0.
Oh shit! What if he actually was?
Listen, looking at the tenor of the program, I wouldn't be entirely shocked if that was a Vince Russo joint. It has many of his trademarks.
All right, let's go. I mean, sure, why not, huh?
It's at the very least written in the inspired by Vince Russo category.
Yes, it is Vince Russo adjacent at the very least.
Big thing is people thought basically Russo was Panda's choice all along, and despite Jerry kind of winning that political fight at the time, it was an inevitability that eventually Russo would worm his way past Jerry and maybe even past Jeff.
The goal of this man, like my friend brings me into his promotion and pays me a
Sides
shit
with
ton of money.
with me over his father.
Also gets me a job in an industry when I'm not going to get another job at a major level.
Where I got a job with the WWF and was fired within like 2 weeks.
But hey, let's twist the knife in his back a little bit.
Just make him thoroughly regret every decision he's ever made regarding me while he's trying to run a company and wrestle in big main event matches and having to deal with all of this shite.
And bleeding every second of every week.
Yeah, and like Raven is like Russo's pal, so he's working this program with Raven, and Russo's like the political force trying to ruin him, and he might be like thinking, it's like, is Raven part of this political force trying to ruin me? And like the clearest sign that Russo has far too much control, there's a big one Dave Meltzer mentions, which is that Jarrett losing to the Gathering in a handicap match, which is something that Jerry never would have done. Honestly, the bigger one is the way Glenn Gilberti is booked this month over AJ Styles.
That's a rough one. That's a real rough one. And the problem is, it's like, we found a pleasant medium with Glenn Gilberti. And then it just got thrown up in the air and he got turned into like a main focus on the show.
We'll get into that when we get into the show, but there's a lot of Glenn Gilberti being bizarrely a badass on these shows. So.
Slapping people.
There was some talk backstage among company officials about a project named TNA Genesis, or NWA-TNA Genesis. The plans were to do a 2-hour highlight show that would cost 1 cent, which is the thing they do eventually, but I don't think they call it Genesis.
So it's a free show.
In all essence, yes. It's a best of show that costs 1 cent as a big like preview.
Do you still have to like go through the trouble of ordering?
Yes, you have to pay a cent for it.
That's bullshit. I feel like that barrier is enough to stop people from ordering it.
Yeah.
I have to ring my pay-per-view provider and order NWA-TNA Genesis. Nah.
But that will happen later in the year. The most interesting thing for me there is like here in 2003, we're seeing the Genesis name, which would become a pay-per-view in 2005.
Well, that just seems to be a recurring theme within the company's history, is that plans or ideas always end up paying out eventually, just maybe not in the original manner you'd think.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of things that do blossom into full things, but are not, in fact, executed here in 2003. Genesis being one of them. Well, actually, no. Well, the 1 cent pay-per-view does pan out. I don't remember it being called Genesis, but maybe we'll see.
Maybe we'll see.
The TNA girls who dance in the cages are only being paid $50 a week.
They deserve more.
They do. Goldilocks. No, you turned on Goldilocks this month, didn't you?
Listen, I just said I've moved on. It was a mutual separation, I'm sure, and mutual respect. Still friends.
There's a fun note later in the month in the PW Torch about Goldilocks where it's like, people think Goldilocks is a stripper, but she actually delivers pizzas for a living.
Ah, I mean, fair play. She could probably earn more money stripping.
Clearly, Tracy Brooks wants this $50 because she's desperate to take Goldilocks' cage job.
I think that feud loses some luster when you work out the price point there is $50.
When she wants the $50 to dance in the cage for the night, you're like, Tracy, no.
Tracy, like, just ask if you need the 50. But I think Tracy does it for the love of the game.
Of course. Border Cities Wrestling, Scott D'Amore is scheduled to debut as an agent. The company has been more or less without agent, so he debuts this month as an agent. And you immediately see his influence, because obviously there's two people who show up in these shows, one being Tracy Brooks and one being Chris Sabin. Chris Sabin is a Border City Wrestling pupil. So you immediately see some Scott D'Amore referrals showing up on these shows, one of whom is one of the best wrestlers in TNA history.
And the other, which is Chris Sabin. Yeah, Scott, the man who... It's funny. Move over Jeff, move over Vince, because we have the man who does end up in charge.
Yeah, the man who plays the long game. He's like, I'm gonna wait it out, and he ends up in charge twice. So he ends up in charge in 2005 and in 2017. So Scott clearly is the political maestro here in the NWA-TNA.
Big fan of Scott D'Amore in every facet.
Great on-air character, by the way.
Great on-air character, and you know what? Fucking pretty great behind-the-scenes guy too.
Yes, I agree with that statement. I do agree with that statement, but
I was gonna say, I know you would.
I also have to agree with that statement technically, but I do agree with that statement.
Yes, what times were like the least amount of complaints in TNA history? It's like 2005 and like the other time that Scott took over. That's when like things are pretty great.
The company's not desperately running out of money or in some constant political struggle.
Losing TV deals because they employ people.
Or they send emails that they shouldn't perhaps send.
That seems to be a theme just in American media.
It's a theme in TNA history. There's multiple times they have accidentally sent emails to people they should not send. And it causes serious repercussions in the history of TNA.
Emails will get you.
Don't accidentally CC the head of your network complaining about them not using their +7 ratings.
That's very funny.
But Scott D'Amore here.
We will get to that eventually.
We'll have some more notes on Scott D'Amore later in the show as he's...
Also just in history.
Yes, we'll be talking about Scott
for the rest of the show's history, we will have notes about Scott D'Amore.
Brian Lawler told No Holds Barred Radio on April 20th that he took a pay cut when the company was suffering. He said company officials promised him a new contract, but he's yet to receive one.
Pay my mans.
He said he has the urge to return to WWE and has been waiting for the opportunity to go back and prove himself. This is a month where a lot of people are like, hey, should we go to WWE?
Hey, this Russo guy is getting like remarkably unbearable. Should we try and go back to Vince?
Because there is a lot of complaining in the media about TNA this month. Because we mentioned there was the AJ one complaining about a topless woman. Ron Killings goes on a radio show and says he doesn't like how he's being booked and he wants to go back to WWE and that they want him to come back to work with Cena. Chris Harris does an interview at one stage complaining about Vince Russo's direction. Jerry Lynn does an interview complaining about there's too much talking and not enough wrestling. Like, all of the talent on these shows are just moaning.
Yeah, that's always a good sign, and always a sign of a very healthy company when all of this talent are going to every possible media outlet to have a whine.
And, like, the thing is, Killings, it's that TNA thing. It's like, you think maybe they're smart. Well, it's not really smart to have one of your biggest stars go out and bury your company. But maybe the idea is, like, Killings on this television show is moaning about his lack of push. So is it one of those things where he's doing that in the media, so they're like, we're just going to make your character that? Or is it like the other thing where it's like, go out there, moan a little, and we'll lay the seeds for the character?
Well, like, maybe, because, like, him going out there and going on the show and being like, oh yeah, they want me to go back to WWE and work with John Cena, also is him kind of like going, look at how this company sees me, you know? Like, they want me to go in there with their new top guy that they're pushing, like... It's a good way of, like, raising your own stock through that as well.
I'm pretty sure he gets a new contract this month as well, so it works.
There you go.
But, like, there's multiple times in the history of TNA where people complaining about their push becomes their character. Like, it happens to the Motor City Machine Guns at one point. It happens to Chris Harris at one point, where it's like, clearly these people are going out in the media or moping backstage, and for the reasons beyond comprehension, they turn that into their character. They do it with Ron Killings this month, as I said.
That's a Russo staple, though.
Yeah, it's one of those Russo things. Like, you're going to give out, I'm going to turn you giving out into your character, bro. The story going around the TNA office is that Ed Ferrara recently contacted Vince Russo in hopes of getting his job back in TNA.
I also hope that he gets his job back in TNA, to be fair.
The entire office was laughing at Ferrara, as apparently there are some bad feelings over his decision to quit. Because remember when the company was going to shit, and they were like, hey, Ed, take a pay cut? He's like, no, I'm leaving.
Ed Ferrara is truly the Katsuyori Shibata of NWA-TNA. He should have to go back and fight Mike Tenay to earn his respect and get his way back into the company.
Well, there is a point on one of these shows where Don does wear a very Ed Ferrara t-shirt, so maybe it's Don he has to fight.
Wow, maybe that was a shot.
Yeah, Don is like, you want to come back, Ed? I'm wearing your shirt.
It was actually Ed Ferrara's shirt that he left backstage.
Yeah, Don should show up with his hair braided wearing a leather jacket next week.
No, he shouldn't.
Yes, he should.
I agree, actually.
Former WWE and WCW writer Bill Banks, who followed Vince Russo to WCW, will likely be hired in the office full-time. Banks basically ran TNA Digital for the best part of a decade.
Cool.
So that's a notable hire at the time.
More of Russo's guys getting in. I'm sure that won't affect the clickiness of the promotion.
Just out here poisoning the well.
It's just a very dirty well.
The company sent Jarrett, Jeremy Borash, Mike Tenay, Raven, Conan, D'Lo Brown, and Trinity to the National Cable TV Convention over the past week. WWE was there too. They sent Triple H and Stephanie McMahon. TNA sent a much better contingent there, didn't they?
Sorry, I just read the last line of that, and it made me laugh a lot.
Oh, that they accidentally scheduled a cocktail party head-to-head with the UFC's cocktail party.
That rules. I love the idea of, like, Dana and Jarrett just being, like, looking at each other from across the convention centers, like, ah.
Ken Shamrock is standing in the middle of the room awkwardly between both parties. It's like,
He's also in the middle, like, it's a trifecta, and then he sees the Triple H one on the other side, and he's like,
Everyone's just looking at Ken standing there.
A later iteration of TNA would have filmed some sort of segment with Triple H and Steph's thing.
They would have crashed their presentation.
Yeah, offered them cookies.
They would have sent Conan in accusing them of being racist.
Yeah, and you know what? That would have been a great set. They should have done that. They should have sent Conan over there with, like, Tenay trying to, like... No, with Borash, obviously. Send Borash and Conan over.
Trinity moonsaults off the ceiling onto Stephanie McMahon.
I think that's just the salt, unfortunately.
TNA had a disappointing crowd, apparently, at a presentation headed by Tenay, where they ran apparently a very good 4-minute highlight video, which maybe they should put on the show then.
Release the cable TV convention cut.
Yeah, I assume because JB did cut all the videos on these shows. I assume it was a Borash joint. So JB, release the cable TV cut.
Release that, and also just give us the original version of the Raven Jarrett highlight video, please.
So, a fun note, you noted in the crowd on the April 23rd show, Liam, that they did have somebody in the crowd who had the SmackDown spoilers for that week.
Yes, I did notice that.
So there's a fun story behind that. At the WWE SmackDown show on April 22nd in Nashville, TNA employees were passing out free tickets for the 23rd and 30th weekly pay-per-views. So they were saying you could see D'Lo and Raven, and a lot of the TNA regulars brought fans. Those fans were confiscated because they were bringing like 6 days until Raven and Jarrett signs. So in retaliation, those fans brought the SmackDown spoilers to TNA.
That's awesome. I love that kind of stuff. That's really funny.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yet again, they should have sent D'Lo Brown and Raven to the SmackDown show.
They should have sent Conan there to accuse.
Like, because Ravens was there recently enough that he could, like, start cutting promos out in the crowd, and they probably would have got a good reaction to it.
So yeah, it's a fun thing where the fans retaliated to their signs being confiscated by having the SmackDown spoilers on camera.
Very good. That's good stuff. That's the kind of war stuff that you love to see, isn't it?
Because yeah, we haven't gotten a ton of like war stuff between WWE and TNA at this stage. They very much existed in their respective isolation. And it's mostly because they're not at war, you know? It's like there's...
Well, you know, it's one side shouting about them very occasionally, but that's about it.
It's certainly not two companies competing at this stage. There's a gigantic gulf between them.
And they kind of always will be.
Yeah, even, we've just finished covering the Monday Night Wars on the Patreon. If you'd like to go, the entire series is there now, tnachat.com. You can pay $5 and you can get all 10 episodes of Monday War Games, where you go through the entire 2010 Monday Night War. Soon. And yes, Ring Cat King will be what we cover next. That starts this weekend, or next weekend, on the Patreon. So you have all that to look forward to. But yeah, even when they were at the peak of actually going to war, actually going head to head, they were at war. WWE didn't care.
Rinka King had a better chance.
Hey, Rinka King has been watched by more people than ever watched Raw.
Or AEW.
Though probably not in terms of actual worldwide numbers.
Yeah, well, you know what? 14 mil ain't nothing to sneeze at. But apparently in India, that is something to sneeze at, because they were like, yeah, it's nothing.
Oh yeah, because that's like, that's just a regular... There's 1 billion people in India, Liam. 1 billion.
Yeah.
So 14 million on TV in a country of 1 billion people is like, actually, that's actually a modest disappointment.
Just imagining the things that a Tony Khan or a Vince McMahon would do to someone to ensure a $14 million TV rating every week.
In the US, they'd probably Vince would murder people if he could get 14 million people to watch his TV show every week.
You know what? I would too.
The company had a cover story in the Nashville scene on the day of the Raven Jarrett match. It largely portrayed the company as this underdog group battling against WWE.
Where have we seen that recently?
Oh, they're just paying for media. It's just the journalists being paid off by Dixie Carter.
Yeah, eat shit Adam 372562.
Dixie atting people in like forums being like, I didn't pay for any coverage.
I wish Dixie was a foreign person, like a TK.
She's just like, this is the Nashville scene, just see a hot company doing cool things. That's why they want to cover us, no other reason.
I love TNA's relationship with their local Nashville scene. It's a very fun dynamic to read about, because it does make them feel so like a local indie.
Yeah.
But I kind of love it. It helps endear me to them.
It is interesting. I'm reading Burt Prentice's book, which was released in the last couple of weeks posthumously, and there is some stuff about TNA, and like he was the local promoter. Like technically, the lease for the asylum is his. TNA sublet it from him, and it is interesting to read like him talk about the effect TNA had on Nashville as a wrestling market. Because, as we mentioned, they flooded this market with free tickets for basically the bones of 2 years. For the entire time that TNA was in Nashville, they gave away free tickets. Because he talks in the book how Dixie Carter was never really interested in drawing a crowd. They just wanted people in the building. Like, they didn't care about making that ticket revenue. It was probably pretty negligible at the end of the day anyway. So they would sell what they could and then just try and pack people in, because they saw the audience as a prop. They saw the audience as just a means to an end and very little more. But he does talk about afterward how like TNA in 2004 like upshipped, went to Orlando full time, and he's like, all right, I'll start promoting again here, because he was working full time for TNA to promote the weekly Asylum show. And it turned out he could not get people to pay for tickets anymore. Basically, they killed it
because they were so used to just coming to the show.
Yeah, they were so used to walking into their local like Kmart, picking some TNA tickets off of the freaking counter while buying their chewing gum, and then going to the free TNA show. And by all accounts, he could not sell tickets in that market anymore, because they had just run it dry with people who expected to be able to see wrestling for free instead of being able to pay for it.
When Impact did their homecoming show, they should have done that.
Oh yeah, just for nostalgia's sake, they should have just papered the state with tickets.
Yeah, it would have been real funny. Yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen, isn't it? But I can also see, if you're as a company, you don't care about selling tickets for the profit, and you just want people there, if that's something you don't care about, then sure, why not? Because guaranteeing a full crowd probably is helpful if you just don't care about the ticket price.
Yeah, they saw themselves first and foremost because they were a TV company. They ran one show a week, every week on pay-per-view.
They were a pay-per-view company, thank you very much.
Actually, no, they do a weird thing on one of these shows where they're like, we're the biggest television show on pay-per-view. It's like,
I mean, yes, but also like this whole time, like Vince just treats it like a television show anyway.
I think that's it. They're like deliberately framing it as a television show because it is a television show.
Yeah. It's not a pay-per-view.
It's far from it some weeks. But yeah, so they ran the market dry. Poor Bert couldn't promote in Nashville anymore. He had the lease on that building for 5 years and he couldn't promote in Nashville anymore.
No.
And interesting though, from this Nashville scene piece, it is the first time where Jerry Jarrett admits when the company shut down at the end of August, they were pretty much planning to close it unless Panda intervened.
It's a cool thing to admit.
Yeah, it's a thing they never admitted for a long time. Is if you remember when we were talking about that, it's like, no, we're going on a little hiatus. You know,
Fine hiatus.
we don't want to run on 9/11, and we're just taking another week off for no particular reason at all. We're not shutting the company down.
Damn, this podcast would have been so short. We could have ended it.
And now they're publicly admitting it, that yes, they did in fact plan to shut the company down had they not gotten that investment from Panda Energy and Dixie.
They're truly hard to kill.
Coming up in January. I see what you did there.
Yes, I was the one who did that.
So that brings us to the month of April on screen, which
Let's go.
Liam's...
What an interesting and fun month, huh?
Which was Liam's favorite thing, a 5 pay-per-view month.
Yeah, a lot.
As we move on to broad topics, the place that makes sense to start is Jarrett Raven, but I'm honestly more interested in Styles Gilberti, so we're going to start with Styles and Gilberti.
Sure, because we can throw the D-Lo stuff in there too.
So this month is a frankly bizarre month for Glenn Gilberti, where for some reason they decide this dude is a badass.
Well, I don't know, right? Because he's a badass, but he's also a gigantic dork. He jumps around. And honestly, probably more annoying.
So, like, the month starts, he calls out D'Lo, because D'Lo was in the main event of the first show against Jarrett. The whole idea is he's flirting with joining sex. And AJ comes out, he brawls with AJ, where he just kicks AJ Styles' ass for, like, a sustained period.
Beats him up.
He just, like, this guy, the ace of the company, the guy who you put all your titles on the first day, you're having Glenn Gilberti just come out and kick his ass.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's because he's your guy. He's your friend.
So in the following week, AJ Styles faces Glenn Gilberti one-on-one. And, like, this is frankly, like, they wrestle again the next week and Gilberti wins. AJ wins this match, but I think somehow AJ looks worse in this match against Gilberti than the match that Gilberti actually won. Because, like, while AJ does win, Gilberti just dominates him. And, like, he doesn't just...
Yeah, he eats him up.
He doesn't just dominate him, like, physically. It's not like, oh, Gilberti has strength. Like, Gilberti out-wrestles AJ Styles in this wrestling match. There's multiple times where it's like Gilberti has counters for AJ, and he's like, he's the better pro wrestler in this wrestling match against AJ Styles.
Something that I feel they kind of drop off towards the end of the month, where he, like, becomes a bit more of a dork again. But yeah, at the start, there was definitely some sort of weird, brief push to establish Gilberti here, and it was at AJ Styles' turmoil.
Yeah, certainly at the expense of AJ, because, like, AJ wins. They do this thing where Gilberti drops him, he puts his feet in the ropes, he gets a visual pin over AJ. In fact, Mike Posey, the referee, does count 3, but realizes afterward that Gilberti has his feet in the ropes.
It's the most visual pin it can get.
Yes, it is literally a 3 count over AJ Styles. Then AJ hits the Styles Clash, and for some reason also puts his feet in the ropes, so, like, he couldn't even beat Gilberti clean.
Well, because I think AJ's still meant to be, like, a heel here. Well, that's, like, again, that comes back to the whole problem we've had with this promotion from the beginning, where everyone is everything.
Because, yeah, there's not a babyface in the main event scene. Like, for some reason, they decided to start turning D'Lo to join Sex, which is the thing they abandon. They start the month turning Jeff Jarrett heel, which by the end of the month is a thing they kind of ignore again. Like, AJ, I think, is a heel for most of the month, but then works a babyface tag team with D'Lo, and then Raven is a heel. I have no idea. This company is just a bunch of unlikable people and dusty.
The thing is true, it's like, it's all throughout it too, because, like, Eric Watts is, for the first half, is a heel, but then kind of becomes, like, this weird, like, friend of Jarrett instead. And even if you want to say that, like, he's still a heel at the end of the month, it's still a very different character from the start of the month. Because he's just kind of meant to be, you know, badass guy beating dudes up at the start, but then he kind of turns into this manic, insane person by the end of it.
Yeah, even looking at the AMW split, like, the period, it's set up at the start where, like, Storm is the babyface and Harris is the heel, kind of, at least in the way they're splitting it. But then they kind of start turning Storm, and Storm is the jerk toward Harris. And, like...
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Everybody on the show just flip-flops at any given moment. Like, Ron Killings is back to being... Like, he starts the month a babyface, he works a match against Skipper, and then by the end of the month, he's a heel again. He's turned for, like, the 17th time in the short history of TNA wrestling.
Well, I can give you a few other ones as well. All of Team Xtreme go from babyfaces to heels by the end of it. Alexis debuts as a heel, then wrestles a match as a babyface, and then goes heel again.
Yep.
The Amazing Red is a weird heel through this month. Conan babyfaces for 1 week and then goes heel again. Cash babyfaces for a week and goes heel again.
And like, technically Trinity does a babyface turn as well this month, so...
Yeah. I think she's always kind of been a face, but it's definitely like amplified here. But that's the problem, like even if you want to say, yeah, she's always kind of been a face, you can say that about literally everyone on this show. They've always kind of been this, kind of been that. There's no concrete here anywhere.
Yeah, it's a very strange, confused pro wrestling show. Like, we talked about how it's like, it's the best creative month in TNA history. We're like...
But yeah, it's funny, right? It's like, but it is. It's still the best creative month in TNA history, but it's still like that confusing.
Yeah, it's just a show that makes no cohesive sense. It's a show that changes by the week. That's the Russo thing. You do not get consistent characters with this man because he gets just bored with the idea of who all these people are, and then they flip-flop, and there you go. They're heels, they're baby faces. He doesn't know how to make people likable. He does know how to make people seem like jerks all the time. That's his specialty.
The red one's extra funny because, like, in the same month, he, like, finally reaches his, like, babyface peak again. And, like, 2 weeks before, he was, like, beating up women.
Yeah, and, like, even this month, he's not a heel. But when you look at the ways he beats Jerry Lynn and he beats Kid Cash, it thoroughly makes him look like an undeserving jerk.
Well, also, like, he cuts that really, like, cocky piece of shit promo as well. And, like, it's everywhere because, like, but I guess like part of it goes to the crowd too, because as we learnt through this month, the biggest babyface move in the business is beating up women.
Yeah, and like that's not new.
That's a Russo thing too. That's been a real staple since he got in power around here too, is women getting beaten up by men to get pops.
It's like the Dudleys got over entirely by powerbombing women through tables. Like this is nothing new.
Which
in the
quite literally happened.
Yeah.
this month. Jeff Jarrett powerbombed women through tables.
So that's clearly playing that playbook over and over again.
And like, but like, I don't know, the Jarrett stuff was just extra cringy for me. But we'll get to that in a minute.
Still talking about Glenn.
Yes. Speaking of cringy.
So yeah, Glenn loses to AJ, but like even then they're like, we can't possibly have Glenn Gilberti just being beaten by AJ. He'll look too weak. So he beats the shit out of referee Mike Posey after the match.
Did Mike was he also the one who fucked up the count towards the end of the month?
No, that was Andrew Thomas.
Just a bad month for referees in general in TNA.
We'll get to that when we talk about the X Division. So, following week, April 16th, Styles and Gilberti have a rematch, no DQ, where Gilberti wins the match.
As he should.
To be fair, the finish was actually quite good. He was holding a chair and he hit the chart buster, his stunner on the chair, and AJ dropped neck first. It was actually quite cool. It was well timed.
There's some cool stuff. That's the thing, is like, he does do some cool stuff.
Does he?
Very occasionally.
He's no Mike Sanders.
Well, Mike Sanders had AJ's best match.
Certainly had a better match than both of the Gilberti matches.
Combined, yes.
Like, we're here. The entire month of April is AJ Styles feuding with Glenn Gilberti. That's all he does. Why have we done this? This guy is the face of the company.
Well, he's not, though, is
No.
he? At least towards the end of the month, we get the formation of a great tag team.
Styles and D'Lo, yeah. And like, people are always like, oh, you weren't hiring the WWE guys, that's what killed TNA. It's like, no, it's shit like this. It's like AJ losing to Kurt Angle didn't hurt AJ Styles a smidge. AJ Styles feuding for a month with Glenn Gilberti, where for the entirety of the feud, Glenn Gilberti looks better than AJ, both in terms of booking and in terms of how these matches are structured. That is what hurts AJ Styles.
I don't know if like specifically this example, but in general, yes. The ethos of that. Because I don't think anything like this early on really affects anything in the long run. But having that perception definitely does in the long run.
It's just it's these people. It's like AJ becoming a Ric Flair mini-me instead of himself, as we again jump.
Yeah, I think that's a more painful choice than the 1 month Glenn Gilberti feud. But also, like, if the Glenn Gilberti feud happened in 2009 and not 2003, it would have been as painful. Probably more.
It's reflective of a broader issue which sustains.
Yes, than an actual specific example.
So yes, as you mentioned, we then get the formation of the AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown tag team over their shared dislike of Glenn Gilberti and Mike Sanders. They can't even beat them, though. They freaking go to a DQ after interference.
I forgot that match even happened.
Like, yeah, that opens the show. You're like, all right, Styles and D'Lo are finally going to get like a comprehensive victory over Glenn Gilberti and Mike Sanders. It's like, nah, Sex runs in, DQ. You can't even have them beat Gilberti and Sanders in a tag team match. At least last show of the month, AJ and D'Lo do beat Siaki and David Young.
Yeah.
But you might be thinking, why are Siaki and David Young teaming? They hate each other. We'll get to it.
For another great story.
We'll talk about Sanders before we move on. Mike Sanders also had a month.
He had a complete reinvention.
So yeah, he starts the month where he's not quite feuding with D'Lo, but he's on the outs of Sex, but because he accidentally costs D'Lo his world title match against Jeff Jarrett.
And he's been losing.
Yes, he's been losing over and over again. But everybody in Sex has been losing over and over again.
Yeah, but like they decided to make that actually a part of his character as well.
Yeah, so the main event of the first show of the month, April 2nd, is Jarrett and D'Lo for the world title, where they have not a very good match.
Yeah, you really wanted to say that it was a good match, but it wasn't.
I want to root for D'Lo so much that I'm like, all right, maybe, but no, it's just bad. It's just the Jeff Jarrett tropes without any of the good stuff.
Yeah.
And it's a bizarre thing where they started turning Jarrett heel that night, but also D'Lo was the heel in this match because he was potentially joining Sex. So it's just like, what are you trying to achieve here? Especially with D'Lo, who like the crowd loves. The crowd like are so into D'Lo Brown. And you're like teasing heel turns and
they
Sex
were
joining.
3-4 weeks ago.
No, even like when he comes out for the Sanders match, the people are cheering D'Lo. People like D'Lo on these shows.
Yeah, but I think he's lost his star aura already.
Because they fucking decided to turn him heel for no reason.
Yeah.
Ugh. This stupid company. He comes out, gets a superstar reaction.
I think that was your first this stupid company. This was, I believe, the first noted in... It took how many episodes now?
We're on 11.
It took 11 episodes, but we got the first time of Garrett getting actually mad talking about TNA.
Because it's like, he comes out, he's a big star, superstar reaction, great shape, good promo, people are going nuts. You got D'Lo Brown here. Like, he does the big anti-WWE promo. He's going to prove to the world just what D'Lo Brown can do. And then you decide to, like, turn him kind of heel, and he might join Sex, and then he loses to Jarrett, who you're also turning kind of heel, and then the crowd just don't like him as much anymore. And you've ruined D'Lo Brown in the space of 3 weeks. How do you do that?
I'm fist pumping. Go off, King.
It's so frustrating to watch. And they'll do this over and over and over again with anybody who has any, like, modicum of momentum. And here we are. D'Lo's probably... Actually, no, Ron is probably the first person they've done it with, to be honest.
But at least they strapped him up.
Yeah, Killings did win the belt, but then they utterly sabotaged him, and they turned him babyface and heel every 2 weeks, and they can't possibly decide what they're doing with Ron Killings, and they downcycled him more than I think I've ever seen a world champion downcycled after he lost the belt.
I love it. I love that we finally got to this point.
It just took D'Lo. It just took ruining D'Lo in 3 weeks.
It just took almost a year.
So D'Lo wrestles Mike Sanders the next week because the whole thing is Gilberti is like, should I choose D'Lo or Sanders? And he chooses Sanders. So
yeah, chooses his friend, which he should, by the way.
It's another one of those things where there's a report in the PW Torch that Mike Sanders is not well liked in the locker room. And then the following week on the television show, the story on the television show is that Mike Sanders is not well liked in the locker room.
Man, the most gotten to rider of all time, eh?
It is. Like again, you could be like, oh, maybe they're planting the stories. But I'm more inclined to believe that they are so, like, gotten to and tuned into the internet. And they think their audience is tuned into the internet. They think their audience is reading the sheets. So that's like, oh, there's a report of Mike Sanders being, like, a guy the locker room doesn't like. So we're going to turn it into a story on the TV show where Mike Sanders is a guy the locker room doesn't like. How funny is that? It's not. It's stupid.
Just going back to the Sanders stuff for a bit with the D'Lo stuff, I also think it's very funny that D'Lo was only mad about the Sanders interference because it didn't work. And if it worked, he would have been all for cheating to win.
Yeah, Sanders accidentally hit him with a super kick and he got beaten by Jarrett.
D'Lo is a bad guy.
Yeah, it's not like you interfered in my match, I'm not happy. It's like you interfered in my match, it didn't work, and now I'm not happy.
Yeah, like, bad guy. Not a good person.
He's not a nice man. So Gilberti backstage is like, I wouldn't possibly ever choose D'Lo. You're my guy. Now go out there and beat D'Lo. And then he loses to D'Lo.
Yeah.
But then after the match, Sanders, Siaki and Gabberti attacked D'Lo. And then, for some reason, we decided to get a Mike Sanders character reboot.
He was doing so well.
That's what I was going to say. I really don't understand why they're like, this Mike Sanders guy isn't working out. When it's like, he's probably doing the best work of his career, and now is the time. You're like, let's reboot him?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
He goes back to doing his 2000 WCW above average gimmick where he dresses like a tool and acts like a tool. And it's so much less compelling. Not that Mike Sanders was the most compelling character in the world in the first place, but he's so much less compelling.
I think Russo resents the fact that he started working good matches.
Legitimately, it probably is.
So he's like, you get your ass back into that character mode.
You go back to above average Mike Sanders. You had a too good a match with AJ Styles. You had too good a match with, he wrestles Kid Cash for the X title on one of these shows somewhere, even though he lost a bunch of matches.
You're wrestling too good.
So yeah.
Tone it down, mate.
He's dumped back into being a nerd who wears a frickin' bandana and dresses like a dope and is very annoying. But for some reason, AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown still can't beat in a tag team match.
No, of course not.
So that is the story of Mike Sanders for this year month of April.
It's so funny with these 5 shows. We just have so much going on.
There's so many different story beats and all of this stuff, which does bring us to Jarrett and Raven, which we will start by talking about Eric Watts.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad we can get into Eric Watts' discussion.
I will preface our Eric Watts discussion with, I think everything he did this month is terrible and awful and cringy and just horrific. Now, Liam, what did you think of it?
I will now dub April 2003 the year of Eric Watts' redemption.
Oh, no.
For this was the month where he turned into a great character on this show. I loved this month. And, you know, fair enough for the podcast too. It all started April 2nd with a fantastic segment of him just taking a camera to one of these celebrity parties and getting all these guys who don't give a shit about wrestling to talk shit about Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, he had Brian Urlacher, he had Neil McCoy, he had Ira Dean. I forgot to write down some of the rest of the names. Let me very quickly check. Mark Ripon.
Sorry,
Mark Ripon was another person he had. I don't know who that is. Jim McMahon. I think they're football people. He also had the golfer. Who was the golfer he had? He was actually a famous golfer, wasn't it? John Daly, of course. Very famous golfer.
Of Daly's Place.
Yeah, of course, yes. The owner of Daly's Place. These are the people who Eric Watts had to shit on and bury Jeff Jarrett.
It's a fantastic segment. And it was so funny to see, like, these actual, like, famous sports people be like, oh, yeah, Eric, my best friend. I'm here with my friend Eric Watts just to talk about Jeff Jarrett. And we're going to, Jarrett, Eric's going to, you did something to him.
Yeah, it's like, you suck. You could never be here, Jeff Jarrett.
Jeff, why aren't you here hanging out drinking beers in this shitty hotel room?
If you remember, he faked being at a charity shindig so he could attack somebody last month. So this is Eric Watts at an actual charity shindig, getting all the famous people to bury Jeff Jarrett.
God, this is great. This is great stuff here.
Of the things Eric Watts did in the month of April, this was pretty good. The rest of it, shite.
That sounds like Eric Watts Redemption Part 1. And then, of course, we go to the next week. Well, should we do the Jarrett Goldie stuff here too?
Yeah, because this month Jarrett is also turning heel, kind of. So he has an interview with Goldilocks where Goldilocks points out that's like, Jeff, you said you were going to a charity event, but then decided to attack somebody. That's not very nice guy behavior. It's like, you want to see a nice guy, Goldie? And grabs her by the throat and chokes her.
It wasn't even that. It was Goldie going, you know, some of the boys in the back, they were kind of questioning it, and he's like, oh, you're one of the boys now, Goldie? Huh? You're in this business now, Goldie?
He's paranoid, he's freaking out.
It was for an even more innocuous comment. So the idea of this story is that Jarrett's got so many people gunning for him at this point that he is on edge and he's paranoid and he's breaking down a little bit because he just got through D'Lo, he has Raven on his back and Eric Watts constantly pestering him.
So he decides to choke some women to get out his frustration.
Yeah.
Alright, continue your Eric Watts month.
Alright, so we go down to April 9th. All you wrote was, Watts does something.
Yes.
Do you care to clarify what that something was?
Do you think I cared that much about the Eric Watts story?
Well, all I know is from this week we had the Dusty Lawler ladder match with the NWA title on the line, which Eric Watts just runs in and takes it.
Yes, we'll talk more about the Dusty Lawler stuff later, which is, I think, honestly the highlight of the month. But that is the Eric Watts beat of that match.
He just runs in and takes it. Next week, he meets Dusty in the car park. They have a fun little exchange. I really like Dusty here. And I like Watts is, this is not in this section, but in the last episode of the month. Watts is like the only person I've seen break Dusty.
Yeah.
Because in the last segment of the month, once Watts has gone full Looney Tunes, he just pulls the NWA title out of his belt, out of a bag, and just gives it back to Dusty Rhodes.
He's like, I'm sorry, Dusty.
Dusty's like, thank you.
He's very confused by this Eric Watts behavior.
and Dusty just kind of breaks a bit, and it's very funny.
Because for the first 2 weeks of this month, Eric Watts hates Jeff Jarrett. He gets all these celebrities to bury him. He's like, you're the worst guy in the world. Then the Eric Watts does something, it's just a promo backstage with, I think it's like with Goldie, where he's talking about how he got a Porsche for signing with WCW. He's talking about how he went to Vince's house.
Yeah, it's just him yammering on about nothing. Yep. It's great.
Talking about how great he is and how Jeff sucks, but he cares for Jeff. So then the rest of the month is him being Jeff Jarrett's pal?
Yeah, he wants to be his best friend. I think part of it's because his other friends got kicked out of the company.
Yeah, Lawler and Flair are gone after the ladder match with Dusty, so Watts is there by himself.
It's kind of great. Is the next week the one where Watts has got the straitjacket?
Yes, that's the week where he's trying to beat up Raven on behalf of Jarrett.
So, no. He makes it abundantly clear that he doesn't want to beat up Raven. He just wants to put him in the straitjacket and talk to him. He wants to have a sit down, have a chat with Raven to try and sort all of this stuff out with Jeff. And there's a great portion of it where Watts walks up and confronts Jeff, who has the NWA title over his shoulder, obviously. And he walks up to him and just goes, hey, nice title. I got one as well.
That is the best line of Watts of the month. I did enjoy that.
Which, of course, and you can tell that at this point, Jeff has kind of gone past the Watts stuff because he's so focused on Raven, because he just goes, that boy's going to get himself killed, and it might be the best thing for him.
So then Watts does indeed go hunting Raven.
Yes, meets him backstage in Raven's little pervert bathroom nest.
Where he has a bunch of candles on the floor.
And of course, because he spent the entire show asking everyone where Raven is and confirming that he was going after Raven, Raven was just waiting for him. So the minute he opened the door, Raven jumps him and beats the hell out of him, which gives Jarrett the opportunity to make the run in.
So yeah, he puts Eric Watts in the straitjacket. Gathering beat him up.
And it's quite a fun bit too, where the camera lingers on the ring a little too long. Like, they didn't cut to the back quick enough. And you see Eric roll out of the ring and just throw up his hands and go, huh, as he walks away. Thus confirming and finalizing the Eric Watts face turn to me.
You liked this Eric Watts stuff a lot more than I did.
It's just fun. He's a fun weirdo. You know, he did the same thing as Brian Lawler, where it's I didn't like Lawler because he was a boring, generic guy. And then he just decided to be a crazy weirdo. And I'm like, yeah, all right, I'm in.
Fair enough. I thought he was still cringy and really annoying for the month.
You just don't have taste.
Listen, I enjoy Brian Lawler shoot-punching fans in the face. That's the stuff I can get on board with. Eric Watts wearing his goofy jackets, just doing bad promos and acting like a goon. Not so much. He's Baron Corbin.
He's not Baron Corbin. He has more personality than Baron
Corbin.
Corbin.
He has the exact amount of
Baron
personality that Baron Corbin has.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all.
So that is Eric Watts. We'll pivot now to the Raven and Jarrett stuff for the month, which is the biggest point of the month, of course. It's the biggest match in TNA history to this point. Raven challenging Jeff Jarrett for the NWA title. They do spend the entire month building to the match, which is very un-TNA-like in this era.
How, badly do you think Russo wanted to hotshot this?
He probably just wanted to, because I think they planned to do it earlier, but then Raven took that last show of March off because he couldn't stop bleeding. So they did deload, but they did pretty early in the month announce that they're doing Jarrett and Raven on the 30th. I think they announced it on the second show of the month, on the April 9th show. So, maybe if he had full control at that stage, I don't think he had full control until later in the month. He probably would have done it earlier, but I think they did announce it and they did commit to when they did it, and they built to it. What did you think of the build at Jarrett and Raven?
I didn't love it, but also it was at least somewhat coherent in that it followed a story structure. I think this was an important month for Raven's character because we got the formation of the Gathering, and we got the transition of let's pre-tape his stuff so it doesn't go so rambly.
Yeah, because the first show of the month, Raven has ends up actually being a pretty good promo.
It ends up arguably being his best promo.
Yeah, but it starts as legitimately one of the worst promos I've ever seen on a wrestling show. So he's sitting there in his perch with Goldilocks, and he's doing his regular stuff, and he's about to go into one of his long-winded, stupid, like, tangents about something nonsense.
And then some guy in the crowd's like, fuck you, Raven.
No, it's even better. He forgets it. He completely forgets what he was going to talk about. He's like, Goldie, I have so many ideas. You can't even understand. It's like, they just all go through my head, and I don't understand what's happening.
Please do it in the voice.
Goldie, you just don't understand what's going through my brain. Because I forgot my lines, and I'm trying to pause for time here, Goldie. Yeah, and then I guess someone in the crowd shouts something.
Hey, fuck you,
Yeah,
Raven.
they're like, you suck, Raven. It's like, how dare you interrupt me? I'm trying to say something very important here, and you're interrupting me.
And then he gets, like, sad. He's like, come on, man. I'm trying to do my promo here.
Yeah, and then he starts talking about Nashville, and it's like, you people in Nashville, you're lowly people. He can't even come up with an insult for the people of Nashville.
And then he gets frustrated, and he stands up, and he snatches the mic, and...
He just cuts a promo. He's like, Jarrett, this is my destiny. I'm going to win the title. I'm a cool guy. And it's like, yes. Just do that all the time, Raven. You do not need your freaking fake poetry gibberish. You do not need your fake Bray Wyatt nonsense. You just cut a promo. You're a good promo. Stop doing your bullshit.
Yeah, because he just started talking his shit, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, the promo's on our Twitter. If you want to go to TNA History Pod, scroll down a little, you'll find it. It's like it thoroughly sums up Raven's first 3 months in TNA in that you get the flowery nonsense that says nothing, and he completely loses track of it. He doesn't care, and then he gets flustered and just cuts a promo as Raven, and it rules. It's just like, yes, that is what we have been asking for this entire time, Raven. We just want you to be yourself.
Yeah, and then we get the Gathering stuff.
Yeah, so Raven forms the Gathering, which is Julio De Niro and Alexis Lurie. Alexis Lurie, better known as Mickey James. That's his Gathering.
No, to me, she's better known as Alexis Lurie.
Well, yes.
I've only watched NWA-TNA.
You know nothing of hardcore country. You just know Alexis Lurie. Even though you gave out to me last week. It's like, can we just call her Mickey James?
I think, yeah, but now I'm thoroughly gathering build, and I'm in.
So yeah, Raven beats Kid Cash, after which Trinity bails. Oh no, it's the week before actually. It's the Trinity and Alexis rematch.
Yeah, where Raven does his cool gimmick of just walking into the ring mid-match and sitting in the corner.
Which I do enjoy. He does it a couple times this month, where he literally just walks to the ring and sits there.
Like, as the match is still
yeah,
going.
Lurie and Trinity still doing their match, which is actually a pretty good match, fair enough. Like,
it was much better than their tag effort the week before.
It is probably the best women's match in TNA history, which isn't saying much because there's been like 3 of them. So yeah, Trinity won that match. After the match, Raven DDT Trinity as Cash ran away. We'll talk about the Cash and Trinity stuff in a minute.
And just grabs Lurie by the hair and pulls her
It's not even by the hair. He just like grabs her hand and leads her away, and she's like, I guess I'm going with you.
She didn't fight her very much. And then I guess he works quickly because in the span of like an hour, he turns her.
It's a fun note that he did, by all accounts, recommend Lurie to come in for the role. So it's Raven's personal choice.
That sounds like another one of his stupid matches.
But he was using Trinity as a valet on some indies, but they didn't want to turn Trinity heel, so they're like, take Lurie.
Yeah, and you know what? Rest is history.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
So then it takes a couple of weeks until the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 41, April 16th, where Raven starts the show with Julio and Alexis in the perch and announces them as his new flock, the Gathering.
Yeah, flock you, as the shirt says.
Which, honestly, that's pretty good.
Good bird puns.
And also good pun based on the WCW stable. Yes. You would forget,
because he's a bird.
Raven was like a legit star in WCW.
Yeah, well, you know, he was on the cover of the video game,
which is a fun story in its own right, and just like the director of the game liked Raven and just put him on the cover of the game. Imagine that.
Hey, I knew that story. I set you up for it.
It's like, what if the person in charge of W2K22 just liked Akira Tozawa and decided to put him on the cover of the game?
I think it'd be more like if he liked Sami Zayn and got him on there, you know what I mean?
No. But yeah, like you do forget that Raven was a like legitimate star. He was all over television in like 98, 99 WCW. Like he was a guy who was featured in programs constantly with Perry Saturn, with Chris Kanyon, with DDP, with Chris Benoit. So Raven is a guy who was seen on television by a lot of people and was a pushed entity in one of the biggest wrestling companies in the world for a while. So he's a big star, I guess, and doing some flock nostalgia makes some degree of sense.
And it's reinvented for the 2003 audience.
So that show is main evented by Jarrett demands doing a Clockwork Orange House of Fun match. He wants to do it with Raven.
It's so dope though, isn't it? Because halfway through that show, he's just in the back of a truck and Goldie's like, what are you doing? And he has gloves on and he's just throwing everything out and he's just screaming for like, where did you put all the stuff from the last one? I want it. Give it to me.
He's throwing like fences and boxes and wooden boards out of this truck, trying to put together his own little Clockwork Orange House of Fun. And yet later in the show, it's the one where Eric Watts walks up to him. He's like giving out to the production crew. It's like, you guys know how to put it together. You've put it together before.
Yeah, it's great.
So yeah, he does put together his own Clockwork Orange House of Fun match. Raven does not come out to face him. Instead, Julio De Niro and Alexis Ori come out to face him.
And he beats the shit out
Which is at least notable that it makes Mickie James the first woman to main event of a TNA show.
Yeah, there you go.
This match is at least historically important in a way.
She's a fitting name to get that distinction.
And she won!
Yeah. She won the first time there was a woman in the main event of a TNA show. They won.
Beating the world champion.
Mickie should bring that up in 2021 Impact and get a shot.
Cutting promos, because like the knockouts and knockouts tag titles have been recently like they've been given world title distinction in Impact, so they're called knockouts world title and knockouts world tag team titles. That should be the reason. She's like, in my first main event, I beat the world champion Jeff Jarrett. Therefore, this is the knockouts world championship.
She should also bring back Julio.
Yeah, and Punk. Julio and Punk should show up on Impact as the Gathering with Mickie James.
But Mickie James is the leader now.
And Punk is just treated like a goon on Impact TV.
He's the Julio.
Yeah. So yeah, they bizarrely, I don't know why they win the match. I don't know why Jarrett can't just beat Julio and Alexis Ori, but here we are.
Yeah, like he should have just won this. And it would have made more sense for the story too.
Yeah, Raven comes out, DDTs him, and they win. So he doesn't. They don't win. Well, technically it is clean. And then Raven lays him out to end the show. Like it should have just been Jarrett wins, and then Raven comes out and DDTs him. That should have been the angle.
Yeah. It's also very funny to note that like Julio getting this whole spot just because he was there one time, and Jimmy Yang didn't want to work a match with Raven.
Yeah, because Jimmy Yang is like, I don't want to sign a contract because it would preclude me from working elsewhere for a period. So I don't want to work this match against Raven. So they're like, you there, Julio, is it? Or you're in this match.
Who, Leo?
That does create history. History is changed by just happenstance.
And now he's in the Gathering, beating the NWA champion in the main event of an Impact pay.
It's worked out pretty well for Julio. This is probably the highlight of his career.
Yeah, good Gathering run.
So, April 23rd, the go-home show, basically, for the big Jarrett and Raven match. Raven promises a surprise for Jeff. That surprise turns out to be Team Xtreme assisting Raven.
The mother of all bombs.
Yes.
Bigger than Hiroshima.
A bunch of people who we will not name, because technically it spoils other stories of the month, so you have to wait for later in the show to find out who is in this Team Xtreme. But Raven does get the help of Team Xtreme to take out Jarrett, to lay him out to end that show. And Raven has all his old ECW pals killing people.
In a pretty, like, vicious and cool angle, too. Wrapping Jarrett up in the straitjacket, hanging him on the ropes, tying him up with barbed wire, and just going to town on him with Singapore canes.
Yeah, there is an interesting note in the show notes that they wanted that angle to be even more extreme. It was Russo and Raven's idea that they wanted to hang him from the ceiling.
Wow, big Age of the Fall vibes.
Yeah,
huh?
but that was vetoed, and Jarrett wanted to kill all the ECW guys as well at one stage, also vetoed, so they just beat the shit out of him.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was a pretty cool angle and came off pretty well.
So that brings us to the final show of the month, where Jeff Jarrett and Raven finally went face to face. They did everything they could, like before that match, to make the match seem like a big deal.
Oh boy, I just saw all the notes for the main event.
There is literally like 2 pages of notes on the main event. There's a lot that went down behind the scenes around this Raven and Jarrett match. We'll talk about the match itself first. Like, they did everything they could to make this match seem like a big deal. They did a video package for Jarrett. They did a video package for Raven. They had all the roster predict who they thought was going to win between Jarrett and Raven. They did, like, everything they could. And, like, this was the biggest show in TNA history. Like, Dave Meltzer estimates, like, it probably generated another 80,000 on average more than the average TNA pay-per-view does. They had to turn away 1,100 fans. It was a 1,400 sellout. They had to turn away 1,100. That's how many people showed up. Still, a majority of which was papered, which is bizarre that they have like a match that at least 2,500 people want to show up to, but I'd imagine only a few hundred paid for. But nonetheless, they did have a full Asylum. It is undeniably the biggest match in TNA history to this point. We had like a couple of big title matches. We had the Jarrett and Killings match and the Jarrett and Styles match that felt like big title matches.
Still, neither of them felt as big as this. This felt like a pay-per-view main event.
Yeah, this felt like a legitimate, like, two biggest stars in the company facing for the title, and where reasonably both guys could have won.
Yeah, I didn't know which guy won. I came into this completely blind and was surprised when Jarrett retained.
Yeah, so Jarrett retains in a, I think, very good match.
I went a little higher on this match than you. I really loved it. I thought this match was like kind of the epitome of a big ass American title main event epic deal with like all your run-ins that you'd expect because it's TNA.
13 people if you're counting. 13 run-ins.
Oh, but they were stables, so it makes sense. Yeah, I really like this a lot. Big kickouts, big spots, good storytelling from all the stuff that led up to it. You had even the callbacks to the sex stuff and them interfering in it as well. You had the callbacks to the Disciples of the New Church who were like feuding with everyone in Sex and Team Extreme at this point, and they came out and saved Jarrett, not because they liked Jarrett, but because they hated the other guys. Yeah, and of course we got the big return in the middle of the match.
Indeed, we had a lot of lights out this month. We had 2 of them. We'll talk about them when we talk about the Extreme New Church stuff. But yeah, lights go out, and finally, Liam, we get a lights out Sabu moment. Actually, I think it's the second lights out Sabu moment we've had in TNA history. But yes. Still, in a month where we had 2 other lights out ECW stars showing up.
2 disappointing ones.
We do finally get lights out. Sabu shows up. He runs off the Team Extreme, leaving it just down to Jarrett and Raven. Then we get a very awkward moment around Jarrett and Raven and some handcuffs.
This is actually the 4th lights out because one guy got the lights out twice.
Jarrett was tied in handcuffs by Team Extreme. Then Bill Behrens ran out with a master key. Rudy Charles couldn't open the handcuffs, so Raven opened the handcuffs.
I like that Raven at least brought it back into the storyline context by like egging him on after he did it. Because like in his mind, he's like, this guy's already dead. Did you see what just happened to him? He got the shit kicked out of him. I hit him with a chair like 3 times.
Yeah, all my boys beat him up. They hit him with super kicks either side of the chairs, and then he hits him with the Raven effect.
In like that was a killer spot.
Yeah, and they did their cool pose.
Kind of a double concerto super kick. Yeah, they all hit their pose in the middle of the ring. It was good stuff. I really like this match. This is the match I would recommend if you haven't seen, go back and see just for context.
So yeah, Raven hits the Raven effect. Jarrett kicks out. Raven goes for another one. Jarrett reverses into a stroke, hits it, retains the NWA World Title.
Yeah, went 4 1/4 on this. I went
3.75. It is a very, very good. It's probably one of the better examples of the Jeff Jarrett formula. And to be fair, we said that about the AJ title match as well, and that's probably true. These 2 title matches, like D'Lo, bad example of Jeff Jarrett formula. Raven and Styles, good example of Jeff Jarrett formula.
It'll be very curious to see when this formula grows tired on me. But for right now, I don't mind it. So 4 1/4.
So there was a lot of backstage drama surrounding this match.
All right, let's dig in.
We have many notes. There was a bit of a saga around Sabu coming in because Sabu rejected TNA's most recent request to return to the company. They asked Scott D'Amore to kind of mediate between the 2 of them, and Sabu said no. According to newest reports, Sabu was unwilling to talk to Bob Ryder and used several expletives while telling him he would only talk to Jarrett. TNA wanted him to be involved with this Team Extreme story. Then whatever happened, he probably did talk to Jarrett. They came to terms, he showed up. But Sabu had a torn bicep at this time, but still showed up and just did all his spots and did a freaking double jump dive.
And also landing on a woman in the crowd.
Oh yeah, that's another part of this. Yes, indeed. Sabu, when he did his run in, he ran through the crowd. He just leapt over the guardrail, landed on a woman. So Sabu landed on a female fan while attempting to leapfrog from the guardrail to exit the building. He was so concerned for the fan that he stopped and briefly broke character while checking on her. The fan was said to be shaken up but did not suffer any serious injuries. Sabu credited the woman for taking a better bump than he does while discussing the situation backstage, according to PW Torch.
All these ECW guys, like, they're just more concerned about the fans than they are anything else.
This is the second month in a row that we've had one of them doing something stupid and then a fan getting hurt, so it's less than ideal.
Yeah, they should have cut away from that way quicker, because they could have kept it on him as he was checking on it. But at least he checked on it.
He did kill a woman while jumping over the rail, but she seemed to be fine. So, we've talked about the power struggle between Russo, who has the likes of Gilberti, Sanders, Saturn, Raven in his camp, and Jarrett. By all accounts, this was where it came to a head, because Raven's contract with TNA was up on April 30th.
Oh boy.
So, TNA office workers claim a compromise was reached in the struggle between Jarrett and Russo last week. Things came to a head during the April 30th shows. Apparently, the Russo camp and even some Jarrett defenders were in favor of putting the NWA title on Raven, but that didn't really work because Raven wouldn't have a contract. There were some reports that Russo quit and walked out of the building at one point in the evening, but cooler heads prevailed. Russo was backstage by Showtime.
Just do it. Just leave.
Let him leave as well. If someone was like, bro, Raven needs to win, bro. You should be losing here, bro. I'm quitting. It's like, okay, bye. Don't come back. Just don't come back. Also that he'd go to like freaking quitting power plays for that kind of stuff.
Doesn't seem a little petulant.
It does. So they come to the consensus that Russo will be in the office more and be more involved in the like putting together of stories.
Oh, yay.
Yeah. There's still some problems, but apparently like Jeff is dealing with this pretty well, that he's like not giving into Russo's bullshit.
Well, Jeff is becoming a real leader, I assume, is a sentiment that stays throughout TNA's entire history.
The Jarretts have been trying to send a message to Raven by saying that the company will only invest in wrestlers who commit to the company, because Raven did not want to sign a long-term deal. We'll talk about perhaps the reasons why in a moment. But there was a column from JB, from the Inside column that he publishes weekly on the TNA website. TNA officials have let it be known that the magic word from here on out is commitment. The company will commit to those who do so in return on all levels. Plain and simple. That was a statement put out on the company website.
That rules. I was going to say, I like that they just do insider shit on their website.
Yeah, they're working angles all the time, because Raven's contract, as mentioned, was up. He had never signed a long-term deal and resisted signing a long-term deal. He'd been working shows on a per-show basis. Like, there's some debate about whether or not Raven winning the title depended on him signing a contract, but the consensus appears to be that Jarrett was retaining it regardless anyway.
Wait, so, like, did Raven want to win the belt without signing the contract?
Well, it's an interesting note, because we talk about Red this month, who did win the X title as well, which we'll talk about when we get the X division in a moment. But Red had to sign a multi-show deal. Red was also working, like, on a show-to-show deal, and he had to sign a multi-show deal before they'd let him win the X belt.
I don't know, seems fair.
So there's people who believe that Jarrett used Raven's contract status as an excuse not to drop the title. There's all these kind of political things going on backstage. It's good fun.
Yeah, this is why we're here, you know? We're not here for nothing happening backstage.
So the big reason that he was working for about $1,000 a show and he wanted $1,500. Like, Jarrett makes $3,000 a show, but he works as more than just a wrestler. Dusty makes $1,500, so he's the highest paid, like, just wrestler. And Raven wanted Dusty money.
I mean, I don't know. He's kind of the biggest name on the show at the moment.
And he probably has a very good bargaining hand at this particular point, because this is the biggest match in TNA history. As mentioned, there was an estimated $80,000 of extra revenue because of this match. You saw about 2,500 people showing up to the Asylum to try and see this match. I'd imagine it probably did their best pay-per-view buy rate, maybe in a very long time, maybe ever. So Raven can be like, I'm a draw here, give me my money.
That's always the dilemma. It's like, if stars want to pull star shit, they better actually be stars who make money for the company. And, you know, if you're drawing that kind of stuff, you can probably give the man his extra $2,000 a month.
The Observer has some, like, fun, what other people were paid notes. When Shawn Maltman and Scott Hall were in, they were making $2,000 each, but Hall in the early days was making $7,500 per show.
Woo!
That is some big boy money right there. BG James was making $2,000, but agreed to cut it to $1,000 before he quit. Because as we mentioned last month, they wouldn't give his dad a $50 pay rise. So like we know Raven doesn't go away, so this is sorted out, and Raven is there for another freaking 4 years. So and comes back a couple times.
Does
after
he
that.
sign?
I would imagine so.
Like to a deal? Curious.
So I'm sure we'll talk about that more in weeks and months to come. But yes, a lot of backstage drama surrounding this Jarrett-Raven match about contracts expiring and power struggles between Vince Russo and Jeff Jarrett. But the match was good.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. Actually, to be fair, in this company, that's one of the least things that matters. Let's get more into the dirt.
So that is all the Jarrett Raven stuff, which will bring us to the Extreme Revolution stuff, Liam. There's a moment in this match, or in this month, where Mike Tenay is talking on commentary, and he's like, we have TNA Xtreme, and it's clear this month that they are doing like an active, conscious pivot toward hardcore stuff.
Yeah, which is an interesting choice, because like you don't really know who's backstage pitching for that.
Well, I guess we have Raven here, and there was like a knock-on effect from Raven showing up, because Raven led to Sandman led to Saturn led to, as the people mentioned in this show, there's a bunch more showing up. So it's basically, we had one, and like the dominoes fell, because we did mention it when we were doing our 2002 year in review for TNA, that like there wasn't a ton of hardcore extreme stuff. There was like the Dup Cup and some silliness, but
Because like the hardcore stuff isn't really Russo's MO, and it's not really Jarrett's MO either. So I guess the only really person of any significant power here that you can relate this to is Raven.
Raven's getting all his pals' jobs, and like for a while it does bring a new and fresh flavor to the show. So it's welcome for a while until they immediately run it into the ground.
Yeah, like it feels like the last month it was a fine reprieve from the boring stuff that was on the main event stuff, but now it's a little overblown, and I don't know, maybe some people, maybe you liked the wacky stipulations every week, but I just thought they were kind of dumb.
I liked one of them, and then I thought they jumped the shark, but we'll get into it. So April 2nd, we have a fun segment where, if you remember, the New Church helped out Saturn and Sandman last month, where they faced Sex in that Sadistic Madness match. So on the first show of the month, James Mitchell shows up to Saturn and Sandman because they're in a 6-man tag on the show against Daniels and the Harris Bros. And they're like, listen, guys, I return my favors. I may be a devil, but I'm an honorable one. So take Brian Lee or take Slash, and you can have him in the match. And then Saturn and Sandman are like, nah, we got it. And it's like, what do you mean you got it? We had a deal. I'm a man of my word. And like, no, it's fine. We got it. And Mitchell is so furious about this slight that they feud for the entire month.
They also go like, we got our own guy. Like, we got extreme blood. That's the theme throughout this entire month, is extreme blood.
There's a lot of extreme blood on these shows. So in that match in which Sandman and Saturn face the Harris Bros and Daniels, their partner is New Jack.
Yes. Fuck. Yes.
Big New Jack making his TNA debut. He does 2 balcony dives this month. Well, one is more of a balcony fall.
And cuts arguably the best skit style promo we've had since Puppet
And
jacking off in a trash
and they
can.
get even better as we go into the later months of TNA, where New Jack shows his comedy side, which is good fun.
Yeah, New Jack's a great personality, and I am very happy to see him here.
Because as you mentioned in that promo, he's sitting backstage, he's playing chess with the Sandman.
This is like something that was so good that both of us clipped it and gifted it and posted it.
So they're playing chess, and Goldilocks walks up to them. It's like, hey guys, you have a match later. How do you feel? And the Sandman's like, can't you see we're playing chess? We're in the middle of a game, Goldie.
And then he gets a little misogynist. But
Yeah, don't worry about it. But then, then New Jack cuts his promo where he's like, I'm not here to win matches. I don't care about winning matches.
I don't care about belts. If I win a belt, I'll go and pawn
my
it.
entire thing being here, the sole reason I'm in TNA is to find the highest point and jump off of it.
Fuck yeah.
So yes, in this match at the start of the month,
Whoa, you're blowing off the payoff to the segment, which is while New Jack's up and cutting this promo, he turns around and accuses Sandman of cheating because Sandman calls check, and then flips the board.
it's like, I paid my check. It's like, no, check is in the chess move. It's like, I'll check you. And flips the board.
Yeah, it's great. And then Sandman responds by just bursting his beer over his head.
As Goldie does her typical, oh God, freak out.
And her snarl that she does in the back of every interview.
Yes, Goldie, very strange. Like, you could just watch Goldie's facial expressions in an interview all day.
It's a year of this, you know what I mean? It's really taken a toll.
So, Saturn, Sandman, and New Jack defeat the Harris Bros and Daniels. After that match, Mike Barton debuts, the Bart Gun of the Smoking Guns from the World Wrestling Federation, winner of Brawl for All, and beats up Perry Saturn.
Most famous for getting beaten up at WrestleMania.
So, April 9th, we have the Harris Bros against Sandman and New Jack and the New Church in Armed Asylum. Like, there's so many gimmick matches.
What is Armed Asylum?
It's the same. Well, it's the same as Sadistic Madness, and it's the same as the Ultimate Sin match we have later in the month. It's just another name for a hardcore brawl.
But they didn't give it any no specifics this time.
Yeah, I think this one is like Falls Count Anywhere. They fight all over the asylum, I think.
Yeah. And there's weapons all throughout the asylum in difference. But that seems to be what happens every time anyway.
This is also, of the matches they did this month, the one I liked.
Yeah, I liked the other one because it had a stupid gimmick.
They all had stupid gimmicks.
Yeah, but the one with the actual, like, we're going to barb wire one corner of the ring.
So yeah, I thought this one was just utter chaos, where, like, there was just tables, and tables refused to break. There's at least 2 bumps in this match where just somebody's dropped on a table and it doesn't break. There's, like, 4 other table spots. Slash jumps off a balcony. New Jack jumps off a balcony.
Slash is insane.
Yeah, Slash bleeds on every show, multiple times. He's in 2 matches on one of these shows, and he bleeds twice. So...
It's the same blood. He just doesn't clean it off. It's great.
There is nobody who likes bleeding more than Slash. Maybe in wrestling history. He bleeds so much in TNA.
And that's saying something with being a guy who's on the same show as Raven.
So yeah, the Harris Bros win this match. The story of the match is that New Jack does a balcony dive. He drops Brian Lee through a table with an elbow drop.
Story.
Yeah, it is the story. The story of the match is New Jack does a balcony dive, so he has left Sandman on his own, and Sandman gets pinned by the Harris Bros.
You know what? Fair enough. Turnabout's fair played the Sandman.
Yeah. This is revenge for what he did to Steve Corino. Yeah, he's really not one to be able to be like, yo, you left me there.
There's a time that you just didn't show up for a match.
There's a note in the PW Torch. Scott D'Amore's role backstage is said to be part agent, part production staff. One of his duties is to talk over the matches with the wrestlers and then take his notes to the production crew so that they know which specific spots to look for. And the main reason they did this is because Perry Saturn in the match with Mike Sanders, you can clearly see him blading. So they're like, we need somebody in the truck who knows what's going to happen and knows, like, cut away, he's going to cut himself.
Mike Barton, not Mike Sanders, but yes.
Mike Sanders against Perry Saturn would have been a very different match.
It could have been as bloody, to be
That
honest.
is very true. But we will go to that. It is Perry Saturn against Mike Barton, and Mike Barton's only appearance, besides his only match. He doesn't appear after this. He's done. In, honestly, like, one of the most underrated matches in TNA history.
Just a shoot
It
fight.
is a legit shoot fight where they're just punching each other, they're doing suplexes, they're throwing each other into steps, they're bleeding, they're doing more suplexes. Like, this match has an amazing story. So...
You have to go check it out, by the way. Like, if you're listening to this, go watch it.
Go straight, right there. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 40, April 9th.
Yeah, 40.
Go watch Mike Barton against Perry Saturn. So the story of the match is Mike Barton is wailing on Saturn. Saturn is bleeding. Saturn is struggling to compete. He's, like, falling all over the place. But every time Barton punches Saturn, Saturn's like, punch me again. And punch me again. And punch me again. And eventually... Barton punches Saturn in the head so much that Barton breaks his own hand. Perry Saturn does a little hip toss, grabs the hand, wrenches it in the other direction, and Barton taps out immediately. So, like, the story of the match is that Saturn is so resilient that he had Barton punch him in the head so often until Barton broke his own hand and then tapped him out.
And the submission finish is so sick looking too.
Oh yeah, it does look like he literally wrenches his wrist in the other direction. It's like, oh god. Even without the whole breaking hand context, that probably would have been a good submission finish.
Yeah, this is tremendous.
Because you don't get matches like this in TNA. You don't get, like, physical matches. You don't get shoot fights. But you also don't get matches that have that kind of deep, like, psychological story. The Saturn literally willing him to punch him until he breaks his hand. You don't get that kind of layer in a lot of these TNA matches.
It's because, like, you know, does Vince Russo give a shit about any of this kind of storytelling?
No, so you just get tables and like, good X Division matches, to be fair, but the X Division matches are a very different kind of wrestling.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, they're really going out there trying to tell a full match-long story either. They're just like, let's do some cool spots that are cool.
Whereas these guys, it's like, we're going to go out there, tell a story, and beat the shit out of each other. Which, what more do you want in pro wrestling?
It's basically it, right?
I'm very disappointed Mike Barton never comes back.
I kind of like it. It's like he's this legend that just came about and left his mark and, you know, never was seen again.
And it's Saturn's best match in TNA too.
Definitely.
Speaking of Saturn, he has a match the next month, or the next week, as he faces the New Church's new guy. So James Mitchell is like, alright, I went out and I've gone extreme myself. So he brings in Mike Awesome to face Perry Saturn.
Fuck yes. God, this show rules now.
You get the debuting Mike Awesome joining the New Church to fight against his extreme brethren. So he faces Saturn. They go to a DQ. Apparently, Mike Awesome suffered a concussion admitted into the match and collapsed when he got backstage. So that's not good, but still. Well, the most upsetting thing about this match is Mike Awesome sets up a table at ringside and no one gets powerbombed through it.
We need Spike Dudley to come in at some point.
Yeah, it's rectified later in the show, but still, he sets up a table and no one goes through the table. That's against the rules of pro
Chekhov's
wrestling.
table. If a table is introduced, it must be used.
Yeah, this is the rule. But yeah, it's a pretty good match. They mostly just do shoot throws. They throw each other around.
It's fun.
So later in the show, we get Sandman and New Jack against the New Church in a match where Just Incredible makes his debut, Liam.
I don't care about Just Incredible. He just never was a guy that interested me. He was from an era of ECW that I didn't really invest much time into. The one thing I will appreciate about Just Incredible is his commitment to the bit by wearing an Uncle Cracker shirt in this debut, which obviously, Garrett, you know from X Factor fame.
Yes, definitely.
You know you're dealing with the X Factor. I give you everything you ever wanted and I'll never get that back.
Do you know all the lyrics
Banging
to the
song.
X Factor
Everyone-
theme?
If I had it with me, I could sing along, but I don't know them off the top of my head.
It's disappointing.
But yes, absolute good reference there from Just Incredible. That's about it. I don't care for the dude very much. As we were talking about on the old the watch along, which you can go listen to at tnachat.com. It must suck for him to be the other ECW guy who has the kendo stick. That's a bad position to be in, to get over. But yeah, you know, he's here.
He does do some good stuff with Jerry Lynn in TNA that you can look forward to.
Yeah, like this thing, I've never doubted he's always been a good mid-card work guy, but I don't know, he's not the most interesting debut this month.
So yeah, New Church beat Sandman and New Jack after Mike Awesome shows up and power bombs New Jack through a table. To the floor, by the way. So good stuff.
Fuck yeah. Well, you know New Jack's ain't a bitch. He's going to take that
But
shit.
yeah, lights went out for New Jack's debut in the first show of the month. Lights went out for Just Incredible's debut here. So it's building the lights out Sabu showing up.
And lights out next month.
For Just Incredible again.
Yes, which is they did it, the crowd reacted, it turned back on, and they went, oh.
So Just Incredible, Just Incredible did get a good reaction for his first debut.
Yeah, but you can't do it again. This is like when AEW was running it every week.
It's my favorite thing when Malachi Black comes out every week. The lights go out, and every week there's a pop. And I don't think it's for Malachi Black. It's because who's going to show up? No, it's just Malachi Black.
Yeah, but then Malachi Black comes up and the pop sustains. So people don't go they go, oh, okay, it's Malachi.
As opposed to the period where the lights went out for Sean Spears' entrance, and then it's oh.
Or the Butcher and the Blade's debut.
Yeah.
I get why you do it. The lights out gimmick is fucking awesome, but you have to save it.
NWA TNA pay-per-view number 42, April 23rd. Saturn, New Jack and Sandman defeat the New Church and Awesome in the Ultimate Sin match.
Yeah, I like this one. This one was fun.
This one was the one where I was like, all right, I've had enough of this.
Fair enough. I probably this is the one that I went back to after having a break of it, so maybe that.
Because you watched most of these shows 2 weeks ago, and then the rest yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah. So I got to come back in for this one fresh,
as opposed to watching all these back to back and just being like, stop doing crowd brawls.
See, that's me when I'm watching it, and I'm like, stop having Brian Lawler wrestle or Brian James wrestle or anyone. Just stop doing this Memphis Heat matches, please.
So yeah, Saturn, New Jack and Sandman won the match. They were doing a bunch of stuff. Just Incredible showed up. The thing was they had a bat on a pole, wasn't it? Or on the top of the ladder?
Yeah, it was a bat. Yeah, it was on top of the ladder. It was the kendo on top of the... which was a great line from James Mitchell when he's like, Sandman, I know you and your wife have been talking about a vasectomy. And because to get the Singapore cane, you had to risk the barbed wire. But Just Incredible shows up on the ladder, hits someone, probably Slash, let's just assume. Slash with the kendo stick, climbs up, grabs the bat, and does a brutal bat shot off of the ladder.
Yeah, he a jumping bat shot.
And that was one of those things where I was like, that has to be a worked bat. That has to be a plastic one, because that would have caved.
I don't know. James Mitchell in his promo was talking about how this is real barbed wire, not WCW barbed wire. So I think it's a real bat.
That'd be funny. It's yeah, we use real barbed wire, but a fake bat. Come on.
Even Mike Tenay repeats it on commentary. It's this ain't no WCW barbed wire.
I didn't know there was such a WCW barbed wire controversy.
Them using their fake barbed wire. But there's a note in the PW Torch, actually, I didn't include it in the notes, where there was Jarrett realized you can't do the lights out for somebody showing up for the second time.
Yeah.
Just Incredible should just run out. You don't need to turn the lights off.
Well, it was good payoff because you paid it off in the Raven match.
You know what? You're right. To be fair, it is another ECW guy is going to show up. Because actually, they wanted Johnny Grunge as well as part of this angle, but he turned them down because Rocco Rocket recently passed away.
And what, didn't they have like some sort of we don't want to go there deal?
They want nothing to do with TNA.
This is also the fun Russo moment.
Oh yeah, where James Mitchell is describing the rules of the Ultimate Sin match and Russo was accidentally in the background.
Yeah, was he describing the rules or was he just talking to Goldie?
No, it was both. He was backstage with Goldie explaining the rules of the Ultimate Sin.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they did because they did the video hype for it, and then they did the recap kind of talking.
It's like, well, what are the rules of the? Because they're like, we have an Ultimate Sin match tonight. We'll have James Mitchell tell you the rules in a minute. And
then just you see Vince pop his head out woo.
And then the last part of the month, there's a little infighting in Sex. The story of the last show of the month is that basically Sex is jealous of Raven's use of the Team Xtreme, is what they're now going by. The group of Saturn, Sandman, New Jack, and Just Incredible. Raven's not technically in the group. The group are helping Raven.
Yeah, and then they got pissed because Raven goes to them.
Raven goes to them and they're arguing with Sex, and Sex is jealous, thinking Raven's abandoning them for his old Extreme pals, and they have a bit of an argument in the last show of the month.
So we'll see where that goes.
Well, at the very least, they show up, help Raven, Sabu shows up, runs them off, and we'll pick this up in May.
Yeah, we got the 4-way tag match where they kind of work together towards the end.
Yeah, what was it? It's Sex, AMW, Harris Bros, and the Extreme guys?
It was Sad Incredible, Harris Brothers, AMW, and New Church, and towards the end, the Harris Brothers kind of help Sad and Incredible get the win.
So Sex and the Extreme guys are kind of getting along, or will they? Who knows?
So will they, won't they?
Yeah, the majority of the debuts this month did feature all of the Extreme guys. So yeah, Just Incredible, you had New Jack, you had Mike Barton, but feuding with Saturn, and you had Mike Awesome all showing up, making their debuts, and the return of Sabu.
Of course, which is much welcomed. Wonderful pants on that.
Oh yeah.
Nice aqua blue.
Good stuff. Good gear.
Where are we going to next?
Let's head to the X Division, which was highlighted for most of the month by a feud between Kid Cash and Trinity.
But to be honest, pretty good feud.
Yeah, so like the whole crux is that Trinity is basically trapped in an abusive relationship with Kid Cash.
Well, not at the start.
It starts with the Trinity against Alexis, or the rematch, where Raven shows up and DDTs Trinity, and Kid Cash is just like standing there. He's like, no, I don't want any part of this.
Yeah, which is like a constant theme throughout. And because even though that's the main point, we also get the Cash Lynn match on that show.
Yes, indeed, where a masked luchador shows up to help Kid Cash retain the title, as opposed to Trinity, because she got killed by a DDT.
Wow, 2 X Division storylines in the same month. How will we ever be able to go
Well,
through
they are the same story. So... as illustrated by the last show of the month. The next week, Mike Tenay has a sit-down interview with Trinity, talking about all her, her stunt work and how she got into wrestling, and then Kid Cash shows up and starts controlling Trinity, and she's like, I don't want you talking to this Mike Tenay guy.
He keeps calling it the Mike Tenay show. And I'm like, that's not what it's called.
He has a show. It's called The Interrogators. This is just his regular interviews.
Oh, we didn't get any interrogators.
We did. We got Dusty's.
Oh, yes, we did get Dusty. But, we didn't get one every week, which I felt like we were on a good run.
Yeah, we only got one Dusty one.
Where's my Eric Watts interrogators where he doesn't answer any question?
You got the Eric Watts sit-down interview. What more do you want?
An interrogators episode. If there's anyone who can crack through the veneer of Eric Watts, it's the interrogators.
Like the Dusty one was highlighted by WCW, and then he made a fart sound with his mouth.
Dusty's so great. We'll get to that.
This is a very good Dusty month. But yes, the story there being Cash is controlling Trinity. Trinity then bails on Kid Cash as Cash faces Raven.
Yeah, sick of that shit.
Not a very good match between Cash and Raven there.
Yeah, which is kind of sad.
So the following week, Kid Cash is defending the X Division title against Mike Sanders, but before the match, he calls out Trinity and he apologizes to Trinity, and he's like, "I'm sorry, I was a giant jerk. I was an asshole. I understand." I like the because the way this plays out, Cash retains the belt over Sanders with help from Trinity, and then the Harris Bros lay out Trinity as Cash is just like, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with this."
He just kind of gives a shrug and walks off.
As the Harris Bros hit her with a giant H-bomb.
It was a good swerve because with how inconsistent this show is, she could believe that Cash and Trinity just get back on the same page on this show.
I did quite like when she accepted the apology. They then hit their pose. And it's like, that's the sign they're back together. They're friends again. But
It's not their cool pose though. The cool pose was when she went through the leg.
I equally quite liked that Kid Cash has an X Division Championship match against Mike Sanders. And he's like, fuck, I need to get Trinity back on my side. I can't beat Mike Sanders.
But to be fair, he didn't really beat anyone without Trinity for the last 2 months.
Which is the story, I guess. So, yeah, Cash retains the title. Trinity is killed by the Harris Bros. Then the next week, Cash is like, I own you, Trinity. I own you.
it really diverts.
So Cash states that TNA doesn't have the contract with Trinity. He does. I assume he bought it from Quiet Storm.
Here we called New York Nobody.
Trinity shows up and then challenges Cash to a match. And
Yeah, and then how does Kid Cash respond to this?
how does Kid Cash respond to this?
Isn't this where he slaps the shit
Well,
out
yeah,
of
they
it?
have a full match.
Yeah, but like she's like, let's have a match, right? And then he just like fucking palms her across the face as hard as
Well,
he can.
she challenged him to a match. What more can she expect?
Wow. I didn't even have to like start this character for you. This one was just all
God
you.
damn it. I do myself no favors. But yes, Trinity beats Kid Cash in a fun little match.
Yeah, she should have won the X.
Yeah, it was a non-title. It should have been an X-title match.
Can we please talk about this note?
Oh yes, Kid Cash received medical treatment following his match with Trinity. He suffered what TNA officials are hoping was temporary hearing loss when Trinity slapped one of his ears.
Yo, so I can now do a direct comparison to Trinity and Homicide. Both two people who have caused hearing loss.
Utter shooters whose slaps are so powerful they cause temporary hearing loss, or in Homicide's case, permanent.
In that great Kingston Punk promo from Rampage, I wish Kingston was like, guys like Homicide, Samoa Joe, Trinity.
And Trinity did come up in that New York crew. She talks about it in the interview. She was trained by Amazing Red, so
There you go.
she would perfectly fit in that promo.
But once New Jack got wind of that Cash's
He
injury,
spent a lot of time ribbing him over the need for medical treatment after being slapped by a woman.
Cash and Trinity have been dating off
Yeah, a
camera.
follow-up note. Although they've been trying to keep it a secret, it's well known that Cash and Trinity have been dating off camera. They do have good sexual chemistry.
Which seems to be a common theme on these shows, with my OTP be getting confirmed to me this week.
Your what?
My one true pairing.
What's
Come
your one true pairing?
on. Desire and Sunny Siaki, who we confirmed have had a child together.
Yes. So you have all the TNA couples coming together for you. So we will pivot away from Cash for a moment because we have more X Division stuff to cover. The week before, I think, or was it the week before that? When was that? Oh no, it's 2 weeks before. On the April 9th show, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 40, Jerry Lynn and Amazing Red defeated... No, it's the week before that. God damn it. There's so many shows this month, Liam. It's hard to keep them straight.
Yeah, this is a long episode, guys.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 40, April 9th. Jerry Lynn and Amazing Red defeated Triple X, Shark Boy and Jason Cross, and the debuting Chris Sabin and Johnny Storm to become #1 contenders for the tag titles, as well as Lynn and Red will face each other to determine the #1 contender for the X title.
That's a fun match. It was a cool main event.
Yeah, it's cool that they put the X Division guys in the main event for the first time in a long time. And it was like, it wasn't the main event X Division. I guess the Triple X and Lynn and Red were. But they also was like Shark Boy and Cross and Sabin and Johnny Storm getting a main event spot.
And we also got like a proto Hail Sabin.
Oh yeah, they just the instrumental version, yes. And Chris Sabin, Liam. Chris Sabin is here in TNA.
Yeah.
Are you excited for Chris Sabin being here in TNA?
Obviously. Thoroughly excited for Chris Sabin.
It's a different era, you know. There's pre-Sabin and there's post-Sabin, and like we're going to be talking obviously a lot about Chris Sabin for the next freaking 11 years of TNA before he leaves. So it's the Chris Sabin show from now on. He does this cool dive. He looks really good.
Yeah, he does. We'll talk about one of his dives.
His cool dive goes much better here than it goes later in the month. This match was originally Lynn and Red against Shark Boy and Cross against Sabin and Johnny Storm.
Really setting up Red and Lynn to win that one.
But then Triple X barged their way into the match, but the stipulation of them being added to the match was that if they lost, whoever beat them would be #1 contenders for the tag titles as well.
Good story.
Yes, which leads us to the following week in which Jerry Lynn and Amazing Red defeated Triple X to become new World Tag Team Champions.
This shocked me.
Because there is crossover between the tag team and X Division stuff this month, so we will cover them both at the same time.
Yeah, this blew my
You
mind.
didn't know that Red and Lynn won the tag titles?
No clue.
Because, like, it's funny, Don West actually mentions this on commentary. That for the weeks beforehand, and really the months beforehand, for most of 2003, like, Amazing Red's been kind of a non-entity. Like, you had that big match, the big SAT against Triple X match at the very last show of 2002, which felt like a breakout moment for Amazing Red. And then he just kind of, like, ambles through the weeks. He has the kind of feud with Kid Cash.
I was going to say, he had like 3 X Division
Yeah,
title
but
shots.
where he seems like a jerk. He wants to beat up a woman. He's just like... he doesn't feel the same. He doesn't feel like that Red magic is kind of gone
Because he's a heel.
he's a jerk who wants to beat up a woman. Yes. So, but between the multi-man,
Big baby face to you then.
between the multi-man exhibition,
You started this one.
leave me alone. Stop bullying me.
No wonder this show was booked for you. That's why you're such a TNA guy, is because every like baby face just hits a woman.
Stop it.
Hey, at least you're not a Nazi anymore.
The 4-way tag feels like a little bit of red magic, but then particularly the Lynn and Red against Triple X match feels like the amazing red magic is back.
Yeah. And it's just a banger X Division tag
It's 4
match.
very good wrestlers in a very good tag title match with a surprising finish.
Yeah, certainly to me.
Amazing Red and Jerry Lynn are your new World Tag Team Champions, and in typical TNA fashion, they wrestle each other the next week.
The X Division Dream Team.
My favorite part of that is just how salty Daniels gets at the idea of them being the X Division Dream Team.
He's like, that makes no sense. Look how many tag belts we won.
It's like me and
Twice
Skipper, we've won the tag belts twice, but they've never competed really in the X Division though. So
They briefly did at the start.
but neither of them have won the X Division Championship. Can you call them an X Division Dream Team if neither of them have won the X Division Championship?
Well, Red had
Well, he does now, so he's definitely the Dream Team.
Well, Daniels does as well.
But no, but in this period of by the end of the month, Red has won the X title.
Sure.
So yeah, a great match. Lynn and Red wins the tag titles. Next week they face off for #1 contendership.
In a kind of disappointing match for a Red Lynn.
Yeah, it goes back to like everything that leads to Red winning the title kind of sucks after this, because like Red and Lynn have an okay match where Ron Killings runs out, he hits Jerry Lynn with a front suplex. Conan was on commentary for the match. We should mention Conan and Jerry Lynn had a sit down interview with Mike Tenay on the very first show of the month, where they kind of
That was the first show of the month. I thought it was last month.
where they did reconcile. Like Lynn openly admits that like, oh yes, the X Division is an evolution of Lucha Libre and we pay tribute to that. And Conan's like, well, I've never heard you say that before, so okay, we're good.
Even though Mike Tenay said that like every week.
Conan has finally listened. So Conan is on commentary. He's still mad for some reason, even though he accepted Jerry Lynn's apology or whatever. As I mentioned, Killings comes out for the first time in a couple of weeks. He beat Elix Skipper early in the month in a match that Mabel showed up in, which we're probably not going to talk much more about. But yes, Viscera showed up, beat up Triple X, disappeared, never seen again. Because I assume they were building to a Skipper and Viscera against Triple X tag title match, but then obviously it never happened.
Yeah.
But Killings goes to Conan. It's like, we need to talk. Killings and Conan leaves while Red beats Lynn after Lynn was laid out by Killings. So Red is not the most credible #1 contender in the world because he only beat Lynn because Killings laid him out.
Well, don't I have something to tell you? He doesn't become the most credible X Division champion.
He sure
either.
doesn't. Last show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 43, April 30th. Amazing Red defeats Kid Cash to become X Division champion after there's a ref bump, and then the Masked Luchador shows up. Masked Luchador suddenly looking much skinnier than the Masked Luchador has looked in previous weeks.
I hate this guy.
Well, it's Trinity, so...
hate this person in every iteration.
So yeah, the Masked Luchador shows up, hits Cash with a reverse DDT. Red goes to pin Cash. Ref is still bumped. Andrew Thomas nowhere to be seen. Andrew Thomas sitting there for a good like 10 to 15 seconds before he finally turns around and just counts the 3. It takes all of like the wind out of the sails of Red's X Division title win, and to make matters worse, the Masked Luchador shows up again to hit Red with a reverse DDT. So Red won #1 contendership cheaply, he won the belt cheaply, and then he got laid out after winning the belt. It is the lamest way Amazing Red could possibly win the X Division title.
I like how in the notes here it says that they thought the Andrew Thomas turning around made Red's title win look weak, and it's like, no, the interference made his fucking title win look
even
weak.
if Andrew Thomas was on the ball, which it certainly didn't help that he wasn't. Like, that finish sucks. Like, Amazing Red is the ultimate underdog. He's the ultimate guy whose moment winning the belt should be like a moment of triumph. This dude has finally done it. Instead, it's just a shitty moment with another run-in interference spot, and nobody cares. You suddenly took like the best underdog you could possibly have and had him win the belt in the least underdog way imaginable.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
So Cash mentions on the show he has suspended Trinity for her attack on him the previous week. And then
yeah, how's that power?
the Masked Luchador shows up randomly to cost Kid Cash the match.
I didn't know that was Trinity.
Did you not even notice it was like a padded suit this time instead of, because like obviously it was a man in the suit every other time, except now it's Trinity in the suit, so it's a padded suit all of a sudden.
I try not to pay attention to the suit.
You're not examining each element of the Masked Luchador to try and work out who is behind it.
No, I hate the Masked Luchador.
Just a stupid story. Alright, that brings us to the tag team division. We've mentioned most of it already because most of it is the Lynn and Red against Triple X stuff. We mentioned that there was the Killings and Triple X stuff that went nowhere. Last show of the month, Jerry Lynn defeats Daniels in a match where if Lynn wins, they get him and Red get one member of Triple X 2-on-1, but if Daniels won, they would get Lynn and Red 3-on-2. Lynn won, so it's 2-on-1, presumably next week.
Sure.
Kind of disappointing match between Lynn and Daniels. It was perfectly solid, but it was nothing special. You would have hoped for more.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. It's hard to get excited for some of these X Division matches at this point because some of them pay off, but lately they've all kind of been a little disappointing.
And it's like, I think a big thing is none of them are getting time anymore. It's all like you have a nice little 7-minute match here and you're out. It's not meant to be a good match. You know, it's just meant to be another story beat.
Yeah. I'm hoping that maybe this handicap shtick will be nice.
So the only other story in the tag team division this month is the continuing progress of the AMW breakup.
Yeah. What a mixed bag this is.
It's a story that doesn't make a lot of sense for most of it. So I don't think there's anything about it on the first show of the month. But the big thing on the second show of the month is Chris Harris is just hanging out in the sex locker room.
Yeah. What a dick.
He's like, I should be able to hang out wherever I want. It's, because they do a sit-down interview with Mike Tenay on the following show to talk about this moment where Chris Harris is just hanging out with sex. And James Storm does confront him on that show when he goes looking for Mike Sanders, when Harris goes looking to bring Mike Sanders back to the sex locker room. And he's like, what the hell, dude? We're pals.
I love Harris's, like, cheating girlfriend logic of, maybe I was asking them for a title shot.
And then Storm immediately shuts it down. It's like, if you were asking them for a title shot, why didn't you bring me? So they do the sit-down interview with Mike today where they're trying to hash things out. They're trying to clear the air. And Harris is just like, you know what? Just that we have to fight them doesn't mean I can't be friends with them. And, I just wrestle for money. And once the wrestling is over, I don't hold any animosity toward these people. And Storm is like, that's nonsense. These people tried to kill us a couple times.
You know what? Storm's right.
You do not agree with Chris Harris's philosophy here?
No, these guys suck.
And he's hanging out with them in the sex locker room.
A lot of bad things go down in the sex locker
Only
room.
bad things go down in the sex locker room.
I don't want Chris Harris hanging around with the other Harrises.
So they don't do much to clear the air there. Following week, they are scheduled to have a match against Triple X, except Chris Harris has been attacked backstage.
Oh, golly.
So Storm wrestles most of the match against Triple X by himself until Harris comes out, hobbles out, trying to even the odds. But eventually Harris gets pinned, and then Storm is mad for some reason.
Yeah, this one's kind of a dick move by Storm. I actually kind of dug this match, though. I thought this match was telling a pretty good story, and I would have gone like pretty high on it if AMW came back and won.
And this is the moment where they come back together and they're pals, and Harris overcomes the... But no, for some reason, like, Harris got beaten up. Then he still came out, tried valiantly to win, failed to win, and then Storm is pissed at him? Like, what's Storm pissed at him for?
And it doesn't even make sense within the context of the characters, because Storm was backstage and like checking on him and concerned for him and charged out with a head of steam to go beat up the guys who he thought beat up his friend.
It's stupid. It just makes Storm seem very unlikable.
Didn't make a lot of sense on this one.
And then AMW lose the tag match in the last month of the show, but there's not much in terms of AMW breaking up development in that Saturn Incredible against Harris Bros against AMW against New Church tag match.
Probably because they're like, we're not going to do that
They do
anymore.
eventually drop the idea and decide this is the best tag team we have. Why in the name of God are we breaking them up?
Yeah.
It's a strange story that makes both men seem unlikable, which is, I guess, the goal of all things in TNA.
Alright, we got like one more big thing. Oh wait, do you want to do the Siaki David Young stuff and then we end hot with the Dusty
Sure,
Lawler stuff?
let's talk about Siaki and David Young. So they are feuding over Athena and Desire most of the month. I was like, God, there's so many shows again. I have to find where everything is.
Young defeats Siaki and handcuffs Siaki.
Is that on the first show of the month? Oh, it is. There you go. So yeah, they have a match. They have a nice little match actually. And then because Desire is handcuffed to the ropes during the match, then after the match they unlock Desire's handcuffs, then handcuff Siaki to the ropes while Young beats the shit out of Desire.
And then wait. Fucking swerve.
No,
Oh, no,
the swerve isn't until the next week, Liam.
Doesn't make any sense.
He just beats up Desire this week.
How
Yeah, he
dare
just hits
he.
it with a spine buster, and Athena and David Young are very happy that they've gotten one over on Sonny Siaki and Desire.
Maybe this is what earned their respect. They're like, we see that you're willing to assault a
So
woman.
we want you in sex.
Please join us.
So the next week, there's meant to be a mixed tag team match between Siaki and Desire against Young and Athena before...
Now can I do it?
Sure, if you want to do it.
Fucking
There you
swerve.
go. Siaki is like, hey, why don't we just let the women fight? The women should get in the ring together. So Siaki gets out of the ring, Young gets out of the ring, Athena and Desire are about to go at it when David Young gets back in the ring, pulls Athena into a spine buster, lays her out and joins sex.
kind of rules though, doesn't it?
They make a fun little, because there's a bunch of like subgroups within sex. There's like Raven and the Gathering, there's like Gilberti and Sanders, and now there's like the weird subgroup of David Young, Sonny Siaki, and Desire.
Yeah, I like them together.
And it's basically like David Young is like his dog. He's like his pit bull.
He's defensive of him, and I appreciate it. As we saw on the last show.
Second last, where Sex walks in late.
Yeah, and Gilberti runs everyone down because he's the toughest guy in the group. And including he slaps Sonny Siaki in the face, where David Young just gets up in Gilberti's face immediately.
Yeah, it's like, how dare you touch my friend?
Yeah, I liked it. I like this group together.
So we have the tag team of Siaki and Young. They lose to D'Lo and AJ in the last show of the month as well.
A good little tag team though. It's good for them though, because it feels like something new in a division that desperately needs.
It is interesting. Of the teams you're going to protect against AJ and D'Lo, is it going to be Sanders and Gilberti or Siaki and David Young? Personally, for me, it would be Siaki and David Young, but for some reason they chose Sanders and Gilberti.
Yeah. Well, I guess two of them are friends of Vince Russo.
And that goes a very long way in this company.
And will for the rest of its life.
But they are already seeding dissent in the Young and Siaki team.
No, I like them together.
Desire is bumped off the apron in that AJ and D'Lo match. David Young is too busy tending to Desire while Siaki is then pinned.
I hope that's just a sign of a good friend.
Not that they're going to break up over Desire immediately.
Just too much desiring going on.
She just changed her name and then everything would be fine.
Platonic.
It should be the name of the stable.
Well, two of them isn't platonic.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
All right, which brings us to the highlight of the month, which is, once again, for the second month in a row, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes.
He's the best of all. I don't care. I'm going to call an audible and say, after we finish Ring Ka King, we're doing some Dusty thing. I don't know what it is, but we're doing some Dusty thing.
Given Ring Ka King is only one 40-minute show a week, we can do more. Like we've gone from watching 3 hours for the Patreon to watching 40 minutes, so we have more time.
All right, we can maybe work out something for some sort of Dusty show. We'll call it the Dusty Finish.
Very good. See, this is a wrestling reference.
Yes.
So all the way back to the first show of the month, Brian Lawler defeats Chris Harris after Lawler and Flair attack after the match. Dusty makes the save, and then we get probably the best promo in TNA history to this point.
Garrett, do you want to be part of Dusty Rhodes' posse?
Oh, I'd love to be part of Dusty Rhodes' posse.
You want to be a posse?
You guys want to be in my posse?
Yeah.
Then Brian Lawler responds, "You couldn't get posse if you were the last man on earth." And then Dusty responds, "Oh, I've gotten a bunch of posse in my day, boy."
He just looked at him and said, "You can't get no posse."
Everything about this promo was so good, because like Brian Lawler is like, "You should have called yourself an old fat man."
And then Dusty's like, oh no, you hurt me. You called me fat.
And there's a point where like the segment is clearly going long, and Dusty just turns and looks down the hard camera. It's like Keith Mitchell, who's in the director in the truck. He's like, "Keith, I know I'm going long, but this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and I gotta teach him a lesson."
And just a tremendous promo all around.
It's like everything about it is so good, and like there's even a moment where he's like cutting a promo about tradition and how like you didn't earn the belt and you didn't get the belt, and I went down to the Sportatorium in Dallas and I got my ass kicked and I was 19, and I knew then I would have to earn the belt and I would have to sweat and blood and tears to become NWA champion, and you just think you can walk around with a title you don't deserve. And it's like, it's just such a good promo. Never mind like the antic stuff they do later. It's like, oh, everything about Dusty is great.
Garrett, we gotta watch some like NWA Dusty stuff. I'm so into it. We have to.
Like, Dusty is the highest paid roster member other than Jeff Jarrett, and he deserves it. He earns every cent.
I love it. Of course, the big payoff to this promo is he lets Lawler pick any match he wants for the NWA title, and he picks a ladder match, and then Dusty gets very serious, and he's like, "Fuck, I have to climb a ladder."
But he's gonna do it because he wants to get that NWA title back. So then the following week, April 9th, he faces Brian Lawler in a ladder match, which, look, it's Dusty Rhodes in a ladder match. It's not a good match.
No, excuse me. It's Brian Lawler versus Dusty Rhodes in a ladder match for Ric Flair's NWA title. 5 stars.
Well, you didn't give it 5 stars. Why did you give it 5 stars, Liam?
I'm giving it 5 stars from the heart. Not from the head. but from the heart.
It's not a good match, but it is. It rules. It's so good.
Is this on the same show as the Saturn?
Yes, which might actually be the best show in TNA history at this point.
Okay, so while you're there to watch like the legitimately good Saturn Barn match, watch this as well, because when else are you going to see that?
Dusty breaks out a small step ladder. It's like a 3-step ladder. He climbs it and he drops off the ladder. And then like Mike Tenay and Don West are baffled as to why he has a step ladder, because he obviously can't win with a step ladder. And then Don West is like, oh, now I get what he was planning. It's like, you tell me, Don. It's like, he was dropping an elbow off it, Mike.
Yeah, rules. Tremendous stuff. And then we get the big payoff to the angle from a couple weeks
so David Flair runs out, interferes. Flair and Lawler are about to win until Nikita Koloff shows up. And after all the teases, after the dissension they had between each other, whether or not Nikita Koloff was part of sex, Koloff helps Dusty retain the belt. Koloff climbs the ladder. Like, Nikita Koloff is the man who climbs the ladder and pulls the belt down. He also struggles to pull the belt down. He can't unstrap it, so he just literally grabs it with both hands and pulls it off of the harness thing.
Yeah. I also got to give credit to my man Nikita Koloff. He had the drip on for this. My man was looking fresh. It's your current
Twitter profile picture, I noticed.
Yeah. My man was looking fresh here. Had the beanie, had the long sleeve black shirt. Oh, dripped out.
So they have a moment where Koloff is standing in the ring with a belt, and he's like, is he going to give it to Dusty? Is he going to run away with it? Is he going to hit Dusty with it? Then he hands it to Dusty, and the Superpowers are back together. They've reconciled. And Don West goes into full pro-America mode. It's like, in these trying patriotic times, it's so great to see the Superpowers back together.
See, I didn't hear that part because I literally leapt up and fist bumped when it happened.
Crowd go nuts. Dusty and Koloff are
me going nuts in my house.
Happy back together, but then Eric Watts shows up and steals the belt anyway.
And I was like, yeah, everything I love is in this.
I love how it's like this big moment. They got the belt back, and Watts just strolls up behind them, yoinks it, and runs away.
Listen, you're describing a lot of Eric Watts segments while laughing gleefully. Just admit you like him. Just admit that you're into Eric Watts. Look, voice cracking because you are. Stop lying to yourself. Life gets a lot better when you admit that you like Eric Watts.
You are going to regret this defense of Eric Watts.
No, I'm not. He will never get bad.
So Dusty wins the ladder match against Brian Lawler with the help of Nikita Koloff. One of the things that feels like a random thing that would never get paid off. And it got paid off.
And it seems like that might be the last we see of Lawler and Flair.
I think we do see one more of Lawler. There's a gauntlet match in the next show that I think Lawler's in. Then we see the last of Lawler. We have seen the last of Flair, sadly. This is the end of David Flair's TNA run, which just at the moment I was like, you know what? I'm okay with seeing more David Flair. David Flair's gone.
Hey, he has to have one company in history where at the end you were like, didn't mind that, David Flair. Didn't mind that.
It's a good end to his career.
You know what? Guess what? I'm saying it right now. David Flair's TNA run.
Good job, Dave. You did it. You became a perfectly competent, acceptable, agreeable pro wrestler.
Agreeable goon.
Well done. All right, before we go, we'll go through show by show for anything we might have missed. As mentioned, there's a lot of stuff on these shows.
Yeah. The only thing with Dusty that I think... I'm not sure when it happened, but there was the moment where Jarrett swiveled the hips on accident.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about that. Yeah, there was the segment where Raven and the Gathering were approaching him, and he was all tense, and he was holding a chair, and then Dusty approached him from behind. This was on
the episode where he was manic and all over the place because he had all these guys coming for him, and and that was the same episode where I believe where he choked Goldie. This was his breaking point.
He hits Dusty with the chair, and he's like, "Oh no, I hit Dusty with a chair." And then last show of the month when he wins the belt, Dusty comes out and raises his hand. So
yeah, when he swiveled the hips and he hit Dusty, I was like, "Are we getting a Dusty Jeff Jarrett NWA title match right now?"
I wouldn't object to.
No, I'd be so
even
into
Dusty
it.
at multiple points this month is like, "Oh, would you believe it if this old man won the belt again, huh?"
And I'm like, yes, please.
Conan in that sit-down interview, we'll go show by show now, starting with NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 39, April 2nd.
39.
Conan, sensational shirt in that sit-down interview with Tenay and Jerry Lynn.
I don't remember.
It was very patterned. It is an indescribable pattern.
I'm a fan of a patterned shirt, so I will give Conan a big thumbs up, despite not remembering.
Nobody said a slur this month, but... During the Brian Lawler Dusty promo, somebody in the crowd does start shouting the F word toward Brian Lawler.
A bunch. like a ton and like unbleeped.
Yeah, not good. Would you fucking stop, fans?
I mean, it's fans of 2003 in Nashville.
And when somebody on the show says the exact same slur the month before, I guess you can't blame them. Well, you can blame them. Yeah. You can always blame them.
when you had 6 months of the company telling him it was all
the company pandering to that kind of person, and then that kind of person shows up. Shocker.
Yeah.
Trinity in the match with Desire or Alexis or even hit a 6 super kick and then a standing shooting star. I was like, oh.
We saw a lot of and like Daniels busted out a standing moonsault, so a lot of like stuff you wouldn't expect coming out, but looking good.
This is the show where they did just decide to turn Jeff Jarrett heel. Even Disco's promo at the start of the show when he's calling out D'Lo, he's just talking about all the mean stuff Jeff Jarrett did. It's like, oh, he's just a heel now.
Well, every time there's a Jarrett title match, Sex always tries to get into the babyface's heads by telling him, like, he'll do anything to retain this, right?
Do you think it's actually an attempt to babyface Vince Russo? And that Vince is gone, so Jeff Jarrett is being revealed as the bad guy that Russo said he was all along?
I think that's a little bit of it, but I also think that's the long-term plan. I think, like, the Jeff Jarrett character is always going to be like, he'll do anything to retain the title. He'll do anything to win the title. And this is going to be, like, that proof of that, of, like, yeah, this is a guy who is incredibly insecure when it comes down to it, that he's not as good as everyone else is who held that belt, and he'll do anything to keep it. And he may pretend to be the good guy, but in reality, he's not a good guy.
Maybe
I just think that's the ethos of the Jeff Jarrett
Maybe
character.
that's like a behind-the-scenes, deep storytelling thing where it's like he wants the locker room to believe that maybe Jeff Jarrett presents himself as a good guy, but he's actually the bad guy, and Russo's the good guy. He's presenting Jeff Jarrett's character in a way he wants the locker room to see Jeff Jarrett the person.
I just think it's a good story.
I quite liked on this show you had the Young and Siaki match where they did each other's finishers. They're like in this mid card match where they like Young did the Siaki did the Spinebuster, and then again in the big main event, Jarrett and D'Lo did the same thing.
And guess who did it better?
Yeah, Jarrett did the Sky High, D'Lo did the Stroke. It's like, oh, you guys really didn't talk that one over, did you?
I'm more into the Siaki Young match. To be honest.
It was probably a better match. So yes.
Oh, let's talk about fucking Hermes.
Yes, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 40, April 9th, in which we had more NASCAR stuff, Liam.
Yay.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Liam, boogity, boogity, boogity. My favorite thing about that, it's apparently something they do in the NASCAR freaking coverage.
Feels
Vaguely,
racist.
yes.
Just because it's a NASCAR thing.
Liam is projecting onto the poor NASCAR fans. But my favorite part of it was like they did the boogity 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 bit as if it's like a thing the crowd would actually know. It's like, let's get this show started. Boogity boogity boogity. No one in the crowd did it. No one had any idea what they were doing.
You know what? I've gained some respect for the Nashville
So yeah,
fans.
Mike Tenay.
Horrible homophobes, but at least they don't play into the NASCAR
Mike
shit.
Tenay introduced Hermie Sadler and Jeff Hammond. Hermie Sadler announced that he will be driving the NWA-TNA car in a 5-race sponsorship deal starting with the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte.
Whatever.
So, more NASCAR stuff. They did get some coverage. Like, Hermie Sadler was on Fox Sports, Totally NASCAR, and announced the deal. Jeff Jarrett was on the pregame show the following week. So, like, they did get some crossover coverage with the NASCAR coverage, which is probably, like, promotion that's they desperately want and need, but still, NASCAR.
I don't give a shit.
This show did open with a montage of Jeff Jarrett being evil, which I quite enjoyed. When Glenn Gilberti was beating the heck out of Mike Posey, one of the fans in the crowd shouted, "Why didn't you beat up Rudy? He's the one that deserves it."
Fair enough.
Oh, I didn't even talk about my favorite spot in the Saturn and Barton match, which was like Saturn was bleeding buckets, and then like Barton picks him up in a delayed vertical suplex to allow the blood of Saturn to trickle down Barton's torso. It's like, good God.
And like, it was a long time.
Yeah, he held him there as Saturn was just bleeding out. It's very good shit. I'm very much on board with that.
Got a fireball.
Oh, we did get a fireball. I enjoyed that fireball spot as well, where it's just like the Sandman and New Jack just cutting their promo, and then James Mitchell appears out of nowhere to throw a fireball in Sandman's face.
Sandman, I want to put him over again, like, for a moment. He's been a real joy on these shows. I've really enjoyed Sandman's inclusion. And New Jack, but Sandman's been around a bit longer, so I can give him the full benefit of it. Yeah, really enjoyed him here, and I like.
And later in the month, there's a backstage brawl where Sandman shows up with a flaming kendo stick.
Yeah,
which apparently accidentally set Brian Lee's hair on fire, and Brian Lee was not best pleased about this.
No. Mainly because it's
I don't think
smelly.
anybody wants their hair set on fire.
I've had it happen. It's not fun.
Well, we should have mentioned when the Siaki and Desire were coming out for their mixed tag match against Young and Athena, they were joined by Brian Sweeney, who won the ability to walk out a member of Sex in the NWA-TNA auction.
And he picked the right choice.
He's there with Siaki and Desire, the coolest people in the company.
Yeah. That would be me. That's who I'd pick.
Anything else from April 9th?
Nah. We got the Dusty thing in. That was the main thing I wanted to talk about for this episode.
Yeah, this entire freaking month. It's Dusty.
Well, yes. It's a shame that the Dusty stuff got lost in the third hour.
But listen, it's for our hardcore listeners. Listen all the way through the episode and hear about the cool Dusty Rhodes stuff this month.
I feel bad about having to do my muted Dusty Rhodes impressions because it's almost 1 a.m.
NWA-TNA Baby number 41, April 16th. D'Lo in the match against Raven, which opened the show, which we didn't even talk about, but D'Lo and Raven had a match. It was fine.
Because they kind of
But D'Lo did do an Undertaker dive. He wiped out all of the gathering with a huge Undertaker dive, and it ruled.
Let's talk about AJ almost
Oh yeah,
dying.
in the match against freaking Gilberti, AJ needed 8 stitches to close a cut in his head, which was opened when he bumped his head in a door. Which I assume was the sex door. He hit his head in the sex door and needed stitches because he bled so much.
That's the first time Styles ever hit his head on a sex door.
Actually, Jarrett later in the month once again tries to kick down the sex door and fails. No,
Did he get it? No,
he
got
turned
cut off by.
Yeah, he turned
Leo.
around and they just came out. They just exited the sex door.
To be fair, I think he did knock off the
He
lock.
still didn't get in, Liam. This is the second time he's tried and failed.
No, because he gave up. One more kick he would have gone through.
Jeff. Mike Sanders hit a real cool spinning slam in that match against Kid Cash.
Mike Sanders does
Yeah,
cool
it's
shit.
a shame they ruined him. They've ruined Mike Sanders, just like they ruined D'Lo Brown.
Just like they've ruined Ron Killings.
They did during, I think it was the Awesome and Saturn match. Like, they actively tried to make TNA Xtreme a thing. It's like, oh, this is TNA Xtreme.
They just call it TNA Extra Championship Wrestling.
Like Mike Tenay on commentary is like, we innovated wrestling with the X Division. Now you're seeing the new innovation of violence in the X Division with
Wait a
TNA
minute.
Extreme.
Yes, Mike Awesome and Perry Saturn, the Extra.
No, this is the Extreme part.
Oh. Doesn't Saturn just wear an ECW shirt on one of
I
these
didn't
shows?
notice it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, when they all came out together. I'm pretty sure he just wears an ECW shirt. Very, very reminiscent of Scott Steiner wearing a TNA shirt at Ring of King.
Well, to be fair, Rinka King is a TNA adventurer, so that makes some degree of sense.
But they don't even mention it. Like, there's no TNA branding on the show. He just comes out a TNA shirt.
All right, NWA-TNA Pay-Per-View number 42, April 23rd. I think my only note from this is during the Ultimate Sin match, Andrew Thomas, the referee, is just like standing there as there's like total chaos around him, and he just kind of does a shrugging motion. It's like, what am I meant to do?
Yeah, there's some good stuff with that. Yeah, I got nothing. We get the beginnings of Conan and Killings here, though.
Oh yeah, we didn't even mention that it was actually we did mention that Killings and Conan had that little segment at the end of the Jerry Lynn Amazing Red match, but then last show of the month they had a sit down interview with Mike Tenay where they both gave out about how wrestling is bad and it was racist toward them.
And they both wore tremendous
Yes.
fits. Really fashion forward show, the NWA.
Yeah, especially Conan. Conan's a very fashionable dude.
Especially Killings. Killings had a great look here.
Yeah, wearing his like suede tracksuit. It's good stuff. And then last show of the month, NWA-TNA Pay-Per-View number 43, April 30th, which is the one we did the watch along for. So if you would like to listen to our full detailed comprehensive thoughts about NWA-TNA Pay-Per-View number 43, you can go to tnachat.com and listen to our watch along of it. It's a good fun time. You can listen to our visceral reaction when Chris Sabin attempted to do a dive and missed the top rope.
Yeah, you can see me. Yeah, fuck, that was rough. And they replayed it like 7 times. Other highlights include my consistent squealing in the AJ D'Lo Young Siaki match. We didn't talk about the lollipop.
Oh, yes,
roll.
we did. So Lollipop on that show is doing her dance. She's doing a dance in the cage. And then suddenly somebody tries to attack her and tries to drag her out of the cage. And it's Tracy Brooks.
And I think I went, is that Tracy
Yeah.
Brooks?
So Tracy Brooks making her TNA debut. Then later in the show, she tries it again. And Lollipop is like, yo, if you want to take the cage from me, you can try. And then they do a little catfight in the ring.
And I believe she called her a $2 whore. To which Tracy could respond, no, it's 50.
God damn it. I think that's it. I think we're done.
Yeah, nothing else really comes to mind. Because I guess when you go to watch the Jarrett and Raven match that we recommended, make sure you catch that last video package. You can skip the first one because you see it on every other show. But the second one, where it starts with the Jarrett recap, that one really rules.
That
You should
is
check it
Jeremy
out.
Borash's magnum opus.
Great stuff.
So that is NWA-TNA for the month of April 2003. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back in 2 weeks with May 2003. We'll be starting on Patreon next week with Ringka King, so you can subscribe at tnachat.com. We'll have...
I gotta say, I am very excited.
Liam has watched the first episode of Ringka King, and he is smitten.
I'll just give you a little clue here. This might be the best pro wrestling stage I've ever seen. It's fantastic, and it's like the entire dimensions of the building.
So if you would like to hear us talk more about Ringka King, tnachat.com starting next weekend. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kid, and you can follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleet Muta. As mentioned, if you would like to support the show, head to tnachat.com where you can get our watch-alongs, our star ratings, our show notes, our Ringka King coverage. The entire Monday War Game series is up now, so you have all that at tnachat.com. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Damn it, I should have thought of a thing. Should we start incorporating the posse gimmick into our stuff
Boogity,
now?
boogity, boogity.
No.